In this video, we're going to be going over the very basics of Solidity. So if you haven't done any Solidity projects before, this is the video where you want to start. And this is where you will understand how you can transition from being just a JavaScript developer, now becoming a blockchain developer and learning the skill of Solidity. I will be teaching you things like the variables, the different data types, arrays, structs, mappings, everything that you need to get you up to speed. You will be building your own Hello World app, which we will deploy to the Ethereum blockchain using Infura. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. All right, let's get started with the very basics. So let's just build a Hello World app with Solidity. That's where everybody starts, right? What you want to do is go to Google and search for Remix, Ethereum, ID, stuff like that. But basically what you're looking for is this result. All right, so this is what we're going to be using, or you can just type it in, remix.ethereum.org. And so that's the online ID for Ethereum or Solidity development. And this is how it looks when you open it up. So you can just safely close that home page. Doesn't really matter. And what you want to do is delete that Hello World file. I'll just show you how to create a new one. So you can just right click delete it, or I think even the delete button works too. So what you can say is right click on the contracts folder. So basically the enclosing folder, and just hit new file. And then you can type in hello world.sol. And this is where your code will go. So this is just an online IDE to help you learn Solidity. Later on, we're going to be moving over back to VS Code. So first, we're going to need to specify the SPDX license, and that basically all it does is intellectual property. I'm sure you already know it. It has to be licensed somehow, and Solidity requires that it is being licensed. So I would just recommend you start working with MIT licenses. That just open sources it, and anyone can do anything with your app, but you're not liable for it. I think. Not legal advice. Moving on, you will want to specify the Solidity version that you're going to be working with, which is 0.8.0. However, there's that little up caret in front of it, and that means that any version above 0.8.0 will work with this app. So if your compiler is set to 0.8.16 or something, that will work with this app perfectly. Now moving on, every contract needs a contract object, and you will need to specify the name of it. So that's going to be Hello World. And in there, for starters, let's just create a variable. We're going to go over what variables and data types are in Solidity. But here, we're just going to use a string, and let's just name it greetings. So first, you say the type, then you say the name, and then we're going to create a constructor. Now, the constructor is a function that only runs once and when you deploy the app. So when you deploy it, constructor runs, and that's it. You cannot run it again. But it's good for like setting values, such as our greetings variable. And we can just give the value of hello world to it, and that should be good. I also want to mention that in Solidity, you need to add semicolons at the end of each line. Unlike JavaScript, here it's recommended. And I think it also even fails if you don't do it. Now we're going to also create a function here, and that will just be say hello function. It will be a public view function that will return a string from the memory. I just want to pause here for a quick second. Let's just go through what means what. So function, that means that it's a function. Say hello is the name of the function, and after the function name, you have to put the open and closing brackets. After that comes public. Now public means that you can call this function from outside of this contract. If you were to say private or internal, you wouldn't be able to do that. And in this case, it makes sense because you want to be able to call it from the outside. If you don't, then you can just say public, private, or internal. Next, view means that this is a read-only function, meaning that it will not be able to change any values or do any kind of permission things. So if you were to give a new value to greeting inside this function, that would throw you. And returns means that you have to specify what this function will return. And then string memory. So string the data type of what will be returned. And memory is an interesting one. So strings can be stored in multiple places in Solidity, such as memory, storage, and other places. It doesn't really matter. Just use memory every time you return a string. The reason is Solidity doesn't support returning dynamic values in functions, so that's why you need to specify memory. And so this function, all it will do is it will just return greetings or greeting, and that's pretty much this is. Now, on the left-hand side, there is that Solidity deployment icon, and that's what we'll be using to deploy this. Now, you have to make sure that in the contract dropdown, you select the right contract. Once you have multiple files in there, it'll make sense to double check it. Now it's obviously hello world only because that's the only file you have. And let's just hit deploy and see what happens. Now it just deployed it, and it's actually kind of quick here, unlike the actual Ethereum blockchain, because here it's a virtual blockchain. It just works quick. So there you go. And if you go down to deployed contracts and open the dropdown, there is your deployed contract, and you can just click say hello. That's just trying to simulate you calling the say hello from outside the contract. So let's click that. And there you go. There is hello world being returned. That's pretty much all this app does. But let's just change the greeting value to, let's just say hello. And if you redeploy it again, because here every time you make a change to the contract, you have to redeploy the contract. Otherwise, it will use the previous instance. It's kind of like commits. So you have to always commit to use the latest versions. You just keep deploying it every time you make a change. And now it will return hello. So that's pretty much the hello world. Now let's move on. All right, let's go over the most basic data types in Solidity. So I'm just going to go ahead, create a new file in the same contracts folder, and then just select that. So it will be data types.sol. Usual XPDX license, Pragma Solidity. Every single file requires it, so you will need to specify it here as well. Now the contract here will be called data types. It doesn't actually matter. We're not like, this is not going to be used anywhere, but just for organizational, just for the sake of organizing it, let's just call it data types. And let's start with the first one. It's going to be uint256. That is a integer. That is a positive integer number that you can store here. And basically the largest number is 2 to the power of 256 minus 1, which is a pretty big number. You're not going to be using it all, but it is capable of storing that. Now, I want to say that Solidity doesn't support floating point numbers, so we're going to skip that. And we're just going to go with the Booleans right now. So that's self-explanatory. If you know coding, you know it's true, false, that's it. But here we call it bool. And then there is string. I think everybody knows strings. It's regular text or special characters, whatever. It's a string of characters. All right, so next up is addresses, and that is specific to Solidity. Now, address is used to store wallet addresses or contract addresses or any kind of Ethereum addresses. And here we're going to have a payable keyword in there. So that's just going to specify that this contract is able to send Ethereum or any ERC token or any token to that address. And you also make sure that you typecast it as a payable. So payable parentheses and then paste the address, and that will be your address. If you don't do that, this contract will not be able to send any currency to that address. All right, moving on. Last one for this one is bytes 32, and you can just think of it as a 32 character long string. All right, now let's take a look at what type of arrays do we have, because that is a little confusing sometimes. So far it's the same. Basically what you do is you specify the data type of the array. So if you say uint256 and then put the open closing square brackets, that will mean that it will be an array of uint256s. So like basically positive integers up to a lot. Then you can do the same thing with bools. You can do the same thing with strings. And you can do the same things with address payables. And if you do payable addresses, then the square brackets go after payable, not after address. That's something to look out for. The same typecasting of addresses, the payable stuff, is applied here as well. And that is pretty much all you need to do about need to know about arrays. Now you might be having the question that, can you put multiple data types into one array? A short answer, no. Long answer, yes. It's getting to the very complicated parts, and it is the best practice to use structs for that, which we're going to cover in a little bit. I would say you can technically do it, but you never really need it. So I wouldn't really try to do it. All right, let's move on. All right, let's go over mappings now. This is, again, something that is very specific to Solidity and only available in Solidity. And it's a weird data type. So you declare it by saying mapping, and then you say this. Basically, you'll define two data types that are going to be mapped one to the other. So in this case, we're mapping a uint to a string. And now you might have a question, why is it not a uint 256? Uint 256 and uint are the same. Sometimes these compilers add the 256, sometimes they're not. It's whatever, it's interchangeable, really. So in this case, what we're gonna do is map a number to a string. You should think of it as like key value pairs. It's gonna be public, meaning it's gonna be accessible from the outside world. And by the way, this mapping creates its own function. So you don't see it, but it's like under the hood. If you deploy it, you're gonna be able to call this mymap thing. So let's take a look at a couple of examples. Let's say you're keeping track of the name of every user who uses your app. So this would be a perfect mapping for that. So what it would look like is you would say 1, that says Kazi, 2, Kevin, 3, David. That's basically how you should think of these mapping. All right, so let's say you wouldn't just want to add some value to it. So let's say how you interact with it. So we're going to say function add value, and you will need to pass in a uint, which is going to be the key, which is 1, 2, 3, whatever, and the string that you want to pass in, or you want to map to that key. And this is going to be public, and this is how you do it. So basically you say my map, and then you pass in the key, and then you pass in the value. So let's say number 4, John, is using the app. You will call the add value function, and then for the key, you're gonna pass in 4, and for value, you're gonna pass in John. So once again, 1 Kazi, 2 Kevin, 3 David, 4 John. Now this is gonna be new item. Now let's say you just want to return one of the functions. You want to figure out who was the 4th person that used your app. So you will just pass in key as like 4 as the key, and you're just gonna say my map, return my map key, and it will return you John. And let's say you want to remove that because John is not using your app anymore. Again, you pass in 4 as the key, and you're gonna say delete my map key. That's it. That's pretty much it. And John is gone. That rhymed. So let's take a look at it in action. Let's just pass in 0. Kevin, transact. You're going to say get value, you pass in. So you're interested in what's happening, or what is stored, what is mapped to 0. And it returns Kevin as perfect. And 1 doesn't really return anything. And now you're going to save 1 to David. Hit transact. Now it will return it. And let's say you want to delete Kevin. You're going to say delete 0, and now 0 is not going to return anything. So it's just going to say an empty string. And that is pretty much all you need to know about mappings. I know it's pretty complicated and it doesn't make sense for the first time, but as you start using it, it will make all the sense, and it's actually a really useful data structure. All right, with that said, let's move on to the next part. All right, now let's talk about structs. Structs is basically, if you're coming from the JavaScript world, it's an object that went to the gym and got buff and has all these superpowers. So while you can create objects with structs, it also creates a custom data type. So let's take a look at it. So you're going to say struct person, and here's where the magic starts to happen. So you will open up an object, and you will say string name, uint256 age, and bool has driver's license. It reminds me like a class. So you have all these attributes of a person. And now what you're going to say is person, my person. So data type, variable name. And now you're going to create an instance of it. So you're going to be passing in a name, which is going to be Alice. She's 30 and she has a driver's license. So that is your person and this is your structs. This is pretty much how you get started. And let's move on to functions. All right, let's go over the if-else statement in Solidity. This is going to be very similar to how it is in JavaScript. So let's take a look. Here's my Hello World app. I just pasted it for the boilerplate. You can say controls, rename it. Let's just say we have a number, which is 5. And we're going to say if the number is less than 5, then specify to do something. Else if it equals 5, then do another thing. And there's obviously the else clause that will just catch everything else. So that's pretty much the syntax. Let's put it into a function. And we're gonna call it checkNum, and it will return a bool. And so there's our if else statement. And yeah, if it is less than 5, then let's just return false. Then we can return true if it equals 5. And otherwise, let's just return false. That is pretty much it. You will be able to integrate it to your app. All right, now let's go over for loops. So I'm just gonna paste in the previous contract and let's just rename it, remove all the useless stuff. So all we have is just the boilerplate. So that's cool. And now we're gonna create an array of numbers and just name it numbers because that looks self-explanatory. All right, now let's create a constructor that takes in an array of numbers again. And all we're going to do is we're just going to set the value of the constant of the variable to the value of the array that we just sent in. So basically, we're just setting the value of numbers. All right, now let's actually loop through it. So we're going to say new function, sum with loop, for loop, public view returns. And okay, so we're going to have a sum, it will just start out as 0. And let's loop through it. So it's very similar to what JavaScript for loops are. I think it's almost the exact same, if not the exact same. And that is pretty much it. It will just go through all the numbers, summarize them up, and then return the sum to you. So let's deploy it. Now, okay, initially it errored out, and that's because we haven't passed in the array it was looking for. So we need to pass in that array. We're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, transact. Now, at this point, the constructor has run, and the numbers array's value is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that we just passed in. And now let's go through it. So we're going to be able to fetch the numbers. So at the 0th index, it's going to be 1. That's cool because that's correct. And now we're just going to hit a sum, and it turns out to be 15. So that worked perfectly. Now let's move on to while loops. All right, so this next one, while loops, this is going to be, again, the exact same thing as in JavaScript. So we're going to, once again, just sum that number of arrays. So we're going to have the index variable, and we're going to have the sum variable, just like in any other loop. And now we're going to say while, open brackets, I is less than the number length. We're just going to add it to the numbers and then iterate the iterable. Now we're going to return the sum, and that is pretty much this function. Let's test it out, and it works perfectly, just as expected. Now there's another one that is the do while, and I actually don't really recommend using it. It doesn't really make sense why it even exists, but it is one of the loops, so let's go over it. Now we're going to say do, then do the summarizing stuff, and then we're going to check whether the index is less than the number's length, and then return the sum. Now you might be asking, what's the difference between the two? The do while runs once regardless of the condition, while the while actually checks the condition first and then runs the function based on whether that condition is true or not. It's knocking on the door and then entering the room. If you're let in, that's the while, or like similar to the while loop. And then the do while is like you just go in, take the door with you, and then you're just like, hey, is it okay that I came in? Pretty much that's the biggest difference between the two. That's pretty much it. I don't recommend using do while. Let's move on. All right, now this might sound a little repetitive, but I never actually explicitly explained what's the difference between the two. So I'm going to show you two different functions, and I'm going to quick type them out. Nice. So the second one, we already saw it, and I already explained what the view returns is. It basically means that this function, all it will do is return something. It is a read-only function that just reads states from the contract or memory or all these things, and then returns it to the front end. Now, if you want the function to be able to change values or mutate values, all you need to do is just simply leave out the view, and then you can do your thing. If it's not returning anything, again, just leave it out, and you're not gonna need to worry about it. Now you can also have a function that only views and doesn't return anything. I can't really think of a use case for that, but that is the syntax would be correct. And you can also have a function that mutates states but returns something. So there are like 4 types. We just went over the 2 main ones, the 2 extremes. So that is pretty much all this part is. Now let's go over to the last part, which is function modifiers, and that's pretty much the basics. All right, now this one, function modifiers, this is going to be a useful one. Let's just say you want to make sure that whoever is interacting with your contract is the owner of the contract. Like this is like some admin privileges. So you will say you will create a modifier, and you can just name it only owner. And then you're going to say require message sender equals owner. Now who's the owner? We'll specify that later. Let's just type it out. And then we're going to say if the message sender is not the owner, then we can just reject it with this nice little error message. And then underscore semicolon. Now we're going to say the owner will be this or that address. So we can just specify it, or you can set it later in the constructor. So whoever is deploying the contract will dynamically be the owner. But for now, let's just specifically say that address is the owner of this contract. Now, what will happen is whenever every function that uses this only owner modifier will be first running the require statements. Let's talk about the require. The require basically requires a condition to be true, meaning the message sender, so whoever is trying to interact with the contract, the wallet that is trying to interact with the contract, call a function, send money to the contract, anything that involves a user and this contract, that is the message sender. That wallet is the message sender. So if that wallet address is not the same as specified on line 6 that is the owner, then that function has to fail and send back the you are not the owner string as an error message. And after that, whatever else is in the function, that will run. That's what the underscore semicolon means. So let's take a look at what if the get number function is only going to be accessible from now on by the owner. So that means that no one else is going to be able to get the number, which is 5 right here. So no one else is going to get that response back but this one address that is specified right here. So what's going to happen is when somebody calls this function, this line will run first, then this line, because this is here. So if this underscore semicolon was before the require statement, then this would return this number first and then check whether the message sender is the owner. But for security reasons, that's not great. So this is how you modify these functions. And the reason why they exist is you might have multiple functions. You want to make sure only the owner is able to access. So at that point, you can just keep using it, keep reusing it like a and obviously the modifier doesn't have to be only owner. In this case, it was the easiest. easiest example. But you can also say modifier, add 2 numbers, and then it will just add 1 and 2, and then that runs before every single function call where you use that modifier. So it can literally be that you would do multiple times. It is recommended that you just put it into a modifier and then just keep using that in the functions. Let's take a look at it in action. So we have the contract deployed, and we're gonna say get add 2 numbers. We're just gonna pass in 3 there. Nice, it will add it to being my number. So now it's gonna be 8. And when you say get number, because this wallet because this panel on the left hand side is not hooked up to the same MetaMask wallet, now it says you are not the owner, and it just threw an error. However, if I copy this account address here with that button and then just paste it, now all of a sudden it will work. So let's take a look at it. We will have to deploy it again and then add the 2 numbers. And let's see what happens. And now it returned the value. So that is pretty much how it works. All right, now remember at the very beginning of the video, we just went on to Remix IDE. Now we're going to come back to VS Code because I'm pretty sure you want to be able to eventually connect your app to a front end. And even in all our tutorials, that's how we do it. So let me just show you the whole workflow of Solidity. And if you're a super beginner, don't worry about it. You can come back to it later when you're using it. I just wanted to give it to you so that you are able to use it whenever you need to. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how you can deploy your Hello World Solidity contract to the Ethereum blockchain. So we're going to be using the Gurley testnet. And there are multiple testnets. Right now, Gurley is the best one, so I just recommend you use that. And so the first step that we're going to be doing is we're going to say truffle init. So you obviously need the truffle CLI. And so we're going to say truffle init, and we're going to say hello world. So that will go ahead and in 2 seconds create you a sample project. And so in here, you have all these folders, and you don't need to worry about any of them. So what we're going to say is hello world.sol. So far, I'm pretty sure it makes sense. And now just go over to your Remix IDE, copy here your code. All right, now that it's here, let's actually set up our deployment. So what we're going to do is there's a link in the description that takes you to Infura. And once you create your account, which is completely free, just go ahead, click it. They hooked you up with the best RPC URL. So let's go ahead, and once you're in here, you can click create new API key, or this might be in the middle. So you can just say Web3 API. Now all this does is it will give you access to all the blockchains and everything that Infura has access to and Infura is implementing, and they're constantly adding new services in their project. So we're gonna say my project, let's just go hello world, and I recommend you never put any spaces in these projects names. Later it might cause an issue when you're like doing all kinds of integrations between VS Code and Infura, because you can do that. So let's just go ahead, hit create, and as you can see, this is where everything is at. So these are all the services Infura is currently supporting. So you have Ethereum, you have Polygon, Optimism, Arbitrum, Palm. I don't even know any of these. No, actually I do. But you have all these, and you obviously have all the main nets, test nets, and everything. So we're gonna go ahead, select Gurley, because that is our RPC URL. Here's your API key. Everything is ready to go. They even give you these nice little command line tools so you can use it with that. All right, now let's come back to our VS Code, and you should install the truffle extension for VS Code. And here is everything you need for that to work. So what we're gonna do is we will connect now using this network tab to Infura. So we're gonna say connect to network. The provider will be Infura, and I need to sign into my Infura, so that's cool. Now I'm just gonna go ahead, open it. That will take me to an Infura OAuth page. If you're already logged into Infura, you're pretty much good to go. If you're not, it will make you sign in. and then this is what you will see. Basically, you're just gonna give access to Truffle access to your Infura. By the way, they are under the same umbrella. It's nice. You just hit authorize and your VS Code is pretty much ready. Now you can close this page, go back, and it already shows you, it will fetch all your projects, or you can just go ahead and create a new project here and that will show up on your Infura. So basically the two are linked together. Hit select the hello world, and if you click on Infura service here, you should be able to see hello world or whatever you name your. All right, now let's actually deploy this contract. So let's see what do we got. So in Truffle, it shows up, there's your hello world Solidity file. I'm just gonna go ahead, select that, and then there's this nice little deploy button. And we're gonna select the girly network. And by the way, it fetches from Infura, so that's super cool. Let's just hit enter. And it says unable to locate configuration file. Okay, so the reason for that is this extension only looks in this root folder. So what I will do is I'm gonna say open folder, and I'm gonna navigate to my hello world folder, and then just open that. So now it should work. All the extensions are gonna load in a second, and now Truffle will be ready to go. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit deploy right now. So let's hit that. Now it will show you all the networks that is available. So you just want to make sure you select the one that is the Infura hello world girly. You definitely don't want to do mainnet because that's going to cost you a lot of money. And now it's going to ask for a gas price. Leave that empty. Don't worry about it. It will just do some smart, clever stuff if you leave it empty. And now we'll have to set up a mnemonic. Now I already have it set up, and here's what you will need to do to be able to have it set up and saved. So you will want to say paste mnemonic. I wouldn't recommend generating one because then it will be hard to add new ETH to it, because now you're going to have to pay gas fees for deployment. So we're going to say paste. Now it's going to ask for the mnemonic, and I'm going to open up my Chrome. And if you don't know the mnemonic, that's the secret recovery phrase. I'm not going to show you mine, but here it is basically. So you open up your MetaMask, and then open up settings, and then in security and privacy, the first option is reveal secret recovery phrase. Everything that is in there, you just go ahead, paste it in this thing. And if you don't have a MetaMask yet, it's basically free from the Chrome Web Store. You just download it, hit next, accept, and you already have a MetaMask wallet. So that's pretty much it. Now you're gonna go ahead, whatever it is, paste it there, hit return. It will pop open a Finder window for you so you can save the mnemonic, and that way you will have it just like me, how I do right there. So you can select that, and that will go ahead and start deploying your Hello World project. Now I will say, it might say that it needs this HD wallet provider. So let's just hit install on that. So it will take a little bit of time to install that and then deploy my contract. All right, now as you can see, there are multiple errors, and there was one mistake that I made too. First of all, let's go through the error. It took me a little bit to debug it, but basically what's happening for me sometimes is this Truffle HD wallet provider doesn't always install. So what you need to do is just copy this command, the sudo npmi at truffle HD wallet dash provider and the version, and then just paste it there, give it admin permissions, and it will go through. There's some access issues that it was not able to resolve. So with that, this should be handled. Now the next thing that I missed, that I forgot, is actually, by the way, I always forget it, so it's just something I do on a daily basis, is in the migrations folder, we will need to create a new file that will be 101_deploy.js. Now this will help Truffle to deploy our contract. So what we need to do here is we need to import the hello world artifact from the contract that we just created. And notice how I'm keeping the same casing that I had with the file name. So it's because I used capital H and capital W, I'm going to be using it here as well. And once that's done, we're going to say module.exports. and then pass in deployer as an argument for the function. And we're going to say deployer dot deploy, and then pass in hello world. That's pretty much it. And actually, we can just do it as a one-liner. That should be pretty much everything. And now it should be able to deploy. So let's go ahead here again, click deploy. So you will have to always select girly, but after that, it will remember. If you once try to deploy it, it will always remember the mnemonic. And now it's deploying, and it looks like there are no more errors. So that should be good. And if you see stuff like this, where it like starts counting the blocks, that's usually good. And as you can see, deploy has succeeded. It finished running the command. So with that is pretty much this tutorial. Now we're going to include a couple of builds at the end of this video. Go ahead, watch that. Learn how Solidity works in actual projects. This was a good foundation. Now it's time that you go out and apply these skills that I just taught you. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the builds.
Do you want to master Solidity? Do you want to finally understand it and wrap your brain around it? Well, guess what? We are going to build a to-do list app together. In my opinion, this is one of the best ways to learn how Solidity works, how smart contracts work. Because this app, the scope is small. It's a simple app, yet it's very powerful and effective, and it'll get you to understand how a lot of functionality in Solidity works. How can we use Solidity along with Truffle to make your smart contracts? How do we add a task and delete a task and show all of the tasks? How do we add a task so that it actually adds it onto the blockchain? And when you get all the tasks, your front end will go to your back end or your blockchain and get all the tasks from there. This app will also have full-on authentication built into it, which essentially means that you'll be able to use MetaMask or any type of Ethereum wallet and log in and log out. And this app will only show you your tasks. So any other users can't see your tasks and cannot delete your tasks. So I think it's a very powerful app. I hope that you're excited to use it. And with that said, let's smash that like button so this video goes out to as many people as possible. And in just a second, we're gonna go ahead and demo this app. Also, just real quick, wanna give a huge shout out to Code with Kavit, who made the video to do app with React and Solidity. So huge shout out to that. A lot of the inspiration comes from that. I referenced the code from there, okay, but I just added in Next.js, a lot of our front end, completely custom front end, and we wanted to add in our own explanations so you could learn Solidity step by step. But if you want to check out also his video, go check it out. He's absolutely awesome. With that said, let's get back into the video. Now let's go ahead and demo the app. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect my wallet. And you can see MetaMask just popped up over here on the right hand side. I will select an account, select whichever one you want, and I will connect, and boom, look at that. Our app is up and running, and it's like, hey, what's up, Kevin or Kazi or whatever your name is, right? We'll go there. And now I can add tasks. Walk my dog at 1 p.m., which is actually something I have to do. And then hit this plus sign right here. And watch this, we're actually adding it to our blockchain. So now MetaMask pops up to ask for our authentication. If we want to do this, I will hit confirm, and it has been added onto the blockchain, and it is a actual task that is created. Let's go ahead and create another task. So I'm going to go ahead and eat my food at 5 p.m. Okay, let's go ahead and hit plus on here. And now just watch what happens. Okay, let's hit confirm. There we go. It has been confirmed. The front end is looking pretty nice, but the main point of this app is not the front end. It's that you could actually, using Solidity, add tasks and things to the blockchain, and it will really clarify and make you understand a lot of things of how Solidity works and how smart contracts really work. Now, if I hit delete on here, this icon right there, you'll see it'll actually delete that. So I'll hit delete. And then let's wait a little bit and let's refresh and let's see if it's been removed. Okay, boom, I hit delete, and now it actually asks me to make sure that it's confirmed. And now once I confirm it, okay, you got to give it some time before it will actually just completely get rid of it. because we are removing it. We have to let our back end on the blockchain side know that we're actually going to be getting rid of it. And now it's basically gone. And this is happening on the blockchain side. So I'll show you how we're doing this on the blockchain side so you can understand. And since it's on blockchain, you're not technically completely deleting it, but we're filtering it out on the block end. And so you'll get to learn how to do that. So this is the app. I think it's really cool. I think you're going to have a lot of fun building this with me. With that said, let's just start building this bad boy up now. All right, now make sure to click the link in the description below. This is completely free. And this is a template that I created for you, Solidity, with a to-do list. It's going to have Next.js and Tailwind CSS and all the front-end code essentially just ready, because I would just give it away. I would want you to simply focus on the Web3 and the blockchain part. So this REPL for you will have all of that code already there, and then you can only work on the Solidity part, okay? So make sure to go here. And if you want to use this, make sure to hit fork REPL, because that's the only way you'll be able to code in here and use this template. Okay. And the link will be below, and it'll be join.replit.com/cp-solidity-to-do. So you could type that in or just click the link in the description. All right. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and fork this REPL. And once I fork this, it should bring you to a page like this. And all this means now is you can actually code here. And so the benefits of this REPL that I've sent you to is in this one, you will have Next.js already installed. All right. You'll have Tailwind CSS already installed and configured. All the front end code is already completed. So you won't really have to do any of the front end code. Okay. Majority of the front end code is completed. Okay. Let's not say all, because there is still, you're going to still need to write front end code that needs to interface with the back end. Okay. So that's done. Truffle has been installed. So Truffle is, I'll show you how to install it, but I installed it already for you because it takes a really long time to install. So I'm like, hey, I'd rather just have that process speed up. Okay. This is done. This is done. Most of this is done. And then this is done. Okay, so that's the real benefit of this REPL that you're actually looking at. All right, so let's get started. With that said, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to walk you through majority of the code, okay, what's there so far and what you should find in here. Okay, so you should find a client folder, and that should have all of your front end code. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through that a little bit, and then I'm going to walk you through some other stuff. But first, just make sure in your package manager, all I want you to do is install Truffle. So you can type in Truffle, and normally what would happen is you'd have a plus sign here to install it. You don't right now, like a plus sign like this. You don't right now because it's already installed. Okay, so that's already done. So let's go here. The next thing I want to show you is in your client front end, in your package JSON, you're going to need access to some libraries like React icons or Next or some Tailwind stuff. That's already there for you. Okay, so you don't have to install it. You could yarn it, but you don't even need to do that because like the node modules are already there as well. So you should be good to go on that end. So React icons, you already have it. Then auto prefix for post CSS and Tailwind CSS, because these are all the things you need for CSS. The Tailwind files you need for, so yeah, your Tailwind is ready to go. Cool. So that was one thing I had to explain to you. Now, let's walk through the actual app. So let's first take a look at it. So you should be able to CD right now into your app, into client, and then just do yarn dev, and that should start running your app. So let's take a look. You can also open it in a new tab if you want to just fully see it. It takes a second, so just be a little bit patient. And there you go. Your app is up and running. Okay, you could zoom out if you want. I'm going to zoom in because I'm on a big screen, so I want you to see this. And right now, writing on your app will not work because that's the backend part, and you haven't added any backend code. So really nothing is going to happen. Okay, it's just going to refresh and that's it. Yeah, right now there's no front end. So whatever you do, nothing is really going to happen. But you have the nav bar right here. You have the entire to-do list app. You have this to-do thing, and then you have this plus button right over here. So that's mainly the front end right now. So let's go back, and what I want to show you is these are all the components that I've already created for you. Okay, so the connect wallet button, nav bar, all of those are there. Okay, so nav bar, task, to-do list. So those are already there for you. Okay, connect wallet button and wrong network message. Now, some of this stuff you're probably like, okay, how do I see the wrong network message or connect wallet button? Because I don't see them right now. So here's how you can see them. So let's go into our index. This is the main file where everything is happening. These are all the nodes for the app, but I'm going to just walk you through them together so we won't need them. So I'm going to get rid of them. Okay. And let me just walk you through the entire code base. Okay. So let's put that here and let's just walk through the entire code base now. All right. So we're importing some of the components that we had made, but here's what I want you to actually see. All right, the main part of the logic. So these are functions that are just going to be empty. All right, and these are functions you're going to have to complete. These are the back end functions. So connecting the wallet, being able to get all the tasks from the back end, being able to add a task to the back end, and being able to delete a task from the back end. So this is all back end related. Okay, all three of these functions. So when I say back end, in this case, it's the blockchain part. This connect wallet function is going to just simply be connecting wallet to MetaMask, to any type of Ethereum ERC20 wallet, whatever. All right. So those are the ones that we're going to work on. And this is the other main part that I have already handed over to you. So this over here, this div, there's not much to really worry about here, but this is really styling it. So if I get rid of all of the styling here, it's just going to look like out of whack, right? So that's just a wrapper. That's all that's doing. So I'm going to bring that back and they'll just contain the app, put it in the middle, add a color in the background, centralize things. So that's what that's doing. Okay. So now you can even pretty much not really worry too much about this piece of code. The main piece of code that I want you to focus on now and worry about is this guy right over here. Okay. And that's really the main logic of the app so far, which is, hey, check if the user is logged in. And if they're not logged in, show them the connect wallet button. Okay. So here I can make a user be, let's just fake a not logged in user. And what that will look like, how we can do that is just remove that Boolean, that exclamation mark. Let's remove that exclamation mark. So it just says, is user not logged in? So now it is true that the user is not logged in. Okay. And if that's the case, then show the connect wallet button. So that's why it's showing that button right there. And now the other situation we have is, hey, is this the correct network? Okay. So basically if we go back to the other situation, okay, which is this basically says the user is currently logged in. Okay. Because there's a double negation here and negation here. So it just means the user is logged in. So if the user is logged in, we bypass this component. We don't do this. We do the else statement. Okay, so this is our else statement. So if the user is logged in, then we want you to ask one more question. Is this the correct network? If we're on the correct network, which in this case is going to be the Rinkeby test network, then show the to-do list. So then show this. But if we're not on the correct network, so I can mimic that as well by just adding exclamation mark here and saying we're on the wrong network. So if we're on the wrong network, then it's going to not render the to-do list, but render the wrong network message component. And this is a pretty simple component. There's not much going on here. It just says, please connect to the Rinkeby testnet and reload the page. So this means you tried to connect to some other network like Rospin or something else. So that's what's happening there, right? If the user is not logged in and this is not the correct network, then show the wrong network message. Okay, so those are the three components. And you can toggle them really easily by just removing, if I remove both of these, right, then it means the user is not logged in and it'll show us the connect wallet button. If the user is logged in, then it'll show us, and it's the correct network, then it'll show us to-do list and the to-do list pops up. So just play around with that so you can just understand the logic that's happening here. Okay, because that's the really kind of important part. And then of course, we're going to make this more dynamic because right now this is just hard coded here, but we're going to actually get access to the user using their Ethereum wallet. So you're going to need to complete the connect wallet function for that. Okay. And then you'll be able to actually keep track of the logged in user. And then where it says, is this a correct network? Same thing. You're just going to pull that information from connect wallet, and your connect wallet will be able to tell you if this is on Rinkeby, the user logged in, or the user logged in somewhere else. Okay, so the connect wallet function will take care of both of these states that you need to be really tracking. Okay, these are also going to be states, right? So we're going to be using a little bit of React for that. So for now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and tackle really the most difficult part first, which is we're going to be going ahead and making our smart contract first. Because really, majority of this code, like especially all these parts right here, they're really going to depend on what your backend is like, aka what your smart contract is like. Because here it's like imagine writing code without knowing what your API is going to look like. Everything you're going to write is going to be wrong. So we're going to make our backend first and the API or whatever first. And then from the front end, we'll simply just interface with it. Okay, so I hope that gives you a lot more clarity of what we're doing. And now we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's go and create a backend now. So this is our front end. Okay, this is our client front end. We're going to create a new folder. Okay, at the global level, I'm going to hit folder and make sure it's not inside of client. Make sure it's outside of client. And this folder, we're going to just call it our backend or the blockchain part. Okay. And we're going to go ahead into our command line and we're just going to cd into that. So hit Control C to end, hit cd ... so you can actually get out of it. And now we're going to go cd backend. Okay. And now if you're in your backend, now we're going to go ahead and say truffle init. Okay. So just type in truffle init. All right. So once you do truffle init, if you look in your backend, you have files now. So you have truffle config, you have a test file, a migrations contracts. Another reason why I'm doing this on Replit is you don't have to worry about this installation nightmare that often happens whether you're coding along on a Mac or a Linux or a Windows and you can't get a Solidity thing to install or a truffle thing to install or Next install. So everything is already installed and there for you. Okay. So just make sure that you've forked the correct template. And again, it's in the description if you missed out on that earlier. All right, so I've done truffle init. Now my template project is ready to go. Now we're gonna basically go ahead and create a smart contract. So this line over here that says truffle create contract, your contract name, we're gonna go ahead and use that command to create our new contract, okay? And that's gonna create a scaffold of a contract. So just like bare bones contracts. I'm gonna go ahead and say truffle create contract, and then we're gonna go but we're gonna say task contract, okay? Because we're gonna make a contract for our tasks. So essentially we're creating a backend for our tasks. All right, let's do that. Okay, so this contract will allow you to create a task and add a task and show tasks and filter tasks. It's going to be all task related. Now, if I look inside of my contracts, I will see task contract.sol. Okay. So let's go inside of here. And now is going to be the really meaty fun part because we're actually just going to be writing a lot of our logic here for our code. Okay. So this is going to be all of our backend logic. So it's going to be actually a really important part. Great. Let's walk through everything step by step because especially if you're new to Solidity, I just want to make sure that you understand every possible thing. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in so everything is super nice and clear. All right, first thing right here, this is oftentimes you'll see it in Solidity. Just add in some kind of license. Okay, so you can copy paste this exact one, right? Should be there already. Now, the Solidity version that we want is a specific version in this case, and I want 0.8.15. Okay, this is a version that I want. Every single line of Solidity that you have to end it with a semicolon. If you don't, you will get an error or your app will break. Okay, so that's important. And here, whenever you're actually writing a Solidity file, you pretty much always have to do contract, task contract. So imagine like this is function or a component task contract, but in Solidity you say contract. And then this constructor, we don't need it. So we can actually get rid of that constructor. Okay. In here, we're going to have two events. So I'm going to have an add task event, okay, and it's going to take in so let me write it like regular JavaScript first. So it's going to take in a recipient and it's going to take in a task ID. Okay. So this is how you might write something in JavaScript where you're like, okay, I'm creating a function or whatever. And this function it's called add task, and it takes in two parameters, recipient and task ID, except in Solidity, you have to say their types. So recipient will be a type address. Okay, so those wallet addresses, like whatever the wallet address is, like those are specific types in Solidity and you refer to them as address. And then task ID is going to be an unsigned integer. Okay, so we will say uint. And then we're also going to need an event for delete task. Okay, and delete task is going to ask for a task ID and it's going to ask for, hey, if it's deleted or not, the task is deleted or not. Okay, and task ID is going to be a uint. Okay, and then this is going to be, can you guess if something is a true or false, what data type is that? If you guess bool, good job. Okay, so that's going to be a Boolean. All right, now we're going to create a data type that's going to represent the following structure. So let's go into our index file. And I just want to kind of show this to you in index. Our tasks will have the following structure. So this is an array of tasks, but this is an object, or in Solidity, you might call this a map or a struct. This right over here, okay, is an object here, right? JavaScript. This is what one task will look like. It'll have an ID, text, and whether it's deleted or not. Okay, so that's what one task looks like. So if I go ahead and I go back to my task contract, you could do Command P for what I did and then just type in task contract. Okay, so we're gonna now create a structure that mimics what we saw. So I'm gonna go ahead and do struct and task, and this structure is just going to say, hey, it's going to take these are the keys. Okay, so we're going to have an ID, we're going to have task text, and we're going to have is deleted. Okay, and the last thing you want to tell the struct is what are the data types of each of these. So for ID, my data type is a uint. For task text is going to be type string, and for is deleted is going to be a Boolean. Okay, so in Solidity, if you want to create, let's say something with an object, right? If you want to create a task, like if I go back to this task right here, if I want to create a task like this, so let's copy this and let's come back into our task contract and let's paste it. If I want to create a task like that, I can use a struct to create that exact task. So I can go task, and then let's say I pass it a 1, I pass it clean, and let's say I pass it false, 0. It's going to create that exact task. So this is going to return and turn into an object. Okay, so it's almost like you're calling a function or whatever. Okay, it's a constructor, it's a task, and then it'll spit back out that. Okay, so that's why you need structs. And when you use a struct, you will get back what we call an object in JavaScript. Okay, this is just to give you a little reference. Okay, so I'll leave that reference up here, and this is a task. Okay, this is what a task will look like. Okay, great. So we have our task struct, and now what we want to do is we want to have an array that is filled with tasks. So when you're creating that, you're going to basically say, hey, I want to create so let's just do it this way, okay? So I want to create an array called tasks. In JavaScript, you would just do this. But here, this is not JavaScript, right? So I want an array called tasks. Now what I want it to be is, I want it to be an array, okay? And it's gonna be an array, and it's going to be filled with these objects, okay? So if you try to put integers into this array tasks, so for example, let's just say you try to do tasks.push. So let's say you have this variable tasks available to you now, okay? And let's say tasks is an array. Now, if you try to do tasks.push and put a 1, it's going to give you an error because it's going to say, hey, that's not the type that you told me. The type that you told me is this is the type. This is what it should look like. But now if you actually put, let's say something that looks like this in here, if you try to push this, it's going to accept it. It's going to go, yes, this exact thing. Okay. This is an integer. This is a string for task. And this is a Boolean. Yes, I will accept it and it will add it. Okay. So you're creating these strict types. So it's like TypeScript if you've ever used it. And then we're just going to say this is private, meaning that anybody outside of this function should not have access to it. Okay. And then we're going to create a mapping, which is going to be helpful for task to owner. So we'll say mapping, and I'll say uint 256 address task to owner. So I know this is probably like, what the heck is this? All this part means, so this part right over here is just a variable. Okay. We're just saying, hey, initialize a variable called tasks to owner. And the type that it's going to have is this. And all this means that anytime you create task to owner, you're going to have an object that looks like the following. The key, this represents, this part right here represents a key. Right over here represents an address. Okay. Obviously, and an address might look like those wallet addresses might look like that. Okay. So here, let's just say that this is the wallet address of Kazi, which is me. Okay. And then we go, boom. All right. Task to owner. And then boom, we will have another task like this. Oh, not in the same thing, but let's just say we have another task and this is task 1 and this is David. Okay. So how this will work is, imagine this, you have 2 tables. Okay. And on the left-hand side, we have a table called tasks. And then on the right-hand side, we have a table called owners. Okay. And so say walk the dog might be a task. And then here on the right-hand side for owners, you have all the owners like Kazi, whatever. But the way that we're storing it is in the following way. So we're giving this task an ID of 0. So we're going to say the task ID here is 0, walk the dog. And inside of owners, we're going to say the ID of 0 belongs to, let's say, Kazi. And almost like in SQL, this will allow us to do an inner join and match all these tasks. So this way, the app will have proper authentication and it'll show me only my tasks, not somebody else's. For example, if for 1, we had clean dishes, but that was like David created that, then this would basically say, hey, this was created by David. Okay. So then when Kazi logs in, Kazi will only see walk the dog. And when David walks in, he will only see clean the dishes. Okay. So the ID inside of the task and this ID, this key over here, these are the 2 pieces of the puzzle that allow us to do an inner join and find who the tasks belongs to. So this is a structure. This is what mapping blah, 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 whatever is. Okay. This is what it'll look like. So I'll get rid of that for now. Okay, cool. Now, next up, we're going to create a function, and this function, we'll call it add task. All right, let's keep on rocking and rolling here. So our add task function that we're going to make is going to take in a task text and is going to take in is deleted. Okay. So here's what I want you to imagine right now. This function that we're actually creating here right now, we can actually call this function from our front end. Okay. So imagine that we're going to be calling this from our front end at some point. And how we're going to be calling this from our front end at some point is going to look like this. From our front end, we're going to do task contract dot add task function. And then from our React/Next.js code, we're going to pass in a text like walk the dog. And then we're going to pass in is deleted as false or true. So we're going to, let's say, pass in like this is not currently deleted. This is, so deleted is deleted as false. So this is add task function or method or whatever you want to call it that we are creating that we could interact with eventually from our front end, not right this second. Okay, so that's what we're writing. Just keep that in mind. All right. Now, since this is Solidity, we have to tell it what types these are. So task text. This is a string. And when you do string, you sometimes have to write memory there. So we'll just write that. And then this one is a bool. Okay, so that's what that is. All right, so we're done with that part. Now, what we want to do is we want to basically say that this function is external. So we have access to it from outside of this too. And external basically means that this function isn't really returning anything in this case, okay? So we're going to go ahead and say, we're going to create task ID. And what will task ID be? So think about it like this, okay? Say you have an array of tasks. So you have an array of tasks, and that array looks like this, filled with these tasks. Okay, so we got task 1, we got task 2, task 3. What we want to do is we want to generate task IDs here, right? And we want to generate preferably a unique task ID most of the times, and we also want to just make it simple. Like the first one should be 0, the next one should be 1, the next one should be 2, so on and so forth. This is easy. What we could do is say that this array is called tasks. What we could do is we could just say when we're creating this task, we could just, for the ID, we could just say, hey, grab the tasks and grab its dot length. So if I get this task's length, well, I get 0. Well, when I get this task's length the second time, I get 1. When I get the task's length the third time, what do I get? Hopefully you guessed it, okay? You get a 2, right? Simple. We're just going to say it's going to be tasks.length. Okay, and we're pulling the tasks from there. Make sure to put a semicolon so it doesn't error out. Next up, what we're going to do is whatever task the user passed in, we need to append that to our tasks array that's made up of these task objects. Okay, so I'm going to say tasks.push, and now we're going to create that object. Okay, so I'm going to say task, the constructor, and then give it the task ID that we just created right there. We're going to give it the task text, and then the is deleted. Task text and is deleted. So this will push it on, and basically what this is doing is this right here will basically get simplified to that right there. Okay, one task is going to create one object, one map. All right, next up, we need to set up that database of task to owner. So create that relationship. So I'm going to say task to owner. Okay, and I'm going to give it a task ID for task to owner. So remember this variable that we made task to owner. And so it's going to take a uint, right? And the uint in this case will be 0 for this task. For the next task is going to be 1. For the next task is going to be 2. And this over here needs to be whoever the user is. Okay, so user is going to go right there. Okay, the logged in user. In this case, we're just going to say message.sender. This is a special thing in Solidity MSG message. And then if you do .sender, it'll get the wallet address of whoever was currently logged in. Let's put a semicolon here. Let's put a semicolon here. Okay, and then we can even emit this. We can say emit, add task, and I can say message sender, and then give it a task ID. Remember, we created this event add task, and now we can emit it, but we just need to give it an address for the recipient. So this is the recipient, and then this is the task ID. Right, giving it that task ID. Perfect. So in terms of the add task function, our add task function at this point is complete. I'm going to remove these tasks at the bottom, or I can leave it and just comment it out. All right. The next function that we need to add is our get tasks function, okay, or get my tasks function. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say function. We're going to say get my tasks. And we're going to say external view returns. And we can even say what this will return. And this will return a task like object. Okay. And now let's open this function up and start writing. Okay. So we're going to create a variable called temporary. Okay. And so temporary is just going to be an array. And what we want to do is we want to keep pushing new tasks to it that are of that owner. Okay, so temporary will filter for the owner and for non-deleted tasks. Okay, so get my tasks. What we want to do is we want to get tasks that, let's say, that are mine and not yet deleted. Okay, so temporary. Okay, and it's gonna give a new task like object. We'll instantiate it like this. Okay, and this array that we want, so temporary is going to be an array, and this array that we want, so in Solidity you could give a size of the array. So if I said array of, let's just say 2 or whatever, or 2 right here, then what will happen is I will get an array of size 2 and no bigger. Like it can't go bigger than size 2. It has a fixed amount of slots. And so what I'm going to just say here is tasks.length. Why? Because I want this array to be obviously no longer than there are tasks. That wouldn't make sense. And this temporary here, it's going to be this. Okay, it's going to be an array of these tasks. Okay, and we're just going to say memory. Perfect. Okay, and let's put a semicolon there. Let's put a semicolon here. If you miss any semicolons, it will break. So just keep making sure to put semicolons everywhere. All right, now we're going to set up a counter that I'm going to set to 0. And then we're going to loop through this. And so I'm going to say for uint I equals 0, while I tasks.length, okay, I plus. Why are we doing this? We're going to loop through all of our tasks, and then we're just going to keep adding them to temporary. And we're going to do a check here. So I'm going to say if task to owner of that specific task is equal to the message sender, meaning if this is my task. So let's say that there is a task to owner that has a key of 0, right? And so if we look at that and we go and get the key of 0 and we go, okay, the task is whatever. If this is going to turn it into, its value is going to be an address. And if that address of that task matches the address of who's logged in, then that means these are my tasks. Okay. And we're going to add in one more check. And we're going to say, hey, check if tasks is deleted is false. So making sure giving me tasks that are not yet deleted. Let me zoom out just a little bit. So give me tasks that are not deleted. Okay. So if this is the case, what I want you to do is set that task in that specific position. This is just a way of writing a push. Okay. This is just another way of writing a push. I want you to get used to it because in Solidity, this is like pretty common. People do it like this, where you're just really basically saying in the 0th position, place this. In the first position of that temporary array, place this. So if you imagine temporary is an array of size 2, so let's just say it's empty right now. What this is saying is, hey, go to position 0. So this is position 0. And then set that to that specific task. So task text, hello is deleted, false, whatever. So add that task there and then go again, loop again. And then if you find my task again, that's also not deleted, add that here. Okay, so that's what temporary is. And then we just increment the counter by 1. So we will do counter plus. Okay, so let's get out of this. And then all we're going to do is we're just going to spit it out in something called result. And result is going to be the length of the counter, not the length of the entire array. So result is just going to be, so if my tasks were 2 and the total tasks were maybe 10, then this result is only going to be of size 2. And we'll loop through this. So I will say I is equal to 0. I is less than counter I plus, and then I'm just going to say here for result of I, just set it to be of whatever is in temporary of I. Okay. And then at the end, we're simply just going to go ahead and return result. Okay. So that's my function. Here's my loop. Then I do my loop again, and then I return my result. Okay. So that's what's happening there. Just make sure to put semicolons in all the right places. Don't miss any semicolon. Okay, great. So we're good with get my tasks. Okay, the next one that we're going to work on is add task. Where does the whole tract end? So let's see, contract ends right there. Okay, cool. Let's go here. And we're going to go ahead and say function. And it's going to be a new function we're going to make. And this function is only going to be for deleting tasks because we already have a way to add the task. We already have a way to get our tasks. Now all we need to do is be able to delete tasks. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say task ID is delete task wants a task ID. It also wants is deleted or not. Okay, so we can just say bool and just make it external. Great. Now I'm going to say if the task to owner, so it's basically if I am authenticated to be viewing this or doing stuff with it. So if this is my task that was given, then what I want you to do is get that task ID and set its is deleted to be is deleted, whatever was passed in, which you honestly don't even have to be past this. It should just be set to false, but like you could do it like this as well. That's fine. And you can set it to true. I'm sorry, true. So just okay, it's deleted as true. And then we just emit the event. Okay, this is not completely necessary, but you could do this. Now, basically, just so you can visualize what's happening is from the front end, how we're going to call any of these functions. From the front end, we want to be able to just do task contract.delete task, and then we give it a task. So we give it like an ID. So we give it 0. I'm just mapping this to that. And then we give it this. So we just go true. So that just means, hey, I am confirming that I want to delete this specific task. And I'm saying 0, true. And then it will confirm and then delete that task. Okay. But realistically, all we're doing is we're not really deleting tasks. All we're doing is setting its deleted value to true. And then in our get my tasks, we're just filtering for it. There's just a filter. Okay. And that filter, all it does is it just doesn't show you anything that has the deleted value set to true. Okay. So the filtering is happening here specifically, right? Okay. Make sure it's not deleted is what that line is saying. And then here we're just marking. So think of it like we're just labeling it as deleted and then we're just filtering it because on the blockchain, you can't really delete anything. All right, cool. And then now we can get rid of this. So with that said, our smart contract part that we wanted to write, our smart contract is done. All right. So if you've gone here, really good job. Awesome job. And now we're going to go ahead and move forward. Okay. Now we're almost ready to interact with it from the front end. We're very close, but not completely there yet. So what we have to do is get it ready to be interacted with from the front end. So we'll need really two things. We'll need a contract address, a deployed contract address. So we need to deploy this. Okay. So that means almost imagine like you're deploying it to the web and then you can access it from your front end. Okay. Or you're deploying it. And then the second thing we need is access to API, which if I want to make your life really simple, is literally just an ape that will allow you to use all these methods. Okay. So we need this and we need ABI. Okay. ABI, luckily for us, gets created pretty easily in the back end. Okay. I'll show you where that gets created once we go ahead and create it. For now, the most important thing is we need to get a deployed contract address. All right. Now here are the steps that we're going to take. So in our backend, let's go ahead to our migrations. And in here, we're just going to rename this to task contract everywhere. So task contract, that should be task contract, and that should be task contract. Once we're done with that, we're just going to download this entire project. So everything from REPL. Okay, we're going to download it as zip on our local computer because for this part, we need 2 terminals. And in Replit, currently you can't have 2 terminals open at once. And so I'm just going to go ahead and download it and then we can use it locally. If you ever have problems with downloading, just simply refresh your REPL and then just go ahead and try downloading again. And then it should be fine. All right, so now we have this zip file. Let's go ahead and open this up. This zip file, once it's opened up in your command line, I want you to go ahead and CD into it. So let's go to our downloads. we're going to find where that is. So Solidity template 2 or whatever. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do template. Let's see if it's CD Solidity template 2. Perfect. So now I'm inside of this, okay, folder. And now once you're here, first things we want to do is this. We want to go ahead and install Truffle. If you don't have it on your local computer, just do yarn global add Truffle, okay, or npx global or npm global add install Truffle, whatever, okay? So you're going to need that. Okay, you need to add it globally. You can't, if you do it locally, it still won't work. So make sure you install it globally and then it'll work. Okay, so now we installed Truffle globally. Now what you want to do is cd into the backend folder, and you want to do Truffle dashboard. And this is super cool. It'll actually open up a Truffle dashboard, and you want to deploy it with your own specific wallet address. So it allows you to do that. So I can actually click MetaMask here. All right. And then it says, hey, confirm that you're on Rinkeby network. And yeah, I believe that we are. So let's connect it. Okay. So now it says there's a green sign here that says connected. Zoom in there. Perfect. Okay. So now that it's connected, I can get out and I can just hit confirm. Okay, great. So now this is good. Now let's open up our command line. We'll leave this dashboard running and just open up a new tab. Okay, so open up a new tab. So this one is running, or open up a new terminal, whatever you want to do, whatever is easier for you. Okay, now we cd into that same place, Solidity. Okay, cd into backend. And what we want to do now is go ahead and do Truffle migrate dash network dashboard. Okay, so this will compile all our contracts. So there's an error. We forgot to put semicolon. So I'm going to go ahead inside of our contracts, and I'll also make sure to put a semicolon here and here. Okay, but more importantly, we need to actually fix that on our local file. So let's go ahead into our task contract .sol, and let's see if I can open it with Code Runner, because it's just quick. You could do it with VS Code, whichever one. It doesn't really matter. Okay, and I'll go right there, wherever I'm doing the emits, and put a semicolon here and a semicolon here, and just save it. Okay, I'm gonna get out. Okay, let's open up our terminal again, and let's try it one more time. Now it's deploying it. Look at that, already popping up over here. That is pretty freaking cool, huh? Waiting for transaction signature. Please check your wallet for a transaction approval message. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and now hit process. So let's hit process. Boom, our wallet just opened up. Go ahead and hit confirm. Okay, and now it's just deploying it to the internet. Okay, or the blockchain rather. And boom, there you go. It's been deployed. Now, the very important thing that we need here is the contract address. So double click, copy that, because that's what you're going to need. Okay. Everything else you don't really need right now. Let's go back to our replit and let's open up our shell. Feels like a ritual. Feels like a crazy ritual. cd into backend. Okay. All right. Now that I'm inside of REPL and I'm in backend, I'm just going to go ahead and do Truffle compile. So now once I compile, it's going to make my ABI for me. So let's go ahead and see that. Build contracts. Boom. We have our task contract right here, and task contract.json. That's our ABI, aka our API, and what we're going to need to, what allows us to be able to talk to this from our front end. Okay. So with that said, that is successfully compiled. We're done with that. Now let's go ahead inside of our client folder. So let's go here and we're going to go ahead and create a new file. And this file, we're going to call it config.js. So just pretend like I didn't have this file. Okay. So we're going to create a new one. Didn't mean to have that file. Okay. We shouldn't have that file. Okay. So let's just pretend you never saw that. All right. And go into clients and you're going to make it, because you're not going to come with a config file. Okay. So let's go ahead, and by the time you're seeing this tutorial, that problem should already be fixed and you shouldn't even have a config file. So that's great. All right, now in the config file, what I need to do is I need access to that specific contract address that I had copied earlier. If you don't have it copied earlier, just go ahead, double click here, copy it now. Okay. And there you go. That's the address. So you just do export const task contract address equals that. Okay. And this is going to be pretty important. So make sure you leave that in your config file. Okay. Because this is the contract address we're going to need to be able to speak to it from the front end. So almost imagine like this is your access token. Okay. You can need access to your access token. Now let's go ahead into our index.js, and now we're ready to actually start writing up all of our code. So we're going to go ahead and import task ABI, and we can just say from, and we want to get to our task ABI is coming from our backend task contract.json right here. So we just need to import this file, task contract.json. So we got to go into backend. And then inside of backend, where do we need to go into? We need to go into build. And then inside of that, we need to go into contracts and then go task contract.json. Okay. If you copy link to that, that's actually a different link. That's not the path. So ignore it. Set that. Cool. All right. There you have it. So now we're importing that address. Okay. That's one thing that we need access to. The other thing we're going to need access to is that contract address. So let's go ahead and do import task contract address from, and this is much closer to us. It's just in our config.js. Okay. You can hit that over there to just prettify your code. All right, now that we have our task ABI and we have our task contract address, now we're really ready to actually finish writing all of this code, because those are really some of the main things that we needed access to. All right. First thing we're going to do is implement our connect wallet function. Okay. Cause that's going to be kind of one of the simpler ones and one of the most important and the first thing that happens. So for that, we're going to need ethers. Okay. And ethers is something that you'll have to install if you don't have it already. So we could just go and check if we have it. All right, let's get to work on connecting our wallet. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pop it into a try catch block. We'll add the catch as well. Okay, and the catch is going to be just simple. It's going to be, hey, if there's an error, just say error. Okay, cool. And then in the try, we're going to basically write all of our logic. So I'm going to say, hey, grab Ethereum from window. So whenever MetaMask actually like latches on, so to speak, on your app. So whenever you like log in with MetaMask or whatever, the window, like the Chrome window or the Safari window or whatever, you actually have access to a variable called Ethereum. Okay. So you could actually destructure that. It becomes a property of window. You could destructure that out of window. Okay. So we're going to grab access to Ethereum, and then we're going to say if Ethereum does not exist, so it's like value is null or whatever, then we're just going to say MetaMask not detected. Okay. And then we're just going to end the whole thing. Just hit return. It's kind of like a guard clause. Okay. Just make sure that's there. Okay. All right. We're going to check the chain ID, and we're going to get it from Ethereum, our request. And the method that we're looking for here is going to be ETH chain ID. Okay. That'll get us the whatever chain somebody logged on with, that specific chain ID. Okay. And then we can just say, hey, this person connected to chain, and then we can just write chain ID. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and set a Rinkeby chain ID, and Rinkeby chain ID is 0x4. Okay, that will make sure that the user is on Rinkeby indeed. Rinkeby is a test network, and it's also what I named my cat after. And then we're basically going to say, hey, whatever the chain ID that the user selected, if that's not the same as the Rinkeby chain ID, then in that case, you're not connected to the Rinkeby testnet, right? And then we want to now start getting some state variables into play. So let's go ahead and create a couple of state variables. We'll just start off with const correct network. we'll have set correct network. Okay, and this we could set it as false. So the start, the network that's selected is false, like not the right one. But then when it's set up correctly, we're just gonna go ahead and call this and say true, because it's gonna be the correct one. And then we're just gonna end this function because we got the wallet and we got the chain. So there's nothing to do anymore, just end everything. If that's not the case, then basically we're gonna, hold on, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. This should be false because you're not connected to the Rinkeby test network. And then this one should be true. Okay, that means yes, we are connected correctly. So there we go, true. Okay, once that's done, let's get our accounts now. Okay, so the account is this. If I open up my MetaMask, okay, I guess I can open up my MetaMask here as well. Account 3, right? So that's an account out of many other accounts. So you can see I have multiple other accounts, right? 1, 2, 3, whatever. So we're going to say accounts and we're going to await and do an Ethereum.request. Okay, and we'll say method on this one is going to be, let me hide this so you can see clearly. Method is going to be ETH request accounts. All right, once you do that, it'll request the accounts and it'll open up that modal where it like hovers over. And by modal, I mean this thing, right? When MetaMask actually pops open. So that's what that will do. And then what we want to do is we want to say found account and show the 0th account or whatever the account that the user pretty much selected. Okay. And once the account is set, then we need to actually keep track of the account as well. So let's go ahead and add a few more state variables. So here I'm going to have, is user logged in or not? Because we need to know that. So we're going to say set is user logged in. Initial state is going to be false, obviously. Let's also go ahead and import useState because we're going to need access to that. So I'll just do useState, hit enter, and it imported it. Okay. All right. So it's user logged in. Perfect. And then the next one I'm going to need access to is current account. Okay. So we can actually say current account, set current account, and make the current account empty. And so we can say the user is logged in at this point. So I can say this is true. And at this point, current account, we have access to that as well. So we can actually say set current account and we can actually give it accounts of 0. Okay, so both of those things are now done. And at this point, we're done with the connect wallet function. Okay, now all we want to do is we want to connect the connect wallet function to our component connect wallet button. So let's pass this function down because we're going to need access to it in this component. So I'm going to say connect wallet, give it connect wallet or function. Okay, so we're giving it this function. Now let's go to connect wallet button and we can destructure that connect wallet. And then we can add an on-click method. So you see, I even have these nice little notes here for you. So you could just go on click and just say connect wallet. So basically just run that function when I click it. Now let's see if we've done it correctly. Because if we've done it correctly, it should be working perfectly. Okay, so let's go ahead and say the user is currently not logged in. So let's remove that and let's see what happens. So I'll hit refresh on here. Okay, let's go ahead and open our REPL. Make sure you do yarn cd into client and then do yarn dev. That should pop it open. Okay, we should have a button coming up here anytime now. All right, we have this button right there. Let's go ahead and click that and boom, look at that. That popped open. That is very nice. Let's make sure that we're looking at our console log as well. Okay, connected to Qian. I misspelled it, but whatever. You get the point, chain. Let's hit, so this console log worked. Okay, let's hit next. Let's hit connect and boom, found account Rinkeby, right? That is awesome. Let's go back. Let's disconnect our account. So we can go ahead, click that Fox, go ahead and hit disconnect account. You could change your chain as well. So you could change from Rinkeby test network. So make sure you have Rinkeby test network, right? So if you don't have Rinkeby test network, you're gonna go ahead and click, you're gonna click here, you're gonna click show and hide test networks, and then you're gonna turn on test networks. And once you do that, these test networks should show up. Otherwise, you can go inside of your settings, go in advanced, and you could scroll down and you could see where it says show test networks, and you could turn it on that way as well. Okay. Now, let's say you do raw spin or whatever, connect wallet, and it says, hey, you're not connected to the Rinkeby test, right? So that error comes up right away and catches it. So it seems like we are ensuring that the user is indeed connecting with Rinkeby test network, and then it pops it up and then it allows you to connect. We can hit connect and boom, there we go. And then it pulls the account that you connected with specifically. So far, this is working beautifully. All right, next up, since we're done with our connect wallet function and it works perfectly, next up, we need to work on get all tasks. So we should be able to get all of our tasks, or rather, let's actually first add the ability to add a task. Okay, so let's look at this code note right here. It says add tasks from front end onto blockchain. So all we need to do is we need to just complete this function now. Okay, add task. How is add task going to work? First of all, we're going to go ahead and prevent default, because it's going to be a form we're going to fire off on, and this will avoid a refresh. Okay, so this is avoid refresh. That's all. Okay. All right. And then what we want to do is we want to create a task. Okay, and this task is going to be, the text is going to be whatever the user inputs. So this is going to be a state variable that we're going to keep track of. And this will be false, because whenever you create a task initially, the it is deleted will be false. So let's go back up. Let's keep track of input as well. So we're going to say input, set input, and use state, and it's going to be empty. Okay. All right. So there we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a try catch block here. Okay, and the catch is just going to be simple. The catch is just going to catch the error, and then it's going to just console log the error. Okay. All right. So now for our try block, rather, we need to pull, some of this code is going to be repetitive. Some of it you've already written. We're going to get access to Ethereum. And then what we're going to say, if Ethereum, so if it exists and your log Ethereum is there, then what I want to do is I want to grab the provider. So we're going to do ethers.providers.web3 provider and give it Ethereum. Okay. So in other words, we're going to give it, like, it's really MetaMask, even though it says Ethereum here. This is like actually MetaMask. Okay. So that's really what's happening here. So this is really MetaMask, and we're passing it the MetaMask provider. Okay. Hopefully that clarifies it for you. And then what we're going to say is hey, grab the signer, aka the person who just signed it. And then we're going to call our task contract. Okay, now we're ready. And we're going to do new ethers contract. And so we need to create this contract, and we're going to get our specific contract. So for our specific contract, it's going to need access to our contract address. Is going to need access to our ABI, okay? And then we're also going to need access to our signer. So now this will allow us to get access to task contract and all of its methods, like add task, delete task, get my tasks, everything that we created in our smart contracts. So if I go to our SOL file or task contract file, this will have access to all of these now. Okay, so let's go back to our index. All right, now that we have access to all of this, since this is the add task function, which method do you think we'll need to call after we get access to all of this? It's simple. After this, we need to actually call our task contract .add task, and we need to grab our task text, give it that, and we need to give it is deleted. Okay, so here, for example, is our task. This will be the input that the user gives, and this by default will be false. Okay, great. Task. And we can then do, since this is going to be a promise, we can then just get the response. You don't really need to do much with the response. And now we'll just set tasks rather. And so make sure we want to create a state variable that keeps track of these tasks as well. So we're going to say tasks, set tasks. Okay, and I'm going to say use state, and in the start, it's just going to be an empty array. And so we're going to say set tasks. And now we're really just going to say whatever tasks was previously plus that new task we just added. So this is really just appending to our task array. Okay, that's really what it's doing. And then we can say console log completed task or added task. Okay, perfect. And then what we want to do is we want to add a dot catch, and we want to say error and then just console log the error. Okay, perfect. So we have this if, and then to this if we want to write an else, and we just want to say console log Ethereum object does not exist. Okay, so just in case we don't get that Ethereum object. Cool. So now we can actually add a task, and all we need to do is we need to connect it to our front end. All right, so what does that mean? What that means is let's go ahead and let's put it in a state of that the user is logged in. So I'm going to go ahead and hard code that. Oh, sorry, actually, we don't even need that anymore. We could actually put the actual dynamic state, and we can just say is user logged in. And if the user is not logged in, then it'll show at this button. And then if the user is logged in, then it'll take us to the next thing. Okay, so let's go ahead, hit connect wallet. Let's go ahead and without this, let's refresh. Okay, great. And let's see, are we actually connected or are we not connected? Okay, cool. We are connected. Let's change this. User logged in, save it. Let's go back. Boom. Now let's see what happens once we connect. So I'll go ahead, hit connect wallet. Let's choose connect, and boom, it brings me in. Okay, so this is the final version, and we can leave it like this. Okay, so this is already working dynamically. If I disconnect, it should take me back to the home page. So let's go here. Let's try disconnecting. Okay, let's refresh. Boom, it brought me back to the home page. Now let's try it one more time. Try connecting, and it brought me back to the to-do list app page. Okay, so is user logged in? Like that one is working correctly. Now for this add task, this function needs to fire off when we add a task. But when I do this and I hit plus, but the thing is that this plus sign doesn't have a on-click functionality. So we need to keep track of whatever the user is typing in here, plus we need to actually, when the user clicks this, we need to add an on-click functionality, and we need our add task function to actually fire off when the user actually clicks that. And right before we do that, let's just go ahead and make this dynamic as well. So I'm going to say correct network ? That's it. Okay, so this part is now fully dynamic and it's working. Okay, so now going back to our add task, right? Our to-do list, let's go into our to-do list component. Our to-do list component has a form, and then it has this plus button. So we have these little notes here, right? That says, hey, take the input from here, because this is the actual input and the form part. And then it says, hey, add an on-click right here to that circle. Okay, so that's that circle right there. So we're gonna add both of them. So the first thing we need to do is we actually need to update the input from the user. Okay, so we're gonna go back to our index, and we need to actually pass the set input hook. Set input. That way we can actually update the input based on whatever the user finds, right? The set input. So that's one thing. We also need to give it the add task function. So let's go ahead and go add task. Okay, so now we've given it both. Let's go back into to-do list, and let's destructure set input, and let's destructure add task. Now let's go down, and one more actually thing we need to give it to is input, because to-do list is going to need access to whatever the input is at any given time. So let's go ahead and send it input as well. Okay, let's go back to our to-do list. All right, now right here, I'm going to say value is input. And then we need an on change. So we're going to say on change, okay, set input to be the target value. Okay, so whatever we're typing in. So this is like a pretty common React thing. If you're fuzzy on this, like you could watch my other React videos, and next videos, I go more into detail on this type of stuff. And boom, so that should take care of whatever I'm typing in. Okay, and then the plus button, we need to add the add task function to it. So we need to go on click, add task. Okay, so that's about it. Okay, that's about it. So let's go ahead and let's go write the word eat a cookie. Let's hit the plus button and let's see if anything happens. Boom, look at that. It popped open and it's asking for a confirmation and it's going to charge me something. I'm going to hit confirm. And you can see in the console log, it says added a task. That is so cool. So we were able to actually add a task. Eat a cookie, eat a brownie. Okay, that's the second task. Let's click plus sign and it's working. Let's go here and let's hit confirm. Boom. You can see that it says added task was ran twice. So we eat a cookie, eat a brownie, eating lots of food here. Now you might be wondering, hey, how come all tasks are not showing up? That's because we didn't actually finish writing that method. So once we finish writing that method, it will actually work. Okay. And now if you're wondering, hey, why does it log us back out? We need to actually just write a use effect hook. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and say use effect. Let's import it. Okay, and what we need to say in our use effect hook is simple. We just need to run our connect wallet right when our app runs. So now if I refresh, logged in automatically. Okay, very nice. All right, great. So far, app is looking very good. It's doing what we needed to do. But now what we need to do is we need to be able to retrieve all of those tasks and then show them onto the screen. All right, now let's go ahead and get all of our tasks. Okay, so this is like really one of the key methods that we're going to create because it's going to get obviously all of our tasks. So some of the code is going to be repetitive. And for that, we can just copy this. So let's actually first write our try block in our get tasks. So let's go here. I'm going to say try and then catch, and whatever error we get, we're just going to console log that error. Okay. And now in this try catch block, some of the code is going to be simple for getting up to the task contract. So I'm going to copy this and paste it. Okay. So this gets us the task contract address. Why is it complaining? There we go. Okay, cool. And now we need to actually get all of the tasks. So we need to go ahead and say, let all tasks, and I'm going to say await task contract dot get my tasks. And then we can just say set tasks to all tasks, just like that. All right. Else Ethereum object does not exist. Okay, boom, there we go. So that right there should actually just get all of our tasks. We're getting all of our tasks. We're setting all of our tasks. So now all we actually need to do is in our to-do list. Well, our to-do list needs access to our tasks. And then we need to destructure it here, tasks. And I have these notes here that says, hey, just loop through all the tasks using the task component. So we're going to go ahead and just do that now. So in our to-do list, let's go right there. And I'm going to say tasks.map. And for each item, I want you to do the following. Okay, you're going to call the task component. All right, it's going to be self-closing. And then the properties we're going to give it is for key is going to be just item.id. Task text is going to be item.task text. And on click, we're going to give it an on click, but for now, let's leave it. Okay, so on click, delete task. That's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to leave that commented out. Cool. Now it's like, hey, task could not find this component. So we need to actually just import this component and then we should be good. So we have created this task component right over here. Okay, so we just need to import that. So import task from task. All right, and that should get access to it. And then we just render out the task component. And now let's take a look. So let's go back to our app. Let's hit refresh and let's see if it's able to pull any of the tasks that we've created thus far. I discovered it. Okay, so we have to actually call get my task. We've never called it. So how will it know? So we need to get all tasks like pretty much right when our app loads, and then it's going to get all the tasks, and then it's going to do the thing. Okay, there we go. That was the problem that was happening, because you can even see it says, hey, get all tasks is declared, but it's actually never ever used. So let's bring that bad boy back. Let's go here, let's refresh, and let's see, fingers crossed, hopefully our tasks should show up. All right, so we're making some progress. So it's not writing out what those tasks are. Okay, so something is happening with the task text. Let's just take a look. Task text, okay, is the input of the user. Yep. Also at the end, what we need to do of this add task that we actually forgot to do at the end was we need to make sure that once you hit submit, you just reset it to empty like this. Okay, once you're done writing the task, just set it to empty. Okay, let's try eat a cookie. Let's try now. And let's hit this. Okay, let's hit confirm. And let's see if we have better luck this time. We do not have better luck this time. All right, to debug this problem, let's just add a console log here and say, hey, just console log all tasks. And now when you go back actually, and if you refresh, watch what's gonna happen. Keep an eye on the console log and look at that. Okay, so I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger so you can see. That's what he said. And here you can see that I have all my tasks showing up. Okay, eat a cookie, eat a brownie, eat more, eat a cookie. So lots of cookie eating tasks were there. And then we have task text that you could see there. So our tasks are working correctly. They're just not showing up the way that we want them to. So we'll fix that now. So basically what this tells me is that it's just not being rendered out on the front end. So for example, if we follow the logic down, we're passing tasks to-do list. So let's go inside of to-do list. I command click it. We're destructuring tasks, and then we're looping through tasks. So the culprit might be this task component. Let's command click into this. And if we look here, this is the component that should actually be showing the task, because this here is the task component right there, like this specifically. So why is it not showing the task? I don't see task text anywhere. Even though we're passing it task test, it's not really doing anything with it. So we need to actually destructure and go task text. And then we need to actually show that task text right here, task text. Okay, so once we do that, let's go back. And look at that. Here we go. Let's say drive a Ferrari. That's a task. Let's add it in. So a good thing was it was a front end problem. It wasn't a back end problem. Our back end was working perfectly. And boom, drive a Ferrari. Now the last thing we need is to make these delete buttons work. So let's go ahead and add the delete functionality. Okay, now let's add the delete task functionality. So for delete task functionality, this one is not going to be super complicated. This one is actually going to be fairly straightforward. What we need to do is there's going to be some bits of repetitive code. Like for example, our try catch blocks. So try, and then we're going to say catch error, and then just say console log error. Okay. And then we actually need to get access to our task contract address. So we're just going to repeat this piece of code right here. All right, so this just runs, and the whole point of this is to get us access to our task contract address. Let's close out this if statement right here, and else will just be console log Ethereum does not exist or whatever. Okay, and now within this if statement is where all the magic is going to happen, and we're gonna go ahead and delete the task. So we can just say await task contract.delete task. And when you delete a task, we're going to give it a key. Okay, that key is actually going to be passed in already. Okay, that key is basically going to be like this. So for example, if you delete this task right over here, this task already probably has the key of 5, because we gave it that key. If I go to our to-do list, we gave it that key right over here, the item.id. And the ID is incrementally loops from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on. And so let's go back into our index. So that key is already there. So we're going to give it that key. So it's like giving it, hey, delete the eat the cookie task, aka delete the task with the ID of 0, and set its deleted value to true. Okay, so now its deleted value is set to true. So we're going to do this. Okay, and then what we want to do is we're just going to say let all tasks. Okay, and you could store this. So you could say const delete task transaction, and you could console log and say successfully deleted, and then pass in that transaction. And let's put a little ta-da emoji in there. And then we're just gonna go ahead and await task contract and get all of our tasks again, get my tasks, okay, and then set all of these tasks. So now we're gonna set all of the new tasks, because now it's gonna send it to our backend. So we're just labeling a task as quote unquote. So we label a task as, hey, this is marked as deleted. Then we send it to our backend, filters it. Once it filters it, okay, so once we're done, it filters it. We, on our front end, retrieve all of the tasks again from our backend or blockchain part. And then we just set those as the new tasks. And then we're done. Okay, so this is the delete task functionality. And delete task functionality is now completed. Now, who needs access to delete task? Our to-do list is going to need access to delete task. And the reason for that is our component task is going to need access to it. Okay, so it's like a little bit of prop drilling, but not too crazy. Okay, so let's go ahead and do delete task. Okay, and then let's go to our task component. And we're going to go ahead and say on click, right? On click, we are going to delete task and give it the item.id. That's it. Okay. And that should really delete it. So let's go ahead and drive a Ferrari. Let's go ahead and delete this task. Okay. Let's go ahead and refresh, save a few times and delete. Okay. Nothing is happening right now. So what's the problem? Delete task. Okay. We're destructuring delete task. Let's go into index. We're passing delete task is being passed. So all of that is good. Actually, I don't think we need to add this here. We need to actually give this on click. All right, so we're gonna need to give this on click to delete task. So we're gonna go ahead and say, we're gonna pass this function delete task, and we're gonna pass that down. So I don't think we need to actually add that here. Okay, so let's go to our delete our task component now. Okay. Go to our task component. Inside of our task component, let's go ahead and delete task. Let's destructure delete task. Okay, and then here we're gonna add an on click. So on the garbage can is where the on click takes place, and we're gonna go ahead and say delete task. Okay, on click, that's what should happen. Now let's give it a try. I think this is, to me, is looking right. Now let's go ahead, click, drive a Ferrari, try to delete it. So refresh. We get an error. It should show us what the error is too. Oh yeah, we need to give it the specific item ID. So let's go ahead and do, actually what we could do is we could do it the other way. Let's go back to our to-do list. And here we're actually going to give it an on click. And the on click here is going to be delete task and that specific item.id. And then let's go into task. Let's go ahead and destructure on click. And then we're going to give it the on click. Okay, so that way we have access to item ID and we don't have to like destructure and pass down the item ID. Okay, cool. So let's go and try it now. Remove, drive a Ferrari, and there we go. Now it's popping up. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and hit confirm on that. So that transaction, it says successfully deleted. Okay, now if I go ahead and refresh my app, okay, let's see. Sometimes it takes a second, so let's give it some time. And there you go. Okay, so yeah, while it says successfully deleted and you get the transaction ID on the blockchain, it still needs to verify it. That takes some time. So once it's fully verified, it can, and now, then it deletes it. So now when I refresh and I go here, you see the Ferrari one is actually gone. So now if I create a new task, let's go ahead and hit the plus sign. So when I hit confirm, this will add the task. Okay. Boom, we got a new task. And now I can actually hit, let's go ahead and refresh. And where's my new task go? Okay, now it's actually there. So even creating tasks takes a second. Okay, so that's why you have to wait a little bit. And now I can actually remove it. Okay, so successfully removed. I have the hash, the removal, but it's going to still verifying on the back end, right? The blockchain side. So see, now the new task has been deleted and it is not there. Guys, this is amazing. If you've gone this so far, huge props to you. All right, so I really hope you guys enjoyed building that to-do list app and you got to learn a ton of Solidity concepts, how smart contracts work, how you actually interface your front end with the blockchain component. It's mind-blowing stuff. And we had authentication in there. So if I actually log out and I log in as a different user, you won't see these tasks there. And you won't be able to delete these tasks and you won't be able to interface with them. So we have all of that and then some. And it was so quick and so nice. And we didn't even use a database, which is mind-blowing and cool. I hope you enjoyed it. Huge credit and shout out to Code with Kavit. You should check out also his video. Huge shout out to him. So for a lot of the ideas in this video and some of the code for the smart contract and a lot of the inspiration. Okay, so that was really awesome. And so thank you, Code with Kavit. The huge shout out to you. And again, guys, as always, I love your beautiful face. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to another Web3/blockchain project that we're going to be building using Infura. This project is going to be a lottery dApp. Now, there are gaming companies out there like crypto games using something similar. The point of this is you have multiple users enter, each of who pays in Ethereum a certain amount in the pot. And at the end, you pick a winner and you randomly select a winner, and that winner takes the entire pot. But we're just gonna have fun with it and learn Web3 by building this lottery dApp. Now, let's go ahead and kind of demo what the app looks like. So here's the app. I currently have no players inside here, right? You can see that I have 0 players at the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and with one of my accounts, I'm going to enter this, okay? And then we're gonna add in one person, okay? And so I'm going to log in here, cool. And now we have one person and I'm gonna enter with that account, cool. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna enter, boom, I'm in. And now let's go ahead. We're gonna speed up through this process so we can go faster. I'll just pay higher gas fee. Now I have entered as a user and you can see at the bottom that I'm inside. Now I'm going to enter with a second account. So let's go ahead, repeat the same exact process and we'll enter it. All right, now we're gonna enter a second user. So I'm gonna go ahead to my MetaMask. I'm gonna speed up and do the same thing. And boom, at the bottom, you can see that the second user has been added to this lottery and each of them added 0.15 ETH to the lottery. And at the end of this, what you'll notice is we have a winner. And that winner, which is this account right over here, he won all of that ETH, okay? So that's how this will work. Next up, what we need to do is we need to sign up for Infura. And the reason why we need to do that is so we can actually build this app. It's going to be completely free and it's going to allow you to build your Web3 app and scale it as much as you want. So I want you to go to the URL in the description below. Okay, we've given it to you. You'll get to this landing page of Infura and then just hit sign up at the top. Once you do that, just make sure you create an account under get started for free, pop in your email and your password. And once you're done doing that, it's going to ask you to verify it. Then just simply go ahead, verify your account, and then it'll take you to this next page. Okay, pick your role, etc., which organization. You can pretty much pick whatever you want, hit submit. For the network, we're going to choose the Web3 API, formerly Ethereum, and for name, we're going to say production and then just hit submit. Okay. Once you're done with that, it's going to bring you to this page. At this point, this is where you are. You can take a look around, but your job here is done. You don't really need to do anything else. With that said, we're going to continue, and next up, work on installing MetaMask. Now we're going to go ahead and install MetaMask. If you already know how to install it and use it, just skip this part. Timestamps are below. I'm going to keep going. So go to MetaMask on Google, find it as a Chrome extension, hit add to Chrome. And what you want to do after you add it to Chrome is just hit agree with everything. So it takes you to the next part. And this is the important thing that I need you to do. Once you are on this page where it says new to MetaMask, do not pick no, I already have a secret recovery phrase. Choose yes, let's get set up. Create a wallet there and then pop in your password. And the important thing we're going to really need is this mnemonic phrase that it gives you, aka your secret recovery phrase. This is the important part because in this app, in this dApp that you're going to be building, you're going to need access to this. So make sure if you already have an existing account, make sure you have the secret recovery phrase. If you don't have a secret recovery phrase or you forgot it, just make a new account right now. Okay, and then follow along that way. It's going to ask you to confirm your secret security phrase, and then it's going to ask you to safely store it somewhere. Then in your account, you're going to notice that you don't have any other accounts, like any other networks. You only have the Ethereum mainnet. So what you want to do in that case is you want to click where it says show/hide test networks and go to your advanced settings. And in there, you want to say show test network. So make sure that's turned on and make sure the show conversion on test networks is also turned on. And now when you hit X and you hit your networks, you can see that all these other test networks are there, like Ropsten and Gorley, etc. All right, so type in Ropsten faucet because what we want to do is we want to get some free Ropsten, which is essentially Ether, okay? And that's how you're going to be able to play with this app and do stuff with this app. So go to this Ropsten testnet faucet, go ahead to your MetaMask, and you can pin it just like I did here. Right click and copy the account address and paste this account address and say, give me Ropsten ETH. It's going to give you the Ropsten ETH. You could see that we got 10 Ropsten ETH right here. Now, I do want to highlight something here. You will see Ropsten will shut down in Q4, okay? So it's going to be shutting down soon. But what we're showing you here is just as easy to do with the Gorley test network as you can do with Ropsten. So you could follow along and you could just do it with Gorley, okay? So if you're watching this after 2022, just do that. You should be fine. With that said, we're going to keep going. And now we get to the coding part. Now open up your command line and we're just going to go ahead and get your entire project set up. Some key notes that I want to show you is I want you to go ahead and do into your GitHub folder or wherever you store all of your stuff. And then I want you to use npx clever programmer. Now, before I continue, the benefit of doing this way is we are giving you all of the assets for, just giving it away for you. Okay. So you're going to have access to all of the assets. You will have access to the styling of this app. You will have access to the components inside of this app. And, majority of front end, you'll get access to. Okay. What you won't get access to are things like blockchain and smart contract, because in this project, I don't want to focus so much on the front end part. Otherwise, this tutorial would be 9 hours, 10 hours long. We want to focus more on the interesting aspects of this project, which are the smart contract, the blockchain part. So that's what we're going to be focusing on more. And we're giving away a lot of this. And if you do npx clever programmer, you'll automatically get access to all of these things for this project, for this lottery dApp. Okay, so we're making your life a lot easier. So do npx clever programmer at latest, and then it will install it globally. And then just go ahead, pop in your email. And what you want to do after you put in your email is it'll ask you for your name. And then simply go ahead and choose the project. So here, I want you to go ahead and choose the lottery app. Go to that, okay, select it, and then you're just going to hit enter. Now it's going to initialize your project. It's going to give you the front end, right? It's going to install all of the dependencies. And it's also going to tell you to smash that like button while you wait. So go ahead, do that right now while it's loading. It also automatically, there's a fancy thing that we've added to it where it automatically opens up your Visual Studio Code. If it gives you an error there or doesn't work for you somehow, just go there and open up this folder inside of your Visual Studio Code. And there you go. There's your project, your lottery app. There you go. Okay, this is your starter. Now, all I want you to do is go ahead and do yarn dev, and it should open it up on your right hand side, or just open it up in Chrome on your local host 3000. Okay, and just get to the part where your app is up and running. Okay, so there you go. That is the starter. Okay, if it doesn't error out, it's telling you that, hey, this is working. All the styling is here and everything is here. And this blank page here with this color, that's a good sign. That means your starter is completely working. So good job. And with that said, we're going to go ahead and continue building. All right, now what I want to show you is that at any given time, I don't want you to get stuck. All right, I do not want you to get stuck. So what we have done for you is this thing that you got from NPX Clever Programmer. If you're a more advanced user, you are sitting on a branch right now called CLI Starter. And there's a branch of this project that's called, I believe, main, right? The main one. The main branch actually has the solution. So at any given point, you could switch to that branch and get the solution. Okay, this is the branch you're currently on by default because all you did from the CLI tool was clone this repo on your computer. Okay, so let's just walk through it. And you could also go to this repository from the link in the description below. So it has a solution on there. So you could do it that way too. Just use one of the links in the description below. And you could see that we have all of the code right there, right? I could click into context and I could click context.js and it will give you the entire solution for this project. Okay, so there you go. This is just a thing that's made available to you to get answers, to get unstuck at any given point. Just wanted to highlight that. With that said, now we're going to start building the smart contract. And this is going to be a really fun process because we're going to do it step by step. So let's go. All right, now what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to go ahead to Remix IDE. All right, so we're going to go to Remix IDE, which is a phenomenal online IDE, and it's completely free for writing smart contracts and iterating and getting live instant feedback for everything that you're doing. So go ahead there, okay, and start coding online. Click that and it'll bring you to their page. Just hit accept, cool, hit next, blah blah blah, and then you should be good to go. Okay, here you're going to choose a workspace name. All right, you could call it lottery. We'll call it lottery DApp, and then on the left hand side you will see that it populated it with some dummy contracts and stuff like that, just to kind of get you started. Okay, so close the scripts tab, close the test tab, go into contracts, and inside of contracts, we're going to make a contract, and it's going to be called lottery.sol. Okay, so lottery.solidity contract. Great. Now that we're doing this, let's go ahead on the left-hand side, and I'm going to click on that third tab, and we're going to choose auto compile, and for the version we're going to choose 0.8.15 plus. That's the version. Let's go back to our lottery.sol, and here, first of all, the first thing we do always is pick the license. So we're just going to choose the MIT license for this one. We're going to pick our Solidity version at 0.8.15. We're going to create a contract called lottery. And in this contract, okay, the first things that we're going to create are state and some storage variables that are going to be necessary for us. So let's create a owner. We're going to need to keep track of our owner. Let's create also a players array. Okay. That's where all of our players are going to go inside of. Let's also go ahead and create a winners array. And then we're going to go ahead and create a lottery ID, which we will keep track of. Okay. And now I'm going to go ahead and explain something special for you. Okay. So for example, I told you that these are the variable names here, right? But I didn't explain to you what address payable public is. So let's go ahead and do that now. Address is a special data type in Solidity which refers to, anytime you see a wallet address that's like that, there's a specific data type for that. That's not just a string. Okay, in JavaScript, you'd store that as a string, but in Solidity, you store that as an actual data type. Public here means everybody will have access to these variables, meaning that even outside of the smart contract, you could access them. Okay, so that's why it's public, 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 public. So you could make it private as well, which would mean that we can't access it from outside. But in this case, we don't need to do that. Okay, so that's the word public. Okay, so hopefully that handles that situation. Now, what is this thing called payable? Payable means that these contract addresses are put in a way where we can pay them or we can send money to them. All right, now payable means these are the guys that are, where we can actually send them money. Okay, so that's why this address type is a payable type, because any of these players, we want to be able to send them money based on if they won the lottery or not. Okay, that's what's happening there. This empty open close array that you see over here, that basically says that this data type is going to be an array of addresses, meaning that there are going to be multiple addresses in here. So players variable isn't just going to be like one random 0x ... address. It means it's going to be an array of addresses. So it's going to look more like this, comma 0x ... comma 0x ... 0x ... I think you get the idea, right? With multiple addresses there. Okay, so that's what's happening inside of this array. It's going to be an array of addresses. Then we have array of winners. The reason why we're not making this public, or sorry, making this payable, is because they've already won. So we don't want to be able to pay them programmatically or at all, because they've already gotten the money. And then we have lottery ID, which is an integer, because it's going to be 0 when it's the first lottery. Then it's going to be 1 on the second lottery, 2 on the third lottery, etc. And we'll show you how to do that as well. Okay. All right, let's keep going with this. So once I'm done with that, we're going to create a constructor. And this constructor, this runs when the contract is deployed. Okay, so let's create a constructor here. We're going to go ahead and say owner is the message sender, aka whoever created the contract, whoever was like logged into their MetaMask and was the person that created the contract at the time that the contract was created. Okay, that's gonna be set as the owner. So what constructor means that this piece of code is going to run right when this contract is deployed. So the very first time this contract is deployed, it'll run, and then this part will never really run ever again. It'll only run once when the contract is deployed. If you have experience with React, think of it kind of like your use, your use effect hook, where it fires off once the page loads, and then if you don't have any dependencies, it doesn't fire off again, right? Kind of like that, except it just runs once forever, even if you refresh the page. And we're going to set the lottery ID to 0 because that's what we want to initialize it to be. Next up, we're going to create the enter function. So this will be the function that allows a user to really enter the lottery. So let's go ahead, say function enter, and I'm going to say it's a public function. Okay. And I'll explain why we're saying payable afterwards. This function, we want to make sure that we require the message value is you need to put in, basically what we're saying here is, hey, you need to put in more than 0.1 ETH. Okay. So if you're gonna put some money in the pool, make sure it's more than 0.1 Ether. Because you can't just put like baby money in it, right? We're here to play. The big boys are here. The big boys and the big girls are here. I don't want to get canceled like Andrew Tate. So here, then once we do that, we want to do players.push, and we want to push the address of whoever was like the logged in user in MetaMask. Whenever you see message.sender, think the current logged in user with MetaMask. Okay, that's the easy way I think about it. And so I'm pushing whoever was currently logged in and entered the lottery. Boom, add them to the players array. That's what we're doing. All right, so now what's special about this function and why we're calling payable right here is because this function, by doing payable here, means you can actually kind of quote unquote pay this function. Okay, when you call this function, you could enter and you could literally pass it like 2 ETH. So think of it like that. You're almost calling the function. You can pass it a certain amount of ETH, and that ETH that you pass this function, it will actually store that inside of the contract address. Okay, so the contract address. So think of the contract address like just another wallet, just like kind of how you have a wallet. Contract address kind of has a built-in wallet. And so the money is going into the contract pool. Okay, so that's how the money is going into the pool. And then we just make sure that the message value, right, is greater than 0.1 Ether. And then if it is, we go great. We add that to our players array that we created up at the top. And we want to make sure it's payable so that whoever entered the players array is a payable address. Okay, so that way we can pay them out later. One thing to note here is if you didn't have the word payable here, you wouldn't be able to require message.value. Okay. All right. So that is the, the heart of that enter function. Now let's go ahead and test it out. So by the way, here's the really cool thing about Remix, right? Look at that. It just gives us so many accounts and all of them have 100 Ether in it. So you don't have to go to a faucet, get Ether in your wallet, do all this garbage. You just have it here right away, ready to go. So that makes our lives very easy. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm going to take this account, the 0x5B3 account. And with that account, I'm going to go ahead and deploy this smart contract. So let's go ahead and hit deploy. Now you'll notice that when it deployed, it took some amount of Ether out of my account to be able to deploy. Okay. Now the smart contract is deployed. Now we have this function enter, and we'll try to run this function enter. I just tried to run it. Do you notice what just happened? Right when I tried to run it, I got into this error over here. And this error basically saying, hey, you don't have more than 0.1 Ether. Okay, so we need to actually send it some money before we can run it. So we got this error and we're not very happy, right? Because you don't like when you get errors. But this happened because we're not giving it more than 0.1 Ether, equal to or more than. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go grab value. And sometimes this is a little buggy in Remix IDE. So just Command A, like select it and then hit delete backspace. And then you can like hit 1 or something, or hit the arrow at the top and then it'll actually increment the value. So sometimes this bugs out. Make sure you get the 1 there and then change it to Ether once you're done doing that. And now go down and hit enter and let's see what happens. And boom, look at that. We were entered into the lottery. So let me ask you a question. If I pooled 1 ETH and I entered into the lottery, what's the total lottery pool right now? I'll give you 5 seconds to try to answer this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I really hope you said 1. Okay, I really hope you did. Because it's 1 person and 1 person entered with 1 ETH. So we have 1 total pool. Okay, great. I'll ask you this question again when another person enters. So keep your answer ready. I'm going to go ahead and choose a different account. So I'm going to choose the 0xAB8 account with 100 Ether because I'm a big boy. we're going to scroll down and I'm going to hit enter and let's see what happens. I got an error because I didn't add any value. I didn't pool any money. So let's go ahead and pool it. I'm going to go 1 and then let's click enter. There we go. We just entered it with 1 ETH. Okay. So now the total amount of the pool is 2 ETH. Okay. Now let's go ahead and grab all the players that are currently entered so we can see their wallet addresses. All right, so for get players, I'm going to write this function. It's going to be called, surprise, surprise, get players. And it's going to be just a public view, meaning it doesn't really do anything. It just shows stuff. What we're going to be returning here is an array of payable addresses. And just write memory because otherwise you're going to get an error. And at the bottom, I want to say return players. Okay, so we're going to return players. That's all it does. Those are the players that we're going to be returning that we initialized, at the top. Okay, great. So now that this function is made, let's go ahead and kind of re-enter. So we're going to delete the smart contract that we previously had because we're going to need to redeploy this new smart contract because we just made changes to it. So I'm going to choose my 0x5B wallet to deploy it with. We just deployed the smart contract. It is deployed. Let's click it so it expands. And here I have my get players function. As you can see, I have an array of addresses that is currently empty and it's a 0 because there are no players in the pool right now, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and enter with 1 ETH with my, the owner. The owner is going to come in and enter. It's like the dude who owned the basketball team, right? Jumps down and starts playing with Steph Curry, and their team members. So that's what's happening here. The guy who created the lottery is playing the lottery. A little conflict of interest there, but it's fine. Now I'm going to choose a second address and hit enter. Okay, with 1 ETH. Now we got 2 players. Okay, let's see who. And yeah, when I hit players, right, boom, we could see the 2 players are showing up. So this function get players is working perfectly. That is amazing. Now we're going to write a new function called get balance, and it will get the balance of the pool, aka the balance of the contract address. So if it has 2 ETH, it needs to show 2 ETH. So what we're going to say is return address this.balance. Why am I writing the keyword this? This refers to this specific contract address. It refers to this contract, the one you're writing. Okay, so it'll return the balance that this contract has. That's how we get it. Now let's delete our contract. Let's go back to our 0x5B account, which won't be called 0x5B on yours because it'll probably be something different, right? We all get different addresses with different, with 100 ETH in it. Let's go and hit deploy again. So you can see you have a bunch of you have your deployed contract, and now you could see the get balance, which I saw nicely hovered over for you. Then we're going to, then we're going to put in 1 ETH into the pool. Let's hit enter. So I joined with 1 ETH. So the owner jumped in again with 1 ETH. And let's go and see what happens when this other guy jumps in with 1 ETH. Let's hit enter. So now 2 people have jumped in with 1 ETH. Let me ask you a question. Currently, what's the pool size? How much ETH is in there? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I hope that you said 2 ETH because 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. If you didn't get that right, you, my friend, have much bigger problems than learning blockchain. Okay. So I would be really worried if you didn't get that answer right. You look yourself in the mirror and, oh, yeah, okay. So it's showing that we have 2 ETH, but it's showing like 2 trillion or 2 billion ETH. And the reason why it's doing that most likely is because it's showing that in way. Okay. Yeah. So way is like a very small unit, right? Way is like think of way as you have cents. Think of ETH as dollars. So you have dollars and then you have cents, but something even smaller than a cent. Because like, just to expand on this analogy, right? $1 is 100 cents. So 1 ETH might be 100 way, even though 1 ETH is way bigger than 100 way. It's way bigger. There you go. And now I'm writing a comment for you, letting you know that Solidity works in way. So it's written out and extremely obvious to you. So you just have no chance of missing that piece of information. Now we're going to get lottery ID. And I'm going to create this function. It will be called get lottery ID. And this will be a very simple function. So it's going to be public view returns, and we're going to return an integer. And we're going to, if you see uint, it just means an unsigned integer. And that means it could be negative or positive. But literally, whenever I say int, just think uint. Keep your life easy. And then we're going to go ahead and do return lottery ID. So very, very simple, because we've made this variable up at the top here on line 9. And we're simply returning it on line 36. So in order to test this get lottery ID, we need to delete our current smart contract. We need to go back, and then we're going to deploy our smart contract. So let's hit deploy. It's been deployed successfully. You can see at the bottom it's there. And now you can click get lottery ID, and it shows you that the current lottery ID is 0, which makes sense because in the constructor, we defined it to be 0, right? Boom, there we go. A hand in the brain. We defined it to be 0. Okay, perfect. Now we'll make a new function, and this will allow us to get a random number. This is going to be a helper function for picking a winner. So I'm going to create this function, and we're going to say get random number. And it's just going to be a public view. It's not going to mutate any data, so it's not going to cost us anything, okay? And it's going to return an integer. And it's going to return a random number. And what we'll do, so I'm going to get, so CAC is going, 256 is going to help us generate a random number. And to be technically accurate, it's going to be a pseudo random number, which, if a really professional hacker tried to destroy your app or hack your app, they probably could. So if you're building a production, app, and you need this random number to be truly random, then you should look into Chainlink and how you could set this up with them. Okay, I wouldn't try to do this yourself using pseudo code. Okay, so we got so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take the ABI, and we're gonna say in code packed, we're gonna pass it the owner of the smart contract, and then we're gonna give it a block.timestamp. So we're just gonna give it some unique pieces of information like the owner and the timestamp, and we're hoping that that information, when we give it to it, it'll encode it. It'll use the algorithm CAC256 to kind of scramble it, and then we'll call integer on it, because and at that point we'll assume it'll give us somewhat of a random looking number with fairly weird obfuscated information that we're giving it. So that's how we create a random number. I wish they just had math.random, because this is ridiculous, right? But we're early, so we got to pay the price for being this early. All right, let's go ahead and delete our smart contract that we had deployed. And now we're going to pick a winner. That's what we're going to be doing, okay? But let's go ahead and test our get random number first. So I'm going to deploy our smart contract. Let's go down, and you can see get random number function is right there. Let's click it. Let's see if anything happens. Whoa, something did happen. It gave us this massive random number. I mean, that would have been crazy. Can you imagine if I asked you to guess that number? How screwed you would have been? Holy but Jesus, that is an insane number to guess. So for us, I mean, the pseudo random number is pretty darn good. Okay, hack is doing something useful. Okay, let's go ahead and write this pick winner function, and I'm going to call it pick winner. It's going to be public. We're going to require that the person who can pick the winner is the owner. Nobody outside of the owner should be allowed to pick the winner. And even the owner will get to pick the winner randomly. So that's what we're doing, require, and we want to say, hey, make sure that the current logged in MetaMask user, aka message.sender, or whatever wallet you're using, is the owner of the address. Okay, and I believe we assigned the owner when the constructor happened, right? When we deploy the smart contract. And then we're going to create a random index using the get random number function we made. And then we're going to do module players.length. And here's what's happening here, okay? Let's say you have, 5 players or 2 players, Ryu, and you have Ken, okay, from Street Fighter. Get random index, whenever you run this function, it'll either get you 0 or 1, or 0 or 1. Okay, literally just those, out of those 2 numbers, it'll randomly pick between those 2. Now let's say that you had also Zangief. Now this random number will get you a number between 0, 1, and 2 randomly between these. Okay, so that part of how, so remember how get random number was giving you this big giant number? Well, you might be thinking, how the heck is that going to give us a index number like 0, 1, or 2? How is it doing that? That is the magic of this modulo players.length operator. It's very nice. And modulo allows us, it's a remainder. Okay, that's what it technically, mathematically speaking, modulo is just a remainder. So if you did 3 divided by 2, you'd get a remainder of 1. But another way to think about it is it just allows you to wrap around whatever you give it. So if you give it like 2 or a number 3, right, then effectively you're taking this giant number, you're dividing it by 3, and you'll have some remainder left over that'll be always between 0, 1, or 2. So that's the trick we're doing here. The way I like to think about it is if I give it 3, it'll always wrap around and give me between 0, 1, and 2. It'll always, always, always do that if I give it a module. Like module allows me to wrap things around. Okay, whatever mental framework you want to use to understand that, that's fine. But at a higher level, if we ignore all this nerdy crap, just know that random index gives you between 0, 1, and 2, or whatever the length of that array, players array is. So if that player array is 100 items in there, or 100 players in there playing the lottery, then it will be between 0 to 99, and it'll pick a number between, that entire range of 0 through 99. Okay. All right. And then we're going to grab a random player and transfer them the funds of this contract. So remember, address this dot balance. Okay. All right. So there we go. This allows us to take the funds from our contract address. Okay, so let's say that we have this our big pool, right? And it has all of the monies. Then we have this like array of players, right? Player 1, player 2, player 3. We randomly select, let's say this player 3, right? And then because of this here dot transfer, we are able to take that player 3, right? And let's say that they're a real person, they're very happy. Then we send them the funds. Okay, this is what's happening, guys. There's real life stuff happening. You're changing people's lives writing this code. So don't just think of it like random nerdy math numbers. Somebody will be able to use this one day and get money in the bank account, and then, they can provide for their little tiny children who are much smaller than them. This is not to scale. But yeah, because that would be a huge face, right? If your little child that was 6 years old was smaller than your face, that would be crazy. Unless you're Shaquille O'Neal. So now we're gonna go and grab the winners and push the player that was the winner. Okay, so the person that we chose to win, we're gonna push that winner onto the array. So, in other words, this part over here, player's random index, okay, this weird looking code, that just really means winner. Okay. And so all we're doing here is we're just pushing that winner. Okay, that's what's happening. Hopefully that's not too scary or weird or freaky. What the heck is this? Okay, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'll use it one day for something. But for now, let's keep going. All right, now we have lottery ID, and what I want to do is every single time you've picked a winner, well, at that point, essentially the lottery is done. The current lottery is done. So when the current lottery is done, at that point, I think we should increment the lottery ID by 1, because now, you're technically on the second lottery, because the first lottery is over. People have been paid out, got their money, and life's good. And last thing we want to do is remember that players array we had, like the current active players that were playing the lottery. Well, we need to clear that array. So we're going to write this function that's going to allow us to do that. So imagine you had this array with player 1, comma player 2. What this function is going to allow you to do is really just turn it into an empty array. That's all. Okay. And not function, but we're just going to take our variable players that we had initially written, and we're going to just reassign it and give it a new definition. And we're just going to say, hey, become an empty array. I wish Solidity could just make it easy for you. Okay, what we're really writing here, before I write it and freaks you out, here's what we're really writing. Players equals empty array. That is it. Okay, in JavaScript, that is what you would do, and you would move on. In Solidity, they want you to just go through a lot of pain and be super verbose with what you're doing. But I understand why, to make your code less error prone, add in type safety, increases the speed. I understand, but it's still kind of annoying from a developer experience perspective. And so that's all you're doing here. You're just saying, hey, players should be a new thing, and it should be a array of address payables, and currently it's at size 0, meaning it's just currently empty. We're making it empty. Okay, great. Okay, now let's go ahead and play with this new function that we made. So let's deploy the smart contract. Let's go make sure that it's deployed and it's showing us. And you can see we have pick winner looking orange, looking really nice. All right, so I just want to kind of take a quick pause here and explain what the heck is that? I just want to explain what all of this is, right? Why are these blue? So what does blue mean? Why is that one orange? What does that mean? Okay, and then red. So blue means these are our getters. These are just your public view functions that don't change any data, don't change anything. Rather, they return something. Okay, so these are our getters. And then orange are our setters. That is where you're changing data and mutating data, aka like we're mutating and we're changing the definition of the word players. We're mutating winners because we're adding a player to the winners array. We're taking lottery ID and we're incrementing it by 1. So there's a lot of mutation happening. And then this red over here, it's a legendary weapon. Orange, to me, used to be a legendary weapon in the game Borderlands. So orange is a very special color, but that's not what it means here. Okay, and then red here means it's a payable. There's some payment action, money stuff is happening. Okay, that's as far as I know. When I find out new information, I'll let you know. So the color coding kind of makes it nice. You can look at it visually and know kind of what's happening. All right, now we're gonna try this. Okay, so let's go ahead and deploy this smart contract. We've deployed it, but let's enter it with 1 ETH as our, as the owner. And then I'm going to go to another, pick another wallet. And I'm gonna put in 1 ETH here, and I'm going to go ahead and enter as well. So now I've entered here. So the pool size now should be 2 ETH. Okay. And okay, actually let's go and enter it with a third person account as well. So let's hit enter, and now we have 3 people in the pool. So that's pretty good. Let's do get players, and look at that. We have 3 players. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's 3 players. All right, so there we go. Let's hit get balance and take a look at that, right? Lottery ID is 0. Balance is 3 ETH. Okay, this is in way, so obviously it's going to be like crazy, right? Because this is the cents in cents, and Ethereum is dollar, so this is going to be a way bigger number. Here is all of the addresses, right? So these are 3 addresses. So here you see the 1 comma and then 2 commas, right? So that means 1 address, 2 addresses, 3 addresses. So 3 players are in, 3 is the ETH, and we will now be picking the winner. So let's go ahead and pick the winner soon. Okay. Now notice that I'm on the notice that I'm on a wallet that is not the owner. Remember, the owner was the first one we used. Okay, the owner was the 0x5b31, but I'm not on that. I'm not on the owner. So remember, our smart contract says if you're not the owner, you should not be able to pick the winner. So let's see if we can pick the winner. So I'm going to go down, and I'm going to go and try to hit pick winner. And notice right when I clicked pick winner, I actually got an error at the bottom. This error means that I'm not the owner, so it's not allowing me to pick it. Remember, for pick winner, you can see only the owner of contract can pick winner. That's what line 47 is saying. So I'm going to go up at the top and change my wallet address to the owner of this smart contract that was deployed. Now let's go down. Now let's pick winner, and boom, look at that. We see that green tick mark, and that means we were able to pick a winner. Now notice that when I say get players, there are no players. There's 0 players. It's empty. And that makes sense because we, on line 54 of our code, after the lottery winner has been picked, we set the players to be an empty array. If you get the lottery ID, well, look, now it's lottery ID 1. So that's really cool. And when I hit get balance, balance is 0 because there's no more money in the pool. All of the winner has been picked, and that winner got all of the ETH. Okay, next up, we're going to make a function that's going to be called get winners. And this way we'll see who won. Get winners will be, we'll do a public view returns here. It's going to be an address of winners. All right, there you go. So now we're just going to return winners. So it's going to be an address, it's going to be an address of arrays. And you could see an array of addresses. I'm sorry, what the heck? And that's what winners is. That's what we're returning. And so you could see on line 59, we're just returning the winners. Okay, when we created that variable earlier. All right, and let's go delete that smart contract. We need to deploy a new smart contract. Well, because we made changes to it, it's a different one than that deployed one. Let's go and go to 0x5. I mean, for you, it's going to be something different, right? But I'm going to go to that account and I'm going to hit deploy. So the smart contract has been deployed. I'm going to pick 1 Ether, and I'm going to come to my deployed contracts, and I'm going to enter the lottery. And I'll pick another account, and I'll also put in 1 Ether, and I will enter the lottery. And I'll pick a third account, put 1 Ether, enter the lottery. Once I've entered the lottery, I'll get players. You could see it's 3 players right now. I will say get winners. There's no winners. You could see the array of addresses is empty. And lottery ID is currently 0. Now we're going to go to the owner because only the owner can pick the winner. So I'm going to say pick winner. The winner has been selected. Great. Now let's go ahead and get players. Players are empty because now the lottery is over. Let's check get winners. And look at that. Guess who won? The game is rigged, boys and girls. That's why I told you, don't let the owner hop into the lottery. It's just going to be a massacre, right? The owner, of course, wins because it's rigged. And at pseudo-random, hell yeah, pseudo-random, right? The owner always wins. That's what happens. So lessons to learn, right? It's a huge conflict of interest. The dude who made the lottery, don't let him jump into the lottery. But yeah, there you go. Owner was picked, and look, oh wow, what a coincidence. Check who the owner is, and the owner is the same dude that freaking won. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, very good. So with that said, you are done essentially with the smart contract part. How does it feel? Do you feel special? Because you should feel very special. This is a huge task that you just completed, and this was awesome. I hope you had as much fun as I had going through it with you and picking up these things and sharing these with you. I think it's just so cool. Like, this part of Web3 is pretty cool. And I think, yeah, I hope you learn. Anyways, we're now going to take this smart contract that you built and start bringing it into our development environment inside of, whatever you're using, Visual Studio Code or whatever IDE you use to code. We're going to bring it in there. So then our entire app could build off of this. But I like this flow a lot. Build on something like Remix IDE so you have that iterative instant feedback loop so you can keep iteratively building. Once you're done building the smart contract, bring that back into your app. Cool. With that said, let's continue. All right. So now what we want to do is I want to take all of this and move it into my coding environment. So I'm going to copy the whole damn thing. Okay. Darn thing. Let's copy it. Let's go back to our app. And inside of my app, I'm going to make a new folder at a global level, and I want to call it my backend, aka my blockchain, aka my smart contract part. Okay. Because we don't have a real, traditional backend as in Firebase or Supabase or, MongoDB or MySQL or Postgres or whatever. In this case, our backend is going to be the blockchain. That's where we're storing our data and running our app from. So let's go to our command line now, and I'm going to CD into our backend folder. Now, first thing we want to do, all right, so I have this blockchain part. Now, I want to do truffle init. However, most likely you on your computer might not have it installed, okay? And maybe I might not even have it installed. So first thing we want to do is make sure we install it. So let's go ahead and do npm i-g. Okay, I'll just zoom in here so you could see the command that I'm actually typing. And I know my mouse is blocking this, but it's a -g. Okay, and then we're going to do truffle. Okay, and then I want you to go ahead and hit enter, and it will start installing it. Okay, there we go. So let's go ahead, install truffle. All right, it's doing its thing. It's installing all of the dependencies that Truffle comes with. Truffle is very, very helpful in developing and deploying smart contracts, makes our lives very easy. Okay, let's go and install this. Once it's done installing, I'm going to now say Truffle init. Make sure you're in the backend folder. Very important. Make sure you're in the backend folder. Hit Truffle init. And once you do that, it will go ahead and scaffold an empty project for you. So now you can see that you have contracts, migrations, tests, Truffle, all of that stuff. Now in your migrations, you have no migrations, okay? In your contracts, you have no contracts. So you'll have to start by creating a smart contract. So we'll hit new file. We'll call it lottery.sol. And now we're going to go to our Remix IDE. We're going to grab that contract address that we had gotten. So let's go ahead, select everything, and let's go and copy it. And we're going to bring it and we're going to paste it inside of our VS Code lottery.sol file. So now we have access to it on inside of our project. Let's go to the migrations. We're going to hit new file, and I'm going to say one_deploy.js. And inside of this, what I want to do is I want to say const lottery, and I want to say artifacts that require lottery. Some of this code is going to be new and weird. Just write it and you'll start getting used to it. Okay. But you don't need to worry too much about understanding this because it's not that important. You write it once and then you're done, and you can kind of copy and paste it for all your future projects and you should be good. Okay. And we're going to export the following module. It's going to be a function that's going to take in a deployer, and then we're going to take in whatever we were trying to deploy, and we're going to deploy it and pass in our lottery artifact. All you need to understand about that is that piece of thing that we wrote is going to help us deploy our lottery.smart contract. And the benefit of deploying it is just like the Web 2 deployments, it will deploy it to the Ethereum network, meaning that anybody will be able to actually access it, almost like it's a website or an API that's publicly available. Okay, that's what a smart contract does. Now let's go into our truffle config file. So I'm gonna go and scroll all the way down in my truffle config file. So this file right here. So let's scroll down, and I just want to fix the version. So version right now is 0.8.16. I'm looking at my English little tiny bulldog. Pudgy, please, baby, don't do that. Her name is Pudgy. And we're going to change it to 0.8.15 because that's the version we're using. And that is it for moving it into your Visual Studio Code, into your own, development environment. So at this point, you're done doing that. Next up, we're going to set up the truffle extension. Let's go. Now we're going to set up our truffle extension. So the first thing you want to do when you're setting up a truffle extension is obviously you need to install truffle from the extensions. Okay. Go ahead, type in truffle, and there you go, truffle for VS Code. Now, what is truffle? It is incredibly powerful software built by consensus, and what it allows you to do is, basically integrate your smart contract with Infura in a very, very easy way and deploy to their network. Okay, and it just makes sure smart contract deployment, building of it, incredibly easy. So make sure you're using this for pretty much almost all of your Solidity projects. So at the bottom left, click Truffle and go into that extension. And that error at the bottom, if it pops up for you, just ignore it. It's not important. Now, what you're going to click on is you're going to create a new network. So hover on that, create a new network, and you're going to choose Infura service. And then Infura will pop up and it'll ask you to sign in. Click sign in. And all I want you to do is go ahead and hit authorize at the bottom here. So you make sure that you sign in, and I'll hide myself so you can see that authorize button. Okay, there we go. All right. So let's keep going here. Okay, once you authorize, and that was Kevin and me on the call that you saw on Zoom. Okay, all right. So let's go here. Yep. So now it will say you are signed in. Beautiful. And you can exit out once you've signed in. Now at the top here, it's going to ask you to put your project name. So go ahead and put your project name. We're just going to call it. All right. So I'm going to type in lottery and then just hit enter once you type that in. And then you could choose this project as public. Fantastic. Now at the bottom in the networks, you see it says lottery, and it's showing us that it's connected to multiple networks on layer 1 and layer 2. And if you go to your Infura dashboard, you'll also be able to see this project there. Now I'm going to go inside of my contracts. And what I want to do is right click on my lottery.sol and go and choose build contract. So there you go, build contract. So click that. And then once it starts building it for you, just simply wait and go in your VS Code and choose truffle for VS Code for your output so you can actually see the output. I'm going to drag this up now and we'll wait for it. And now it says command finished running. So now it's built our smart contract. And next, after we've built it, we're going to deploy it. So then click deploy, go ahead and choose your project. So since we're on the Ropsten one, choose Infura Lottery Ropsten, INF_lottery_Ropsten. Choose that. That's going to be your deploy destination. Okay. And now it's going to say, hey, enter gas price. Just hit enter. So you can leave it as default. And here you're going to pop in your mnemonic. Okay. So hopefully you've copied your mnemonic from earlier. Remember when you made your wallet? Yeah, that. If you didn't do that, go ahead and create a brand, either find a mnemonic for an existing wallet that you have or create a new wallet and grab that wallet's mnemonic. Okay, this is going to be very important. And then paste that mnemonic here. Once you paste that mnemonic, it's going to ask you to save. And I want you to just save it as, kind of wherever you want to save it. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to save it on my account in desktop, and I'm just going to call it key.env. Okay. It's really just short for Kevin. And then wait for it to deploy. At the bottom, it's loading. Okay. Deploying takes a little bit of time. So we're going to keep waiting for the deployment. Boom, there we go. It says deploy succeeded, finished running command. Now grab that contract address that we got from our deployment, copy that. And now you can go over into, we're creating a new folder, and we'll call this utils. At the top level, make this folder. Inside of it, we're going to put a new file, and it's going to be constants.js. And inside of this file, we can say export const contract, and we can say contract address. And then boom, we can paste that contract address, okay, that we copied. There we go. Now our app will have access to this contract address. Now go into your backend, go into your build and grab lottery.json and copy it. Then go in utils and paste that file. So now we just pasted lottery.json. And why we're doing this is because we will need access to our ABI, and this has the entire ABI in there. Okay. Now we're also going to import in our constants file. We're going to import our ABI from lottery.json, and then we're going to export that ABI, as well. So now we're just going to do export contract ABI, and we're just going to say ABI.ABI. That should do the trick. With that said, we're all set up. Our front end now is plugged in and connected to our smart contract and backend. We have access to everything. Now we're going to start creating the lottery from React and start doing the front end stuff. Okay, let's get to it. Now let's go ahead and actually factually connect our backend and front end. Okay, up until now, we kind of pulled that information, a contract address. Now we'll actually create a lottery helper function that connects it. Let's go into utils. I'll create a new file. We'll call this file lotterycontract.js. And in here, I want to do the following. I want to import my contract address and my contract ABI from from my constants, okay? Because my constants have access to all of this information. Once I have access to that, I'm going to create my lottery contract, and we'll be doing it in the following way, okay? We'll say, hey, return to me a new Web3 ETH contract, and you're going to take in the contract ABI, and you're going to take in the contract address. And with that said, that is it. So with this thing that we've made, now we'll be able to actually access this in other files and use our lottery contract. And at this point, you could add the export, but we're going to add the export later. And this is just going to be a helper function we'll be able to use throughout our entire app. With that said, let's move on and let's start working on the actual header in our app. All right, now we're going to be building the header. And here's what it will look like. Boom. All right, so this is the header that we're going to be building with the connect wallet button. So I'll put it here as just like a reference point that we can use as we continue building. So let's go ahead and continue building here. All right, so I'm going to pop in and I'm going to say header. Okay, and make sure you are in your index.js file, and we're going to import header from components header. Okay, then just write down header there. Okay, this is a component we've already made for you. Inside of, if you go into the components folder, you'll see header.js. It's pretty much already built, but it does have some to-dos. So it does ask you, there are things that you're going to need to do in there to add functionality. So it says get the connect wallet and address from blah, blah, blah. And then on line 8, it has another to-do, replace the static address. So we've added these to-dos for you to make your life easier. And then we have context as well. So here's our context.js file. So let's go ahead and work inside of our context file. And we're going to keep track of the user's address. We also will want to add functionality for connect wallet so the user could log in. And there's going to be an async function. And we're going to say if the window is undefined, okay, and window Ethereum is undefined, So meaning that, you're not on MetaMask or whatever. And then we'll do else, and we'll just say, hey, please install MetaMask. Let's add a try catch in between those if statements. And we will try catch it in the following way. So we'll console log the error. And then inside of our try, we want to request wallet connection. And so how we do that is we want to do window.ethereum.request method ETH_request accounts. That'll allow us to request wallet connection. Okay, that brings up the little pop-up in MetaMask. And then next up, we want to create a Web3 instance. So let's do Web3 equals new Web3, and we want to pull it from window.ethereum. Let's go ahead and import Web3 from Web3. Great. Let's keep track of a couple of other states here. So we're going to keep track of a Web3 state, and we're going to use that hook right here. And we're going to say, hey, set Web3 to whatever we defined Web3 to be right above on line 19. And then we want to have accounts, and we want to pull all of the accounts from that user's MetaMask, like whatever accounts they connected. And we're going to set the address to be the 0th account, like the first account that they selected. Okay, now go to lottery contract, and here I'm going to export default, and we're going to export our lottery contract so we have access to it outside of our utils file for lottery contract. And we're going to actually, rename it. Let's rename it to create lottery contract. That would be a good renaming for this. Let's go ahead and set a state here on line 9, and we're going to set a state for lottery contract. Okay, so we can keep track of everything that's happening because the lottery contract can get updated. So that's why we need to keep track of the state. Now on line 24, I want to say set lottery contract, okay, to create lottery contract. And we're going to pass it Web3 that we just got. And then what we want to do is we want to say, hey, window.ethereum.on accounts changed. All right. And we want to run this async function in here. So whenever the accounts change, then I want you to get accounts and set the address to account 0. So if the user changes their account, picks a new account, this will do it. Okay, this will automatically update it without necessarily having to even refresh the page or do anything because it's an on change. It's kind of a listener here. Next up, what we want to do is in our provider, we want to pass this around. So we want to pass connect wallet function that we created around. So our entire app has access to it. And then we want to pass the current address around. So our app has access to it. Okay. So let's go to our header function now. And inside of our header function, you can see it says, hey, to do, get the connect wallet and address from context. So now we're going to go ahead and get that. We're going to finish that to do. So I'm going to say connect wallet and then address, and we'll say use app context. Okay, let's fix the address right there. Remove that address. We don't need that. And yeah, on line 18, we want to say, hey, if the user card, so you could see on line 8, we have a to-do that says replace the static address with the currently logged in user. So on line 18, we had a static address. And now what we're saying is, hey, if there is an address, meaning there is a logged in user, then I want you to show the user card with the following address. Otherwise, I want you to show the connect wallet button. Okay, so we're going to say address. We're going to pass it the address. And then for our connect wallet button, we'll say, hey, the connect wallet function should be the connect wallet function that we got from the top. Okay, so that's what we're going to pass in as a connect wallet prop. Okay, great. So we've made fantastic progress on it so far. Let's go ahead and hit refresh. And there we go. Our lottery dApp is showing up. And now let's see if when we hit connect wallet, if it runs. Okay, so it didn't work right now. So let's see what's going on. So let's go to our connect wallet button component in components, and it has a couple of to-dos for us. Okay. So we need to destructure connect wallet because that's what we're passing it. And we need that function to run on click. Okay, so let's go ahead and set that up. So for the button, we're going to give it an on click, and we're simply going to say, hey, run the connect wallet function that we wrote when you do on click. So as soon as you click that, MetaMask will then pop up. Okay, so that is how we're connecting that functionality. And here's our user card component that we have made. And we need to destructure the prop, the address prop that we gave it. Okay, so that this has access to the address. And we need to render the user's address in here. So right now we just have some dummy address. Let's remove that dummy address and let's render the user address in there. And we'll just say address, just like that. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and we'll full screen this so we could see it. Let's hit connect wallet. Boom, look at that, right? MetaMask just opened up. We'll type in our password and let's see if this works. Great, it worked. And there you go, right? You could see welcome. You could see the current user's wallet address. And let's see if it's the actual current user or if it's doing some kind of dummy data thing. And look at that 0xa, right? 0xa, it is the current user. We'll switch users to this 0x31 or whatever. Let's switch to 0x35. Let's refresh, right? Let's connect and look at that, right? It changed the user to 0x35. And so you could see that this app works completely well with this. It's picking up the current logged in user. It's changing the state when we hit log connect wallet. It changes it to the welcome state. It can change the current active user. It is allowing us to bring up MetaMask and unbring it up. And basically it's, authentication at this point of the app is working. So fantastic job if you got to this part. Now we're going to continue and we're going to start adding in the lottery card so you can enter the lottery. Let's go. All right, now let's go and work on the lottery card. First thing I need to do is actually write out the lottery card component, and then you're going to add in all the functionality. We're going to add it in together. So let's go lottery card right here. And if you run this, we get an error which says lottery card is not defined. What we have to do is we have to import lottery card. So that way we actually have access to it. And we're going to import it from components/lottery card. Okay, there you go. We've already made this component for you. Now this component is coming in with dummy data. It's coming in with dummy data. And you can see that we got 10 ETH. We got a winner last, like who won the lottery last. And we can pick our winner. So let's go to context.js. And inside of our context, we want to do the following. All right, so I'm going to say lottery pot, and we're going to say set lottery pot. So I'm going to keep track of the lottery pot state. And we're going to start the state as empty. And then we're also going to keep track of the lottery players. Okay, it's going to be an empty and an array of players. We're going to also keep track of who won last. And yeah, okay. And then we're going to keep track of the lottery ID. Which lottery are we on? Are we on lottery 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc.? Let's go ahead and now we're going to write our enter lottery function. And I'm going to say enter lottery. This is going to be async. And we're going to wrap it in a try catch. We're just going to console log the error. Just a good habit to get into. And then in the try, what I want to do, Copilot is telling me everything. I'm going to grab my lottery contract and I'm going to call the enter lottery function that I created on the back end. Okay, it's called enter. Okay, and then we're going to send. And send is going to take in the following information into account. It's going to take in the from address. It's going to take in the value. And so I'm just going to pass it a very small amount of ether as value because that's what I want to put in the pot. Okay, this is the minimum amount that I could put in the pot, and then we're converting it to Wei because that's what it wants on the back end. All right, now for gas, we're going to just pick 300,000 or whatever that is. Okay, so this is going to be gas in Wei or Gui. And then we got the gas price here, and gas price is going to be null. Now we want to also export this function. So let's put enter lottery inside of the app context. And now we'll have access to enter lottery in our other files. So let's go to our lottery card. And now we get the data needed from context. Okay, so now we're dynamically getting all of the data. So let's go ahead and import our use app context from context. and we will say use app context, and we're going to destructure the following properties. Enter lottery. Okay. And that's kind of it. That's all we need. And where we have that enter button happening, that's where we want our function to fire off that we just created. So I'm going to say on click, enter lottery. Okay, now let's go ahead and try that. Connect wallet, log in, and then we're going to hit enter. And now we should have entered lottery. And let's see what is happening. We're currently getting some errors. It says cannot tell you, cannot read from undefined. So we're going to import create lottery contract from, okay, from where? Let's see. From our utils. Okay. From /utils/ and we're going to say lottery contract. Okay, that's where we're getting it from. Now let's scroll down and let's say 0.1 ether instead of 0.01 ether for our value that we pass. And now let's hit enter. So that way we're just passing in a bit more ether into the pot. Let's hit enter and boom. Okay, that worked. Let's hit confirm. Okay, let's see what happens. So let's take a look at the smart contract here. Okay, our dummy data of 10 ETH is still there, so that's not going to change. But our smart contract looks like it has entered. So our enter function worked. It didn't fail. So that's a great sign. And you can see that we put in 0.1 ROSPEN here, ROPSTEN. Okay. Now, with that part, we're done. Now we're going to make it so we actually update the lottery pot. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, let's go and update our lottery pot now. Okay, so let's go inside of our context and we're going to update the lottery card dynamically using our contract. Okay, so that way where it says 10 ETH, we need that to update dynamically and not for us to have to manually hard code it and fix it. Okay, so I'm going to make update lottery function here. And this is going to be an async function. And I'm going to say, hey, if the lottery contract exists, okay, then I want you to create a pot. And I want you to go and get me the get pot method. And since we're using Web3, you got to do .call to actually call your method. Okay, and then whatever we get from our pot, we're going to set lottery pot to that. Okay, let's use a use effect hook. And inside of this use effect hook, we're going to make lottery contract a dependency. So whenever our lottery contract changes, our app should, our use effect hook should fire off and our app should dynamically update. And when it does, we should update the lottery. So then we run the update lottery function. All right. Now in our context, we also need to make sure that we export lottery pots or other files have access to it. Lottery pot, dynamically render the lottery. Okay. So we're going to destructure in lottery card our lottery pot as well. And where it says 10 ETH, we're going to dynamically now write lottery pot there, and it's going to pull from our lottery pot and put that there. Okay, for lottery pot, let's set it to be 0 ETH when it starts. So now you can see it says 0 ETH. Okay, I'm going to make it a string. And then it will dynamically update once we have something in the pool. So let's go ahead and connect wallet. Interesting. Okay, .get pot is not a function. All right, get pot is not a function. So it's, let's see, it's get balance. Okay, there we go. And so we just got the balance, and look at that. So on our backend, right, on our smart contract blockchain part, it's get balance. That's what the function is. So now you could see that when I say get balance, I'm getting all of this money in way. And so it is a massive, massive amount. And that's not what we want. So we need to actually convert it back into Ether. So we're going to say web3 utils.fromWay. Okay. And when you do .fromWay, it allows us to convert it back into Ether. That's a really nice thing about that. Okay, so it knows that it's getting way. All right. Now let's go ahead and run this, and boom, that is so clean, right? Now we can see that it's 0.1 ETH that's showing up, and we'll write the word ETH at the end of that. There you go. Now it's at 0.1 ETH. So now our app is dynamically updating. Super cool. Let's now update the lottery ID. Now we are going to update and render the players so they actually show up on screen when they enter. Let's go into index.js, and we have a to-do here that's very nicely written for us. And I'm going to say table. All right. And this is a table that we've already made for you. So import table from components table. All right. So yeah, so we're going to get the table. Make sure you've also gotten the, styles. Make sure you have the styles, obviously. And there we go. Look at that. Our table is already showing up at the bottom. Hey, nice. Oh, wait, I'm hiding everything. So I'm going to hide myself. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm going to hide myself here real quick so you can kind of see it. So there we go, right? We got the player showing up now. I'm going to make myself tiny here. Okay, let's go back and let's go inside of our table. And here we can actually we need to map through the players and loop through it. So our to-do is telling us bring in the players data from context. So we need to get the players data. So let's go inside of our context and get access to all of the players. All right, so in update lottery, I'm going to also write a players method. And I'm going to say, hey, set the players to, and let's go talk to our backend or blockchain part. So I'm going to say, go into the lottery contract, go into the methods, grab the get players method and call it. And whatever that returns, let's set that as our player. So it's going to return an array. Let's set that array as our lottery players. Okay, and we can even console log this out so you could see it here. All right, there you go. At the bottom, you could see that we got an array of players. It only had one item in that array, and you could see that we had this guy right there. Okay, and that's the guy that's currently actually logged in, so it is working. All right, now let's go ahead and export lottery players in our provider so that we have access to other files, right? And now let's go to our table.js. And I'm going to basically say inside of the loop here, okay? Or inside of the div there. But first, I'm gonna pull my data from my context. All right, so let's say use app context. And we're going to destructure lottery players. Okay, that's the one that we're destructuring there. And now I'm just going to say, hey, in players row, just show lottery players. Okay, let's do that. We're going to say, hey, if lottery players exist, then I want you to loop through those players and show me those players. Okay, create a table row from each of them and then show them to me. And we're just going to make index the key. For player, we're just going to pass in the player. Okay, that's it. But if they don't exist, then obviously just show me dummy data. Okay, or don't show me anything at all. So we're going to say style of no players, and we'll say no players yet. Now when we run this, you could see that it's actually already dynamically pulling in user information, because you could see this is the guy right there, and you can see 0xa, 1fa, blah, blah, blah. So this is working perfectly. Let's go inside of table row, and you could see that we're destructuring the player and we're truncating that player's address. Okay, that's what's shortening that address, right? So you can see that address is being shortened right there. That's how that's happening. Okay, it's because we have that function truncate that we're calling on it. Okay. Now let's say we change our wallet address and see what happens. Boom. Okay, let's go ahead and hit reject there. Cool. All right, and you could see we have 0.1 ETH, and you could see our user address is still 0xa because that's the player that has actually entered. 0x35 has never entered this DApp, this lottery. Okay, but now let's say that we do enter. Let's see what happens now. So I'm going to hit confirm. Okay, we'll speed this up. I'll just put in high gas prices so it could speed it up. And it looks like it went through. Now we'll refresh the page. And boom, there you go. All of the players are showing up and they are being rendered dynamically. How freaking cool is that? So with that said, we're pretty much done with that part. Just remove the part where it says, 0.015 ETH, and we just hard coded it to 0.1 ETH. So right here, we could hard code it with 0.1 ETH because in this app, the only pool, like the only amount you can enter with is 0.1 ETH. So we know guaranteed is 0.1 ETH. So I don't need to pull data dynamically. I can just hard code 0.1 ETH here and be accurate because you can't do more or less than that. Okay. So with that said, we're done with this part. Now we're on to the last and most exciting part, which is we got to pick our winner. So let's go. All right, time to pick the winner. So here we go. Let's go into our lottery card. Here you can see I have my pick winner. Okay. So we need to add functionality for this. Let's go into context.js first. We're going to write our function pick winner that allows us to pick our winner. Let me put a little space after my comment because I'm a professional. And then we're going to say, hey, pick winner function is going to be an async. All right. So here, basically what we're going to do is I'm going to write a simple try catch, and obviously let's console log our error. And then in my try catch, I want to say, I want to define my transaction, and I want to go into my lottery contract and I want to pick the winner. Okay. And I need to send, so to pick the winner, I need to send it the from address. I need to send it the gas and all the other things that it needs. Okay. So we're just going to pick 300,000 gwei. Gas price is going to be null. And that's it. Okay. Pick winner is going to pick randomly. And the reason why it needs the from address is, remember, it's checking for if you are the owner. If you're not the owner, then it won't work. All right. And then what we want to do is once we get the winner, we want to update the lottery. Okay. So we want to actually, at this point, we want to first update the lottery. Okay. So we want to run our update lottery function, and that way it will automatically update all of the data on our lottery card, the current wallet address, the current users, etc. Let's export this pick winner function so our other files have access to it. Let's go to our lottery card, and here I'm going to get access to this. Okay, so let's go ahead and destructure pick winner, and then we're going to go ahead and do on-click pick winner. Okay, there we go. So now we entered our on-click, we gave our on-click the pick winner. So let's go and now choose pick winner, and we'll soon see what happens. Okay, and let's also update the wallet address for our last winner. So we're going to create that function too at some point. Okay. So let's go ahead and set the last winner to be whoever the last winner was. So luckily in our blockchain, we've already made that smart contract. And so I'm going to go to my lottery contract and the methods, and I'm going to extract my get winners. All right. So we're calling our get winners method from our smart contract, which gets us all of the winners. And then from here, what we want to do is we want to extract the last winner. It's going to be an array. So let's go ahead and console log this, and we're going to console log our last winner. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's make it an array. So let's go to on line 12 and let's make it an empty array by default. All right, now let's log in. So now everything got updated right when I logged in. All the users got updated, etc. And let's see if the last winner is showing up. So I'm going to go here. We're going to look at our console. And you can see on the right-hand side that right now it says length is 0. Okay. So right now, since we haven't picked a winner, it's just saying 0. But once we pick a winner, it's going to show an array of who won last. Okay. So let's go ahead and do last winner here. Okay. And I'm just going to write last winner there. Okay. And so, yeah, let's take a look at it. And now we can see that it's showing us an array of people. Those are players, right? The array that you're seeing with the actual wallet addresses, those are actual players. But the one where you're seeing empty, that's where it's a winner. And it's because nobody has a 1 yet. So we're going to need to run our one pick winner function first, and then it'll tell us. So let's go ahead to our lottery card, and we're going to dynamically render the last winner, as that note says, because right now it's hard coded. So let's go and grab our last winner. So we're going to say on line 23, actually, first let's destructure our last winner so we have access to it. We'll go in our context and we'll make sure we're exporting our last winner. Okay. And then we want to do the following. We want to say, hey, if the last winner is there, then show all of this div and everything that's happening underneath. Okay. So I'm going to say not last winner. Okay. So if last winner does not exist, then I want you to do the following. If it doesn't exist, then I want you to create a div with, we're going to say style.winner. And here we're just going to say no winner yet. And then if it does exist, then I'm going to do the whole winner thing. Okay, cool. So let's see what's happening here. So if there is a winner, then I want you to, if there's no winner, then I want you to say no winner yet. If there is a winner, then I want you to show a address. Okay, show the winner's address. Now here you can see it says no winners yet. That is perfect. Okay, that is what we want when we're doing this right now. Now I'm going to click pick winner and make sure you're the owner account when you say pick winner. And then I want you to go ahead and hit confirm. Okay. And let's see. We're still waiting. Let's see. Let's speed it up for pick winner. I'm going to put high money into it. Speeding it up. It failed. So let's see why it happened. Because it was not the owner, right? That's why it failed. Now I'm the owner. Now let's pick and let's see what happens. So I'm going to hit confirm here. And then we're going to see if we can speed up the contract addresses. Let's speed them up. Let's put it on high. Perfect. Boom. The winner is picked. Let's go. And now you can see user address is empty because the players are now wiped out because the last lottery is over. Right now we're in a new lottery. So it makes sense why I got wiped out. Now for last winners, it shows us a hard-coded thing. It's saying the pot is 0. So that's good. Okay, lottery number incremented by 1. However, our last winner, okay, it says no winner yet. Sorry, actually, it says we have 0x123, blah, blah, blah. So it's not showing us who the actual last winner was. We need to update that because we have left it hard-coded, remember? So we need to go and fix that on line 29. Okay, we're going to take that wallet address and we're going to replace it with the actual winner. So yep. Okay. There we go. That's our last winner. We're exporting our last winner as well. Now let's go here. Okay. We have access to our last winner. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to replace all of that and I'm going to say last winner. Okay. And it says address match is not a function. Okay. So since it's an array, we're going to go ahead and say last winner. And I'm going to get the last item from that array. Okay, so all I'm doing here is I'm getting the last item from that array. So let's say I have 10 winners. Well, since I want to get the most recent winner, I'm going to grab the last element out of that array. Okay, and to just kind of visually see it for yourself, it's like if I have David, Kevin, Kazi, and if I want to get the last winner here, well, I want to be able to do, let's say that this is called winners. I want to be able to do winners and get me Kazi. So I want to do winners of 2. Okay. In other words, I want to do winners of dot length because dot length, and actually I want to do length minus 1, right? Because that'll actually get me the last possible item. So if I do winners dot length, I get 3. I subtract 1, I get 2. This whole thing turns to 2. Winners of 2 is Kazi. Okay, since we start at 0, 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to write that. Then let's go ahead and do -1. Okay, great. Now let's connect wallet. And there we go. Our last winner, the actual factual person that won, is now showing up. How beautiful is that? Let's click enter to enter the lottery. So now we're basically doing the last final demo run, and let's test if this whole thing works. Okay, let's click enter. All right, I'm going to speed it up, speed it up, speed it up, speed it up. There we go. Okay, so now it looks like I have entered successfully. It did cost me some Ropston to do that because I pulled the money. Let's refresh, and you could see 0.1 ETH is there, and you could see the new user showing up there at the bottom. Beautiful. Then let's go ahead into our MetaMask. I'm going to switch my account to a different account, and inside of this account, I will hit enter. Okay, let's go ahead and hit confirm. All right, and once I hit confirm here, let's wait for it. We'll speed it up. Okay, let's speed it up, and then we'll hit save. And it looks like I have entered with that one as well. So let's refresh. The pool size, the pot size is 0.2 ETH. Both of the users that are current players are showing up as players. And then we got our last winner showing up as well. So this is amazing so far, you guys. Now we have to switch to the owner of the contract, smart contract address. And then we got to go and pick our winner. Okay, once you are the owner and then you go ahead and pick winner, now we'll just wait for that bad boy to speed up. Okay, let's pick the highest gas price possible. Let's speed it up, speed it up, speed it up, speed it up. And let's see what happens. Boom, look at that, right? All the players got wiped because the lottery is successfully over. The number for the lottery ID at the top incremented automatically. The last winner was updated to whoever won. And always remember, whenever the owner jumps into the lottery, I mean, the chances of the owner winning are massive. Yeah, the game is rigged. So be careful letting the owner jump into the lottery. All right, with that said, I hope that you enjoyed this so very much as I did. Make sure if you did, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I hope you enjoyed it. Put it on your portfolio, show it off to people, and good luck in your Web3 journey. This is Kazi. I love your beautiful face. And as always, I'll see you in the next video. We're going to be building the Venmo clone with Solidity and Infura. This is going to be a very powerful dApp that you're going to learn how to build from scratch. We're going to be coding up the React part along with the smart contract and the blockchain part. There are a lot of concepts you're going to master as a result of this, from blockchain concepts to programming concepts. But more importantly, I think you're going to have a lot of fun, and you're going to learn that building blockchain apps don't have to be a painful experience. They can actually be quite a pleasant experience. So while my fire is burning behind me, let's have a fireside app building session. With that said, smash that like button, turn it blue or white, depending on if you're in the light theme or the dark theme on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel because this is where we help you become a developer and a Web3 developer. And let's get straight into the video. Step number uno, which is we're going to sign up on Infura. It is completely free. It is an RPC node provider, and it will make your life so easy, okay? So that's what we're gonna use when we're building our dApp. So go ahead to the link below that we've provided for you, okay? Use that special link. That way we'll know that you're coming from this video. It will be helpful for Infura to know this. And yeah, just click the link in the description below. Okay, it's going to be infura.io, whatever. That's going to be the link. Click that below and go to this page right here. Hit sign up once you're on this page. All right. And then just create an account. So I'm just going to create my account right here. Hit resend email. So it'll send you a confirmation. Go to your email address. Go ahead and confirm that bad boy. Once you're done, it's going to send you to this page. Pick your role. So let's say you're an engineer, okay, / developer, solo freelance, whatever, and pick your category and then just hit next. All right, now you're going to create your first project. So you're going to do Web3 API, formerly Ethereum. And the last part you're going to do is my first project. Name it whatever you want. I'm just calling it my first project, okay? All right, so there you go. Now we don't need to touch this in here, okay? Everything you can leave as is because we're going to use an extension later called Truffle. And that will allow us to interact with Infura and pull all of this information, okay? So there you go. Your project should be created in here, my first project, okay? And that's effectively it, okay? So make sure you go ahead and do that, and I'll see you in a second. All right, so here is the demo of this app. So take a look at it, right? I am here on my Venmo clone. The first thing I need to do is actually go ahead and connect my wallet. So I'm just gonna type in my password on MetaMask and log in. Once I am logged in, I'll connect both of my, any of one of my accounts. So I'll just start with the account 1 in this case. Once I'm in, you could see on the left-hand side that I have all these transactions going through and it's showing the notes as well. So here, what we're gonna do is I'm logged in currently, okay? So you could see my MetaMask wallet and you can see that I'm connected, okay? And here's my other account. So here's account 2, right? And then here's my first account. And I'll paste in the second account that I want to send my money to. And I will drop a message, okay? You could send your Ethereum to really anybody that you want. But I'm just going to send it to this address. I'm going to say, here's some money. Now MetaMask opens up and it asks, hey, do you want to do this? Are you sure? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I'm sure. I'm going to put in my password. All right. It's telling us about the gas fees. Let's hit accept. Okay, it's doing a little loading. All right, blah, blah, blah. Contract interaction. Go down, hit confirm. And we'll wait a couple of seconds here. Okay, let's wait. And it says pending, so I'll speed it up. Contract interaction. Okay, we'll speed it up. And boom, it's done. Look at that on the left-hand side. It loaded right away. And it says, here's some money. And you can see it says 4 seconds ago. That is beautiful. Okay, and again, now I can switch the account as well. So I could go to a completely different account, okay? And I could send money to the other account. So I can change accounts and send money to wherever I want. Okay, so I'll refresh. You can see that the account just changed over here. Okay, it's a completely different account, as you can see. Let's keep going. I'll paste the account number and I'll say thanks for the money and I'll send some money in return. Okay, thanking the person for sending me some money. There we go. And now we'll hit confirm and let's wait for it. Sending, and I'll hit speed up. Contract interaction is done. And look at that. Right away, it shows up all the way at the bottom, right? It says, thanks for the money. Beautiful. So there you go. I hope that you're excited about this project. This will be the Venmo clone that you will be building. I hope you're excited. It's going to be happening with Solidity. So with that said, let's just rock and roll. And right before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give a huge shout out to this man right over here. I'm new to the green screen thing, but JavaScript mastery. A lot of the smart contract part is from his video called Crypt, where he built the Crypt portfolio. So definitely check it out. We'll link in the description below. It is an awesome resource. And on top of that, we built our own styling and everything and then converted it into this beautiful Venmo app that you see in this video. So with that said, let's get back into the video. Shout out JS Mastery. All right, now open up your command line and let's go ahead. And what we're going to do is I want you to just write npx clever programmer. This is a clever programmer NPM package that we have made. And the benefit of this package is really that it actually gives you everything you need. So we're giving away the styling, a bunch of the app assets, and we just make the whole app really, really simple for you. All you have to do is just type in that command. It will install it for you. Okay. And once you're done installing it, make sure that it's going to ask you, hey, what's your email address? So just pop in your email address. And then after that, it's going to ask you for your name and it's going to ask you for what project you would like to initialize. So for example, in this case, we're building the Venmo app. So make sure to just initialize Venmo. It will initialize a whole bunch of helpful files for you so that we don't have to spend a bajillion years trying to build this app. You know, the styling will already be done. We'll do the interesting, more fun Infura / Web3 Solidity parts, okay? Is this really the focus of this video, right? So boom, there we go. Now it's installing it and setting it up on your computer. It's getting the dependencies for you. So this is the magic of when you set it up with npx clever programmer, okay? It's gonna basically start the project and it's going to automatically open it up for you. Okay, if it's giving some kind of error or whatever, just understand that all we've done is we've cloned the repo, put it on your computer, so you could point and click and kind of go inside of it as well if you wanted to. Okay, so let's go ahead and now see what is happening. All right, now that the project is opened up, what I want you to do is just open up the terminal, and I want you to type in yarn start. That will start your server. Okay, that'll start your project. Now just go ahead, and I want you to open up your localhost 3000. Okay, and you could put it on the side of your computer like this. All right, so on the left hand side your server is running, on the right hand side your app should be up and running. So that's where you should be at. And let's go to index.js. Okay, and you can also go into your app.js, and you can see that this is a regular React file, right? Pretty much vanilla, except the only difference is really we've given you a lot of the styling. All right, so let's keep rocking and rolling here. Okay, on the left hand side you will see in source you have assets, components, and styles, and normally you won't have assets or components. Like, that's something we've created for you and given you. And in styles we've created extra styling for you as well. Okay, so that's the structure. So we're gonna go into our app.js, and we're gonna delete everything anything that's inside of that class name app div. Okay, go ahead and remove everything. So now your app should be this blank canvas. We're gonna get rid of that logo.svg as well. We don't need that. Let's refresh. And again, your app should just be not giving you any errors, but also not really showing you anything. Okay, now inside of that div, we're gonna basically just put in hello world. And once you do that, that is enough for this part. We're already ready to get started with the Web3 and Truffle and Infura part. I hope you're excited. Let's just get to it. All right, so here we are. Now we're gonna be getting onto the Truffle part. Okay, we're gonna be setting Truffle up, and we're gonna be setting Infura up. So let's go. Here, now in the main directory, what I want you to do is create a new folder. Okay, and we're gonna call it backend, aka blockchain part. So in this case, our backend part is really going to be our blockchain part, aka our smart contract part. Okay, so let's go into our backend. But what's cool about this when you're in the blockchain world is, like, you don't really need to deal with Firebase or it's funny I'm saying Firebase and I have fire behind me. But, like, you know, your backend isn't the traditional MongoDB or Firebase. Your backend is the blockchain. Okay, that's where you're storing your data majority of the times. All right, let's go ahead. Okay, so let's go ahead, and now I want you to type in truffle init. Okay, and before we actually do that, let's go ahead and make sure we're in our backend. So go ahead and do cd backend for me. Once you're in there, I want you to type in truffle init. By the way, quick thing, if you don't have truffle installed, put in this command right here, and that will install truffle for you. And if that doesn't work, Google it. With that said, let's keep on going. Okay, so after you do truffle init, it will pretty much set this up for you, okay, and kind of initialize the repository for you. On the left-hand side, a couple of things should happen, okay? You should have this contracts part, the migrations part, and test part get built out, and truffle config should start showing up. So before, your backend should have been empty, but after doing this, you should have these 3 folders plus that 1 file ready to go. Okay, now inside of your contracts, you have something called migrations. Okay, so that's what's going to be there. And then also you have a migration folder that will have your initial migration. Okay, this is what you're going to be using pretty much to deploy your contracts afterwards as well. So all of this information is pretty important. Now inside of your contracts, you're going to create a new file, and that's where we're actually going to create our smart contract. Okay, so let's go ahead and call it transactions.sol. .sol. Okay, SOL is short for Solidity. And then we're just going to put in a little license here, and we're going to say spdx, okay, dash license. And since this one is not licensed, the identifier we're going to pass it is unlicensed. Okay, and then that warning at the top, you know, is basically taken care of. So you could just say, hey, it's unlicensed. That's totally fine. All right, next up, we're going to go ahead and make a contract, and we're going to call it transactions. All right, now that we got our transactions contract, we're just going to leave it at the blank right now, okay? And then what we're going to do is, here's what I want you to do, okay? I want you to go ahead and get this extension truffle, okay? So at the bottom left, you see that I have this truffle and extension, okay, right over here. Okay, that's the extension that I want you to get. All right, so what you're gonna do is go to your extensions. You can also do Command Shift X or Control Shift X. Go into your extensions, type in truffle, and just go ahead and install truffle. Okay, truffle for VS Code. This one right here. And then once you have it installed, go to your truffle extension. Okay, and this is gonna make your life really easy when you're developing. This is really nice. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and hit connect to network. And then it's going to ask you, do you want to use the Ganache service, or you want to use the Infura service, or other? The one we want to use is we want to use the Infura service right over here. Okay. So go ahead, choose Infura. And then I want you to go ahead and choose sign in. So let's go ahead, click sign in. And then just simply sign into your Infura account. Okay. If you don't have an Infura account, just make a new Infura account, because you're going to need that for this app. And excuse my dog, she's a little crazy bulldog and she's wild, so she'll be barking in the back, but we'll ignore her. All right, here you have this little error thing showing up. You could ignore that. It's not important here, okay? It pops up all the time, but it doesn't really matter. All right, all this stuff pops up here, and all I want you to do now is simply just go scroll to the bottom and hit authorize. Okay, now that that's done, it says you are signed in. You can now close this page. So simply go ahead, close this page. Okay, and now at the top here, it's going to ask you to put in the project name. Okay, right over yonder. Boom, right there. Okay, so go ahead, put in your project name. So I'm going to just simply say Venmo clone or whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and write that in. Venmo clone. All right, and then hit enter. And then we're going to just make this project public, because there's no reason to make it private. Okay, and now you can see on the left-hand side, we can see Infura service showing up. And now I'm going to go to infura.io. And on here, let's go ahead and click start innovating button. Okay, so go ahead and click that. And right when we click it, you could see that there's a Venmo clone. Okay, this is the one that we created from our command line little tool thing that popped up over here. And now it says this project is active. It was created today, and boom. Okay, this is good to go. Right now, it should have 0 requests. Okay, and on the left-hand side, you could see that if you click your Infura service and Venmo clone, you could see all the networks you have access to. So mainnet, you have access to Gorley, Rinkeby, Rospen, and then layer 2, you have access to all these other main and test nets. Okay, so with that said, you've done a wonderful job. Now we're going to move on, and we're going to start working on the smart contract. So let's get to that in the next part. All right, here we go. Now we're on the fun part. We're going to be making our own contract. Okay, so let me take the photo away, and I'll show you why I have that photo in just a second. But let's go ahead and work on our smart contract here. Okay, so let's go inside of transactions, and I'm going to add in a very specific version of Solidity here. So we're going to go ahead and choose a specific version of Solidity. So I'm going to put a caret and do 0.8.15. Okay, that's the version I want you to use. And usually the first line of code in any Solidity app is usually that. Pragma, Solidity, blah, 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 put your version. Okay, so go ahead and do that. Then inside of my contract, I want to do a uint256, and I want to have transaction count. This variable here will be keeping track of how many total transactions we have at any given time. All right. Let's keep going. Now, just so you understand what I mean by this, okay, I'm going to bring this into the view. So remember, in our finished version of the app, we'll have a transaction or a transfer, and then we'll have multiple transactions. So that transaction count will be keeping track of how many times the user, for example, sends a particular, sends transactions, right? So if we've sent 5 or 10 transactions, and all users have sent 10 transactions, and the transaction count will be 10. So just keeping global track of the count of transactions. Okay, the next up, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create an event that will be fired when a transaction is made. Okay, so for example, we're gonna say event, and I'm gonna say transfer, and here's what I want transfer to do. So I wanna show who the transfer is from, okay? The receiver, okay, who received the transaction, the amount of the transaction, and the message of the transaction. And just so you can understand what this means, from is going to be this address of the user that's logged in, okay? Receiver is going to be who you're sending it to. Amount is going to be the amount that you want to send, and then the message is going to be this right here, okay? But now when you're using languages like Solidity or whatever, you have to define data types. So I know that this is string data type, so I'm going to say string. The amount I know is going to be an integer. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say int. All right, now if you have a little bit of programming experience, you might be like, wait a minute, Kazi, how the heck is amount a int? A uint, by the way, is unsigned integer, meaning it could be negative. And you might be like, wait, how the heck is an integer if this is 0.002? Under the hood, everything is being calculated in the smallest denominator in Ethereum, which is way. So way is much smaller number. So under the hood, it's not actually in decimals. It's just showing you here in decimals because this is not in way. Okay, so there's actually no float type in Solidity, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, all right, and then we're good with adding all of that stuff. And the last thing we're gonna add in our event actually is the timestamp. So that thing is the thing that's not visible right now. So for example, timestamp isn't showing up in anywhere in any of those, okay? So timestamp, what we're doing is under the hood, right when the user hits send, we're gonna log that time. So let's just say it's like, you know, it's 12:33 a.m. and this dude is sending some money to his friend for cleaning. What kind of friend does he have that cleans at 12:33 a.m.? I don't know. He's sending the friend some money for some shit. Okay, we don't know what it is. He maybe gave him some food, and now he's paying his friend at 12:33 a.m. And that timestamp we're gonna log, and it's gonna get logged low key under the hood, and we're gonna pop that in right there. Okay, that is gonna be attached to right when the user clicks send. Okay, just to kind of give you a little insight onto what we're doing here. All right, now the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create a struct, okay, of the transaction that we will be storing on chain. Okay, and structs is kind of an ugly name and it makes things sound confusing, but it's really just a structure or like a data type here. And so we're just gonna say, hey, when you see a transaction or a transfer, this is the type of stuff it's gonna have inside of it, okay? So expect it to have a sender, expect it to have a receiver, expect it to have an amount, you know, expect it to have a message, and expect it to have a timestamp, okay? That's all what we're saying here, that's all. The rest of what we're saying here is about these data types, okay? So the main thing I want you to notice is sender, receiver, amount, message, timestamp. Those are all the things that are happening here. Okay. Now, what is this other stuff? Address is a specific data type inside of Solidity. When for wallets, it understands it when you say address. Okay. Same thing for the receiver. It's not just a string, so it understands how addresses work underneath the hood. All right, and then amount is in int. String message is a string, and then timestamp we're gonna make it a int 256. Now you might be wondering, why is this int 256 and why is this int just by itself? If you don't say 256 and you just use int like this, by default it's actually int 256. Okay, so both of these here are actually int 256. Okay, so that's really the one thing I want to clarify here. Okay, beautiful. So now that we're done with that, now we're going to create an array of those transactions. Okay, so the struct that we make, we're going to make an array out of that. So let's go ahead. I'm going to say transfer struct, and let's go ahead and rename it and call it transfer struct. The reason why we're going to call it that is so it's very clear that it is a struct. Okay, and then when you get better as a developer, you could just call it transfer, or you could call it transaction. Okay, that should be fine. Now we're going to create a variable called transactions, and here's the interesting part about this. Okay, we're declaring a variable called transactions, but we're saying that this variable here is going to be an array of transfer structs, meaning it's probably going to look like an array. Okay, an array. And it's going to contain these transfer struct objects. So it's going to basically contain, you know, if you're a JavaScript or a React person, imagine this. So imagine I have my receiver and the receiver is 0x blah, blah, blah. I have my sender 0x blah, blah. I have my, not sender, I believe it's from, it's one of those. And then I have my let's say my message and it's hello. Okay. And then, and that's just like one transfer struct, let's say. Okay. And I know the transfer struct has some more stuff, but let's just say for simplicity's sake, this is one transfer struct, and then there's more transfer structs. So in a classic JavaScript scenario, imagine that you really have an array of objects. Okay. And more specifically, the objects will represent the transfer struct, meaning that whatever keys the transfer struct has, these objects will have. And if you don't put that in, if you have an object that doesn't have those keys, it'll error out. Okay, so there's a lot of type safety into the code, and that way your code will have less bugs and errors, but at the cost of like really being very verbose and explicit upfront. Cool. Okay, so let's keep going. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a function to add a transaction to the array, to the blockchain, okay, with our struct. So let's create this function and we're gonna call it add to blockchain. But really what this function is doing is adding, essentially it's adding a transaction to the blockchain. That's what we're doing. We're gonna create so the variable here that we're creating is called receiver. All right, so here the actual variable here is receiver. Okay, that's the main thing. These two are think of them like data types. Okay, address is a data type and payable is a special keyword that makes it so you could actually pay the receiver. That's it. Okay, let's keep going. So address, payable, receiver. Then we're going to have an amount. We're going to have our message as well. Okay, so, but for this one, we're going to say string memory message. Don't ask me why you have to say memory. If you don't write memory, you'll get an error. So just write memory. String memory message. Okay. All right. Then all we want to do is you want to say public, meaning that even outside of the smart contract, you should be able to actually call this function. So we have access to it, all right? And payable keyword means, okay, that the receiver is actually able to receive ether from the sender. Okay, so something I said earlier, but this is just to make it really verbose and clear for you. And Copilot wants to do a lot of stuff, but we're gonna skip that. Now, here's what happens in this function. When we are in this function, what we wanna do is when a user calls this function, meaning you're calling your function add transaction, right? Well, the first thing we want to do is we want to increment the transaction count by 1, right? That should be obvious. It's like I'm adding a new transaction to the blockchain, increment the count of and the number of transactions, okay? And then what I want you to do is take the transactions array that I created earlier, push a new transaction to it, okay? And all we're pushing to that array is literally from my JavaScript world. Okay, my JavaScript peeps, you're literally just sending an object. Okay, this object is going to be like, sender 0x something, receiver 0x something, message, hello, whatever. Okay, timestamp, some Unix timestamp. Okay, so that's all you're sending. Okay, so this over here is a constructor. Transfer struct here is a constructor. And once you pass it all of this information, it's going to literally make an object for you at the end of the day. That's all it's doing. And message.sender, just in case you're wondering what it is, when you're signing with MetaMask, so like when you're doing this thing with MetaMask, right? Where you're literally signing. Yeah. That is what refers to the message.sender. Okay, so the dude that's logged in with MetaMask and hitting send and then hitting confirm, it's pulling that dude's account address, okay, from message.sender. Now, if you're wondering how it's pulling the receiver, it's pulling, okay, so this is the sender, and then this guy who we're sending it to is the receiver, okay? The amount that we have, okay, wherever the amount is, let's just say that's the amount. That's going to be the amount that it's pulling. And then the message is whatever message you wrote in. And the timestamp is like the exact moment you added it to the blockchain. Okay, so that's why we're getting it from that special keyword block. And this MSG is also a special keyword in Solidity. So both of these, block and MSG, is a special keyword. Okay, my big head is blocking some of that stuff. So there you go. That's what I was showing you. Like that little transaction there is the amount. Okay, now I'm gonna hide it again because I like myself being huge, like a big giant on the screen. So I'm gonna make this small and I will hide it away from you, and I'll just bring this back for now, and let's keep going. Okay. All right. And then next up, what we're gonna do is we're gonna emit the event we actually created earlier. So we want to emit the transfer event we created. Okay. So let's go ahead and just emit that event. We're gonna give it the sender, receiver, amount, message, block, timestamp, and all that good stuff. It's the equivalent of doing the, a console log, let's say. All right, so let's keep going over here, and we got our amount, we got all of that. Okay, I'm just gonna check if I'm on the right Solidity version. I am. Yep. So there you go. That's your emit event that you're gonna have there. Okay. Now we're gonna write a function to actually get all of the transactions from the blockchain. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna call this function get all transactions, and I'm gonna give it a public view, and we're gonna return a transfer struct. That's the data type we're gonna return, and we're gonna actually return, so think of like we're gonna return an array of objects, and the array of objects is gonna be of type transfers or transactions. Okay, and we're just gonna put memory there because if you don't put that, you get an error, so just put it. Okay. And then we're just gonna return transactions at the end of the day, and yep, and then we're gonna make another function, and this function is going to get the number of transactions, and we'll say get transaction count. Okay, and again, it's going to be a public function, and it's a view. So for a view, we're telling the blockchain, hey, there's no transaction happening here. We're not going to be changing the data, so you don't need to charge us here for anything. It's just going to be a view. And then public is so you can access it from outside. Returns is what data type and what specific things are we going to return. So we're going to return an integer, and then I can just go ahead and say return transaction count, and that's about it. So yeah, and then lastly, what I want to just explain really is the view keyword, right? That basically means that the function can only be used to view the data. All right, that's all that means. All right, and that means that no ether is needed to run this function. Okay, that's something that I want to highlight to you. With that said, we are done with the contract part. Now, we just sit back, we watch the firework, and it's time to deploy the contract. Let's go! All right, now that you've made the contract, it's time to deploy your contract, okay? It would be kind of like if you had all this wood behind you, but you never lit it on fire. Okay, if you didn't do that, what's the point of having a fireplace? It's useless. So when you have a contract, there's no point to just having a contract. It's like having a bunch of wood. We got to deploy it, okay? We got to add the fire. We got to turn it into a fireplace. And that's what makes it usable by everybody in the world, including yourself. So let's go and do that now. So what I'm going to do, the first thing, inside of contracts, you see transaction here. I'm going to hover over it, and I'm going to right click. Okay, I'm going to right click. And what that will allow me to do, all right, so now what we're going to actually do is inside of our migrations folder, we're going to create a new file. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's create a new file. And before we do that, go into your one_initial migration, copy everything inside of that. And then I want you to go ahead, make a new file, to_deploy.js, paste all of that. And everywhere it says migrations, we're going to change that with transactions. Okay. So you could also do right click and rename all occurrences, or you could just do this in this fancy way. Or you could use a shortcut Command D, which on Windows, I believe might be Control D. That right there. Okay. That should allow you to do that multi-select on everything. Let's keep going. And now what we're going to do is we're going to right click on our transactions right here. Okay. And I'm going to choose build contracts. Now, if you're wondering, how do I have this build contracts right here? It's only possible, you guys, if you have this truffle extension. Okay, if you don't have the truffle extension, okay, this extension right over here, if you don't have that, the build contract right here will not show up. Okay, so make sure you have it. Okay, so we're gonna hit build contracts. Now my contract has started building. So we'll keep going through it. Okay, it's gonna take a second to build. And here's what happened. Okay, I just ran into a little bit of an error. Let's go ahead and I'm going to choose truffle for VS Code. So go click output and then here choose truffle for VS Code so we can actually see what the error is. Okay, and here we're checking to find what the error is, and it says, hey, there might be something you need to fix in truffle config. So I'll show you what we need to do. So first choose truffle for VS Code. Scroll down till you can see the error, and you can see the error says truffle is currently using Solidity version 0.8.11, and it does not match what we have inside of our file right there. So let's go ahead to our truffle config.js right here and fix this problem. Okay, so let's go truffle config and scroll down to line 84-ish, and where it says version, you see it says 0.8.11. Go ahead and change that to 0.8.15. Okay, so we're gonna go choose, just put a 5 there. Let's hit save. Okay, and now let's try to deploy this again and see if it works. Okay, it's going through, and let's see. Okay, looks like we have a build folder now that's starting to show stuff. So that's a really good sign. And there we go. You can see it says compiled successfully using Sol version 0.8.15. Okay, so our contract is now it's built. Now what we need to do is let's go ahead and right click on transactions. And this time we're going to choose deploy contracts. So let's choose that. Okay, now here I make an error. Okay, so I choose the Ropsten network, but I don't want you to choose the Ropsten network. Do not choose this. Choose Gwirly. Okay, so I want you to choose the Gwirly network. That's the one. Okay, that's the one I want you to pick. Don't pick Ropsten. Just want to make that super clear. So in your case, you should be picking that guy right over there, Gwirly. Once you click it, it's going to ask you to paste your mnemonic. Now, remember earlier in the video, when you made your wallet with MetaMask, that's when it gives your mnemonic. It tells you to write it down. So grab that mnemonic that it gave you, and I want you to bring that here and paste it here. Okay, so we're going to paste our mnemonic now, and it's going to ask you to save it. Now, you can save it anywhere you want. Okay, so I'll just go to my own folder here, and I'm just gonna hit key.env, and there we go. We've saved it, and at the bottom you should see it's saying deploying contracts. Okay, and your project name is gonna be different than mine. For you, it should say deploying contracts to Venmo clone. Okay, I just had to create another project because I was getting some errors or whatever, but hopefully you won't be getting errors. If you are also getting the same errors, then it might actually help you to create a new project. Okay, so just a little note for you. And pretty soon this deploying will be completed, and it is. Okay, so now that the deployment is completed, it gives you this very important contract address. You're going to need access to this. So hover onto this, and I want you to copy it. Okay, this is a very important contract address. And then I want you to go ahead and grab this contract address. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this contract address. And what we're going to do is we're going to make in our source folder, we're going to make a new folder, and we're going to call it, not a new file, we're going to make a new folder. We'll call it utils. Okay, and inside of utils, I'm going to make constants. And inside of there, I'm going to save a new constant file. It's going to be called constants.js. And inside of this file, we're going to make a contract address, and we're going to paste the contract address in front of it. Now, a little note for you. Just put const here. I forgot to put that. Okay, so just put const contract address, and we'll come back to this file and we'll fill it out completely. Okay. All right. So with that said, right now, your doing great. Your contract is deployed. So congratulations, because that's a huge part of the process. And at this point, we're pretty much done with the smart contract blockchain part pretty much completely. And now we're going to do the fun front end part where we're going to connect to this back end. And then now we're going to really make the app sing. So I hope you're excited. I'll see you in a second. All right, now what we're going to be building is going to be the nav bar. Okay, so it's going to be the nav bar we're going to build for our project. This is what it's going to look like. So boom, right there. Okay, that's what it's going to look like right there. So that's the target. That's what we're building. Remember, it's not built yet. Okay, it's just a photo. So I'm going to leave that here as a target of what we're building. Or actually, let's leave that here. So that could be like a use as a reference point. Okay. So now let's go ahead and build it together. All right, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside of source. Okay. Inside there, let's go into our app.js. And inside my app, what I want to do is let's go ahead and remove everything from the top. And I'm going to say import style from ./style/app.module.css. Okay. That's where a lot of the styling we've already written for you, so it's in there. Go ahead and call the class. We're going to use this a wrapper, okay, and we're going to inside of our wrapper we're going to put in our header, and inside of our header we'll put in our nav bar. Okay, now no nav bar is going to show up, so once I hit run on this, we're going to when we do yarn start, we're going to get an error. Okay. And the reason why we're gonna get an error is because we never imported it. Okay, so let me actually move this a little bit out of the way here. As you could see, hey, nav bar is not defined. So now what we want to do is in components, you could actually see that we have created nav bar inside of components, right? So we're just gonna go ahead, import that right over there. Import nav bar from ./components/nav bar. Okay. And now that it's imported, let's go into our nav bar. We're not getting an error anymore. Let's build out our nav bar from scratch. Let's get in our nav bar styles that we've already made. And for this nav, we're going to say navigation container for styles. Okay. And then we're going to make a container div inside. And then inside of that, we're going to use a logo image class, logo container rather. Okay, and then we run that and we get an error. All right, so let's go ahead. We're getting an error here, right? This is not loading the logo. We'll fix that in a second. First, let's just go ahead and give it a class name, and we're gonna say styles.logo image for the style on this, okay? And let's fix this source. So we're gonna change this source to /assets/Venmo logo.svg. Still not loading. Okay, so let's drag the assets folder and we'll move the assets folder inside of our public folder. There we go. And now we change it. Now we run and look at that. Venmo is showing up. That is beautiful. Okay, so let's continue. All right, now we're going to add in an actions container and we're going to say hello, and then we're going to give it an accent color. And this is where the user address will go. So we're going to say hello, comma, user address. Okay. And remember, right, we're mapping it to this one. That's our reference point. So we got that part. Now we got the hello part. Okay. And then we have the user address there. Now we're going to put a hand wave. And last but not least, we do need to put the image, the circular image that we have. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So we're going to first get our down icon. Okay, because we need that icon for right here. Okay, so let's call our chevron down icon. Let's give it a arrow down icon styling, and let's make it a self-closing tag. Okay, now we're getting an error. Can't resolve hero icon. So obviously what we need to do is we need to install this package right here, and let's run it. Cool, now it's showing up. So you should have this package already installed. When you do npx clever programmer, you get all the dependencies installed by default. So just make sure you add in the /outline, and then you should be good to go. All right, the last thing we need to add is the image. So let's go and do styles.avatar container. So I'll make a new div, and then inside of this div, we're going to put an image, And this image, we're going to give it an avatar image style, make it a self-closing tag as well. And the source, okay, is going to be this specific source right here at yikiang.me/avatar.jpg. Okay, you can get your image from wherever you want. Yap is somebody who just works with us on the Clever Programmer team, and so that's the image we're using. You could use your image or anybody else's image, right? And boom, look at that. Okay, let's get to the end of this. Boom, right? If I show you this, look at that, right? We started with that reference and we got pretty much a one-to-one match. So that is absolutely phenomenal. We are done with our nav bar. And now it's time to move on and add our wallet connection. Let's go. Now what we want to work on is the MetaMask Connect wallet functionality. So basically we want to be able to do this thing, okay, where it'll pop up, connect with MetaMask, it'll ask for your account, you'll be able to hit next and then move on to the next part. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on this bad boy now. There's no front end part to this, so just letting you know that this is going to be mostly a back end thing we're going to be doing for connecting to wallet, because this front end is MetaMask's like default front end when you open MetaMask. Okay. All right. So make a new folder called context, and you're going to make it inside of your source. Okay. Inside of this context, I want you to hit new file, and then in there, we're going to put context.js. All right. Go ahead and import use effect. And we're going to put in use state and create context from React. Okay, just like that. And then go ahead and do import ethers from ethers, because we're going to need access to that. Okay, and let's go ahead and do export const transaction context, okay, and create context. So we're going to need access to all this data in our other files. That's why we're creating this context here, so we can do that. All right, we're going to create a transaction provider here, which is going to take in children. Children is going to be the entire app. And what I'm going to say is I'm going to hit return, and I'm going to say transaction context.provider, and we're going to give it a value. And right now we're going to leave the value kind of empty. Okay, and we're just going to pass in children in between. And make sure you have the tag saying transaction context.provider. Okay, that's what the tags should be saying. All right, let's go back. Yep, let's go right there. And in our index.js, what we're going to do is let's go and do transaction provider from /context/context. And we're going to create a transaction provider in our index.js and wrap up the entire app inside of it. Okay, that's what we're doing. So make sure you put your app here, transaction provider, and import your transaction provider from context. With that said, let's go back to our context, and we're going to keep track of the current account, and we're going to see if the current account is logged in or not. Okay, the default state is just going to be a blank, empty string. We're going to have a function which is going to be check if wallet is connected. It's going to be an async function. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a try catch block here, and under the catch, we're just going to console log the error. And in the try, what I want to do is I want to say, hey, if Ethereum does not exist here, and you might be wondering, where is Ethereum coming from? We're going to destructure Ethereum from window. Window is a global JavaScript object that we have access to. And if Ethereum does not exist, then return, please connect MetaMask. That means MetaMask is not connected. Please install MetaMask. That's what the error we want to say. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create accounts, and we're going to await the Ethereum request, and the method is ETH_request accounts. And then what we want to do is we want to say if the accounts length, meaning if the accounts exist, then set the first account as the main account. So maybe you choose 5 accounts. The first one you chose is the one that gets chosen, because we can only choose one account. And then if no accounts are found, we're just going to say no accounts found. Let's create a use effect hook that's going to fire off every single time the page refreshes. And we're just going to run this function, check if wallet is connected, every single time the page refreshes. Okay. Then next up, what we're going to do is we're going to create a connect wallet function. All right, now we're gonna create this connect wallet function. This is gonna be pretty much copy paste. So honestly, you can copy paste. There's really just gonna be a very, very minimal difference from this function and the other one. But this is more so of just a little technicality. Okay, so you're gonna be writing the same thing that you just wrote. Okay, so nothing really new here. And then you could see that it popped up. So I'll remove this from here. You could see that it popped up the wallet and you can connect to it, right? So we can see it running. We can see our connect functions running. Okay, let's keep going. And then we're going to set the current account to 0. The only difference is we're going to do a window location reload. This is just to kind of catch any edge cases and make sure there are no errors happening. So just put in the window.location.reload. You should be fine. And let's keep going. Okay, next up, what we're going to do is we're going to throw a new error if there is an error. Okay, and we're going to say no Ethereum object found. Okay, object. Okay, so make sure you pass in the connect wallet to your transaction context provider, because now your entire app will have access to the connect wallet function that you've made. Okay, so let's go back to our navbar.jsx. Now we're going to start using all of this stuff that we got. Okay, so let's go ahead and use it. So let's make sure that, okay, everything is looking good here. Connect wallet. We want to not just get connect wallet, but we also want to get access to the current account, the current user that's logged in. So let's go ahead, import transaction context from our context, and let's get the use context hook as well from React. And then we will use the context hook. We'll pass in and we'll say, hey, we want to use our transaction context we created. We're going to destructure our current account and connect wallet from that. And then we want to wrap the entire app up in certain, in this conditional here, in this ternary operator. Okay. So we want to say, hey, if the current account is logged in, then show this, otherwise show that. All right. So I'm going to take essentially what is the home page. I'm going to cut that bad boy and we're going to paste it in here because, hey, if the current account is logged in, then show this. Okay. Otherwise, show a button that says connect wallet. Okay, so our connect buttons, give it the styling of connect button, and then on click, we're gonna say connect wallet. All right, and let's take a look at what's happening. Okay, so let's open up our MetaMask here. Let's go to our MetaMask. Let's go to where it says connected. Let's click the collapsible 3 dots and let's disconnect. Okay, so now that we disconnect, let's refresh our page and you can see that it brings up the connect wallet again. And if I remove the connect wallet, you can see that there's a button right behind it. All right, so now I'm gonna hit that next button right there. And you can see I just got connected, okay? And basically everything that I'm doing is working, okay? Beautiful. So our check if wallet is connected fires off every single time we refresh the page. So there you have it. You did a fantastic job building this wallet connection so far. Next up, we're gonna shorten the addresses. Let's go and do that now. The next thing we're gonna be building is a shortener. So we're gonna take a big address, turn it into a small one. Let's go ahead and do that. So I've drawn this out for you here. This is what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna take an address that looks like this and we're gonna turn it into that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. So let's make a shortener. And then once we make that shortener, then what we can do is we can actually show that user address right there. Otherwise, this would be too big, right? And it wouldn't fit. So let's go to where we have user address. And I'm going to change that. And I'm going to go ahead and say current account. Okay, so now you can actually see that our app is showing us this. Okay, that's what you should be seeing right now, because pulling it directly from the current account. Now what I want to do is let's go inside of my utils, and in there I'm going to add shorten address.js, and I'm going to say export const shorten address, and it'll take in an address, and here's what it will do. Okay, so we'll say first, and then we'll create another variable called last. So first we'll just take the first 5 strings, so like 0x35d. Okay, so we're gonna put that, and then last is just gonna take the last 4 essentially. Okay, and then we're just gonna say first ... last. All right, so you got your first and last here. Let's go back, and now we're gonna use this URL shortener, or wallet address shortener, I mean, on current account. Let's import our bad boy, shorten address, and make sure you import it from the right place. Okay, so let's just go ahead and import it from utils/shorten address. That's where we've put it. And then we're just gonna call our shorten address, pass it our current account, and we should be Gucci. There we go, look at that. We got it, right? You can see it right over here. And you can see that we have went from this to that. Beautiful. So we're done with shortening stuff. Now we are going to work on our transaction form so the users could put in stuff and then, you know, be able to pay other people. Let's go. All right, now time to make our transaction form. This is what you're going to be building by the end of this one. Okay, so we're going to be building this form. Now, yes, it looks ugly, hideous, but don't worry about that. We're going to initially build it without styling, and then we're going to make it look pretty. Okay, so don't worry about that. I'm going to leave this bad boy kind of like floating here for reference as we go through this. And yeah, let's rock and roll. So I'm gonna go into app.js, okay, and inside of here, let's go ahead and all right, so I'm gonna add in transaction form here, okay. If you don't have main container, activity container, make sure you add all of these here as well, okay. But transaction form is I'm gonna be adding. Now, obviously it's gonna give an error. It says transaction is not defined. So at this point, you know what the error is, right? You know what this means. If you see that error, clearly you didn't import something. So just go ahead, start your import process. We're gonna go ahead and do transaction form, and we're gonna grab it from our transaction form component that we have made. Now I want you to go ahead into your transaction form, okay? And all right, so we have the transaction form here. It should be pretty much empty. Let's go ahead and build it out now, okay? So we're gonna grab transaction.module.css. All right, so now that I've got my transaction styling, let's go ahead. I'm gonna create a div, and in here, we're gonna say container, okay? And then we're going to grab make an h3. It's gonna be form title, and we're gonna send payment and request. It says styles is not defined. Okay, let me go ahead and fix that. Styles.form title. There we go. And now it's starting to show up. Okay, so send payment/request. Next up, I'm gonna create a form. Inside of there, we're gonna have a form container. Inside of there, I'm gonna have a swap container. And then we're gonna add in our switch vertical icon, and you'll see what this, so this icon is this bad boy right here. Okay, so just keep in mind, this is what we're making, okay? This is the target. So we got a form container, we have a swap container, right? Then inside of that, we have a swap icon. Now we're probably gonna write swap to/from, okay? So just remember, this is our reference point. Okay, let's go ahead and do styles.swap text, and it's gonna be swap to/from, and now we can see it on our screen. That's looking good. Okay, let's keep going. I'll put this here because I think this will be fine there, not in the way of anything. All right, and then we're gonna create a form body here. Okay, and then inside of there, we're gonna add in a form input container. Okay, and then we're gonna give it an h4, and the h4 we're gonna say form input title. Okay, and we're just gonna say to. So who are you sending your money to, right? That's where that goes. And then the next part we're gonna be doing, obviously, is gonna be this message part. Okay, so that's gonna be also an input. The type is going to be text, and we're gonna have autocomplete false. All right, let's keep going for input container, and I'll get rid of this, move it over. And this is going to be an h4 as well, form input title, and we're gonna say amount, okay. And we're gonna have input here, okay, and class name for this one is going to be form input, and type is going to be a number, okay. So once you choose a number, it will give you, just make sure autocomplete is off on there. And instead of amount, we're going to say message, and instead of that, we're going to change it to text, okay? And then underneath that, we're actually going to make our amount. So let's go ahead and do form footer. Let's give it an H4. I'm going to say footer title is amount. So there we go. Amount is showing up now. All right. And then we're going to have a div here, and we're going to put a footer container. And then I'm going to put an amount container div inside of there. And then I'm going to put an input container inside of that. Okay. And we want to put an icon here, currency dollar icon, which is this icon right there. Okay. And then we're going to do styles dot dollar icon. So now it's showing up on the screen. You should be able to see it. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this guy here for a second. Okay. Next up, we want to make this look a little bit better. And then we want to make our send button. So I'm going to paste the same input styling, except we're going to change this to a number. And there we go. Since we added our form input styling, it fixed it and made it wider. I'll hide myself here. All right, so now I've changed it to a number. And then what I want to do is I want to create a button, and this button is going to be send. Okay, and we're going to make it a send button. That's the styling I'm going to give it. Okay, now it's looking much better. Make it type submit. And when it comes to our form, you know, this is what it's looking like right now. That's about it, okay, for our form. So if you got to this part, great job. You've done an amazing job. Now, next up, we're going to be working on the activity header. Let's go. All right, next up, that right there is what we're going to be building right now, the activity header. Okay, so this is going to be a lot of fun to build, and I hope you're going to learn a bunch of things out of this. But with that said, let's get to it. Let's start building that bad boy. Okay, so I'll bring it right over here so you could have like a frame of reference here as we build it. And let's go. So I'm going to go into my app.js, and I'm going to hit import activity. Okay. And then let's open up our tabs here. And in files, you can see I have a folder called activity, and then I have activity card. Okay. So let's go ahead and import that. So I'm going to go ahead and import activity card from /components activity card. Okay. All right. So now it's been imported. And now we're going to start building this out right over here. Let's close everything out. All right, so I'm going to pop in my activity card here. Okay, pretty soon it will actually start showing up, and I'll leave it just here as a reference. So let's go into our activity card, and now we're going to build it out from scratch. Okay, so let's go ahead and import styles from styles and activity module.css. Okay, make sure you do .. because we have to go back out 2 directories. Okay, then we're going to return a container, and then inside of that div, we're going to have another div, and this is going to be a tab container. Okay, and then in there, we're going to put a p tag, and we're going to have a tab title activity. So that's going to be this part right over here where it says activity. Okay, so boom, right there, it's showing up. Okay, after activity, we want to add in a class name, and we're going to do styles.navigation container. Okay, inside of that, we're going to add in navigation item, and then we're going to do data-current. So just so you understand what this data.current is, that this is how it will give it this active styling over here. Okay, so that's how we do that. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to make a globe icon. Let's go ahead and import it from the top. So globe icon from here icon /react/outline. And then we're going to go and do styles.navigation icon. Okay, just like this. And then let's create another div here. We're going to give it a class name, and I'm going to say navigation item. And in here, we're going to put a user icon. And just so you know what this icon will be, it'll be this icon right over here, right? Globe icon is this guy here. User icon is that guy. Okay, so once we add in that icon, let's go ahead and we're going to add another navigation item. And this one is going to be a user group icon, the third icon. All right. And you could see all of these being added here. Okay, so let's go ahead and boom, it's showing up. That's great. Let's go all the way at the bottom. We're going to add in another div. And for this, I'm going to give it a styles and say feed list. Okay, let's go to our index.js. And here I'm going to remove import from index/CSS. So I'm going to remove the global styling that we were doing everywhere. and I'm going to change that. And we're going to go ahead and say, go into our styles and grab our global.css. So now when we do that, boom, look at that. The entire app styling is looking beautiful. Our form is looking beautiful. So that global styling there fixed almost everything. Okay, so now when I full screen it, look at how much better that looks, right? That's beautiful. And like our target that we had here is matching what we've built there. So with that said, we are done with this activity header part. Great freaking job. And next up, we're going to work on our transactions. Let's go. Quick thing that I want to highlight. Earlier when we created that send button, the problem that was happening with that was it was like overflowing and doing all kinds of weird stuff. So I just need you to go in your styles and go into your transaction styles, transactions.module.css, and we're just going to change something inside of our container. So here for our container, we're just going to make the width 400 pixels. Okay, if you didn't have that already, change it to 400 pixels. And then you shouldn't have any problems whatsoever. You should be good to go. Okay. All right, let's keep on going now. So now our button looks really good. Our send button looks awesome. No problems anymore. Okay, let's now go to our context and get to work on setting up our smart contract. That's the big main thing that we need to do now. Okay, so we're going to keep track of some states. So let's just define all of those here. So the to address, we're going to keep track of that state. The amount, we're going to keep track of that state as well. All right, so we're going to keep track of this amount state, obviously, right? Let's keep going. Default it to 0 because it's an amount, it's a number, it's not a string, so we're not going to have it empty. Message, we're going to leave the message blank to start off with. Okay, we're going to keep track of our loading state, and obviously in the start it's false, it's not loading. And we're going to keep track of our transaction count because we want to know how many transactions we have. Okay. And yep. And by default, we're not going to set it to 0 or anything. By default, what we're actually going to do is we're going to pull it from local storage. Okay. So that is a very clean way of doing it. We're going to pull it from local storage. So when a page refreshes or whatever, by default, we're going to pull it from local storage, and then otherwise we're going to pull it dynamically. Okay, now what we want to do is let's go down and we're going to check if transaction exists. We're going to create this function. And this is really a getter and setter function that we're making here. Okay, so let me write that down here. It's going to be a getter and setter function. And what this function will really do is we want to get transaction count. So, okay, so this is here's another way of saying this, right? Get and set transaction count. That's what this function really does. So what we want to do is we want to get the transaction count. And once we get it, we want to set it in our local storage. Okay. Now, where are we getting this transaction count from? We're going to be getting this transaction count, right, from our back end, our blockchain smart contract part. All right. So that's what's really happening here. Okay. So let's keep going with this function. Check if transaction exists. We're going to go async on this bad boy, and it's going to be a try catch. And we're going to say, hey, if we have Ethereum, meaning if, so this is saying if you have MetaMask installed, then go ahead and do the following. Then we're going to go ahead and create transaction contract, and we're going to create the Ethereum contract. Now, this is going to be a helper function we'll create in a second. So don't worry when it gives you an error. Don't freak out. Not a big problem. So let's go ahead and actually create this Ethereum contract function now. And really, this is just a boilerplate code for connecting a smart contract that you've made on the blockchain side to your front end. So we're just doing that connection part right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to set our provider, and we're going to choose the MetaMask as our provider. So we're going to say Ethereum. Then we're going to get our signer, and this is going to be our provider.getSigner. So this is whoever's signing the contract, meaning like the logged in user with the MetaMask. And then what we want to do is we want to get the transactions contract. Okay, and so let's go to ethers.contract, and we need to give it our contract address. Okay, we need to give it our contract address, and we need to give it our contract ABI, and we need to give it our signer. And then we're going to return this transactions contract. Okay, so now contract address and contract ABI those are things that we're going to go ahead and set it up. So let's go and get on line 3, let's go ahead and import contract address from utils/constants. And then we're also going to go ahead and let's go to our, let's see where we're at. Let's go to build. So we're going to our backend blockchain part. Let's go to build and let's go to transaction and let's copy that. So what we've copied here, all right, so what we've just copied is all of the contents inside of that transactions file, okay? So we're just gonna create that same file inside of here, okay? So let's go and now paste all of that. Boom, there we go. So now that I've pasted it, so just copy, right click on utils, right? And you're just gonna hit paste. It's gonna paste the transactions.json that we copied over earlier. Let's go to our constant.js. And we're going to go ahead and say export const contract address. So we get access to this. And then we're going to do the following. Okay. We're also going to import ABI inside of here from our transactions.json. And we're going to export our ABI, our contract ABI. So we have access to it in our other file. So make sure you do ABI.ABI at the end. Let's go to our, context. Okay, and inside of there, let's pull contract address and contract ABI. And now let's scroll down to our check if transaction exists function. And here we're gonna do the following. Okay, let's go ahead and do current transaction count, and we're going to await this. And I'm gonna say transaction contract dot transaction count. Okay, or sorry, dot get transaction count rather. Okay, this is the function that we have on the blockchain side. So I can show you that. Let's go to our backend. Let's go to our contracts. Let's go to our transactions here. And boom, you can see our get transaction count. All right, so we got the transaction count on our back end, right? That's what we're interfacing from our front end. So that's freaking exciting because we're literally going from our front end, going to our blockchain part, using the blockchain Solidity function to get the data, retrieving that, and then putting it out on the front end. I mean, I don't know. That is pretty freaking cool. Like, that's super, super exciting, right? So that's why the await promise needs to happen, because we're doing a bunch of stuff asynchronously here. And then once we pull that bad boy, we're going to go ahead and in our local storage, we're going to set that item and we're going to say transaction count. All right, so now we got our current transaction count. Okay, so we have our current transaction count, which is we get our count first. So then current transaction count becomes a number, like let's say 8 or something. And then we, on line 70, right, we set in our local storage and we set the key with transaction count and we set the value to that. Okay, so whatever that may be, 8 or 5 or whatever, however many transactions have happened. Okay, and that's looking really, really solid to me. Okay, and then now let's go to our use effect hook that we created earlier where we added check if wallet is connected. Now let's go ahead and add check if transactions exist. So basically anytime we refresh on our page, that function should fire off and work. And you could also, check in your console log what it's returning, and it'll show you it's returning like a number, okay, however many transactions you have, like 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever. Okay, so with that said, now the last part that we want to add to this is we want to fire off this use effect hook every single time transaction count changes. And the cool part about this is whenever there's a new addition, a new transaction that occurs, your page will automatically refresh and show that transaction. Okay, so that's what's happening. Great job on that. Now, the next thing that we're going to add is the ability to send money, send Ethereum. Let's get to it. All right, time to send some money. So let's get into it. Okay, so let's go and add the ability to be able to send money. Okay, this is going to be important. And when I say money, I mean Ethereum. So let's create a function. We'll call it send transaction async. Okay, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to add a try catch block here. And if it's an error, then obviously just show an error. Okay, if it's not an error, then try. All right, so here I'm going to say, hey, if MetaMask is installed, then I want you to go ahead and add in this transaction contract and create it. Okay, so we're just going to create the transaction contract. And then what I want to do is I want to have a parsed amount here. Okay, and we're going to do it with ethers utils. And I'm going to parse the ether and I'm going to parse the amount that was passed. So if the user gave us a certain amount, we're just going to pass it in here. So that utils parse ether amount, what that's really doing is if I go here online to a eth-convert, so just go to eth-converter.com. And here, if I put in like a small amount of ETH, like 0.001, it'll convert it to way. So it'll convert it to whatever way that is. Okay. So that's really what that function is doing. Okay. Because remember, there's no floating amounts. There's only integers. Then I'm going to request. So I'm going to wait Ethereum or MetaMask in this case. And method is going to be send transaction. And we're going to give it params. Params is going to be an array of object in this case. And we're going to say, we're going to give it a from address. All right, so here we go, right? So we put our gas, just for gas, just put 0x528. All right, so this basically right here, 0x528 is just a short, nice way of saying something like, hey, I want to pay like 21,000 way or whatever in gas to just cover some basic amount of gas. Okay, that's really what it is. And then just choose value parsed amount. So we got our from, which is a current account, which is this bad boy right here that's logged in. The to is going to be whoever fills out the form, or like whoever we're sending it to for the form. We're just going to pay this amount of gas every single time. The value is going to be the parsed amount. And then we're going to turn it into hex. All right, so that just converts it to a hexadecimal. That's it, but we don't really need to worry too much about it. We're going to create a transaction hash, and that's going to be from the transaction contract, and we're going to do .add to blockchain. Okay, so basically, that's where we're doing, send transaction. Okay, that's really what we're doing. And we're going to pass in our address to, our parsed amount, our message, and then, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, those are all of the things that we're going to send. Then we're going to set is loading to true while that's sending. And then we can say loading, and then we're going to put a transaction hash. All right, now what we want to do is we want to await the transaction hash here and just do transaction hash.wait. And then once we're done with that, we're going to say success transaction hash. And then we want to set the loading to false because loading is done. We're done waiting for it. And transaction count at the end is going to be updated. So now we're going to get the updated transaction count. Okay. And then once we get that, we're going to set the transaction count to whatever the new transaction count is. And we're going to convert that into a number. So it comes as like a big int or a big number. So we just typecast it to like a regular number, and then we're fine. And then we're just going to do this window location reload thing to make our app more robust. And then we're going to add a else here. And I want to say, if that doesn't work, then no Ethereum object. Okay. Meaning like no MetaMask or whatever, and doesn't work. Cool. With that said, we are done adding that send functionality. Now it's really just adding in the UI, the beautiful front end for the form. Everything is ready to go, and then we should be able to send money and see everything. Okay, let's go ahead and do that now. All right, now the functionality we're going to add is really where we add real functionality to the form, meaning that when you actually put in an address and you put in a message and you put in an amount, it will actually open up MetaMask and then ask for you to confirm, and then you're actually able to send the transaction. So that is the functionality that we will now add. With that said, let's get into it. So let's get started from where we had left off. We created our send transaction function. Now all we need to do is make sure that in our context, we actually pass it. So the rest of our app has access to send transaction function. So go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to go into my transaction form, and inside of my transaction form, we're going to use our use context hook and get access to the transaction context. And I'm going to destructure send transaction function from there, set address to, and set amount hook. Okay, and the amount hook, and message, set message, etc. Right? So we're just going to get access to kind of all of that stuff. And we need to send that stuff over too. So just make sure you copy all of that and you paste it here. So you want to make sure that in your context, you're actually passing all of that information, right? The set address to hook, the address to set amount hook, amount, state, set message, all of that. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. Now that we're doing this, let's go ahead and make sure that we write our handle submit function. Okay. And in this, we're going to take the event. Okay, and the first thing we're going to do is prevent default. And what that does is it makes sure that you don't refresh. The page doesn't refresh once you hit submit. And we're going to say, hey, if the address doesn't exist or amount doesn't exist. All right, so we're going to say if none of these exist, then just do nothing. Okay, just ignore that. Okay, we only want this to work if those exist. And so basically this is like a guard clause that we're adding here. And then if none of those are true, then obviously we're going to send the transaction. Okay, so the transaction is going to send when these things exist. Okay, and then we're just going to, for the input, for our form title, we're just going to say value is the address to. Okay, so that's the address to right here. And we're going to say on change, we're going to set the address to whatever you're typing in the to. And then we're going to do the same thing for our message. And then we're going to do the same thing for our amount. So right now we're working on our message. Okay, value on change, same idea. And then we're going to do the same thing for amount. It's going to be literally the same pattern. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that for amount. On change, set amount, target value. Okay, good old React stuff. And if you're wondering, yes, my hair did change. Okay. I went to get a haircut in between the shoot. So shout out haircut gang. If you saw this, you know, not most people will make it to this part, but if you're one of the lucky few, good job. All right, let's keep going. Let's wrap up this entire bad boy that we've written in a form, and we're going to add a handle submit to that form. Okay. So the handles, the function essentially that we created right here. So this form is going to be looking for when you press that juicy send button. When you send that send button, I meant to say when you click that send button, your send transaction or whatever function or handle submit function is going to run. Okay. But let me ask you, is it going to run right now that this is empty? I'll give you 4 seconds to answer that. 4, 3, 2, 1. No, it will not. Well, the function will run, but it won't send the transaction, right? Because there's nothing here. So that won't happen. But if you have all of these filled out and then you hit send, will it run? I'll give you 4 seconds to answer that. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hopefully you said yes. And yes, if you have it filled out, it will send. So let's keep on rocking and rolling here. And let's open up our console on the right-hand side. Okay. And then we're going to go to our code. Just on change with the capital C. Okay. So that's where the error was coming from. So just make sure it's a capital C that you have. Cool. All right. Now it looks like it's working. Now let's go ahead and type in our to address. Ignore my dog. She's a little baby bulldog. She's wild. All right, there we go. We got our to address. Sometimes, you know, I order Uber Eats. They show up at the door to drop the food, and then she just starts barking, and I'm sick and tired of having to edit that out. So you guys are just going to hear what I hear at my house every day. So if you got to this dog barking part, feel free to comment that as well. And yeah, let's write our message. Have a great day. And we're going to put in some amount, and we're going to hit send. And now notice that it is opening up MetaMask. How beautiful is that? Let's hit confirm. There we go. MetaMask is popping up. I will make myself tiny here so you can see confirm. Boom. Look at that. And the loading transaction hash is showing up too. That is nice, right? That was real clean. And there, the transaction has taken place, right? And if we go to the other account where we sent this money, it looks like we got the ETH. So we are now able to send money. I mean, 99.9% of the functionality of our Venmo app is complete, you know, functionality wise. But now we still got to make sure that we render the recent activity and we show all that stuff. So I hope this was exciting to you. I hope this enlightened you. And with that said, let's keep on rocking and rolling. Next up, the component we're going to make is this guy right over here. Okay, this is going to be your recent activity / recent transactions component. So, you know, who's making the recent transactions, right? This is what you see on Venmo as well. So let's go ahead and work on that component now. Get rid of this here and let's go. I'm going to pop this in. The purple thing in the back is not really what you're actually going to be adding. Okay, that's just like interesting looking padding that I added. But this is the part that you're actually going to be building. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, like, I wanted to just make it stand out. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and work on this now. All right. Let's go into our activity card.jsx. And inside of my activity card, let's go and import my context from React. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to get my transaction context from my context file. We'll get shortened address from utils. Okay, it's going to be /utils / shortened address. Yep. Just like that. And then we're going to pull transactions and current account from our context. Let's go and get all transactions. Inside of our context, let's go and get all of the transactions. So it's going to be async. It's going to be a try catch here. We're going to console log the error. And then we're going to say, hey, if MetaMask is installed, I want you to create the transaction contract. And we're going to create the Ethereum contract. Once that's done, we're going to get the transactions. Okay, so we're going to say const available transactions, and we're just going to await the transaction contract, and we're going to call the get all transactions function, which is on our backend. Okay, so in our blockchain part. So if we go to our transactions.sol, you can see we have get all transactions right there, and it's a view function, and it returns the transactions. We're going to say get us the structured transactions. All right, so basically structured transactions, all we're doing is we're transforming the data that we're getting. And so I'll kind of explain to you what I mean by that, right? Let's go ahead and write this. Okay, so we are now just going to pull our address to from there. And this is the transaction receiver. Okay, that's the who we're sending it to. Okay. Next up, we're going to get our address from, and that's the transaction sender. And then we have our amount, or actually in this case, let's just do our timestamp. And let's call our time ago that we got imported or added earlier. All right, and we're going to say .format. Okay, and I'm going to create a new date in here, and we're just going to put in the transaction. Okay, .timestamp. So each transaction will have a timestamp from the blockchain, and I believe the blockchain puts their transactions in Unix. All right, so there we go. You heard that confirmation in there. Our developer confirmed with us that it is Unix. Our developer being your boy Kevin, and basically, if you pass it that Unix, right, and you give it as a number, and we pass it to new date. All right, so what the multiplied by 1,000 shenanigans is because you're getting okay, here. It's annoying. You don't really need to worry about it, but I'll tell you anyways. You're getting Unix in milliseconds. So in order to turn it into Unix in seconds, you multiply that bad boy by 1,000. Now it turns into Unix seconds. You give the Unix seconds to your new datetime object. It turns it into a datetime object. Then you call time ago format on that datetime object, and it knows how to turn it into a time ago naturally, you know, written language, kind of like here where you're seeing, 23 minutes right there, or 31 seconds right there. That's what time ago does. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to say comma mini here. All right, the mini is a time ago thing. So you can give it mini. So that means that it's instead of minutes or mins, it's going to say M or S for seconds. Okay, there we go. And then message, we will call it transaction.message. Okay, so now that it's restructured like this, or aka transformed, you won't have to loop through it and go transaction.receiver, transaction.sender. You can actually just loop through it and go dot address to, dot address from, dot timestamp. So it'll be much cleaner. So your code won't look like transaction.receiver. Pass in your amount, we'll parse int, and we will give it the transaction amount in hex, and we will divide it by 10 to the power of 18. So if you're looking at this and you're like, what kind of ninjutsu garbage is this? I'll explain real quick. We are going, my friend, from way... This is like the ugly stuff about blockchain. I don't know why they do all this trash. Like, this development experience is going to get better at some point, but that's what it is. Right now it's in Way and we're converting it to ETH. So remember when we went from like a really tiny 0.002 number and we turned it to like a 10 billion Way number when we went to ETH-converter.com? Well, now for the front end, we got to go from Way back into ETH and show it to the user. Okay, so we're reversing that. All right, hope that makes sense. Okay, let's keep on rocking and rolling. All right, and then we're gonna import time ago from JavaScript time ago. And we will also import en from JavaScript time ago locale. Okay, and then we're going to add that locale to the time ago. And we'll say time ago and we'll make it a ENUS. Okay, so then it'll look like American time zones. Okay, and time ago, if you're looking for it, right, in your package.json, we have it either added, and if we don't have it added, we can just go ahead and install it now. Okay, so in our command line, we're going to go ahead and say npm I, and we're going to go ahead and say JavaScript and just do dash time ago. Beautiful. Hit enter, and now it will install it. All right, so basically now, guys, we have it installed. Okay, and once it's installed, your time ago is going to work. Okay, let's keep on going through this. All right, let's go down, and we're going to add our use our set transactions hook that we got earlier. Okay, or actually, let's define it here. So I'm going to say transactions and set transactions, and in the start is going to be an empty array. Okay, it's going to be an empty array. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the transactions to structured transactions. And else we're going to say no Ethereum object, okay? And in our context provider, make sure you also export this value. So we're going to say transactions. Let's pass it to our app so we have access to transactions everywhere else in the app. Now, inside of our activity card, you can see that we're extracting transactions. All right, guys, so there we go. Okay, so now transactions will make more sense, right? Because we're pulling it out because we actually have access to it. And now this feed list that we have, inside of that feed list, we're going to, all right, so we're going to go ahead and do transactions.map. And now we just want to loop through and render those transactions out. This is like mainly the front end part here, okay? So we're going to go ahead and destructure an ID, an address from, our timestamp, our message, our address from. All right, so we destructured all of this stuff. ID, address from, timestamp, message, address to, etc. And then we're going to also get the index. Okay. Okay, so we got this, right? Now we're looping through this. And now let's go and render this out. So I'm going to do an implicit return here, right? Arrow and then parentheses is an implicit return. Okay, so there we go. Now class name. So key is going to be the index, right? That's why we pulled the index when we were looping. And then we want to give it a class name of feed item. For this here, class name here, we're going to give it a styles.avatar container. Okay, and we're going to give it an image, and it's going to be an avatar image. And for source, we're going to generate random avatar. All right, guys. So now, you know, generate random avatar obviously doesn't exist, but we're going to go ahead and create that now. So let's go ahead and do generate random avatar. And this function, it's going to work in the following way. We're going to say random avatar, and I'm going to randomly pick a number between 1 and 1,000. Okay, I'm going to be using this as my seed number, and we're going to use this dice bear API, which is very nice. Okay, and we're going to pop in the random avatar. That's how we're getting this, by the way. This is using the dice bear API. Okay, that's how we're getting all of this. And how it works is you give it a random seed. So we're just going to give it a random avatar plus current account, and we're going to say .svg at the end of it. Okay, and there we go. All right, so now it will generate a random avatar every single time, and make sure we're going to create another div, and this one is going to be feed details. So the point of this is so we can actually see the details part. Okay, so here we have this feed details is going to be obviously the details part that we're going to be adding to this. Okay, and then we're going to have a feed author. That's where we're going to put the wallet and shortened address. So there we go, we got the shortened address. So we're going to put the shortened from address, and then we're going to put the shortened to address. So that will say, from, and then it'll say to. Okay, so there we go. That's very nice. And then what we want to do is we want to add a span tag here, and we want to do created at. So this is going to be our timestamp here, where it says 23 minutes or 31 seconds, etc. And we're going to put our timestamp there. Okay, right here. We're going to put a globe icon right next to it, just like this. So that's why we're doing this globe. Okay, and let's go class name. We're going to go styles dot feed author, or sorry, dot feed body in this case, actually. And for the feed body, we're going to add in a message. So this is the message like, have a great day, or thanks for the ether. All right. Perfect. All right. Let's make another div. And for this one, I'm going to give it the feed CTA. So this is going to be the call to action, or these buttons like and comment, just like how we have on Venmo. And we're going to give it a heart icon, and we're going to give it a like icon for that one. And for the next one, we're going to give it and just so you could see, right, there we go. That's the heart icon. So I'll leave this here so you can kind of see the heart icon and the other icon. Or actually, let's put it here. Why not? So you could see it. Okay. So we got the like icon, and then we got the comment icon. All right, let's go ahead and refresh our app. Let's see here. Actually, let's go to our activity card, or sorry, let's go to our context here. And inside of our context, I'm going to go to around line 47, where in my check if wallet is connected function, and we're going to get access to all of our transactions. Okay, so let's call that function get all transactions. All right, and let's just make sure I'm going to full screen, and let's check here if it's pulling it through. It's giving us an error. It says cannot read undefined. Okay, so hold on. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's look for it. All right, so it's actually a typo here. So amount dot underscore hex, it's amount dot underscore hex on line 140. So that fixed it. There we go. We're getting all the transactions, and our transactions are showing up. I mean, that is nice. That looks beautiful. Okay, that looks great. And you could see, oh, wow, you could see, right, address from, you could see address true, the amount sent, message, and timestamp, and all of that is showing up here. So this is really, really good so far. Let's go to our account 1, and we're going to copy, okay. I'm going to paste the account 2's address so we can send them the money. We'll put in a message. Thanks for the ether. There we go. And we will put in some ETH, and let's go down and send it. Let's hit confirm. It says loading, so you could see that right away. Okay, let me hide myself so you could see loading right away. There we go. And once the loading is done, we could speed it up, right? Once the loading is done, boom, Boom, right there. There you go. Now the transaction is showing up. How freaking beautiful is that? That is fantastic. So great work on that so far. That is wonderful. And with that said, we're done with this part. At this point, we're pretty much done with the entire app. We're just going to put the finishing touches and we're good to go. So I'll see you in just a second. All right, so now we're going to pretty much just be demoing the app, but you might have noticed that I have this add thing here. Now, this is pretty much just React. I'm not going to go ahead and build this out. This is going to be a challenge for you to build out and add to this app. If you get stuck, you can always just check out to the main branch, because if you did NPX Clever Programmer, right, for this project, you can check out to the main branch. That always has the full solution. Right now, you're on the CLI starter branch, so you are doing this from scratch yourself, okay? So if you can always switch there and then code, find the solution. But I would say you know everything you need to know at this point to be able to put this together, okay? Or make a ad looking thing similar to this. And you should give it a try, okay? You already have the assets and everything like that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and demo the rest of the app. So like, let's just play around with the app, right? And let's just make sure that it works. So I'm gonna go right here. I will click into account 1. I'll try to send some transactions over to another account. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. You can see the avatars changed, right? The logos, the random generated avatars have changed. We're pulling in the transactions. The timestamps for the transactions are showing up. I'll put in a new address here. We'll put in a message, and then we're going to go ahead and put in the amount. Let's see if it works with emojis. Okay, so I'll put in an emoji here. No emoji showed up. Oh well, let's hit send. And let's go ahead and hit confirm. There we go. We'll go ahead and hit confirm. And look at that. It's loading, right? And let's see. Okay. And account 3 or account 2. Yep, the money has gone. And without even refreshing the page, you can see that it says 26 seconds ago, thanks for dinner. All right. So there you go. That is your entire app. So with that said, I really freaking hope that you enjoyed building this from scratch. I hope you get to deploy it. I hope you share in the comments that you did it. I mean, I'm really excited that you were able to follow along, build this. You should be very proud of yourself. If you enjoyed this video, smash that like button, turn it white, turn it blue, depending on if you're using dark mode or light mode on your YouTube. Subscribe to the goddamn channel. I love your beautiful face. This is Kazi, and as always, I'll see you in the next video. What's up, guys? In this video, you'll build OpenSea Blockchain Web 3.0 app with Next.js. This is version 2 of OpenSea, so this is going to be a lot more stable, and we're going to be using some really cool tools to build this, so you don't want to miss it. You're going to be using Tailwind to style this app. You're going to learn how to create your own marketplace on the blockchain using Third Web. We'll be connecting to the blockchain through the cutting-edge Infura RPC nodes. You definitely want this technology in your repertoire. You'll then create your own NFT collection and mint your very own NFTs. In this app, you'll also be able to list and buy NFTs on your own marketplace using the Third Web SDK. We'll add authentication to this app using MetaMask. And the best part, we'll be building this entire project using Replit as our online IDE. And the main benefit of it is you'll be able to follow along, and guaranteed every single one of you will be able to follow along, because most of the times things get lost in installation, your versions are off, and most people just fall off for that reason. But with Replit, you'll be able to follow along, click one button, fork a REPL, and boom, you can follow along literally everything that we're doing without having to worry about something not working. Okay, I hope you're excited, because then we can work together, build a project so you can add it to your portfolio, and you can then go towards getting a job. With that said, here's one really important thing that I need you to do if you want to build this project, you want to get that job, and you want to level up your career. I'm going to put this link, and it says join.replit.com/cp-OpenSea. That's the link. It's also in the description. Go ahead on there right now now, as you have this video open, don't close out of this video, click that right now and hit fork, okay? Make sure you hit that fork right there because that's how we'll be able to work together, and that will have already your next app pre-installed. It'll already have all your dependencies installed. It'll have your third web SDKs installed. It'll have everything that you need installed, ready to rock and roll. So then you can just quickly follow along with the tutorial, build the app without worrying about any of the headache, and you'll be good to go. Okay, so go ahead, click the link, hit fork, create an account, and then boom, you're ready to go. Follow along. So on one tab, then you'll have your Replit. The other tab, you'll be coding along with my YouTube video. So with that said, I hope you're excited. Smash the like button and let's go right into the video.
What is up, YouTube? It's Lance, a couple hours from the future, and I just wanted to take the time to showcase the beautiful app that we'll be making together. So as you can see, this is the Connect MetaMask button, and once you click it, you'll be prompted to connect your wallet. And if I hit next here, and then I hit connect, bam, we're instantly into the app that we'll be making. So if you take a look down, these are all the CryptoPunks available in our marketplace together. And guess what? These are real NFTs that live on the blockchain. If I were to click any one of them, let's say this one, I get directed to a dynamic page with all the information in the URL, right? If I go back and I click on another one, let's click the clown one. Look at that. It generates a unique URL for every NFT you create. So it's dynamic as well. Then now for my favorite part, I can click this buy now, and it's for 0.02 ETH. If I click buy now, look at that. I'm buying it for literally what I listed it as. So get excited, guys. If I were to hit confirm, there we go. I can just check my MetaMask account. You can see that it's pending. And there we go. And now it's done pending. So that means the transaction was confirmed. I lost 0.02 ETH, meaning we were able to purchase these NFTs here. And if I were to go back, you give your app a second. Look at that. The clown one that we just bought is removed from the marketplace as it should. So do you guys want to learn how to build your very own marketplace? I know I would. Let's get to the video. So to get started, we're going to be using replit.com for this. And if you're unfamiliar, all Replit is, it's an in-browser IDE where you can write code in. One thing that makes Replit unique is that it's online. So anything that can connect to a web browser, for example, your phone and tablet, you can write code in, right? Another cool thing that I like about Replit is that you can manage your environment. So any Node.js libraries you're missing, you can use Replit to manage that as well. One thing I want to add to that I like is that once you're done with your project, all you need to do is do one click and you can make it public and shareable to all your friends, like I always say. So without further ado, all you need to do to sign up is go ahead and click on the link provided over here and sign up for an account. I already have an account, so I'm going to click log in. And once you click that link and make an account, you should be directed to that GitHub repo. Awesome. So you should see this page right here, and it should say OpenSea V2 YouTube. What you want to do is just click fork repo. What this does is essentially clones the current repo and adds it to your account. All right, so now I should have a repo myself. Okay, there you go. It's up and loading, and you should be greeted by this long README, and that's because now you guys have the starter Next.js app already set up for you guys. So the cool part is if you go to package.json, you'll see that you don't have to install any packages yourself, right? So you could do this all manually, but because you forked that repo, all of this is right here. The only thing that you'll need to do is hop over to the shell and just type in the command yarn to install all the packages that are here. And we should be seeing some node modules come up. Boom. So once that's done, we should have all the modules that we need, and we should be able to do a yarn dev. So I'm just going to go ahead and clear my terminal. You can do that by clicking this trash can right here, and we should be good to go. All right, so let's type in yarn dev to see our project. Cool, and let it compile, and boom. Just like any other IDE, we can load and preview our project right here. So you can see welcome to Next.js. So if you did want to edit what we have so far, I would just go to index, and just to show you guys, it still all works the same. If I go to Next.js here, change this to Clever Programmer, boom, it gets updated and we see welcome to Clever Programmer. So that's the setup for Replit. I'm gonna go ahead and get started on setting up a third web. So we'll be back in this in a second. All right, so as mentioned before, we are going to be using ThirdWeb for this project. So go ahead and go to your browser and type in thirdweb.com/cleverprogrammer. So you press enter, and now you're gonna see this screen where it's gonna say connect your wallet. So if you didn't know, we're gonna be using MetaMask for this as well. And if you haven't already, I'm gonna show you guys how to set up MetaMask, okay? So one of the first things is MetaMask works really well with Chrome. So if you're not on a Chrome browser, go ahead and switch to it now and then come back. Cool, you're here? Awesome. So now that you're here, to just get started, you can type in MetaMask, Google Chrome extension. All right, you don't have to type in this whole thing. Whatever you type that gets you to this specific page, you should be good to go, right? Because MetaMask, for those of you who are unfamiliar, MetaMask is a wallet where you can store all your cryptocurrencies. It works really well with Ethereum at the moment. So make sure you have it installed. I already have it installed, and as you can see here, it's gonna ask for a password. So if I type in my password, boom, I'm already logged in. So as you can see, I'm already logged in. And for you guys, you're gonna notice that you're probably going to be on Ethereum mainnet when you first make your MetaMask account. This is the main network for Ethereum. So you're gonna be using real Ethereum if you connect to here. So if you look, I click this, I don't have any real Ethereum, so I'm gonna say 0, right? If you're developing on this, you wanna be using their test network. Right, so specifically, we're going to be using Rinkeby. So if you don't see Rinkeby here, what you're going to need to do is click on this little circle here and scroll to settings, and you're going to see a tab called advanced. And once you get to advanced, just scroll all the way down to see show test networks. Make sure this is on, and then you should be able to click this drop. All right, hit save, exit out, click this drop down. Then you are officially on the Rinkeby testnet. And as you can see, I already have some Ethereum on here. So if you're wondering, all right, Lance, we're on Rinkeby testnet. How can I get started with this wallet and start getting Ethereum? What you can do is copy this link, right? faucets.chain.link/Rinkeby, right? Because like you saw, we're on the Rinkeby testnet, and you want to be sending your wallet for some test Ethereum. So what you can do is make sure your wallet's connected. Usually it asks, so it's C0 or 0x1 is connected. Let's click MetaMask. Is that the same one? Yes, it is. So make sure your wallet address is connected. I don't need any test link. I just need ETH. Click I'm not a robot, right? So let's remember how much ETH I have right now, 0.42, right? Let's send request, okay? Waiting for confirmation. Okay, cool, request complete, 0.1 ETH was sent to my account. Because we're on the testnet, you can send yourself an unlimited amount of ETH, and I recommend you do this about like 5 to 7 times, just so you don't have to come back to the faucet later, especially when you're testing, okay? So I'm gonna hit close, and now if I check my balance on my wallet, I have 0.52 ETH now. Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do now is do this a couple times, and I'll come back when I have a couple ETH to spend. Okay, so I was able to just do this one more time. It takes a little bit to get ETH, so I'm gonna stop for now, and then if I need more, I'll come back and get some more later. All right, so once that's done, you have MetaMask now, you have some Ethereum, you can connect your wallet. So I'm gonna say connect and click the wallet of your choice. And again, we're using MetaMask, so cool. You'll get this little notification and basically just sign saying that you're okay with connecting to ThirdWeb with MetaMask, and now we can get started. And before we move on, I want to talk about ThirdWeb just a little bit. And you've seen us use ThirdWeb before, but if you weren't there for those videos, ThirdWeb is essentially a software that helps you build, manage, and create projects easily. So if you remember our previous videos, we had to create some of our smart contracts ourselves, but with ThirdWeb, it does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. And I highly recommend this to beginners because look how simple it is to create a smart contract, right? I'm gonna show you. You click deploy new contract, and over here you can see a list of pre-built contracts. Like I said, there's a bunch of pre-built contracts. So depending on what you wanna do, it's gonna help you set it up. So for example, what we're gonna be focusing on today is the NFT collection, right? So we're gonna be able to create a collection of one-of-one NFTs. For example, if you think of Bored Ape Yacht Club or CryptoPunks, I'm gonna be showing you guys how to make your own collection. Another thing that's important that we wanna show off with this build is we're gonna be making our very own marketplace, right? With the marketplace, you can set up listings, we can set up auctions to buy and sell your NFTs, and it's gonna be directly linked to whatever collections that we create. So these are the two main things that we wanna focus on. So let's get started. So I'm gonna click the deploy now for NFT collection, and here we can give a name for our collection. So take note of what you see here. So we're making an NFT collection, right? So the image and name is for what's the name of your collection. So what I'm gonna call this is, I'm gonna be calling this collection, CryptoPunks is a popular NFT collection, and that's what we're gonna be modeling it after. So I believe it's written like punks, cool. And then for the image, what we could do is actually get the image from OpenSea. So I'm gonna go to OpenSea.io. And one thing I want to mention is you don't have to make this CryptoPunks. I'm using CryptoPunks as an example to model after. Feel free to put your own unique NFTs and use this as your own project. All right, so like I said, let's keep going with this CryptoPunks. Cool. And what we could do is right click this and save image as. So I'm gonna click that. And again, what we could do is click the folder that you want to save it on. I'm gonna say CryptoPunks collection image, right? Name it whatever you want. I'm gonna hit save and let's see what we can do here. So now that I have that saved, go to where it says image, upload file, and just find the path where it is. So it's right here. I click open and bam, that's gonna be our image for the collection, right? For the description, you can pretty much copy what they have here. And again, if you're making your own NFT collection, this is your chance to tell me a little bit about what it does. Let's see, what is this symbol for CryptoPunks? Let's see, do they have a symbol? I don't think it matters too much. What I'll do is just abbreviate it. The symbol, you can put whatever you want, and I'll put just CP for CryptoPunks. Everything else is gonna be determined like this: recipient address, who's gonna get revenue from these assets. It's gonna be me, because I'm creating this collection. Who's gonna get royalties, and royalties are essentially just anytime there's a transaction made on this collection, you should receive a little bit of the cut, right? Or if you want it to be somebody else and not the one who created the collection, you can change that here, okay? Then you can put how much percentage of royalties of each transaction that will give you. I'm just gonna do like 10%. Okay, for platform fees, who's gonna be paying any of the platform fees on this account? You can just say the one who made it. So now this part is important because now you have to define what network / chain you're working on. So if I click select network, let me just X this out, click select network, you can see how we can connect this to Ethereum, right? The main net. This is where all that you see on OpenSea is, right? Like for example, Bored Ape Yacht Club's on there, the actual CryptoPunks is on there. So if you're ready for production, you can use the mainnet. For me, like I said, we're just developing on the test net. So I'm gonna click Rinkeby and I'll just hit deploy now. Cool, so MetaMask is gonna pop up and then it's gonna say deploy proxy. Cool, this is how much ETH it's gonna cost. And since we're on a test net, it's not gonna cost much. You can go ahead and hit confirm. Hey, let's go. So we successfully deployed our smart contract for NFT collection. And now ThirdWeb gives you this nice little dashboard where you can mint your new NFTs, right? So let's say I wanna make more of these guys, right? I can just click mint, which I'll show you guys in just a second, but let's take a tour. So for permissions, you can actually add other people onto this collection to help you mint NFTs, determine who create new tokens on this contract, and that's what the symbol was for. You can also transfer tokens on this contract and set all those permissions. Right, in terms of code, right? They updated their documentation here. So if you wanted to do any of these things, they show you the code. And if you're coding in Python, they also provide the equivalent there. So for example, I want to transfer a single NFT. We're going to need these snippets of code in our main project. What we can do now is let me show you guys how to mint more NFTs into your collection. Okay, cool. So setting up that collection was super easy. Let me just show you how easy it is to now mint unique one-of-one NFTs. So to add to this collection, you're gonna see this beautiful mint button. Let's go ahead and click it. And here, same as before, we just have to fill out this form that ThirdWeb provides us. So let's say I wanna make an NFT. And again, we're modeling CryptoPunks. So let's click this first guy. This is CryptoPunk number 2025. So let's copy this, go to dashboard and just paste that as the name, right? For media, what we have to do is right click this guy, save image. And again, I'm just gonna save it all in my folder, CryptoPunks, save, and let's say same name. Let's see if it saves. Awesome. So with that saved, we can upload the file and there it is. So for the description, you can give it any description you want. I don't believe they have a description. Let me just see, just created by. All right, that's fine. Let's copy that. And for traits, right, this is the cool thing. It's so easy to give your NFTs traits than to setting it up manually on your own. You can just say, give it traits like Mohawk dark, right? 2 attributes, small shades, right? So we'll just give this one small shades. Oh, cool. Oh, actually, no, it should be the other way around. It should be the property is accessory, and I'll say small shades because that's the accessory it has. It also has other accessories like Mohawk dark, type male. All right, just for fun, I'll just do a type and we'll do, I don't believe this has to be all capital. So let me just make it lowercase. Accessory and type. All right, cool. I feel a lot better about that. Again, you can add as much properties as you want depending on how unique you want your NFT to be. But once it's done, you can mint the NFT. And just really quickly, you can give it advanced metadata like a background color or just an external URL. So let's click mint NFT. There's now the little message here is mint 2. You're gonna see the estimated gas fees. Let's go ahead and hit confirm. Okay, there you go. NFT minted successfully. And let's see if it'll show up if I hit refresh. does take a couple seconds because we are working on the testnet. Oh, there it is. There it is, CryptoPunk number 2025. This is the description, and here are the properties. And notice that it's in an array of an object, array of objects. Cool, and you can also see who it's owned by, and then you can transfer this to other wallets. So say like I made this NFT and I wanted to give it to somebody off the bat, just put in their wallet address here and just hit transfer. All right, there's also the option to burn it if you don't need it anymore, if you don't want it. So there you go, that's how you create an NFT. All right, so what I'm gonna do is create just a couple more, maybe like 2 or 3 more. So when we make the front end of our app, you should be able to see a couple different ones. Okay, so let's do that together. Let's add basically this row. So I'm just gonna do this guy. Wow, this one's worth 20.24 ETH. It's literally no joke. Okay, cool, I'm gonna hit copy. Same process, guys. We're just gonna paste this name. Let's also save the image while we're here. This is the one before it, apparently 2024. Go. And I believe this is all the same. That's the description of this one. And just for fun, let's give it a traits. Accessory goat. I love it. Accessory. Oh, this is a cool thing. Because we used the accessory trait before in our collection, ThirdWeb understands that we can just use that again. So click accessory. And again, it doesn't have small shades, has nerd glasses, but I like the goat attribute, so I'm just gonna say goat. And we also have type, right? It recognizes type, which is pretty cool, and mail. So I'm gonna hit mint NFT, MetaMask shows up, then we hit confirm, and just repeat that 2 or 3 more times. And bam, how sick is that? Now we have 2 NFTs for our CryptoPunk collection, and I'm just gonna go ahead and make the rest of them. Awesome, so we have this person, and it's gonna be 2023, the one to save this, upload file. This is 2023. It looks like we're going backwards. And description, it's the created by. Okay, accessory. What do they have as accessory? Green eye shade. Let's do messy hair. Or actually mole. That's an interesting one. Add row. And yes, this is the first female one. Let's do female. There we go. And just simply mint NFT once again. Now, one thing I want to mention while this is loading, it's not only images you can upload for as media, you can also do audio, video, HTML. If you are familiar with CryptoPunks at all, not CryptoPunks, if you're familiar with Neo Tokyo at all, that's just literally code as the NFT, which you will own if you purchase it. You're not really just limited to just pictures or PNGs. Cool, so that's another one. And while that's loading, we can go ahead and set up the last one I'll do, which will be, oh, this is different. CryptoPunk 2046. Okay, there we go. Oops, we don't have an image just yet. Save image as, okie dokie. Upload file, 2046. We need that created by clown eyes. Now that one's a unique one. So accessory, yes, is clown eyes. Blue. Okay. Then we add row. And again, type female. It recognizes type next, and we can put female and mint. Yeah, and if you remember in our old videos, ThirdWeb looked a lot different. That's because they updated it and basically revamped their code as well as their dashboard to give you a lot more features and make this whole process a lot more streamlined. So with that, we have officially 4 NFTs in our collection. And as you can see, the process for this is we'll make the collection, we set up the marketplace, and essentially pull all that information from ThirdWeb to our application. All right, so that's it for minting NFTs. All right, so let's say you want to make an NFT marketplace that hosts your NFT collections, right? So all you have to do is come back to the dashboard and click deploy new contract, right? And there's our CryptoPunks collection. Click deploy new contract, and let's scroll down to the bottom and click this one that says your very own marketplace. And again, if you're curious about more things that you could do that I haven't gone over, you can click this learn more button and you can find out a lot more about this under documentation. Cool, so let's go ahead and deploy now, and let's create that marketplace. So here we can call it OpenSea clone, right? Because that's where we're getting it from. Yep, OpenSea clone. And for the image, I just have this CP logo here that we could use, and you can just put anything for description, right? This is an OpenSea clone. Awesome, and here's the platform fees again, don't need to worry about that. We can go ahead and put this on the Rinkeby testnet because that's where our other collections are. So I'm gonna hit deploy now. Nice, there is our MetaMask notification asking us to sign. I'm gonna hit confirm because it's okay. And boom, successfully deployed contract. So now again, similar kind of dashboard. We have the overview, permissions, embed code, right? So what we want to do is list the NFTs we want to showcase on that marketplace. What that means is if we go to OpenSea, right? If we go to, again, like CryptoPunks, I think I was just there actually. Awesome. But yeah, so all the CryptoPunks over here are the ones that are listed. We want to do something similar and tell ThirdWeb that, hey, these are the NFTs that I want to make available to purchase. So if I click new listing here, you're going to see this load, and look at that, all of our NFTs that we ever made. And if you see these, this is from our Tinder clone that we've made a while back. So again, ignore those. What you really care about is these, right? So let's go ahead and make 224 available, right? And here the listing type, we can put direct, and direct, it means you can go directly to the buyer who, if they buy it. Auction means you can put it up for bid and people can bid on it, and obviously the biggest bid wins. But we're only going to showcase direct right now. For the currency, this is all the ones that it supports. We can say ETH, and listing price, we can say 1, or actually 0.002 ETH or 1 ETH. Okay, pretty cheap, but again, this is on the testnet and I only have so much Ethereum to work with. You can make this price whatever you want. So just for fun, I'll just do this 0.01. So let's create the listing. Let's hit confirm. Okay, I'll hit confirm. Okay, successfully created listing, as you can see. And again, it just takes a second to show up. And there it is, CryptoPunk 2024, and it's on our NFT marketplace called OpenSea Clone. So there it is. All I have to do now is put the rest of our NFTs on the marketplace. So keep in mind, this is not just for the collection. As you can see, I could put our Tinder NFTs up here as a listing. It's not exclusive to one collection. So I'm gonna do the second one, 2025, listing price 0.01 as well. You know, let's make it different. Let's make it, this one's slightly more expensive, 0.05 ETH. I'm gonna hit confirm. And one cool thing is you can use your own custom currency, right? So if you want to use tokens to buy it, we can set that up. Awesome. Another successfully created listing. And notice how we didn't have to write any Solidity at all, or any smart contracts for that matter. ThirdWeb manages this and helps out with their pre-built contract. Okay. And while the other ones are loading, I'm going to set up the rest of them. Let's do this CryptoPunk. This one will be cost 0 ETH, which might be confusing actually. So see, we denied the crust. Listing price 0.03. Create listing. The third one is created. We have one more. It's this one, the 2023 one. And this will be probably our most expensive one. It's going to be 0.09. Okay. That was the last one. And once it loads, that's going to be all the setup for ThirdWeb. We don't need to come back here unless you want to add more NFTs to your collection or add another collection. So like I said, I hope this was pretty simple for you guys. Again, this is what I recommend if you're just getting started. For my beginners out there and for my more advanced developers out there, you can do a lot more customizations with the code if you're more familiar with it. Cool. So let's get to the rest of the project. Awesome. So after that's all said and done, we should be finished when it comes to the ThirdWeb dashboard side of things. If I ever did want to make a new NFT for you guys, we can just hop back onto here and just add it. So what I'll do is X out anything we don't need. And luckily, since I saved it, I'll just paste back our Replit project right here. Cool. And if you ever see this binoculars over here, that just means we need to run yarn dev again. Let's do yarn dev. And we're back. See, there's a little welcome message. Welcome to Clever Programmer. So like I mentioned earlier in the video, we already have package.json here with all the ThirdWeb dependencies to get started. All we have to do is come into app and we can just start importing them. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is come at the top here and we can go ahead and import a couple of things from ThirdWeb. I'm going to be needing chain ID and ThirdWeb provider. Right, I gotta make sure I spell this right. ThirdWeb provider. There you go, capital P. Right, we need the provider because we need to wrap our app with this provider so that we can use ThirdWeb in our app, right? Chain ID is we got to specify what network we're using. And if you remember, we're using the Rinkeby testnet and pass that along to the, so you're going to see me do that in just a second. We just need to write from at thirdweb-dev/react. Okay, awesome. Let it compile and it should fix itself on that. While it's doing that though, we can wrap this in parentheses. It's telling me impo is not defined, which doesn't make sense because this is import. So maybe just doing a quick refresh is gonna fix that. Awesome. So yeah, you can refresh it through here where it looks like we're good to go. Let's set up the provider now. I'm just gonna say ThirdWeb provider, and let's put the component in between that. And I think I'm missing an E. There you go. Awesome. See, no errors. We're good to go. Whoops, didn't mean to click that. Let's hit refresh. Cool. And now we can pass in that chain ID. So what we want to do is hit enter a couple of times. I'll press space twice and let's write this attribute called desired chain ID. And what we want to put in here is the chain that we're importing from ThirdWeb. And we can say dot Rinkeby to specify the network. Now to get connected to the network, we're going to need to use something or a specific RPC to get connected to Rinkeby, right? What we're going to be using is something called Infura. Awesome. So as I was saying, in order to get connected to the network, we're going to be needing to set up some sort of RPC node. And to do that yourself would take a lot of work on infrastructure in creating it. Luckily, there is a service that is going to allow us to connect directly to the network. To do that, we're going to be using something called Infura. So head over to this link. I'm going to type in over here. It's going to be infura.io is the main website. And once you head over there, go ahead and create an account with them. And once that's done, let's visit the dashboard. And again, if you aren't familiar with it, we can use Infura to connect to an Ethereum network in seconds, as you can see here, without creating our own RPC node, which is going to save us a lot of time. So to get started, we're going to have to create a new project on here, which is pretty simple. Underneath the product, here is all the things that it supports. So we just want to worry about Ethereum. And for the product name, let's create one with called OpenSea-clone. Oops. And let's hit create. Bam. Okay, cool. So these are the main things. These are the endpoints that we can use to connect to the network. If I were to use this one for our project, we'd be connected directly to the mainnet of Ethereum. We don't want to do that. We're working on the testnet, and more specifically this one right here, good old Rinkeby. So what we'd want is that first link. All you need to do is hit copy, right? Come over to, not that one, to here. And for the third web provider, pass in that endpoint. So type in chain RPC, do these double curly brackets, and let's define this chain ID right here. So chain ID.Rinkeby, and then let's put colon, and let's put quotes here and paste in Infura API link right here. Luckily, Infura runs on a free plan, so we have a bunch of calls, so we don't need to worry about running out of API calls with them. So let's go ahead. Oh, we don't even have to hit refresh because there's no errors. And if there's no errors, we're good to go. So that's gonna be it for the app. Let's head over to the index and make some progress over there. Awesome. So clicking index now, we can get rid of all of the starter Next.js stuff. So go over to line 66 and 8, highlight all of that and press backspace. All right, as you can see, we will have this right here. And let's also get rid out of styles. We can get rid of image and get rid of head. Okay, cool. Now you'll see styles is not defined. That's okay, because we're gonna be using Tailwind. One thing that I can fix right off the bat is this div is not going to be called container. I'll call it wrapper, and it's not style, it'll be style. So if you do know Tailwind, we're going to be saying const style here, and this will be the style object where we can define our classes like wrapper. Sounds good? Cool. The main reason we set up the provider is so we can get started with third web. To get started with third web, let's import two things from there, and we're going to import, right? Before I get too excited, I'm going to make this smaller and let's increase the size. Now let's import use address, use address, and something called use MetaMask. And this is all coming from the third web -dev/react. Okay, cool. Yep, looks like we're all good. Just to quickly explain, these are two hooks that third web provides for us to make user authentication a lot simpler. If you don't know what I'm saying right now, with our app, OpenSea, we want users to be able to log in using their MetaMask that we set up. Third web makes it easy by letting us use a hook to do just that. So it's better for me to just show you by writing out a button here that says connect MetaMask. Okay, there's our button. I can click on this. Nothing's gonna happen because we're gonna need to make an onClick. Before I make the onClick though, let's make a variable and let's call it const connect with MetaMask. And that variable is going to be set equal to the hook that we imported, use MetaMask. Cool. Now let's add an onClick. All right. Oops. The onClick is actually like this. And when we click, we want to run connect with MetaMask, which essentially just holds a function that lets users authenticate with just this one line of code, really. So let me show you what I mean by hopping over to this link right here. And you're going to see connect MetaMask. This link right here is the deployed live link of your REPL that you can send to your friends, like I always say, and they can see what you've been up to. So for me, there is the connect MetaMask button. If I click on it, it's going to ask me to connect with MetaMask. I'll say next, connect, boom. So now I'm connected, right? How do you know I'm connected? That's what this second hook is for, use address. So one way to see connected is going to be, it says connected right here, right on your MetaMask. So just for the example, I'll disconnect or log out. And we'll do it again after implementing this hook. So we could say const address equal to use address. Awesome. And if you want to know what address is, we can simply just console log it right here. So let's console log it, console.log address. Cool. I'll hit refresh over here. And you can see that our console log is telling us that address is undefined. You can even see it over here if this is what you're used to more. I click refresh on the site, I'll click inspect, and I'll say console, and again, undefined. When does that change? It's gonna change when I connect MetaMask to my app. Right, so once I connect one of my wallets, look at that. It's no longer undefined, it's gonna be OX1C. And if you remember what my wallet address is, it actually starts with OX1C. So that tells me that this address variable is going to be undefined until the users log in. So we could use that for advantage to authenticate a user. So that's super sick. Look at how much code that wrote just to authenticate a user. Now time to show you how to put it all together. Cool, so that was the hooks. There's one trick that I want to show you, and I'm gonna have to go over these function-based components right here. So just to review, with React, you can either do things class-based or function-based. This is function-based, and one key thing is that it also just returns something called JSX, which is essentially just HTML that we can write JavaScript in. So with that said, within this same function, we can have another function, right? So I'm gonna say const auth is equal to, right, it's a function. And what this is going to return is the connect MetaMask button. So now we're removing this and putting that in here, okay? Cool. So then what are we returning for home? Well, for home, just for now, it's gonna change. It's going to be a fragment, okay? And then in this fragment, for now, let's just input hello. So let's see what happens. I'll hit refresh here, and we should see hello. Yep, there it is, all right? Even though I have auth here, we're not seeing the connect MetaMask button. That's because I'm not calling the function anywhere, right? I'm gonna show you a neat trick that you can do with something called a ternary statement, okay? If you don't know what a ternary statement is, it's essentially a true false or a condition that we can check for. So we can do something called conditional rendering with that. So remember address, right? This is gonna be undefined till I logged in. Or in other words, if I say address here, I'm basically using the address as a condition. If address exists, then, right, that's this question mark, I want to load a div here that says we are logged in, okay? If address doesn't exist and it's undefined, which means we're not connected, we should load the auth, okay? Cool, and if I load the auth, what is auth? It's this function right here. And what does this function return? It returns JSX. So that's why we see connect MetaMask here. All right, so if you go into the main page, it said logged in because we are logged in. Let's actually log out now, disconnect. Look at that. The second we disconnected, the connect MetaMask button came. So how do we log into our app? This is very basic. Connect MetaMask, let's click next, let's click connect, and boom, we're logged in. On a very simple way, I just showed you guys how to authenticate a user. Feel free to use this for any project that you have that uses MetaMask. So now that's out of the way, let's go ahead and style our object. So what I'm gonna do is say wrapper, and let's add a comma here. And what we want to do for the wrapper is just going to be flex h screen items dash center and a justify dash center, right? We just added flexbox. Let's hit refresh, and we gave it a centered items and justify center. That's why you'll see connect MetaMask is directly in the center right here. So if I refresh the bigger one too, you'll notice that it still has the login button over here. And again, it's really small because it's just like that. But if I were to disconnect, now you'll see the connect MetaMask is in the middle. Yeah, awesome. So then what we could do next is after the on click, let me just format this. What I want to see now is our button have some styling, right? So to give our button styling, let's give this a class name, and you can set it equal to, right, style dot connect wallet button. Okay. Oh, just realized this shouldn't be there. Let's separate. Cool, that makes more sense now. And here's that little arrow that says we're inside this button still. Paste. Boom, I like that better. Cool. And with Tailwind, all we have to do is select that class connect wallet button. And then we could say, I don't know, BG blue, for example, just to show you. Oh, BG blue, and then give it a number. There you go. So now the background is blue. So now you can see that I'm selecting this class and I'm styling it now. All right, so now for the actual styling of this, that's just gonna be rounded LG. Border is gonna be border black, PX10, and we can say PY5. We can also give this a nice transition, and we'll say transition all, and we'll say hover background black. So stop there for a second. We hover over it, so you could see it turns black All right, this doesn't make much sense, but I can give you a little preview. We're gonna be adding a light and dark mode to our app. So what I'm gonna do next is pretty much style it as if it was one of the themes, and you'll see that in a second. So if I do hover text white, oops, now it makes a little bit more sense. All right, hover text white. And once we add a dark theme to this, right, I can write something like dark is hover, and then I say background white. So this is, now you can see that it's thinking that the default theme is dark, which is why we're seeing the text turn to white. We can just make sure is if I do red 500 here, you'll see what I mean. There we go, cool. But notice it's funny because if I remove this dark now, it's just gonna be the default, right? There's no theme involved. So once I add the theme, then I'll add the rest of this styling. You with me so far? Awesome. All right. One thing I want to showcase is this real quick. So let's just run through the demo. Once again, here's our connect MetaMask button, connect our wallet, and we see this rudimentary logged in when we're connected. What I want to show is if I disconnect, I already have the component that's going to replace this right here. So if you look in components, you look into home, you look into index, you're going to see that there's a bunch of code already filled out. The main focus of this is to show up how to make NFTs and mint them and buy and sell them. The front end part of this is only secondary. So that's why we're okay with giving some front end away. If you do want to learn more about front end, be sure to watch our other builds on that topic. So as you can see, this is all given away. It's pretty much follow the same concept that we've done before with Tailwind. And if you want to know what it does, just mess around and comment it down. But again, main focus is the Web3 stuff. Cool. Like I said, since this component's already made, we can already use it. So to use it, since we're exporting default, we can name that index anything we want. So I'll call it main, and we'll say from .components/home. Home is not a component, it's a folder. And this is cool. If I don't specify, it's just going to take the index. And what I want to happen is if there is an account connected, load that very same main component. Yep. And if you see this module not found top navbar layout, that's totally normal while you're building with me because top navbar layout doesn't exist yet. Right, that is something we'll make together. I'm not giving that away. I can't make it too easy. So to fix this, I'm just gonna hop over to home, index, and let's just comment out top navbar layout. Cool, okay. And since we took out the comment, we also have to remove it on here. And let's just comment out by doing something like this, okay? Star / and there's a closing one to this, which will also be, oops, curly bracket / Okie dokie, let's hit refresh on this guy. Okay, connect MetaMask button on the preview, that's fine. What I really care about is this OpenSea one. All right, so let's make this guy a little bit bigger. Let's do the split screen style, just like any other IDE. Cool, so let me just inspect element. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, let's hit refresh, connect MetaMask, totally fine. Let's hit connect, next, boom. Okay, awesome. You're probably like, whoa, where did all this come from? Like I said, this is part of that home index right here. All of that is set up. It's getting static information. So don't worry, this isn't coming from Third Web. It's just a placeholder for now. And again, if you don't see, for me, these images aren't showing up because I need to import those assets. But for you guys, it should already be there once you fork it. So don't worry about that. Okay, so I just quickly paused it to get all the assets. Now all I have to do is just add them in there. There's the ETH logo. There should be a logo. There should be a wrapped ETH logo. And just in case, other side creator as well. Awesome. So now this should show up. Let's refresh it and bam, there we go. Cool. And if you're wondering why this is white, once we have a theme, that should also fix it. Let's take out this dark right here. Just make a note of that to put it back in there. Actually, let's go ahead and bring that back. And as a temporary fix, this will be fixed once we build out the app more. But for now, what we could do is head over to your globals and let's just make the background black temporarily. Boom, there we go. So that looks a lot more accurate to what we want. Okay, and then also temporarily, what I want to do is let's go press Ctrl F, find text. Anytime it says text, let's just try to make the text white. Text white. Okay, this one is text gray. Let's make it text, oops, text white. Creator name, and then we have a blue one. That can stay blue, but this one right here, let's make it text white. Oh, okay, there's no description container just yet, but when it does come, it'll be fine. Verified should be blue. I think this is description container. That should be white. Actually, no, that could stay gray. Cool. All right, cool. I think I'm okay with this. For now, this is a lot bit easier to read. Let's find where 10K items is now, because that's what I want to make white as well. Maybe items. So we have image, collection status, listings. Oh, I see now. It's coming from collection stats, that's right. So what we can do is go to files, click collection stats, and now we can go. Looks like these are directly styled. Totally fine. No need to worry about that. Cool. All right, that's enough styling for now. With that being said, that's gonna be the index of our app. Now that that's done, what I wanna do next is start working on seeing the listing of our app, right? The actual functionality, and start integrating what we did in the third web dashboard over here. So to get started, I'm gonna open up files again, and we're gonna need to see our home that we have set up for you guys. And if you take a look at home and you scroll down, you're gonna notice that there was another thing that was commented out from the beginning, and that was listing is what holds all the NFT cards. It's not the NFT card component itself, but it contains them. So that's what we're gonna be making today. So what I'm gonna do is, if you take a look, listings from listings, right? So that means we should make that component right here. So within home, let's click add a file, and then we're gonna say listings.js. Boom. So now we have listings.js, and all we have to do now is create that function based component. So I can say an arrow function, all right? And it always returns JSX if it's a component. And then from here, let's just get the import set up. So let me just get the divs. Oops, not the fragment. We need actual divs here. I'll just make it like this for now. There we go. And I'll just write the word listing here so we know. Okay, last thing. In order to start using this component, we need to export it. So let's do an export default listings. Cool. So we have the component set up. Let's head back to home and import this guy back in. Now it should work. And now we should get our listing back. Okay, just take this guy out and expected. Oh, cool. There it is. There's listings, right? It's all the way over there because we don't have any sort of styling for it just yet. So what I'm going to do is go back to listing, and we're going to be working primarily on this component itself. So I'm just going to make the window a lot smaller so that you guys can see. How's that? Okay, cool. Now to get started, let's import some hooks. Okay, so let's import the most common hooks for React, which is going to be use effect and use state. I'm going to do from React. Okay, and we also want to import link from next link. Cool. And here is the key hook that we want to use here. It's going to be something called use marketplace. All right, so you're seeing the pattern. Third Web provides for us a bunch of hooks that make working with NFTs and marketplaces a lot more easier if this is a main interest of you guys. So we're going to use marketplace from Third Web, and you can kind of assume what use marketplace does. It's going to allow us to get the marketplace we created and add it to our app. Okay, so what we're going to want to do next is set up any hooks. So the first thing I want to do is let's make a variable here. I want to say const marketplace is equal to use marketplace. And let me just show you what a console is, right? Anytime you're not sure what something is, it's pretty smart to just console log it and see what's up. So let's see, something's going on here. Oh, okay, so we're not logged into MetaMask. Use marketplace is not defined. Oh, okay, I see. Spelling, capital P. And we have to log back in because it looks like I logged out. Oh, I see. So it's actually not capital P, it should be lowercase. And now we should be good. All right, no errors. Refresh for good luck. And bam, we're back in. There's no problem with use marketplace. Awesome, but I'm also console logging use marketplace. So let's see if we can see it. And if you see listing here, use marketplace is undefined, right? That's because use marketplace is a hook that's gonna take in a contract address. So let's just quickly get our OpenC clone. This is the name of our marketplace, right? Underneath is the contract address, which is essentially where on the blockchain our contract lives. So what will happen if I pass this in, then I refresh? Let's see what we got. Ooh, we got an IA, so that's good. All right, so the fact that we don't have undefined is a good sign because that means this use marketplace is working, right? So in here, we can find all the information that we need, any functions like get all, right, that we might be using. There's one that we're going to need get active listings, which we're not seeing just yet, but let me just show you how to use this object. All right, so we know use marketplace is getting this marketplace. What we can do now is make a function called get listings. All right, get listings is a function that I'm creating, right? That's going to grab the marketplace, get the active listings, which is going to be these guys, and store it in state. All right, so before I store it in state, let's set up that function. So again, this is get listings. I'm going to do a try catch, and catch is going to take in an error. And if there is an error, we're going to console.log that error. Okay. And then for the try, let's do const list is equal to await, which means we're going to wait for this function or method to finish before moving on to the next step. Marketplace.get active listings. All right, it's going to be a method within marketplace. Okay, no errors. And then let's see if we can console log list right after. Cool. And we're not actually running the function yet. Do you know why? This is just me creating the instructions, but I haven't told my computer when to run. That's where the use effect is going to come in handy. If you don't know, it's a React hook that lets you perform side effects or functions at any point during the component's lifecycle. Basically, when do you want to run a function? If you want to run a function when the component loads, you can use effect for that. And that's pretty much what I want to do. So let's set up the use effect. To set up the use effect, it's going to look something like this. And as an argument, it's going to take in 2 parameters. So we're going to take in a anonymous function here. That's the first one. And this function is going to represent what do you want to do, or again, like what I said, the side effect. And for the side effect, I'm going to call get listings. Yeah. And if I'm calling get listings, right, I'm going to have a second parameter than use effect, which is this array. This is called a dependency module. Basically, it says when the page first loads, run this and don't run it any other time. Okay. Let's see it refresh here. Let's see what's up. We're not getting any errors, but it looks like it did log me out. So let's just connect again and we're back in business. Let's see inspect element, console logging list. Ooh, we got an array of 4, right? This makes me happy because now I can literally see each asset or each NFT, right? There's 4 NFTs. This is 01 is OXA, right? OXA, that's the actual contract address. How do I know? Let's see if I can take a look. Right, this is CryptoPunk 224. Oh, there it is. There's the asset, the actual description of it. So the name is 224. So it matches up 0, 0, 224. So if you see all your NFTs that you minted, this is a great start because the next thing we want to do is start to display them. The thing is though, we're not actually saving them in a state. Right, all we're doing is console logging them. Right. So like let's say, you know, it's in list, but if I were to console log list out here, we'd see comma outside. We're going to see list is not defined. Did you see that? That's because this is local to this function, meaning I can't console log list. So how do we bring it outside and into our app? That's where the other hook comes in, use state. All right, so let's set up our use state. I used to set this up at the very top here. I can say const array is equal to that hook. Okay, now this array here, right? It's not a traditional like array that we're used to. Basically, it's destructuring the array that comes from useState. useState, if you were to console log useState, is going to show you an array, undefined, and a function, right? You can take those 2 things out by giving it a placeholder or a name. So I'm going to call that first item in the array listing or listings. And the function, I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it set listing. So let me take out this console log so we don't see any more errors. And let me also initialize the state. So remember how I said listings, if I were to console log this is undefined, right? Let me show you listings. And now if I inspect element, should see undefined for listing. Yep, listings undefined. The reason it's undefined is because we didn't do something called initializing our state, which is going to come in here. So if I say number 4 here, look at that. Listings has the value of 4. I defined what it's going to start at. But if I were to do set listings, that's how I change the 4 to something else. Maybe I want it to be a 6. I will do set listings parentheses 4. Right? There's a couple of little nuances with use state, but to use it properly, right? I want the use state to be an empty array. Reason being is because the type that I'm expecting this to actually be is an empty array. And when we map through something, it wouldn't cause any errors if the array is empty. Okay, with me so far? Awesome. So now listings is an array. Now how do we set that listing? you can do that by, instead of console logging a list here, what if I use that function that I was talking about, set listings? So now if I do set listings here, if you look, it's no longer an empty array, and it might be confusing, right? Because we were console logging the list, so why don't we just refresh it? We're not console logging a list anymore, so we shouldn't see an array from that. We should see an array, right? Because of this line. It was empty, but once we ran our use effect that runs this get listings, now I can call console log listings anywhere in my app. Cool, you get the idea? Awesome, right? So if I did want to put it in my JSX, I could, right? I can map through this and make an NFT card for each NFT. Cool. So that's the functionality. What I'm gonna do next is let's work on the JSX. What I'm going to do next is X out this console, because now we have the idea. And to work on the JSX, let's start naming our divs, right? So we don't need this listing anymore. What we do need to get started though is our style object. All right, so we'll come up to the top here, make some space, const style is equal to object. All right, so now when I say style.wrapper or something like that, we're not going to get any errors, which is beautiful. So like I just said, the first div is going to be style.wrapper. Okay, and let's see, style.wrapper. Cool. What I want to do with this wrapper is something like we did before, and it's going to be called conditional rendering, because depending on the condition, I'm going to render different JSX. So basically, if the listings.length is greater than 0, right? If I ask you guys, when is the listings.length 0? Yep, exactly. You got it, Joseph, right? When you look at this array, when it first loads, we had that empty array. So what's the length of that? It's going to be 0. When is the length greater than 0? That's when useEffect runs our function and we load it with our 4 listings. So basically what I'm saying is, once we have our listings loaded in, what do we want to do? The question mark is the then. What I want to do is JSX. So temporarily, I'll put a fragment here and I'll say, put listings here. Yeah, just for now, just so you get the idea. But once that's done, I'll close off that parenthesis, and then I'll say, if listings.length is 0, then we can have this little loading screen. So I'll say div loading. Okay. Oh, and I think I still need this parenthesis here. Wait. Okay, so we still need loading, and let me just fix this parenthesis real quick. Should be a quick fix. It's just an extra parenthesis right here, and bam. Okay, cool. So which one do you think is loaded? Put listings here or loading? And if you said put listings here, you'd be correct. I can see it right there. I can use my pen so I can show you guys. There it is, put listings here. Right, that's because the listing loaded, but let's see if you guys can spot the loading. Okay, loading, right there. And then put listings here. That means it's loaded. Cool. So we just have something to load while we get our listings. What I want to do is obviously make this a lot nicer, right? We don't want this text. What I want to do is map through it all, right? So what I can do is put this curly bracket here, and let's do a listings (map). Okay, and then from here, to use the map, we need to take in an anonymous function, and now we could get started. Cool. So carrying on, if I want to make the return implied of an arrow function, I actually don't need this curly bracket right here. What I will need though is another parenthesis, right? Just to match up with this one. Cool. So now I can get started. Basically, if you don't know what map is, it's going to iterate through an array, and you can give each item in that array a name. So I could call it item, but really each item is a listing, right? This is just the variable name. And what I'm saying here is for every listing, I'm going to make NFT card component. So let's see if this works out. Say refresh. Oh, it wants me to connect. Loading. NFT card here, NFT card, NFT card here. Why do I see 4 NFT cards here? That's because there are 4 items in this array. And for every item in the array, I'm making this div, right? The difference now is I want to be making a component instead of a div, right? So to make a component, we're going to have to create that component. So I'm not going to style it yet, but I'm going to quickly set up that component by going into home, clicking it, and adding a new file. The new file is just simply going to be called nftcard.js. Cool. And then we set up the NFT card const, and NFT card is equal to empty array and returns JSX. And you can put a div here that says NFT card component. All right, so we know it's there. And we also need to export default NFT card so that we can import it. Awesome. That's done. Let's head back to the listings and let's import it. All right, and that's pretty much the last. Import NFT card from ./NFT card. Cool. This should just get refreshed. NFT card is not defined. Oh, must have spelled it wrong. Let's see what we got. Yep. There's my camel case. Should be fine now. Yay. Okay, cool. We're good to go. Get back to that listings and we can see NFT card here, but let's try now to write NFT card. Yes, so now it doesn't say NFT card here, it says NFT card component. So now, again, with that same logic, for every listing in the array, we will make NFT card component. So now let's build on this. All right, to build on it, what I want to happen now is let's use that link for what we're getting from next. And in that link, it's going to take in an href. That href is going to have a template literal here. So basically what's going to happen is if I click that NFT card, I should be taken to a page that has that NFT card on itself. So if I were to go to, for example, let's go back to OpenSea actually, OpenSea, search up CryptoPunks. What I want to simulate is if I were to click on an NFT card, we should see the NFT cards page. And that's what the URL that we want to copy here. Right, it's going to be assets, the listings contract address, and then I believe this right here is the listing ID. So we're going to copy that same structure. So if you remember, it's going to be /assets /curly bracket $, curly bracket, which is a template literal, and it's going to take listing, right? How do we get that listing in the array's contract address? Well, you're going to have to call the object and do something called dot notation, which is asset contract address, which will then return the value at this key, which will be something like this. What is this NFT's contract address? Or in other words, where does this NFT live on the blockchain? Okay, cool. So we have that. We're not done yet though, because there's another slash, and we're gonna write another template literal. And how do we get the ID of the listing? If you remember how we got the listing's contract address, listing has an attribute just called ID. And now we're good. And to get to that link, we're going to need an A tag in between this link right here. So A, this is an anchor tag, right? We don't need to put an href on this because it's taken care of with next. It's gonna make that page and put that NFT card in there. Cool. All right, so now if I click this, oops, not only do we need an href here, we're also gonna utilize a function that's within map. All right, anytime you map through an array and make a component or generate JSX, it's gonna need a unique key prop. So what we could do is for another parameter in map called index, it doesn't have to be called index, it can be called key, but basically for every listing, it's gonna generate a number, 1, and then increment 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna use that to our advantage by saying the next line here, key is equal to index. Okay, that should be it. Now let me just test if it's clickable. Hey, page not found, but let's look at the URL. All right, let's make this bigger. Does it match up to what we want? It's our website /assets, contract address, and 2. All right, that's the ID of the card we clicked. And again, it's gonna say page not found. It's because we didn't make that page yet, so that's totally fine. But we just know that it's set up for that. Okay, amazing. All right, so those are NFT card components. Let's see, is there anything else that I need to do? No? Okay, what I'm gonna do is, I think, it doesn't really matter that much, but I wanna put the key at the top here. Cool, should be the first thing. I'm pretty satisfied with the functionality. I'm just gonna quickly add the styling now, which it's not gonna take much. As you saw, we only made a wrapper div. So that's what I'm gonna write here, wrapper. And the wrapper is gonna have margin auto, and it's gonna take in a grid, max width fit. Then we can give it a flex of 1, followed by a grid column -1. All right, this is us formatting the listing so you can see each NFT card nicely. All right, from there, it's gonna have a gap of 8, p-10, a pt-24, and md grid -columns. And I am using grid to style this listing, but you could use flexbox, or you could use a combination of both. You could still use whatever styling fits you if you're more experienced. And again, this is for beginners. If you don't have experience, feel free to just follow what I write. And in other videos, I'll go more in depth of what the styling does. I'll do grid dash columns dash 3. Oops. And then let's make extra large columns dash 4. And I can do 2XL grid columns dash 5. Okay, cool. This should be good unless I spelled anything wrong. But as you can see, look at our NFT card component. It's now in this nice row, right? You can imagine those cards being in there, but look what happens. The way I styled it, it's pretty responsive. If this is the width, it's gonna show all the components in a line. If I make it smaller like this, then it's gonna go back into this kind of column. That's the cool part about grid. So that's what all of this does. And let me just double check, is that everything? I think so. So cool. There you have it, guys. That's the listing component. So we're getting closer and closer to actually displaying the NFT, but we know that the piece of data is here. So let's work on the NFT card next. Okay, so working on the NFT card, one thing I want to do is pass down some props to that NFT card, right? So what do I mean? You can pass down information to components or to a component's child using something called props, right? So if I ask you guys, what is listing, right? You know that listing, right? Let's inspect element. Listing is going to be each individual item in the array. And for each individual item, I will make a unique NFT card. That's why we see 4. But for every NFT card, I want to pass down that listing. Basically pass down this object to the individual NFT, the unique NFT. All right. So if I do something like this, okay, no errors. I just pass down this first NFT to that first NFT card. I just passed down that second NFT to this second NFT card, right? So in theory, if I were to go to the NFT card component, how can I get that listing? Right? I can't do console.log listing. I would say something like listing is undefined. Ready? Yeah, listing is not defined. So how do I get it? So you saw me pass down the prop to the NFT card. I then have to, I call accept the prop. So to accept the prop, you just have a props here, and now we can console log. Right, that's what the parameter is for in the function-based component. So I say console log props. Shouldn't have any errors anymore. Wants me to connect, sure. Loading and NFT card component. Right, I'm also gonna just comment out the listings because we get the idea. Let's clear up our console. Okay, cool. Let's do a console. And now we see a lot of objects, right? That's supposed to represent, bam, our props. There it is, right? So there's our listing, and each NFT card is gonna have each, NFT. So there's CryptoPunk 2024 as the first object. Then we have CryptoPunk 2024 again, right? It's just repeating sometimes. Let's see, we shouldn't have all 2024s. Ah, there it is, 2025, finally. There's some duplicates here. If I can open up this one, 2025. Yeah, I think it just did it 3 times for each, but it didn't actually generate that, 2046. So you get the idea. It's console logging that NFT card. That's how you get it props, but how do I get the actual contract address of each? Or in other words, the information that I need? Well, if you looked at the object, if I do something called props, right, dot listing, right, then it should just be the object. So let me just see, inspect element. Right, we're breaking down this object. Now it's just the asset instead of an object with the listing. But now we want to know, I want to get to the asset. Okay, so I'm props.listing.asset. There we go. So now it looks a lot more clear. This is the asset itself, right? But what if I just want the name? You do .name. So this is practicing dot notation for the new people getting into development. Right? It's not necessarily a blockchain thing. Cool. So now we got all the names, 24, 25, 46, and 23. Right? It always prints it twice for some reason. So if I wanted to display the name, right, instead of saying NFT card component here, what if I just take whatever in the console log? So I know the console log is showing it like 8 times, but if I put this here as the div, look what happens. Look at that. So now we're getting closer and closer to what the final product is supposed to look like, which is CryptoPunk, right? And it's showing all of the names. But what if I wanted the price? Well, you do the same thing. Dot price instead of name. or buyout currency, whatever it is. Although it is going to be annoying if I have to write props.listing dot blah 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 dot blah, but we can make it shorter by taking advantage of it and doing something called destructuring. So let's put this back to NFT card component, and let me show you what I mean. So if you remember in listings, we destructured an array by saying const array equals useState, right? We can also destructure objects, right? To destructure objects, put the object here, and then say the key name that you want to pull out. So I'm going to say listing, right? Right, that's this part here. So now you're going to see that props is not defined. First reason is because there is no props object that I'm passing here. But if I were just to remove that whole thing and just say listing.asset.name, all right, then refresh this for good luck. Connect MetaMask, loading, boom, there's the NFT card component. And we still get the name without saying prop. So later on when I'm putting everything in its JSX form, right, I don't have to say prop. So let me just show you what that would look like now. Yep, so if I had multiple keys, I would just destructure all of them here. And again, it's all personal preference, but as you can see, there it is, and there's all the names still. Same thing, different way. Many ways to do one thing. I personally like this way, so this is what we're gonna do. So I don't need to console log anymore because I think you guys get the idea. Cool. So now that we have props out of the way and you understand it, let's go and work on our imports, which is going to be image from next image. And we can also import AI outline heart from react-icons/AI. Awesome. And while we're here, let's make that style object so we won't get that style undefined error again. Set the skeleton up for it. And now, right, we're gonna write the rest of the JSX. All right, no hardcore functionality here, just good old front end. And I'm not gonna spend too much time explaining it because I wanna get to the functionality. That's what you're here for. You clicked on this video because the blockchain stuff. Cool. So setting up the main div again. Nope. There we go. What I want to do is give this guy a class name. Nope. Class name is equal to style.wrapper. Okay, and then within that div, we have another one. This one is going to be, class name. Keep doing that. Class name equal to style.image container. Okay. And in that div, this is where we're going to make use of that image. And in this image, we want to make a class name of style.nft_image. But not only that, we want to say the source of this image is, right, we're going to make use of a listing now. All right, you ready? Listing.asset.image, right? So based on this, what do you think it's going to give us? Right, the actual image itself. And we need to style it or else it's going to be varying in size, but we'll say 340. That's what I have for you. Width is equal to 340 and alt equals to NFT. Cool. So let's click connect MetaMask. Let's see if it works. Fingers crossed. It's an invalid source prop. Oh, okay, cool. It's because we have to configure our next config, which is totally fine. Okay, so let me just double check. Let's go scroll down here, go to next config, and let's see what we got. Yep, that's why. So if you want to use images, what we're going to have to do is tell our next app, hey, these images at this URL is okay. So you want to say images, domains, and right here, and I have the list that we're going to want to use. All right, it should be all of this. Boom. This Google user content.com and the gateway IPFS cdn.io. So there you go. So now it should be fine. I'm going to head back over to the NFT card page and let's see what happens. And refresh. Okay, connect MetaMask. Fingers crossed. Oh, what? It should be good to go. I'm not sure what's happening. Let me try to reset the server. So what I'll do is hit refresh here on the actual page itself. Yep, then it's gonna say can't find REPL. No problem at all. Let's do a yarn div. Let it compile for a second, and once you see that white screen, feel comfortable doing this, and we should refresh this. Okay, connect MetaMask, loading. Okay, let's go. We got pictures, and I like that way better than it's saying NFT card. So for every NFT card, we make that NFT, and it's clickable, and it leads to the page. But again, page doesn't exist yet, but we're getting so much closer, right? I have a saying where if 9 out of 10 times you're coding, you feel like a dog, but if 1 of the 10 times you feel like a motherfucking G, right, then it's all worth it. So I get excited when things are working, or if I fix an error. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to, not pages, to the NFT card, right? Because we're not done yet. As excited as I am, right, I wanna add some more styling to this. Okay, so all we did was just image container, and I'm acting like I won the championship, but that's okay. All right, so we got this image container here. This is the closing div for it, and we can make some space. And what I want to do is make another div. This one, I think it has the name of NFT lower container, right? And it has children of its own that I'll write over here, which is div style.info container, or NFT info container. Okay, and we're gonna have a div here. This one isn't gonna have a name, but what it does take though is curly brackets, and then we're gonna say listing.asset.collection. If there is a collection associated with this, then we're gonna do and. If there is a collection associated with this, then we're gonna load this JSX. Okay, div class name, then we'll say equal to style.collection title, right? The collection that the NFT is associated with. Then here we're gonna take in a listing attribute again, or listing key, which is gonna be listing asset question mark dot collection question mark dot name. So if it has if there is an asset, if there is a collection, then just get the name. Okay. Then close the div. Then I'm gonna say div over here after the parenthesis curly bracket, and say class name is equal to style.nft title, and this is where we did it before. How do we get the name of each listing? It's listing.asset.name. Cool. And it should lead to a closing div. Closing div. Oh, we lost the connection. Bam. Look at that, CryptoPunk. Oh cool, I can grab this too. Awesome. So from there we can say div class name, and this is going to be the price container. So I'll say style.price container, right? Because each NFT should show how much it's worth, yeah. And div have a class name equal to style.price title, and we'll say by at. Okay, and then as a sibling of that div, this one is going to be called the wrapped ETH image container. Oh, this should be in the curly brackets. Style.weth, which stands for wrapped ETH image container, and then image. And just like before, we're going to set it up. You just need to set it up with a height. It's going to be way smaller than the picture because it's just the logo of wrapped ETH height. And source. Oh, our source should do the width, which is going to be the same width. And the source is simply just going to be dot / wrapped ETH, I believe. Yeah, the WETH logo.svg. Let's hope it's in the right spot. And then for the alt, it should just be WETH. So that's the image tag. After the image tag though, you can say div and get, this one's going to be called price value. Okay, and listing dot buyout currency. We need the buyout currency. And if you're wondering how I know this, is because I already looked at the object and I just looked through the properties and was like, oh, that's the attribute I need or the key I need at that value. So that's how you can do it yourself. So again, if this token is there, let's do a display value, which will then have closing div, and a closing div. Right. We're not done yet. At this point, we want to make use of an icon. Right. I think I imported it already, but it's this heart, AI outline heart. Right, we're going to be inserting that really soon. Style.likes container. Right. There's no actual functionality to this. It's just front end, and again, not the main focus of this build, but it does enhance and makes our project look very nice. So style.heart icon. Right, so we're giving the React icon some styling as well. And underneath, we could say div, give this one a class name of style.like_counter, right? And there's a fun way we get the amount of likes is we do a likes listing dot asset stats dot favorites. Pretty cool way. Do question mark 0. Okay, so then it should be closing div, closing div, closing div, closing div, and bam, that is all the JSX. And now let's see how ugly or beautiful, my bad, it is. Using a relevant image. Yep, I figured as much. That's because, let's see where it is in source. I mean in public. ETH logo. Yeah, did something I didn't like. Oh, okay, yeah, it doesn't need a dot here. It should have a leading slash. And let's see if it works. Ooh, connect MetaMask. Fingers crossed. Hey, and there it is. There's the image. She looks beautiful, amazing. So what we gotta do last now is give this some styling. Okay, so the first thing I want to do to get started with the styling with Tailwind is just wrapper, and then we'll say relative, give it a flex box property by saying flex, say height is 450 pixels, and the width of this, each card is going to be 340 pixels. Okay, give it a cursor pointer as well. Now after the cursor pointer, let's give it a flex direction of column. Then we'll say rounded LG. Oh, wrapper is saying wrapper is not defined. Okay, so wrapper is defined. Okay, it's just strange. All right, rounded LG, and we could do background white. Okay, shadow LG. There we go. Starting to see it now. Transition all duration -300 hover shadow 2XL and dark. Remember, we have a theme that we change from light to dark, and that's why the CSS might not look consistent because again we haven't set up the theme. BG dash hashtag, but it'll all be fixed once I finish this up. So bear with me. 333 333. I think that's all the threes in here. Okie dokie. Cool. Yeah, so it took up that dark property. It didn't take the background white. It thinks it's in dark mode, so it did that. Okie dokie. So after that, let's do image container. An image container, all it needs is a height 34 and an overflow hidden. Pretty much it for image container. Let's reload the page. All right, and I also want to show you too that the grid is still working. Oops, with our app. Yep, there we go. And it still needs, you can see that still needs some spacing in between all that. There we go. So we'll say next is the NFT image itself that we need to style. It's going to be rounded -t -large, and then let's do an object cover. Oh, we're still looking for image. I never realized. Yep, NFT image exists. Then we can do NFT lower container, and lower container is going to have flex property, and it'll be height -1/4 flex direction column, and give it justify between and P-4. So let's check that out. Okay, looks less cut off, which is good. Then we got collection title. Okay, and collection title is gonna have some small text, and the text will be gray 500 and dark. Like when the theme is dark, the text should be gray 400. Okay, NFT title is going to be text SM, and let's get the font to bold. Okay, for our price container, it'll be flex property, flex column, items, and right, you can see everything moving around here. Okay, justify center to center that. Okay, and space -y-1. Cool. Let me just refresh this. Okay, it's still looking a little funky. Price container, price title, text SM for price title. Actually, price, let's do extra small, and let's do font light for price title. Let me take a look at that. Okay, still fitting out the page. See something? Okay, that's interesting. I have a typo somewhere. It's all good. Let me just see the likes container itself. Container. Should be likes container. Yep. There it is. And in that likes container, it's going to take a flex property, item center, justify -end, and a space -x-2. Hope 2. And then we'll take in that heart icon. Remember, we have this styling of this React icon. That one will have, oops, an H3 with 3 text gray and be 500. And remember, if the theme is dark, we want the gray to be text 400. Cool. Then we have likes counter, and likes counter is going to have text extra small, text gray 500 again, if it's light, and if it's dark. Cool. So obviously styling is a little strange here, so let me see what I can do about that. Might be typing something wrong. So I'm just going to double check if I missed something. Lower container. All right, yeah, that's there. What about info container? Oh, okay, I see the problem now. I don't have NFT info container. That one is going to have a flex, and this is where we can justify between. Okay, cool. Now it's more aligned. Awesome. And I'm not too happy with the styling just yet because this should be next to each other, and that's the with image container. And let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, that would help. We should get the styling for this. So let me just style that real quickly. Wrapped ETH image container. Okay, there you go. All right, and the reason why it's not lined up is because we have to give this a flex property. Let's do an item center, right? Because now, there we go, that's more like it. Boom, and now the logo is smaller because by default the line items is going to be stretch, but if you do item center, it's not stretch anymore, so that's why it's smaller. Then we can do a justify, and let's give it some spacing of x2. Hey, okay, that's a lot better. And again, the text ideally should be white, but that is just a theme thing that we'll fix at the end. But other than that, this should be the styling of it. So it's not perfect, it's not super responsive, but if you put some space here, this is what the demo looks like. Awesome. There we go. Okay, it's coming together. We have the NFT cards in place, and I think that's it for the NFT card. Cool. So what I'm going to do next is head over to pages and go into the app once again. And I'm sick of not having the theme, so let's just get the theme provider in there. So let's import theme provider, and this is going to help us switch from light mode to dark mode. And the really cool part is that it comes in next theme. Okay, next thing you want to do is take that theme provider and wrap that around our app as well. Hit enter here, the theme provider, boom, and let's put that component, and wrap it inside that. Okay, cool. Let's see if that gave us any issues. Reading some. Oh, that's why my terminal has died. Let me bring it back in here. Let's do a yarn dev. Okay, and once we see it loading, that's a good sign. We can refresh this page and no errors. Yes, okay, so the theme provider is successfully wrapped within our app. And one thing I could do is test something out. Now that the theme provider is there, I don't have to worry about that background being white or black. I can just remove this. Awesome, cool. It should just take what the system is, what my system is. So for example, if I go to the header which was provided, let me see, there's something called use theme, right? And use theme comes from next themes, the same place where the provider came from. And essentially what I have set up here is the current theme is going to equal the theme, right, from theme provider. And it's going to be, if it's equal to the system, then we're just going to use whatever the system theme is. System theme is whatever I have set up, if I'm on dark mode or not. Else, we're going to just check what the theme is if it doesn't equal it. Okay, awesome. So again, if the current theme is dark, this is where the header stuff comes in. We're going to see that moon icon. If I click, it turns to light. So very cool on that end. And look at that, the text is now what it's supposed to be, as well as this. So this is a lot easier on the eyes, and that's how we set up the theme provider. Now, heading back to the home folder and going into the index, right, we had another thing in here called top navbar layout. I think it's time we make it. So let's go ahead and make top navbar layout component. And this component is going to come from a folder that we're going to call layouts, right? So we don't have that folder just yet. So we're going to need to basically select and make a new folder, but not in components preferably. Just want to make a new folder. All right, so just click out of that folder and say new folder. And this one we'll call layouts. Cool, so now we have a layouts folder. And inside this layout folder, now we can make top navbar layout.js. Okay, cool. Now we have the top navbar layout.js. Let's make this temporarily small. And then we could say function, or in other words, const top navbar layout, set this equal to return, and I'll say div top navbar. Yeah, and let's also export default top bar layout, and this is layout. Okay, that's gonna be it for now. Let's try to see if we can comment it in our index of home. Is this supposed to be here? I don't think so. Let's X this out. Cool, so I just moved it outside over there. Awesome. What I was saying was I wanted to go into index and I wanted to uncomment this guy. All right, it's back in. Oh, I see. Let's quickly go out to layouts and let's make this equal to the anonymous function. I think they'll be a lot more happy if I do that. And going back to components, home, index. Cool. So let's work on this. I wanted to wrap the top navbar layout around the home. Okay, awesome. All right, cool. Don't worry if it looks like that for now. We're going to fix up the top navbar layout because we need to style it. So I'm gonna go back to the layout. Let's go ahead and click that and let's get to work. Okay, cool. So if you see this, again, like I said, don't worry. I wanna show you guys what top navbar layout is doing. And we could do this by opening up the main project. So this is the main project. Right now it says doodles here because that was the original, and I'm taking the third web contract address, and that's why we see this. Same things. So that's it. This is the finished build. And if I were to open up VS Code and let me just remove top navbar layout by commenting it out, comment out the import. If I hit save, look what this appears over here. Boom. So we can tell that the top navbar layout is responsible for holding the header, or at least that top part. So let me just bring it back in, and bam, there it's back in there. Okay. So that tells me top navbar has the header. Okay, cool. So now we can X that out. Let's check if we have a header, right? If you look over here, header is already done for you, as I showed you guys before. So this is one of the stuff that we're giving away. So what we could do is just import that in here. So I'll say import from components / header / header. Oops, header. Okay, so it's resolving it. And here's the key here. It's gonna take in children, right? And what I wanna do is call the header here. Let's see if it shows up. That's the real test. Oh, That's right. This needs to be a fragment because it needs a parent div. Nice. Okay, cool. We have the OpenSea header set up already. This is just, we gave to you, nothing too special. Mostly just front end until I click on this. And look at that. Boom. Right? Awesomeness. All right, so we have light mode and dark mode set up. That functionality was given to you guys. If you want to understand how it works, like I showed you, it's simply an on click on the moon icon. And if we click it, we set theme, right? We're using useState here to light. And if it's light, then that theme provider takes place, right? Remember the CSS that says dark? That's why we set it up. So now it would change. Cool. So definitely, if you understand that, or if you want to study it more, you feel free to take this code and play with it and put it in your own projects. So that is the header and the light and dark mode. But we aren't quite finished yet. One thing I wanted to do was in index, top navbar layout. There's this pretty neat trick here where I pass in children. And what you could do now so that we can see the CryptoPunks and all the stuff that we worked on before is say main here, and then you pass in the children. Oh, not children. And look at that, connect MetaMask is on there. All right, I click on this, it's on there. I click on this, and look, my page is up and running. I can hit this, and it switches. Right? I think that's because I also messed with the styling. So let's go ahead and continue. Okay, cool. So what we learned is that if I write main here, I pass in and destructure children. I put that children there. We should be able to see our app, and we have a nice header to go along with it. Right? It's getting really close to the finished project, but that is top navbar layout. It's getting really close, like I just said. But one thing that we're missing is I can't click on an individual NFT. Right? It should lead to a page with just that image, and we should be able to buy it. That's the whole reason you're here. You want to see, how can I make my own NFTs, my own collection, my own marketplace, and how can I go about buying them? So I'm going to show you guys how to set up that page. And one of the first things we will do is go to pages. And what I want to do is make a new file here, or actually a new folder, right? Because with Next.js, you can directly make a page by writing it in here. So I could say something like, let's add file, let's say lance.js. All right, so if I say lance.js here, and then I make this a component, I can say const lance equals arrow function, boom, return div, lance page. So save that. Let's go ahead and go on to here and just add that route. Oh yeah, export default, can't forget about that. I think it might actually have to be a capital. Oh no, it doesn't have to be. Awesome, so look at that. I just made a brand new page or route that users can go to on my app. So replit.co/lance will take you to the Lance page. In just regular React, we'd have to use something called React Router and set up the routes that way. Next.js handles that for you, which is awesome. So again, I'm just gonna delete this because we don't need it. So now let's take this, what I just set up to 100, and let's make a dynamic. Right? So if I made a page or a file called Lance, that takes me to /Lance. But if I make a folder now, we're essentially setting up a route for assets. What is this? Oh, we're gonna need to do this because it is okay, I see the problem now. So if I make a folder, I can't do the assets / what I want to do right away. I'm gonna just have to make an assets folder. And once I make the assets folder, from there, I have an assets route. I should have it at least. So let me just double check to make sure. Yeah, there's no page found for this. But I'm essentially setting up a route here. Remember, if we click on a NFT card, right, where the route that it takes us is /assets / that NFT's contract address, right? So to emulate that or set up that route, right, inside this assets folder, I'm gonna need to make another folder, right? But the folder is going to be called brackets address. This is how we make it dynamic. Cool. So bracket address. But if you look, there's one more thing it takes. The 0 here is the token ID. So within that folder, there we can have a file, and that file is going to be token id.js. And if I were to type that route right now, it wouldn't work because again, token id.js isn't set up. So again, same way I got the Lance page working, we can just set up a function-based component here. We can say const NFT because everything in this page is about the one singular NFT. So I can just call it const NFT and make sure you return a div. So I'll just make a div for now and we'll say NFT page, and then we want to export default NFT. So with that, hey, there we go. We got NFT page, right? We made a dynamic route. So this, when I go to click on that NFT that I did before, that first one, you can see that at that route, the URL is dynamic. It's going to show that NFT's contract address and its ID. And if I were to go back and click this guy, 2025, it still takes me to the NFT page, even though, right, the URL at the top is different. They all lead to the same thing. So we have a dynamic route, but now instead of a static page, we need a dynamic page. So that's what we're going to be working on next. Okay, cool. All right, so the goal to make this static NFT page dynamic is we got to set up the individual NFT details and essentially get them on this page. So to do that, let's set up a couple imports actually. So the things that I want to import are React hooks. These ones use state, use effect. You guys are pros at this now. React, and we can import another hook, right, called use router. This one's coming from next, so next router. What I plan to do with use router is, you see how this already has the contract address and the ID. We can basically get the ID or address from the route and use that to get that listing. It's kind of interesting way, or kind of smart way, I'd say, to get the NFT that we clicked. Okay, cool. So that's going to be explained later, but we also need to get import use address and use marketplace, right? So this should look familiar, right? We're going to probably make another get listing function. So this comes from thirdweb-dev/react. Okay, cool. And another thing that we're going to need is something called big number from ethers, right? There's something that we want to format using big number so that we can read it a lot better in our code. And we're going to get that from ethers. Cool. So we should have ethers because it comes with the forkable REPL that you guys did. So we should be good to go. Awesome. Another thing we'll need is top navbar layout, I guess. Top navbar layout, because we should still see that header at the top, right? So to get to that route, it's actually, we have to cd out of this folder, which will take us to address, which will take us to assets, which will take us to the main thing. And then we go to layouts and get top navbar layout. Oh, .js. Let's see if that's it. Happy with that? Am I missing something? Top navbar layout from top navbar layout. Okay, maybe I went one. Oh, it's layout. Okay, cool. We're just missing the S because the folder was called layouts. That makes sense. Cool. And what I could do is wrap this whole thing and make top navbar layout the parent div. Okay, top bar layout, and you can take a guess what this is going to do. And boom, we have a header now for each NFT page, right? So I guess the flow would be something like this. I go back here, I click on this first NFT, and we still should have the header, and that makes sense. Okay, I think the next smart thing to do now is let's create the skeleton of our JSX. We're going to need to make a bunch of components that make up the NFT details, such as an image or the info and the sales info. So I'm just going to lay out the skeleton now, right? So to help me plan out what we should do next, or for you guys to visualize, right? So let's make the JSX. And again, if I'm making JSX, I forgot, we're going to need to make our style object. So const style equals object. Okay. So the very first child of top navbar layout should be class name, yes, style.wrapper. Yep, you got it, Hassam. Okay, now for loading, right, we're gonna say div loading. Okay, expected. Oh yeah. So this is a ternary statement. I'm getting an error because I only made the if there is loading, right, then we load this. If there isn't something called loading, then what I want to do is load something else, the NFT image itself. So let's quickly set that up, just dummy data for now. NFT info. So now the issue is that loading is not defined, right? Yeah, loading is basically just a state that I have at the top here. So let's set it up by saying const loading is set loading is equal to use state, right? So the default of loading, I want it to be false. All right, so look how it shows NFT info. Like why do you think it shows NFT info? That's because if loading is false, right? Load NFT info. If loading is true, that means we are loading something. Set it to true, right? Reason for that is because it takes a while for us to grab the information and then put it there. So you don't want people to see a blank page. You want to let them know that there's loading. So again, if you want to make it more fancy and build on top of this, instead of just a div that says loading, you can add like a little loading screen, which you've done before. Okay, cool. So let's split this back to false because that's what I want. So now that you get the idea of what I'm doing here, some more conditional rendering with a ternary. What I want to do next is flesh out the NFT info, right? Because it's more than just that. So let's take out this, give this a class name of style.nft container, because this, what I want to load if we're not loading, right, is going to be the div that holds the NFT. Okay, where is the curly bracket for this? Okay, cool, awesome. Now there's some details on the left of the container inside, so let's make a div just for that. That's style.left container. Okay, and then in that left container we want the element that's in there. Div class name style.left. Okay, and within that div we have our very first component. And it doesn't exist yet, so let me comment it out. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, and this component doesn't exist yet, but it's going to be NFT image. All right, so inside that container we'll hold the image of the NFT that I clicked, which should be the first one based on this. Cool, so let's set the skeleton up. Okay, cool. So next I'm going to come below right here and let's set up another div. So if that's the NFT image, this one is also a left element here. And inside this left element, we'll have another component. But this is not NFT image. This is NFT details. All right, another component that we'll have to make later. But you get the idea as I flesh it out. Okay, so closing div. Let's have the right container set up now. So if you have a left container, usually that means we have a right one. So let's style this and call it right container. Okay, cool. I don't know why it's like that. Maybe if I do this, it looks a lot nicer. Nice. So in that right container, another component goes in here, and this one is NFT basic info. Okay, another component, and a sibling inside that same div. It should be in line. I don't know why it's not. Is going to be another one, which is going to be where we can buy out that NFT. So we're getting close to that buying function now. We just got to set up a page for it. Long name, I guess. And inside that buyout container, we'll have another NFT, which is going to be NFT sales info. Okay, cool. So after sales info, that closes. Then we got closing div. How did I get here? Take me back to the assets. Sorry. Okay, cool. Boom. Awesome. So yeah, this one is closed. Then we have closing div, and then this should end that JSX, the JavaScript inside the JSX. Then we should have div, then top navbar layout. Awesome. Cool. So let's see, where is this error coming from? It should be style. Expected but got style. Oh, it's the buyout container. Oh, there should be an equals here. Module build failed. Hit refresh. Hey, okay, cool. If you see nothing, that makes sense because none of the components are made. What I'll do is set up the image and the NFT details next. Now I want to set up the NFT details, and that's gonna be its own folder. Under components, we have a header folder, a home folder. Let's go ahead and make a new one. NFT. Okay, and then within that folder, we're gonna make the components from top down. So the first thing will be NFT image. Okay, so let's add a file. Then I'll call this NFT image.js. Cool. So now that we're here, make that smaller, and let's start some imports. Let's get image from next image. We will also get a React icon from here, AI outline heart, and from there we do React-icons/AI. Boom. So all those components are there. Set up the style object, and let's also create the component. So let's say const NFT image. Okay, and we'll say return and we'll make that first div. Image goes here. Okay, cool. So we have that component all set up. Now what I want to do is head over back to layouts, well, not layouts, sorry, into our assets, token address, and we can comment this guy out. So let's take this here. And what we could do now is import NFT image. So NFT image from the path is really long again. Components. All right, so now we're at the components folder. So we need to get into NFT details, and then we can get to the NFT image. Okay, see if it pops up. Oh, my server might have died. Let me just restart it. Because I was AFK. Okay, let me just hit refresh on this. Type is invalid. Ah, okay. I do know one thing that I did forget. I always forget. This one right here needs to be export default NFT. Hey, okay, image goes here. Right, so now our NFT image is all set up. Cool. Okay, I just want to talk about how that this NFT image should hold, you know, the assets that I clicked image. So to do that, we're gonna have to pass it down. So we need to head back into that file and just temporarily in NFT image, let's pass down a prop. And you guys know how to pass down a prop now. It's gonna be image is going to be what? What contains that image? It should be listing, which I believe we should have access to. Oh, we don't. Okay, cool. So that means we have to do that next. Okay, so before I could have so much fun and get the listing, we're gonna need to set up a function. So remember, use address and use marketplace. We're gonna use that to make the get listing function again. Okay, then we do a try catch in there, just like before. The only difference that you may notice is that when we are getting the listing and we're waiting for it to happen, we'll set loading to true. All right, so we'll see that loading screen happen. And while it's loading, we can have const listing, right? Await marketplace, not dot marketplace, await space marketplace. And marketplace is holding the, should hold the use marketplace, which actually you need to set up. So const marketplace is equal to use marketplace, and it should have the address. So let's copy that over. Then we'll do const address, set that equal to use address. Cool, kind of similar to before. So now marketplace should exist and we can get listing. So if you remember the last time we used get listing, we passed in this contract address, but that's the whole marketplace, right? We don't want to do that. We just want to get the singular NFT. To get that, we're going to need the token ID. So if we go over here, the token ID of this first one is going to be 0. And that makes sense. But we can't just pass in 0 here. We got to get the direct token ID. We're going to make it dynamic. Otherwise, every single time, we're just getting the 0th one. Right, to get it dynamic, that's where use router comes along. Okay, so let's go head over to my states here. And just to clean this up a bit, we can put all these variables within the NFT underneath the state. Okay, oh, and while we're here, let's finish this up. Console log error. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know if you were able to pick it up from the mic, but there was somebody mowing their lawn next door. But where was I? So we have this get listing async error. All I'm gonna do is just hit refresh. Okay, cool. So left-hand side expression must be a variable or a property access. All right. So let's just take a look. Const get listing. Just take out all of this and say, how about that? Oh, yep, I did the same thing as before. Lowercase b and use marketplace. Lowercase b. That always gets me. Awesome. So this is good. Let's have async here. How do you like that? Nice. Okay. No more issues with that. let's go back to making the function. So I think I'll paste the rest of this here and hit erase there. Cool. So all I did was just put back the try catch. Return statement is not allowed here. Or return statement. Oh, okay. I have an extra curly bracket. That might have been the error from before. And let's just refresh. Cool. There we go. So now we have the get listing function. It does what it did last time, set loading to true, which is different. And then I was saying how this marketplace get listing, we want to pass the ID. How do we get that ID? Like I said, use the router. So now what I want to do is go to under address, or actually no, it doesn't really matter where, but I want to put this underneath the other hooks. Let's say const router equals to use router. Okay. And now that we have a router here, we want to query this right here and get the token ID. All right. And that's what this dynamic, essentially placeholder is representing. So let's see if we can get it. Let's say const, we called it token ID, both capital, is equal to router dot query. Okay. And let's console log that token ID now. Console.log token ID. Inspect element. You're gonna have a lot of console logs. Hey, there we go. So if I refresh just for fun, boom, undefined, right? It's undefined until the page loads. We grab the token ID. The token ID is 0. So that's how we can use our URL here and query it so that we can pull our information. That way I don't have to pass down every little thing. I can just make use of our dynamic route. Cool. And I won't have to hard code 0 onto here either. So what we need to do next is, remember that big number thing? We're gonna use that in the market. So all I'm gonna say inside get listing is big number dot from token ID. Okay, cool. And once that's done, we will set the listing to be whatever we get back from this. So set listing to listing. And we also want to set loading to false. Okay. And again, is this function running or not? If I ask you guys, what do you think? Yes or no? No. I just made the instructions. If I want it to run, I'm going to start using the use effect to run it when the page loads. All right. So let's use the use effect. I'll say use effect here. Takes 2 parameters. The function that you want to perform and also the dependency module, which I only wanted to run once. So we leave the dependency module empty. Then we can say get listing here. And over here, let's console log listing. Okay. Listing is not defined. That's right. We need to make the state for it. So let's set the state. So that function actually isn't doing anything. Let's do const listing and set listing. Okay, now we are all up to speed. And the default should be just empty. It can be undefined because we're not expecting an array on this time. So let's see the console. Yes, there we go. All right, so if I hit refresh here, let's run get listing. Let me just see if this is running. Console.log. Oh, okay, it's running. Okay, running, and now we got it, right? So when I console log listing, this is it. This right here is the object of our asset. So when I say listing.asset, we get this object. If I say listing.asset.name, it will give me the name of that CryptoPunk. So yeah, I know this is running now, so we'll erase that. We can also get rid of the console log listing. And let's see what else we could do here. I do want to add one more use effect. Okay. And this use effect is going to have if there is no address, right? If there's no address, then we want to do a router dot replace and take us back to home. And this is going to check every time the address changes. All right, so I think it took us back to home right now. So that's fine. Connect MetaMask. Also, I can turn this to a one-liner because there's not much code in this. So if I do that, you can have a one-lined if statement. I don't need to put the curly brackets. Cool, let's click CryptoPunk 225. Address is not defined. Should be, oh, address with 3 S's. Okay, connect MetaMask. Let's see. Nice, cool. So if the address changes, we'll just get sent back to the main page and we'll probably have to click the connect MetaMask button again. Amazing. Okay, cool. So now we got index 1 as we saw in the console because I clicked that asset at index 1. Okay. What we could do next, let's see, NFT image is set up. I think that should be fine. What I want to do next is make sure we're passing it to NFT image, right? We can say image is equal to, right? What is the variable? Listing. Listing, question mark if that's there, asset if it has one, dot image. Cool. So we pass that down as a prop. Guys, if you remember earlier, how do we accept that prop and see it in the console? Exactly. We're going to go back to NFT details, NFT image. We will then accept the prop. So we can destructure it and get the key, which is image. Then let's console log the image. So let's see and hope for the best. We should see the image for the first one. We might not be able to tell it's the right one. The gateway IPFS. Oops, looks like I downloaded it. But we'll open it in Photos, I guess. Okay, it doesn't support it, right? So that didn't work. But there is an easy way to see this, right? Since we uploaded the image, we can just quickly put that in here. Temporarily. Say src equals image. Will it load? Oh yeah, it's gonna need an alt property. I know. Alt equals NFT. Image is missing source property. So what do you call this then? Very strange. Oh, okay. I guess it's because the image doesn't load right away. So let me just try to wrap this in curly brackets. I'm gonna say if there is an image, then we should load it. Yeah? Oh, connect to MetaMask. CryptoPunk 246. Okay. Image with source. Must use with height. Okay, that's fine. That's better than seeing that there's no source property. So I'll just give it the height that I wanted to give it, which is 448, and height of the same size. Are we good now? Connect MetaMask, fine. And take me to the NFT. Yes, okay, cool. So we saw that I click on the NFT, I clicked on this one, and I got that image at the dynamic URL, right? Just to prove that it's not static and I'm not lying, let's click on this one, 223. Hey, there we go. So this is the basic idea. What we want to do now is flesh out the JSX to what it's supposed to be. So the first thing I'll do is cut this out because we are going to use it later, but not right now. So I'm going to say class name style.wrapper. Okay, we got the wrapper, and now we can do class name or NFT header to be exact. Here we can have an image, oops, an image. This is just gonna hold the ETH logo. So we'll give it a height, we'll say 20, and a width with the same length. Okay, and then the source, like I said, it's the ETH logo. So let's do /ETH-logo.svg. And then we got kicked out, it's okay. I'll say ETH for the alt. Okay, that's pretty good for me. Closing image tag and then the div. So let me just get us back in there. Okay, connect to MetaMask. Let's click the first one. Cool, there's the ETH logo. I'm pretty happy with that. Then another div. Okay, this one will be called style.likesCounter or container, sorry. Okay, and then in between, I want to have the AI outline heart. Yep, we imported that just to double check. Then we want class name is equal to style.heart icon. Okay, and the sibling for that will be div with the class name of this one is going to be likes count. is the one I was thinking of. Oh, and this one should be wrapped in curly brackets. Okay. Style dot likes count. All right. This one will be hard coded, but if you guys want, you can always add your own like functionality and then make this dynamic. AI outline heat. There you go. Heart. Kicked out. Boom. Okay. Nice. The ETH heart 200. Okay. Then we have closing div here. Just stick those two together. But in between that one, right, I want another div, and this is where our image is going to go. So luckily I should have it pasted still. Yep. Hit tab. So if there's an image, right, if that exists and it's already loaded, then load the image itself. So there we go. It's beautiful. That's our NFT page. Awesome. Okay, now for some of the styling, we got our boy wrapper once again, and he's just gonna be rounded, LG. I'll put a comma here. Give him a border, and now this dark thing should start working. Border transparent, and also a dark BG dash hashtag 313339. Cool. Okay. Yep, we're in dark mode, so that makes sense why we see it. Then we do NFT header. This should have flex as a property. I want to give it an item center, and then a justify between. Okay, and we can do P-4. Cool. Spread that out a bit. Let's work on the likes container next. Likes container. That one will be flex, items center, justify, and space dash x dash 2. Likes container is not defined. What do you call this? It's fine. Okay, cool. We're Gucci. Let's do a heart icon. And we'll do height of 5, width of 5, text dash gray dash 500, and a dark text gray, and it should be 400 like we always did, like we did before. That's the heart icon. We can do likes count next, and likes count is just gonna have the text that is small, make it like semi bold, so we do font semi bold here. Do text gray 500, and guess what happens if it's dark? It's gonna be text gray 400. Okay, cool. Okay, and I know you can't see it, but once we start giving the container some color, it will start to show up. Oh, hold on. This is the VS Code. We need this one. Okay, cool. So now we have NFT image. This will be rounded BG. Oh, sorry, rounded dash B, I mean. Large, and then object cover. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the NFT image for now. Let's work on the NFT info, and then we can do the buy functionality. Okay, don't worry about the styling just yet. It's all gonna come together once we make all the NFT details components. What I care about right now is showing you guys how to buy NFTs. So to buy the NFTs that we've created, we're gonna have to hop back into the assets page. So where is pages, assets, and we are back. Amazing. So just to recap real quick, we made NFT image. The next thing I want to make is NFT sales info, because this is what contains the functionality. So the first thing we'll have to do is create a function on here that we can pass down. So we have const get listing, but now we need to make the function to actually purchase the NFT. So it's const buy NFT, and the same deal, async. Okay, and when we buy NFT, we should have a try catch block. And as a quick note, for buy NFT, we're going to be using the third web use marketplace hook once again. And I know a lot of third web makes it a lot easier for developers to get started with coding, but third web is going to have and does have a lot more features that we could implement if you wanted to take the scale even higher. So I did mention an auction, you can do a wait list, you can do a delayed reveal. So those are some features that we're going to be messing around with and you can look more into on the third web's documentation. Without further ado, let's just console log the error. Okay. And then from here in the buy NFT, let's go ahead and await marketplace again, right? Marketplace is the variable with the hook dot buy out listing, right? This is a method which is going to let us buy, right, the listing with that token ID, right? And then how many do you want them to be able to buy? We'll just say pass in 1. Cool. So this is our function, and again, it's not running just yet. What I want to do next is comment out sales info, and you're going to see it doesn't exist, and they're right. We also need to make that component then. So under components, NFT details, let's add a file, NFT sales info, I believe. NFT sales info.js. Okie dokie. Now we can say const NFT sales info equal to function. Then we'll say return sales info. Okay. I won't forget it this time. We're going to export default NFT sales info. And right back into our pages, let's go ahead and import NFT sales info. So NFT sales info from // components. I know it's really long. Components / NFT sales info. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and refresh. Module can't find NFT sales info. Interesting. Pretty sure I did export default. Module not found. Oh, the folder went out of there. Okay, cool. For some reason NFT card is in here. Wait, no, NFT card should be in there. Let's expand this. Okay, so that's the same. Okay, then what's the issue here? Oh, okay, I see now. It's /components /NFT details, right? There's another folder in that path. Oh yeah, and we can't just return sales info. Gotta put that in a div. Text content does not match HTML. Okay, sales info. All right, we're good to go. So with sales info, we can hop back to our index. Sorry, not index, pages on the assets. And we want to pass down 2 things. The first thing we want to pass down, it needs to know how much does this NFT cost. So to do that, I'm going to say price is going to be listing, because that holds the information, dot buy out currency value per token. And then we also want buy NFT to equal the function that we just made, buy NFT. Awesome. So those props are passed, but you're not going to see it in sales info because now we need to make use of it. Okay, I just jumped back into sales info. And now let's destructure. This is the first time you can destructure more than one thing from an object. So the first one thing I want is price and then the buy NFT function. So just to prove to you, we're getting those props. Let's console log price and buy NFT. See what we get. Let's hit refresh. It might bring us back. Yeah, it should have a price for us. Maybe we'll separate it first, the price. Okay, so it shouldn't be that number. It should be this display value. We're gonna need to update the price, so I'm gonna go back to the component. Yeah, you just have to do one more, and like I said, it's display value. Yep, a lot of jumping around because we need to talk to the different parts of the component. And bam, there we go. That's the actual price that we set up way back, 0.01. What I want to do next is let's set up a button in here, right? Buy NFT and set on click. Set this equal to buy NFT, right? Because we know the function exists, and we should also put the price in here. Maybe make it H2. Just make it nice and big. Price. Cool. So connect MetaMask. Let's buy this guy, CryptoPunk 224, and now you can see that the price of this is 0.01 ETH. And let's just keep in mind our listing here. Let me just refresh. It's been a while since I've been here. Cool. These are our current listings. If I click buy NFT, there it is. So we have the buy functionality working, and you can see here that this is saying buy, right? And it's going to cost how much? The same as displayed. And we hit confirm, right? Shouldn't be any errors. Okay, cool. And you should see in your MetaMask that this transaction went through, right? We lost 0.01 ETH. So there we go. That's the buy functionality with Third Web. We went all the way from creating the NFT to putting it on the marketplace and then buying it now. So all that's really left is to make this look really nice and then demo the app. So the next few parts is just front end. So let's walk through that part. All right, so let's go ahead and create the rest of the NFT sales infos JSX. So let me just clean this up real quick, indent this a bit, and let's get our imports out of the way. The imports that we need is we're gonna import BS credit card to front fill and BS fill tag. This one's gonna come from React icons once again. And the specific React icons it's from is gonna be BS, my favorite one. So after that, we're gonna import a outline question circle. Then we're gonna do an AI outline clock circle. Okay. Then we can do from React icons once again. And this one is the AI one. I also wanna import image from next image. So I say from next / image and we should be good to go. From there, I want to go up into this div. Oh, set up the style object. And now we can start naming our divs. So I'll give this one styles or style.wrapper. And we don't need sales info here anymore. And now that you guys understand this, I feel comfortable erasing it and we'll put it back when it's relevant once again. So inside the wrapper div, we have a header div. Which inside of the header div is going to be header content. Oops, style.header content. Inside header content, here is where our first React icon is going to go. It's going to be AI outline clock circle. And these changes should be showing up, so I'm just going to hit refresh. Expression expected. Oh, let me see. Is it missing a div? Oh, I see. Just close this off and then we should be good to go. Nice. Makes sense. Oh, look at that. So remember when we purchased the NFT, it's not going to show up on here because once it's purchased, it shouldn't be in our listings, right? It's not available for sale anymore. So that's why we only see 3 of these. So our purchase went through. I click on this. There's the image and we shouldn't see sales info there, but we should see the AI outline clock circle. That's what we just inserted. Okay, then after that, it's closing div time. And then from here, let's make another div. Call this one style.main container. And I actually want to give a name to this as well. So this one will have style.header icon. Yeah, from this point on, there's not much functionality left. We're just going to do a lot of styling. So this is going to be that main container for our app, which should hold all the information next to it. Inside that the main container, we're going to have price info container. So I'm gonna write it out. Style.price info container. Okay, after price info container, now we'll have a class name of, this one will be a template literal, special, style.gray text, and style, right, with another template literal, style.header icon. All right, so what I did here is use a template literal to give this div 2 class names. One that has gray text and also has the styling of header icon. And now thinking about it, this actually should go inside the AI outline clock circle, right? That's what should have 2 stylings, gray text, and style icon. Cool. So what should go here though is price info container should have the other one, which is still a template literal, and it's gonna have the gray text, style.gray text. And the difference between that and the last one that I got confused on was this one has style.medium font. And I wanted to say buy at. Okay. And then after we say buy at, we can separate this and we can make a price container itself. Okay, and then within that div, what I want to do is make another one, specifically an image. So let's use that image that were imported. And this is where I'm gonna have the wrapped ETH logo. So let's do source equal to / wrapped ETH dash logo dot svg. Okay, and then let's give it a width and height. Width is equal to 24. Oh, it looks like it kicked me out. Let me just go back in. 24. Height equal to 24 as well. And then for the alt, you could just say width. All right, let's go ahead and click on this guy. Oh, it says width is not defined. Oh, that should be a string. There you go. Makes more sense. I want to hit refresh, connect MetaMask. Okay, boom, we should only have 3. And there it is. All right, so after the image, I did want to include a span here. And in that span, we can do a class name style.price. And then we could do another price right here. Okay, click this. Hey, there you go. So now we bought the buy at, and here is the price, right? It's starting to come together. Okay, and after we got the price, it's gonna be 2 closing divs here. So I'm gonna make some space in between, and let's add another class here. And the class that I wanna add is going to be the buttons container. So styles or style.buttons container. Within that same div, let's add a div with now we're gonna have the functionality to buy this NFT. All right, so it's gonna need the class name. All right, and I'm just gonna format it like so. Style, all right, this one actually needs 2. So if you wanna give it 2 class names, put these backticks over here and start writing your template literal. This will have the style of button as well as the style dot purchase button. Okay, and then I just want to hit enter right here, and then I'll say on click. This is where we can buy NFT, right? So we have the buy NFT function that we imported. We're gonna add it right here. And as far as the text goes, we'll use a React icon, and the one I want to use is BS credit card to front fill. Nice, so this is what we're gonna use to buy, and we can give the class name style.button icon. Okay, let's see, is there anything else I need for this div? Oh, there is one more right next to that. It's a span, and the span is just gonna have class name of style.button and style.offer button. And then we can also make an offer. I'm setting this up just in case you wanted to test out the auction feature. You can create your own function to make an offer or a bid for that specific listing. Okay, let me see, did I do this right? Oh, sorry, this is not make offer. This should be later. This should be for buy now. So this is buy now. And then in my notes here, this shouldn't be just yet. This should actually just have vanilla styling. And it's gonna be text large font semi-bold. All right, sorry about that, guys. I got way too excited. There should be a closing div here. And then in the next one, this div is the one that has the offer button. So I'll just set that up right now. So the backticks, template literal, style dot $, template literal, style dot offer button. Okay, so there you go. So this is the div that contains the buy now button. This will be the div to contain the offer or make offer button. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. And the icon that goes with this is going to be another BS fill with the class name. Okay, so here is where the span goes. Span, class name. This one has the same one as the last one. It's gonna have text large font semi-bold and make offer. There we go, and there you have it. That's the JSX, and as I was trying to explain before, this is the make offer button. If you did want to make it clickable, you would just add an on-click to this div, just like how we have an on-click for this div to bind. Here you can make a function called make offer. Okay, now let's get into the styling of this app. Now for the styling, we always start with wrapper, and let's put this right here. And then I'm gonna write out flex column divide Y. And then we can do our border here, and dark divide black. Okay, then we can do a dark rounded LG, and then a dark border black. Okay, just let me double check real quick. Divide Y, border black, border dark. Nice. Okay, so that's it for wrapper. Moving on to header. What I'll add to header is going to be flex as well. Let's center those items with align item center. Then we can justify between to just put space in between the items. And then we can do rounded T large. Then we can do say px6, py4, and then dark. All right, for the dark theme, bg hashtag 262 A30. Okay, awesome. So there's header. After the header, we got header content. Oops, I wrote header again. Header content. And for header content, we want to flex items center, and we do space x2. So that's header icon. Just want to do a quick refresh just to check, double check. Okay, so far so good. After header content, let's do header icon. And header icon is just going to be height 6 width 6. Okay, just move a little slightly. And then we have some stuff that is gray text like this one. So let's set that up. Gray text is literally just going to hold our favorite text gray. Text gray 400. Okay, let me just reload. Yeah, notice how it's like gray or gray. I'm not too sure which was like the official one. I know it's different in some countries. So let me know in the comments below. If you made it this far, we've done all the functionality. I'm just walking you through the rest of the front end to make our app look pretty. So if you're still watching this and you're listening to me right now, I can know if you leave a comment down below and you say gray. And let me know which gray too. Like, is it gray with the E, or do you guys say gray with a A? So if I see gray in the comments, I know you're watching the video. So shout outs to you. All right, after gray text, let's do main container. And then let's do space dash Y dash 4 rounded dash B dash large. And then we can say px dash 6 py dash 4. And for the dark theme, we'll have bg of hashtag 313339. So that should be it for main container. Let's work on price info now. Price info. We're not even on that page anymore. Yep, I know. Price info should have a column. Okay, nice. Okay, cool. Main container is looking good now. And I believe it's price info container, yeah. Okay, price info container, that's just gonna have a space dash Y dash 1. Sapsy space. Okay, cool. Just add a little bit of space there. Now, we also have one for medium font. Yep, if it has medium font, we can just say font medium. Okay, we also have price container. Price container, it's gonna have flex, items, center, and a space of x dash 2. After price container, let's actually style the price. Text 3L, font bold. Okay, then we can do buttons container. Buttons container will be flex space dash x dash y. Nice. Then a button, all right, this has a little bit, or a lot more, I mean. Button is gonna have flex width 14 rem, items dash center, cursor dash pointer, justify dash center, and space dash x dash 4 with a rounded LG, py dash 2, and a text of white. That's what the button has. All right, we're gonna switch it up. Let's click on this CryptoPunk, and boom. Okay, I'm curious about this little icon, but we'll keep it moving. After that, let's work on the purchase button. And remember, purchase button is the one that lets us buy the NFT, which is this one. Okay, and that purchase button is just gonna have a blue background, which I believe is the same as the one in OpenSea. Nice. So then we can make the offer button, and the offer button is gonna have a border black and a BG of hashtag 363840. There we go. Make offer. And the button icon is going to be H-6 with a width -6. Okie dokie. We're getting there. I love the look of these buttons, right? It really is just like the OpenSea ones. Yeah, I am curious about this because it does look a little funny. Let's see. All right, this is our page. I also just brought up the finished one, CryptoPunks. It's looking pretty close. I just click on this. The image is not working on this for some reason, but let's see. Yeah, we're missing the sale ends June 1st and this question mark icon. So I believe that should go right here. Okay, we can quickly make that. What I could do is after the AI outline, we can have a div here. And this is where we can use that gray text again with the E. And then after the gray text, I can say sale ends June 1st, 2022 at 8:20 p.m. GMT. This is static. If you wanted to make it more dynamic, you should find a way to get the date. Okay, cool. Oh, and I actually think this should go in this div. Let me just take a look. Okay, that's looking better. Yeah, and if you're wondering why this is messed up, that's because we need to get this right portion and fix it up. Essentially, it'll look better when I make the rest of the NFT details. So let's see, sale ends June 1st. I also am gonna need this question mark right here. Okay, let's get that working. So let's do AI outline question, what is it called? Question circle. Question circle. Give this man a class name. Style dot header icon. There we go. And this should also be in here still. Yeah, this shouldn't be there. Okay, now it's up there. Cool. There should be this background here. Why isn't that showing up? That is in header content. What we got for header content? Yeah, so this should have a darker gray background. Let me just double check. Okay, I think there's an extra closing div here, and that closing div should go right here. So take that last div at the bottom and move it to line 33 for me, and it should go about here. This is the closing div for the header. Right, so why isn't the header getting styled? And now the question mark's over here. Class name. Oh, it says class A name here, class A. If I take out class name, please. Yes! All right, there we go. There is the header. That looks way more accurate to what we want. Awesome. Right, again, it needs to be kind of like smushed in more like this, but that's totally fine. Okay, I'll fix it up at the end. I just want to make the rest of the NFT details now. I think the only thing is I want this to be spaced a little bit better. Let's see what we're missing in the CSS. Okay, and yeah, I wanted some more spacing. P main container. Aha! py-y should be py-4. Once that's done, nice. Okay, there we go. Finally, that's gonna be the NFT sales info, right? All the front end is done for that. Let's work on the next component. Let's keep it going. What I'm gonna do next is head over to our pages and go to assets and then go to token ID. I think it's time we finally do the styling on this because I'm starting to get annoyed. This thing is looking the way it is. So what I'll do next is start styling it. Let's give this a wrapper, right? Because that's the div we set up a little bit a while ago. And if I do colon here and I say comma, once I give this a flex, you're gonna start to see how it's gonna form. Okay. So I hit refresh, I hit this buddy again, and now it's not spread out like it was before. It's flexed, so it's gonna line it up in a row. Right? That's the default flex direction. But once I start adding everything else in here, it's gonna look a lot closer to the actual finished product, which I have over here. Okay, and then click on this person. This is what it should look like. I know the NFT image is missing, but if I were to expand this, look at that. It's pretty responsive. Once it gets to this size, it'll start shrinking, and then it's just this if you're on mobile. So let's do the CSS for this. I'm gonna write it out. The first thing I wanna do is the height of 100 VH. Then we can do an mx-auto. And then we'll keep that flex there, and we can do max width -2xl, followed by a flex column. And then we can say space -y -4 with py -4. Cool. And for our dark theme, we can say dark bg and do the hashtag. I believe it's 2022226. Afterwards, there is something that we want to put for LG, right? When it's large, we're going to have a max width of none. And also, if it's large, we want to do a py of 8. And last but not least, when it's large again, we'll do px of 24. Cool. And this is the finished one. Let's go over here. Nice and centered. That's the wrapper. Let me just line it up so. Now for the NFT container, which I believe is what it's called, NFT container. Yep, we have that. What I want to do is give it a display flex direction column, and then we can say if it's large, we'll do a flex row. All right, it's a column until, you know, it's wide. Then it's going to be a row. Then we can say large space -x4. It works similar to when it's dark, this CSS happens, but when it's LG, then that CSS, this flex direction happens. Okay, let's do left container. Ooh, left container. See, does that match? Yep, left container. And left container can have flex column space -y -4. Left element, then we'll have hidden, and then make it block. So now you should start to see a significant change with this. Reset it. Hey, it's good that we don't see it, because when we do, yeah. Okay, that's the local host, but what about us? All right, we lost the title, but here it is. Cool. Yeah, that actually helped me realize we need to get the title back and up and running. Let's get the right container, and for the right container, we'll give it a display flex as well. Flex of 1, column, and space -y -4. Alrighty. After the right container, we'll do the buyout container, which will be flex of 1. Oops, I keep doing that. Flex of 1. Okay, now let's figure out where that title is. Should be here somewhere. Oh, that's right. It should be in basic info over here. Okay, that's good to know. So I'm no need to worry about seeing CryptoPunks and all of this stuff just yet. What I should worry about is my next component, NFT details. What I'll do is in components, NFT details. I like this name a lot because it's literally the folder NFT details, and this is the file nftdetails.js. Okay, once that's made, I don't want to lose this. So what I'll do is get a token address and put it on the sidebar. So now I don't have to open this and switch back and forth. We can have it like so. Now for the NFT details, I'm going to do a couple imports, which is going to be gr text line left, and then a react -icon/gr. Then we can import another React icon. Again, my favorite, BS fill bookmark fill. And just a heads up, this component is gonna have another component with inside of it. So there's gonna be one more import. I'm not gonna make it yet because I want you guys to understand why I'm making it in the first place. So those are the React icons. Let's set up the style object while I'm here. Okay, we have the empty style object. Then we can say const NFT details, and we're gonna have some hard-coded data right here. So it's gonna be drop-down data is equal to an array of objects, right? There's gonna be 2 objects, right? Each object represents the actual drop-down. So what I mean is, if I go to the actual finished product, if I highlight, this is the first object in our drop-down. This is the second object in our drop-down. I'm gonna show you guys how to make that. Cool. And again, this actually works. If I click on this, you can see description, properties. It's very bare bones, but again, I want you to take this app and take it to 11 if you understand it. So for that first object, you saw what the name was. It's gonna be description, and the icon that it carries will be the, oops, not that, gr text line left one. Does that spell it right? Yes, I did. Self close, but it will take a class name of style.icon, and following the same pattern, this will also have a title of properties. Like, what are the properties of your NFT? Icon, BS fill, bookmark fill. Just like that, self close, and give it the same class name as above. style.icon. Okie dokie. All right, so there's that drop down data. And again, all of these things need a return. And then when it's JSX, we have the parentheses here. Okay, for now, let's say NFT details as a placeholder. And let's get this imported. And to get it imported into our token ID page, we have to export default NFT details. Cool. Quickly hop over back to here. That's nice and smooth. We just need to import that component, which will be in the same path as this. So NFT details from components / NFT details, and deja vu, it's gonna be NFT details. Cool. I feel comfortable erasing this guy. Is this guy alive? Oh wait, no, that's the live one. Cannot resolve NFT details, right? I'm assuming it's a typo. So let's take a look. Details. All right, that makes sense. Let's check this path. NFT details. Let's make sure I typed it the exact same. I guess I spelled it wrong on the component itself, but now it's all good. Let's just double check that. Okay, cool. Hey, when I make a big screen, you can see it because that's what we have set up with our CSS. All right, so NFT details, is it in the right spot? Yes, it is. Cool. We're getting so close, guys. It makes me really happy to see a build almost complete. Alrighty, let's get back to this. And now I feel comfortable giving it its actual name, which is style.wrapper. Okay, we can erase NFT details as the placeholder because we don't need it anymore. And now what I want to happen is let's take drop down data. Let's make use of it. Oh no, drop down data dot map, right? So remember, when we map through something, we're iterating through each element. So how many elements are in drop down data? Correct, Cody. It's going to be 2 elements. So if I say item, I say index because I want to give each thing I render a unique index. And again, parentheses for JSX. And since I'm using parentheses, we don't need a return. We'll do drop down, right? The component that I was talking about. Or just for now, we'll say drop down item. Oh yeah, and let's fix up the map here. That should do it. Reconnect to MetaMask. I've been clicking on 246. And again, we won't see it because we got to make it bigger. Boom, drop down item. We got 2. All right, 2 drop down items for 2 items in the array. If you wanted, again, if you wanted to build this further, I'd probably add a description that we could use later. All right, so let's go into, oh yeah, I could just go from here, make this bigger. I should go into NFT details and let's build out the drop down component next. Or actually, better yet, let's get the style. What am I doing? Style's pretty easy. It's just wrapper and comma here. And we'll say flex direction column. We're gonna do a divide -y, rounded, large, overflow. And then after the overflow hidden, let's do a border dark for our dark theme. And if it's dark, we're gonna divide black. And again, if it's dark, we're gonna do a border black as well, followed by the next thing, which was the icon, I believe. Then for the icon, there's not much to this one. It's just the height 5, width 5, and then text gray 600. Okie dokie. See if that made a difference. Okay, cool. That's the outline we expect. All right, it should be more like this, but that's totally fine. Oh, I see, dark. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, that's gonna be NFT details. So now if we wanted to start making drop down item, I'll go back into my components, make a new file, and we'll say drop down.js. Cool. And since I want to keep that, where's NFT details? Let's also add drop down to our side panels. All right, so do I have 2? Okay, it replaced that one. All right, so NFT details, or in that case, drop down is in its own thing, right? So what is drop down? If I go to the finish one, it is the component that has the actual functionality of this modal, right? This drop down. All right, so luckily we have pre-installed a package for you, so you don't have to install it. And it's going to be called headless UI/React. So let's import it. And the thing that it's called disclosure. From @headless UI/React. Okay, and then there's some React icons I would like to install, which is those arrows that go up and down. We'll do BI chevron up and BI chevron down. From React, oops. icon/bi. Cool. Set up the skeleton of style so we don't get styles undefined again. Then we can say const drop down is equal to, all right, function based component. I want to put in a return here, and temporarily we'll have a drop down component so that we could see it. Okay, going back to NFT details, we can import that in here. So we can say import drop down from, it should just be ./drop down. And instead of this guy, I can say drop down. So, let's see, does he have any issues? Check the render method of NFT details. Okay, it was fine before. I guess they didn't like the way I imported drop down. Yeah, it's fine. So let's do import drop down from ./drop down. Is it like that? Okay, it likes that better. Okay, then I want to say drop down right here. Invalid, expected a string. Oh, I know. My kryptonite, it's export default drop down. Right? Oh wait, I gotta keep it consistent. This should be drop down. And the file, oh, okay, cool, this file is the same thing. Yes. Drop down component, let's go. Okay, all right. So now for the fun part, to get this function working. All right, so to get started using disclosure and getting those menus up, we need to get the disclosure tag up and running, right? And this is what we're essentially going to be the parent div of the dropdown component. And to get some functionality with it, we're going to say parentheses, curly brackets, open, and then curly bracket, parenthesis, arrow, and then we'll say opening parenthesis. All right, which then we're going to need a fragment here because it needs to have a parent component. And what we could say is it will have a disclosure dot button, which is built into disclosure. All right, and for some reason it doesn't write the rest of it for me, so I'll just manually write it. That's fine. And I'm just going to write the JSX for the dropdown. So this first div, it's going to be called the button wrapper instead of just wrapper, which then holds a div with a class name of button left. Okay, cool. There's the closing div for it. And then in button left, it's going to take in an icon, right? And the icon comes from something that we'll be passing down to dropdown. So that tells me I'm passing down props. Right, I'm already thinking ahead because I know the build, but you'll see in a second. For now, so it doesn't get confusing for you guys, I'll put a placeholder here. This is where the icon will go. Okay, right next to the icon will be a span tag. In that will be the name of style.title. And this is actually where the title prop goes in as well, but we haven't set up and passed props yet, so title will be there temporarily. So then it should be closing div followed by some conditional rendering. So we're going to use a ternary again. So if open is true, and don't worry about what open is, it comes with disclosure, that's why it's in here. So if it's open, right, the drop down, right, what should we see? That's all you need to know. So if it's open, we should see the chevron down icon, right? Else you should see the other icon. All right, so let's follow the logic with what I just said. If it's open, we should see the bi chevron down icon, and it'll be style.right icon. Okay, and closing tag. Cool. And else, right, of the ternary, it's going to be the bi chevron up with the same class name. And let me do class name equals style.right and closing. Okay, closing div, disclosure, button, and now let's get the panels themselves, which will be under this. We'll say disclosure panel. And again, it doesn't do the dot part for me, so I'll write it myself. And then we'll say div with class name style dot inner text contain. And it will have title in between, but again, placeholder. Okay, so that's the JSX. Let's just take a look at what it looks like now. I missed this guy, 2025. Open this guy up. Hey, icon title and title, right? So this is where it goes. So it's static right now. We should make these more dynamic. But as you can see, it's pretty close to the real thing. Yeah? Cool. Now before I pass stuff down, let's just style it since we're already here. Okay, so let's get started with button wrapper. And button wrapper is just gonna have a display flex with an align item center and a justify between P-4. Oh wait, this is the finished one. Okay, separated them. Now button left is also gonna have a flex property. It's items dash center space dash x dash 4. And then we can open that up now. Oops, we can actually X this tab out. Okay, and then we have title, which will have just font semi-bold. Okay, all right, so just a little bit bolder. And then the right icon will be H-6 with 6 text dash gray dash 400. Then inner text container will have BG dash gray 50 P dash 4 BG of dash hashtag 3133339. Oops, this should have a comma. And now it should stop yelling at me. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, so we don't see the icons because that's what icon should go, and the title should be there as well. So now let's pass down the props. What's the smallest I can make this without not seeing the icons? Okay, it's here. It's the limit. That's fine. Okay, back to NFT details. Let's pass stuff down. Okay, the first thing I want to pass down is that when we map through something, it should have a unique key prop, which we're handling with the index from the map. After that, the title that we're passing down is going to be the item, right? The item being this object. And then how do we get the title if it's an object? Exactly. Item dot title. Okay. From there, we can do an icon is equal to icon, or sorry, item dot icon. Yes, close that off. And we have 2 of these. Nice. Cool, so it still says icon title because we only passed down the prop. We now have to accept the prop. So we accept it by destructuring it right here. Now we could just use it. So anywhere it says icon, I would like to replace it with just icon. And anywhere it says title, right? I'd like to replace it with, there was a couple more. Cool, and you can replace this with like description, right? So if I open this now, it says description the same as title, and the properties of your app can also be here. Okay, so you can find a way to make that dynamic. That will be my challenge for you guys. But take a look. That's looking pretty clean. All right, we're just pretty much missing this section right here. All right, so that's the NFT details. All right, are you guys ready for our last component? I know I am. So what I'm gonna do is let's get to that ID page again. Okay, address, token ID, and I feel like we should make this bigger, make this a little smaller, and plop this guy right there. So we don't have to jump from place to place. X this one out, we just need 2. Cool, so let's check on the last component we need to make, and that's this guy, NFT basic info right here. What we need to do is create that component. So I'll be over here. Let's make a new file, and I'll say NFT basic info.js. Yeah, NFT basic info.js. Okay, cool, and it should be empty, but we can set it up. So now we can switch between the token ID and NFT basic info. Okay, I'll make this full screen, and let's get these imports in here. So if we're working on NFT basic info, let's import the React icons we'll use, which is bi refresh, bi link external from react-icons/bi. Cool. We'll also import another set, which is md more vert from react-icon/md. All right, then we can import this icon. There's going to be one more component, just like before with dropdown. This one's going to be called subinfo, but again, I'll leave it out just so it makes sense to you guys. So const style, here's our object skeleton. Then we can say const NFT basic info equal to the function, and it returns JSX, which will just say div NFT info. Okay. We also need to export default NFT basic info. Cool. So now it's there, we can bring him in and import it as well. So NFT basic info from dot dot forward slash dot dot forward slash dot dot forward slash components slash NFT details slash NFT basic info. You with me? Cool. Just checking. All right. And since we have it already here, let's pass down the props it will need. I want to pass in a prop with the key of name, and it's just going to take listing, right? The listing's name. So how do we get to the listing name? If you remember, it's going to be .asset.name. So .asset.name. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for NFT basic info. I'm gonna use this time to see what we made. Can't resolve icon slash BI. Well, that's weird, we used that already. Oh, icons. That'd probably help. Okay, I like it. Connect MetaMask. Click on this one. Let it load. Hey, NFT info. So NFT info is, whoops, not yet. NFT info is all the stuff here like I've mentioned. So if it's in the right place, we should be good to go. Yep, that's about right. So I'll guess I'll load up the structure for it. Clear this out. Then I'll say class name. Oh, actually NFT basic info has an empty div as a parent, and then it starts to have classes in here. So the first class will be style.topContainer, and then within that it will be div with the class name style.collection, collection title. Here the title will be called CryptoPunks, not Doodles. All right, so this is again static data, and then we have the, which will be styles.action items, and then the action items will be a lot of these buttons over here. So a smart way to do this, to make use of these four, right, these four icons, yep, is to put them in an array and then map through them, just like we did with the other object for the description and properties. So let's make that array, and it should be within here. So I'll say const action items. Okay, and that's going to be an array of objects. All right, so I know there's always going to be 4 objects because of the 4 icons. So I'll just set up the objects. Boom, boom, boom. All right, now we just got to fill out the objects, and each object is going to have a title of icon, and we're just going to insert each icon for that object. So the first one is BI refresh, right? And all of them will have the class name of style.icon. Same kind of pattern. So I guess what I'll copy is this part. Okay, coolio. Then we can do a BI link external. Paste that. Oh wow, I didn't mean to copy that stuff. Just this. Well, that didn't go according to plan. Okay, that's better. Spacing though could use work. Oh no, I guess that's just how it's gonna be, which is fine. All right, so for this one, it also needs icon. It's gonna be MD share. This one with icon will be MD more vert, right? And paste. Cool, so do I have the right names? Tends to happen sometimes. Yep. Cool. Let me just say, oh yeah, CryptoPunks is right there. Yep, and we don't see any of the icons because I haven't quite mapped them through yet. So let's go ahead and do that. So now we can say action items.map. We're iterating through that array of objects, and for every single item in that array, I also want to generate an index. Main thing though, for every item, let's reuse some JSX. So I can say div and put the key in here, which should be the index, right? Then class name, style.action item container. Yep. And in between here is the key. We'll say that's the item.icon. Okay, cool. Okay, there we go. Finally, something's loading. It says BI refresh. Oh, I could have sworn I spelled this right. Refresh. Hey, all right, we got all the action items. Cool. So let's just see where this closes. All right, it should be closing div. Now, right over here, we'll have another div. I'll give this a name of style.assetTitle. Okay, and it'll take in name, which is the property that we passed in. And here we'll have div with the class name style.subInfoContainer, and it's going to take in a component. So NFT sub component will go here. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the place that I was, which is right here. Perfect. All right. We just need to style all of it. So let's get started styling. I'm going to say top container is flex items dash center and justify dash between. And then we can do collection title. Right, we can see how those icons move to the side. Then we can say text large font semi bold text blue dash 500. Then we have action items with flex divide dash x divide dash gray dash 300 rounded large border gray dash 300 for my action items. Yay! Okay, so that adds a little border around the action items. Let's see, what do we have next? Action item container. You know what, since I'm down here, let's just put that there. Okay, for my action item container, we can add a flex property here and then a cursor pointer, just to make it feel like we can click on it. Can't forget the colon. Yep, cursor pointer is working. Then we have an items dash center. Then we have a justify dash center and a p-3. Cool. All right, it's making it bigger and separated it out. I like it. So for the actual icons themselves, we can say h-6, w-6, text dash gray dash 500. And then for the dark theme, say text gray 400. Asset title, it's going to be pt-6 with a text of 4XL. And then we can give it a font bold. Let's just see how it looks so far. Oh, we have to pass down name. Duh. Wonder why I didn't say that before. Okay, no worries. Yep, font bold looks pretty good. That's the title. I also wanted to add a text gray here of 700. And then a dark property of gray 100. Okay, then sub info container can go right here. Just reload it, but I want to have it hidden large block. Right, so this doesn't exist yet, but there is an owned by here. And then when I make it small, all that owned by information right here is going to get hidden when it's big. Okay, so if I make it small, it's gone. I want to make it large, it's displayed like a block. Cool. For us, if I click onto here, we don't see the NFT subcomponent. When I make it bigger, then you see the NFT subcomponent. Oh, this is so cool. It looks just like the finished thing. I almost can confuse them. Okay, I guess that's the next thing to do is just mix the component. So I want to make the component, let's just see, take this guy. Ooh, I don't want to do that. NFT basic info, I took it out the folder. Should be back now. I just want to go to NFT details and just make a new file and say NFT sub info.js. Cool, and this should be the last component we make. And what we can do now is import the React icons. Okay, AI fill heart is the ones that we're going to use from react-icons/AI. I think that's it for imports. Okay, cool. So then we can say const style equals the skeleton and write out NFT sub info. Nice. And then for the return, let's just put div NFT sub info. Cool. Export default NFT sub info is next. Let me see if I can make this bigger because I want to add another page onto this. I think it was basic info, but I didn't want to lose the pages. Okay, there we go. It's good to know. Cool. So NFT sub info is here. This is NFT basic info. All right, so let's import that last component. Import NFT sub info from /NFT sub info. Cool, it resolved the module. And let's just see if it's there. It is, NFT sub component. That makes me happy. So let's go to sub info and let's write out the good old JSX. Okay, I'll erase this. You know the drill. Class name style.wrapper. Class name style.text container. And here it's going to be static, but it's going to be owned by class name, so we can style that creator, style owner, and say ABC. Just a static owner. And div class name style.icon text info container. Here's where the icon will go. AI fill I with class name style.text. Wait, no, it's not text, it's style.icon. Yep, there you go. That makes sense. And now the div next to that icon will be the style.text info. So text info container will be 4.4k views. Again, static data. So it should just be closing div, and then div here. This one I'll call class name style dot icon text info container as well. We have two of these, and this one will have the other icon of heart. And for the class name of that one, it's going to be style.icon, of course, followed by another div, which is going to be the style.info container, or text info, sorry. Text info container with 200 favorites. Cool. So it should be closing div, and there we go. Let's take a look at what it looks like without CSS. That's interesting. Now, why isn't it showing up? It doesn't say NFT sub component anymore. Maybe if I restart the server. Oh, I tricked myself. All right, did I import it? Yeah, I did. I just didn't use it. It should be right here. NFT sub info. Okay, that's more like it. We should see some errors. I've never been so happy to see errors. So let's see, AI fill, put an E in there. Connector MetaMask. It's already connected, so it instantly logs in. Got this guy. Ooh, there we go. NFT sub info. All right, let's get to work on styling it. So I'm excited now. Wrapper is going to just be flex space X Elon Musk and then py-x. Okay, then we have the text info container, which is going to have text that is large. The font will be medium. The text I think should be gray, 500. And the same pattern as before. If it's dark, we don't need it to be that gray, so we can say gray 400, which is the lighter shade. Cool. And then for the owner, I believe, owner is next. Oh, let me just take a moment to reload. I didn't realize we needed to refresh. Owner is not defined. I didn't even have owner. Cool. That's about right. So we'll say owner now. It's going to be text blue, because I want it to be blue. And then icon text info container. And we can say flex, oops, items dash center space dash x dash 2. Then we can do icon, which is h dash 7 with dash 7 text dash gray dash 500 dark text gray dash 400. Dun, dun, dun. Now why you don't load? Oh, can't reach the REPL. Let's do a yarn dev again and start it up. Okay, there you go. Just hit refresh and it finally loaded. Oh my god, guys, that's it. Look at this beautiful front end. We are good to go with the drop downs and everything. All right, this is dynamic. If I go back and load, I click on this CryptoPunk. This page is loaded. It's all set up and good for you to go. Whenever you make a new listing, it should just appear with its own dynamic page and information right here. This is the price. Awesome. So I think it's fitting if I log out and buy an NFT with a different account. So let's see if it all works. Fingers crossed. Disconnect will connect with MetaMask. I don't want to be account 1. I want account 3 because it has 0.1 ETH in there. Let's hit connect. So now for the very first time, I'm logged in with a different account. As you can see, I'm on account 3. It's active. Oops. This one is not connected because I'm on account 1. We should switch to account 3. This one's connected. All right, so which one should we buy, guys? Did you say a 2046? I was thinking the same thing. So let's see if we can buy this one. There we go. Buy now actually works. MetaMask lets us know that we can buy it for the exact same price as listed. We're not going to get scammed, and this is going to cost us 20 ETH. It's exactly what we want. Cool. So it just loaded the gas fees. We can hit confirm. And once that's done, we just wait for this to be pending, and bam, it's not pending anymore. It's officially purchased. When you go on Third Web, you'll see that the NFT is disappearing, as well as it takes some time. But when I go back to the main page, oh wow, that's actually really fast. So we bought the NFT, so it's off the direct listings. How cool is that, guys? All of this was possible thanks to Replit, Third Web, and Infura. we've made the OpenSea clone. So pat yourself on the back if you guys made it this far. Congratulations, you have a build. What we usually do here at Clever Programmer is we usually deploy our app so that you can share with your friends, what I always like to say. But we don't need to do that if we're using Replit, because if I show you guys, I'm gonna go open up a new browser with a different email. So now it's this color, paste in that link. Look at that, I can already see my REPL live, same URL. So that's where it's being hosted. If I were to click connect MetaMask, I type in my password, and now I'm logged in with a completely different account, and I can see the same listings that everybody else sees. So go ahead, what's stopping you from making your own NFT marketplace and your account? So what I want to see from you guys now is, this is a public REPL that you guys can fork, and I'll be able to see all the projects that you make. Go ahead, if you haven't already, go to this website on Replit and go ahead and fork this REPL, because I can see all the REPLs you guys make, and I want to see some variations. Change up the front end, make it your own marketplace. I love to showcase some of my favorite ones. So go ahead, have fun, and I see you guys in the next video.
In this video, you're going to be building Uniswap clone on the Ethereum blockchain using Infura and Next.js. You will be able to convert your Ethereum coins into custom ERC20 tokens that we'll be building throughout this build. That said, let's get straight into the video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another build. Today we are building Uniswap, as you could see in the title. So while you're down there looking at the title, go ahead, click that first link right below that, because that's going to take you to this very page where you're going to go ahead and sign up for Infura. After hitting the sign in button, you put in your name, email. You don't put in your name, you just put in your email, and then you put in a password, and then you go ahead, click sign up, and then verify your email, whatever. Answer those few questions. It doesn't really matter. It's just for analytics, but like you can just select engineer and solo freelancer, whatever applies to you. And once you're good there, you go ahead, hit submit, and then straight away, you're gonna go ahead and get started with a project. Now, for network, you wanna go ahead and select Web3 API. The reason is, there's a bunch of chains that one particular thing supports. And then for name, you can put in like whatever. I put here a production, but like you can just put in Uniswap, whatever. Once that's done, hit submit, and go ahead, and that's it. That's basically it. You're done, you're in. You're good, you're set. Now, there are all your projects, which is probably only one. And if you already have an account, just go ahead, sign in, and basically you could have skipped this entire part. That said, let's go ahead and set up MetaMask. Okay, next up, you wanna go to metamask.io/download. Now, once you're there, you can just go ahead and click that big blue button that's going to take you to Chrome Web Store. And by the way, this build is only going to be working on Chrome or whatever browser that supports MetaMask, but we just suggest Chrome. Hit add to Chrome, go through that, add extension, whatever. And then once it's done, it's going to pop open a brand new website for you, which is just like their configure page. And if you already have MetaMask, like once again, you can just skip ahead a couple of minutes. But if you're new, click agree, and obviously read that. We all know that's important, and everybody reads that. Privacy policy is the most important thing you will ever read in your life. Not legal advice. Now, if you happen to have a new computer, you can just import your previous wallet over there. But if you are brand new, you can just click create new, add a password that you will have to remember. Again, read the terms of use, and then create a new wallet. Now, I highly suggest you go ahead and watch that video, because that's going to explain to you in thorough details on how you can keep your 12-phrase mnemonic safe. But in short, keep it safe, because if someone steals it, they will have full access to your wallet. Now, quick tip, you want to use separate wallets for development and for your own funds, and then never share any kind of detail where your money is at, and then only share details of wallets that you don't mind that get compromised. Now, here's your security recovery phrase. This is the absolute key. If it gets lost, you're done. Like for real, without exaggeration. So keep it a secret. With that said though, you're gonna have to go ahead, copy this whole thing, hit next, and then you will have to verify that you have that. You can just copy paste it in there and you're good to go. Now, once you hit confirm, MetaMask basically takes that as your confirmation that you are aware of everything that I just said, and all the terms of use and everything that they prompted you. So once you hit all done, you're good to go. There is your MetaMask. Now, one more thing you want to do is, because you only have access right now to the Ethereum mainnet, which obviously is a ton of money, and you don't want to use that, click that show hide right there. Scroll down all the way where you can see show test networks. Turn that thing on, and then turn on show conversions on test networks. That will basically show the dollar amount of every single Ethereum in your wallet, which is just a nice touch. And then basically you're good. Now, if you scroll back up and then click the selector, there are all your test networks. Now, in this build, we're going to be using Girly, so you might as well go ahead and check that off, or you might as well go ahead and select that. That said, let's go ahead and get started coding. Now, if you're familiar with us, you know that we have our own CLI tool that makes your life easier, and you want to go ahead and to use that, you want to type in npx clever program, and if you don't have it, it will have to install itself. I also recommend you add a @latest at the end so that you get the latest version of it, and it will get it, or it will update itself. But regardless, just put in your email address and then put in your name. And then at the time when we shot this wasn't the latest version, but right now we are supporting type search. So if you start typing Uniswap, it will basically just narrow down the list, and then you can just hit return, select that one. So that's going to be something that's going to help you. So anyways, it's going to run a couple of scripts, and it will install all the dependencies and everything for you to get started, and then open up your VS Code in that specific project. So you can just sit back, relax, get up a coffee, whatever. And as you can see on my screen, that's what's happening there. Now, I already opened this guy up. That is the project that we're going to be building on top of. And for you to spin it up, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit just so you can see it better. What you can do to spin this up is cd into uniswap-apt, cd as in change directory right away. And then in there, you just type in yarn dev, npm run dev or something, but I just recommend you use yarn. Anyways, once it's good to go, you open your local host up, and there is your project. That is your starter project that we're going to be building on top of. And there you go. Let's go ahead and start setting things up. Now, to make things extremely easy for you, we recommend you use Truffle extension in your VS Code. So you want to go ahead, search for Truffle for VS Code, install that guy, and basically they have an integration with Infura, which we're going to be using today. So that's a pretty good one. And once you're there, open that little Truffle icon on the left-hand side. You can go ahead, click create new network, and that will, and then select Infura service, and then you can go ahead, click sign up, and that will just take you to Infura. And once you connected the two services, it will prompt you to select the project name. Now you can either type it in there, or sometimes it like shows it up. Oh, because we actually you can just create a brand new project. So just type in Uniswap, and that's going to be the new name of the project. However, if you want to connect it to an already existing project, you can just hit connect to network instead. And then that will show you the drop down, which will enable you to select your existing project. Now, once you typed in, we recommend you use public just for easiness, just to make things easier. And then there you go. There is your project. All right, for this next step, we recommend you use remix.ethereum.org, which is, by the way, an online IDE just to create smart contracts. And I'm going to slow down a little bit because this is where things are getting a little advanced, and these are things that might be new to you. Now, if you watch a couple of my other tutorials, I might be using the VS Code extension. For this tutorial, we're going to be using this. So if you want to see a familiar thing on your screen as you see on my screen, you might as well use Remix IDE in the browser. Now, to generate a new workspace, you can either leave it on the default or you can just generate a new one. But to generate a new one, you can click that little plus icon and then just name it the way you want to. Template doesn't matter. And in your contracts, what you can do is right-click New File and then just name it uniswap.sol. Now, in this file is where we are going to write most of our contracts. So starting off, SPDX license, identifier, MIT, that you just need it. Don't question it, you just need it. If you write MIT there, basically it's an open source license. Anyone can use it, and you're not liable for anything that happens, whatever you write in there. The more you know. Now, you have to specify the version of Solidity you are using. I see so many people trip up on this. You don't want to mess that up. Type in 0.8.16, That was the latest one when we shot this tutorial. What you will need to import, though, is something from OpenZeppelin. Now, they have template contracts, and you're going to be importing the ERC20 contract token. And this is basically going to, let's think of it as like a NPM package, but for Solidity. We're going to have two contracts in this file, if I'm correct. First contract is going to be, we're just going to name it custom token, and it is going to be child of ERC20. So it's going to inherit everything, and we're going to have a constructor in there. Now, that constructor is going to require two inputs. One of them is going to be a name, and one of them is going to be a symbol. Now, these are both going to be strings. And then this is going to be, you're going to obviously pass it into ERC20 because that has a constructor. Now, ERC20 has a _mint function built in. It comes with the import, so you don't have to import it separately. Now, minting requires a few more things. Minting requires a wallet where all the tokens are going to be minted to, and then an amount. Now, what is happening here is we want to mint 1,000 of those tokens. However, and this is something that I'm going to say a bunch of times during this tutorial, now I've said it many times. In Solidity, the only currency that is accepted and the only currency that Solidity works with is something called Way. Now, that is basically all your first contract. So congratulations, you just wrote your first contract that will mint a bunch of ERC20 custom tokens into your wallet. Now, you can go ahead, close that artifacts thingy. If you have auto compile enabled, that's just going to go crazy, and it will keep compiling your contract and make sure everything is good to go. So as long as that check mark on the left-hand side is present, you're good. And with that said, let's start typing up another contract, which we will call Uniswap, and that will handle all the conversions and everything. Now, that will require another constructor, and inside that constructor, we're just going to start straight away with a for loop. Now, a custom coin that we're going to create, in this case, coin A, coin B, coin C. We're going to start from 0 and go all the ways to tokens.length. Now, what is tokens? Yes, good question. We're going to figure it out in just a second. Don't worry about it. There it is. It is going to be an array of tokens, or it is going to be an array of strings. It's basically just the names of every single token. It's not super creative, but it gets the job done. It doesn't go all the way down to all the fanciness. You can use this. You can just rename it. You can even call it Coca-Cola if you want to. It doesn't really matter. We just wanted to go with this because it's simpler, easier to follow, especially if you're a beginner. All right, so we're going from 0, and the max is going to be the length of that array. You can put in 5, 10,000, 2,000, 3,000, however many random coins you want to. And then just like usual, just like in JavaScript, you will increment that I variable, which is going to be the index. Now, here, you're going to go ahead and create a new instance of custom token. You don't have to import anything. You don't have to do anything. We're just going to create a new instance of it, meaning it will invoke the constructor. So you're going to see that in action in just a little bit. So as you can see, we are passing in two items to that constructor, which is tokens I and tokens I. It's literally the same thing. And if you look back up to line 7 on my screen, I don't know which line is on your screen, but on my screen, it is line 7. It requires two inputs. So that's what we are putting in here, meaning that the coin name and the coin symbol in this case is going to be the exact same. Again, if you're advanced, you can do some tricks with it, but I recommend you just stay with this for now. It will get the job done perfectly. We want to definitely save this new token that we just created right now in a mapping, and we're going to set that up in just a little bit. This mapping later on is going to enable you to fetch all these coins way easier than otherwise would be. So let's go ahead and set up that mapping. So for that, we need to use the keyword mapping, and it's going to be it's going to map a string to an ERC20 token. All right. It's going to be public, meaning anyone can use it. So there's your mapping that we're going to use. And then we will set up an ETH value. And that's just, once again, to keep things simple. This is a beginner tutorial. We're keeping things simple. If you haven't heard of Solidity before, you're in the good place. So we're going to set up a ETH unit, an ETH value, which is going to be a uint. What is a uint? It's a number. And again, I'm going to refer back to the statement that I made just like a minute ago. Everything is stored in Wei. So we're going to convert ETH unit to Wei. And if you save this website, by the way, eth-converter.com, that is eth-converter.com, that will be helpful for you later on. So if you put in any kind of ether value, in this case, it's going to be 0.000, that is 0.0001. Yeah, I'm not going to say any of the other numbers. Just copy that. That's going to be your Wei value that we'll be saving there. So that's going to be your base Wei value. Save it there. It will be useful later on. Don't worry about it for now. Just do as is, and then it will all come together. Now, if you select that last option on the left-hand side, now we're going to go ahead and compile and deploy this contract that we just built. Now, I also have auto compile enabled, so it's automatically compiled, but you will have an option to do so if you need to. And then there is that big orange deploy button. Click that, and down there under deployed contracts, it should show up. And those are the two functions that are available right now, and those are coming built in with ERC20 and everything and the mapping that we created. Now, little explanation here. When you deploy a contract, the constructor runs immediately because in the constructor, we have the for loop that will immediately deploy all 3 coins. So you don't even have to worry about that. And so what you can do is here fetch all the coins that were deployed. So if you put in coin A, which is just of the first coin, it will return the address of that coin. And so that's what we just implemented. So mappings works like that. You got to pass in a string and it will return an ERC20 address. So that's what you see there. And then for tokens, that is on my screen in line 13, that is the array. So you can fetch each and every single element like that. And if you get these results on the left-hand side after you deployed your contract, congratulations, time to move on. All right, now you have your custom tokens, perfect. Each of them are deployed and minted, 1,000 of each. But how do you verify that? You need a function that returns the balance of each coin. So you want to go ahead and get started creating a new function inside your second contract, and we'll call it getBalance. Now, this will have 2 inputs. One is the token name, and the second is an address. What's happening? You want to get a balance, all right? So you need the wallet address, which holds potentially that token, and that's going to be the address. And then you want to pass in the token name. So let's say I have a wallet which has a random address, and I have coin B. So in that case, I will pass in coin B as the first argument, and I will pass in my wallet address as the second argument. And all I expect to see back is just a number of how many ether or of how many coin B do I have in my wallet. So it's going to be a public function which will return a uint, as I said. And all it will do is just go to the mapping and then pass in the token name. So far, all it would do is just return an address. However, once you got that address, you want to call a balance of function. And this is something that is coming from ERC20. So this is part of the standard. And there you're going to pass in the address. So it's going to be my wallet address that's going to go in there. So what it will do under the hood, it will retrieve the token address. So we'll know that coin B has this and that address. And we're going to check that at that address, my wallet address, a lot of addresses I know. So at that coin address, my wallet address, how much the balance of that is. Scrap that. So this will return that my wallet that has the second address that will return the balance of the first coin inside of my wallet. So let's go ahead and deploy this new contract. And actually you can see all the instances. You feel free to keep removing it, but you can keep it. That's fine too. Again, the constructor has run immediately, so we're not going to check that. But you can pass in coin A right there to check how much coin A in your wallet. And then you want to pass in your very own wallet address. Now, you can get that from there, from the account, because it is not actually connected to your MetaMask yet. It is Remix ID's own built-in environment. So it gives you a bunch of like test tools. So once you pass that in and hit call, I'm going to pause this here for a second, and you should pause. Guess how much of the coin do I have in my wallet? Invalid address. Perfect. That's not what you guessed. Am I right? Okay, that's just because I have those quotes there. So let's just remove it. It's an address. It's a different data format. I know it's annoying. I can get around it. I make mistakes all the time. Remove the quotes, call it again. So there you go. Pass the address in and call it. And if you guessed 0, you're good. And with that said, let's keep moving. All right, let's just create a function that will return the coin name every time you pass in the coin name. It's precise. So you want to have a function that will return a string, and it takes in a string and it will return the coin's name from the mapping. So there you have it. You want to type in token instance map, token name dot name function. And there you go. If you go ahead and redeploy the contract and then go ahead, test this out, and then type in coin A, it will return coin A. All right, so let's build a function that will return the custom coin's address. So we can fetch a bunch of things with that just by passing in the name. So let's do that. All right, so we're gonna get started by just starting a new function. We'll call it just get token address or whatever. And it will have one input, which will be a string, and it's gonna be token name. And then it will return, obviously, an address. And then all we're gonna do is just call the address function on the token instance map and then pass in token name. So literally we're gonna use the mapping that we already have, pass in the name, and that'll return the entire thing. And we're just gonna need the address of that specific contract. Okay, so let's go ahead and deploy that, and let's see if that works. So if I just type in coin A and then hit that, there's my address. That's working perfectly. Let's go ahead and get started swapping stuff, because this is where like the real deal is gonna get started. All right, now we are going to get started swapping ETH to custom coins, and this is where the real meaty stuff is happening. So you can come back to this if something is unclear. All right, so let's just go ahead and create a new function. It's gonna be, create a new function. It's gonna be actually a pretty simple one. So we're gonna call it just swap ETH to token, and it will have one input. It's gonna be a string, and it's gonna be the token name. So basically what's gonna happen is you're gonna send X amount of ETH to the contract and the token name, and that's it. And then the rest is going to be handled by the contract. This is going to be a payable function because we'll need to send money all over the place, and it will return a number of how much was actually converted. We're going to need to have a couple of variables here. We're going to be saving the input value. Then we're going to be saving the output value, which is going to be input value / ETH value. And if you look up to my line 15 on top of the screen, that's where my ETH value is at. And then we're going to need to make it an 18-digit way thing. Remember, that's a Solidity thing. And then we're going to need a requirement here. So we're going to need to make sure that the transfer actually happens. All right. So we're going to need to transfer from the coin that the user is acquiring. We're going to need to pass a couple, however much we need to, basically the output value amount. We need to transfer it to the user's account, all right? So that's how we're calculating the whole thing. And so and then we just return the output value, which will just tell the user, hey, this is how much you actually got for your money. And so there's the ETH value that helps us, once again, convert between ETH and the custom token. And you're going to decide which token you want to get, and then you're just going to turn it into Way, transfer it over, and if that's good, you're ready to go. All right, so let's go ahead and actually test this out. So I'm going to deploy it, and let's see what do we got. Because of the constructor, I already have access to a bunch of ETH and all these tokens, so those are already there. So let's go ahead and use that swap ETH token function. And so
I'm gonna need to type in coin A and put in a value of, I don't know, 2 ETH is good. And let's see what happened. So it says ERC20 transfer amount exceeds balance. So we're gonna need to increase that. And that's because like initially we just started with a couple of coins. Let's just make it like 10,000 or something. So there's like actual balance there. All right, deploy it again. Let's try it again. Pass in coin A. Okay, it seems like it worked. And now we're just gonna go ahead and check the balance. Now it has 2 inputs. Remember, you gotta put in coin A and then the wallet that you want to check it on. So put in the new wallet address, and we should get back a pretty interesting number in Wei, but it's gonna be a 1 and a lot of zeros. So let's see. And there you go. Works perfectly. Works beautifully. Now we're gonna need to do the swap the other direction. You're gonna need to do it from custom coin to ETH as well. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, let's say you converted too much ETH and you want to convert some back. I got you. Start by creating a new function, and that will call swap token to ETH, which will obviously, just like last time, take in one string that is the token name, but this time it will also take in a uint, which will be underscore amount. And then this will return, once again, a uint. Now, we're gonna get started with some quick math and stuff like that. So create a new variable. It's gonna be exact amount, which is going to just convert it to Wei, because we'll convert it to the 18 digit version of the currency that you're passing in. So that's always useful when you work with Solidity. And then you wanna go ahead, create a new variable, which is going to be the ETH amount. Now, it's going to be exact amount times the ETH value, which is just the conversion value. And then we can get into business. Now, we're gonna need to make sure that the current address, so meaning the current, the contract's built-in wallet has enough ETH to transfer over. So you wanna make sure that the balance is greater than or equal to the amount that is required. And if not, just throw an error message. And then after that, you're gonna go ahead and get started actually transferring that money. So you wanna make the message sender address payable and then transfer the required amount. Now, after that, you wanna make sure at this point that the transfer was successful, and then last but not least, return the amount that was transferred over. Now, let's go ahead and test this out, because there's a couple of things that we haven't discussed just yet, but you're gonna find it out real soon. So let's go and do the same steps. So we're just gonna go ahead, convert some ETH, and then let's get the address. So yeah, there we go. The ETH to token was successful. However, let's go ahead and convert some of them back. So yeah, let's go with 12 coin A's. Let's transact. And there you go. There's some sort of error. Now, don't worry about it. It just says insufficient allowance on the second line at the very end. That's something we haven't discussed yet, but that's something that we're going to address right now. So what you need to do is get the address of the coin like that. And then we're going to go ahead and interact with the coin contract itself, as you can see on the screen. Because as of right now, we are only interacting with the DEX itself. But we need to interact right now with the coin, because we're gonna need to increase the allowance. So put in your wallet address right there. Okay, right there. That's going to be your wallet address, and now you're gonna increase the amount. So that's what we need to specify now. And just to make things easy, we're going to approve the entire balance of all the coin A's, and then now it should go through. So let's go ahead and actually hit transact. And as you can see, both of the transactions went through, and there you go. The balance just changed by 12. You can see at the very end, it says 88 and a lot of 9s in front of it. So that means that our function worked perfectly in this case, and we just got it done. So with that said, let's go ahead and now enable the swapping between custom token and custom token. All right, so far we have covered 2 of the 3 main swapping methods. One, just for a quick refresh, one was ETH to custom token. 2 was custom token to ETH. Now we're gonna need to cover the custom token to custom token. So let's say you have a lot of coin A's, but you want some coin B's and you don't want to spend ETH. You just want to convert coin A to coin B. That's what's coming up. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start up with our trustee function. And then it's going to be swap token to token, or you can name it whatever. But we're going to need two strings as input. So there's going to be source token name and there's going to be destination token name. And you also want to put in an amount, which is going to be a number. Now, this is going to be, once again, a public one. And we're going to need to make sure that the source token, we're going to need to make sure that we take out the amount, we take out the amount that is trying to be transferred from the source wallet, and we just store it in the contract. And then we're going to transfer over from the central wallet to the user themselves. So that's something liquidity pool would be in the real life situation, but this is going to be like a dumbed down, easier version of that. So, and now we're going to just transfer over a bunch of token B, or like destination tokens, to the sender. So once again, first line is just taking out the source token from the user's wallet. And then second is going to take the equivalent amount in a different token and then put it back into the user's wallet. And that's basically our function. So let's go ahead and deploy it. And we're going to go ahead and swap some ETH to coin A. And then now we're going to need to increase the balance. Okay, there you go. We got the balance. Now we're going to need to increase the allowance. So that's something that we're going to do. And just for simplicity's sake, approve for the entire balance. Let's go ahead and test out our function. So coin A to coin B. And let's say we just want to pass over a 10. So what we need to see now is that when we check on coin B's balance in our wallet, we should see a 10. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is a perfect solution. If you see that, that's perfect. And if not, just go back, rewind, or you can just double check that the function is perfectly written, or if you've made mistakes. That's that. Let's go ahead and keep on going. Now this is just going to be like a quick complementary function. We're just going to go ahead and double check that how much ETH is available on the contract. So it's going to be an easy, actually you should go ahead, try it out by yourself. There's no input, nothing. One liner, I think so. It's like a super easy function. Try it out by yourself, pause it now. And then if you were able to figure it out, good. If not, it's completely fine too. Let's keep on going with the solution. So it's going to return a uint, and what we're going to return is address this.balance. That's it. And that should, in theory, return how much ETH is currently stored on our contract's wallet. So let's go ahead and deploy the new contract, and let's see what we got. It'll say 0, so that's perfect. And if you were to send some in there and convert, then it's going to be updated. But with that said, let's keep on going. All right, so now we're gonna start using truffle extension inside of our VS Code. And what you wanna do is just copy the entire contract that we just wrote, put it on your clipboard, Command-C it, and because we're gonna be copying it over. So in our VS Code, what we're gonna do is go ahead and create a new contracts folder and open up the CLI right there. And you wanna install truffle. So it's going to be a global install. If you haven't done that already, now is the time. And then you want to type in truffle in it, and that will spin up a new truffle project. Now, inside the truffle project, you want to go ahead and type in truffle create contract uniswap, and that will create you a new contract file. And that is where you want to go ahead and paste your contract. So as you can see, definitely you have to make sure that the Solidity version is perfect, and then just paste the entire contract, and there you go. Now, you might be seeing this red underscore under the OpenZeppelin package, and that's because we haven't installed it yet. So let's go ahead and fix that. So just yarn add and then paste at OpenZeppelin/contact. And once it's done, you want to right click on your Solidity file and then just hit build contracts. Now, if you do not have truffle extension at this point, go back in the video. I explained it earlier how to install it and how to set it up. I'm not gonna do it again. But that is where the setup is. So if you're just skipping around, it's gonna be like somewhere in the beginning. So that's where you wanna look for it. All right, let's go ahead and continue. So you wanna click that, and then it's gonna build, and in the output, you can check how that goes. you want to see something like successful, compiled successfully. And then next up, you want to hit deploy, like right click and deploy, and then select girly. Now we set this up as well, and this is, so don't worry about it, just go back and check it out if you haven't done that already. Now it's asking for gas price, leave it empty, just hit return on it, don't even worry about it. And then you're gonna either paste your mnemonic, or if you've already set it up, you can just use that configuration. And then if you're pasting it, it's going to do this. And then once you're done, it will go ahead and try deploy it. However, it's not gonna go through. It's like you don't see any kind of address on my screen right now. And that's because we missed out, we completely forgot the migrations file. And that's something that like we do here at Clever Programmer every single time. That is our signature. We try to deploy and then, oh, the migrations file. So in the migrations folder, you want to go ahead and create a new file, which will be one_deploy. And then we'll have to import the Uniswap contract. So it's going to be artifacts that require a Uniswap, and then just export the deployer. And so then you're going to be good to go. Now try again, hit deploy, and this time it's going to go through. So let's speed through that real quick. And as you can see, there is my contract address. So you want to go ahead, copy that, and then go into your Uniswap app, go into utils, and then contracts.js. Close that output out, and then just create a new variable, which will be address, and then just save it there, because that's going to be something that's going to be the thing that we're going to be using. Now, if you want to double check on Etherscan, girly.etherscan.io, paste your address in, you're going to see everything that just went through. So if you're up to this point, congratulations. Now we're going to go ahead and set up RainbowKit. All right, so you want to go into your app.js file, and we're going to import a bunch of things. So just hold on. It's going to be rainbow-me/rainbowkit/styles.css. It's going to be giving us all the styles. And then you're going to import merge from low-merge. And then this is where it's going to get started. This is where it's going to start to be mental. So we're going to need get default wallets. We're going to need RainbowKit provider. We're going to need dark theme, and we're going to need midnight theme. Actually, you can just choose between the two. We sometimes just split it. I don't know. I prefer dark theme if you're interested, but try out midnight. That's like completely black. And then dark is like dark gray. So the more you know. All these are coming from RainbowKit. Now, we're going to need a bunch of things from WagMe, I believe, is what's coming up. So that's chain, configure chain, create client, and WagMe config. All this is coming from WagMe. And then we're going to import Infura provider from WagMe/provider/Infura. And that is basically it. Now, up until this point, you need to import everything. We're going to be using all of it. So just pause here for a quick sec, double check you have everything, and let's keep on going then. Now, we're going to destructure chains and provider from configured chains, and we're going to have two arrays in here. So in the first array, we're just going to put in chain.girly. That means that this app is only going to be running on the girly chain. Nothing else is going to work here. And then for that, we're going to be using the Infura provider, where we need to put in an API key. Now, we have it somewhere. If you haven't done that already, just place it in an env file, and then you don't actually have to expose it to the browser. That's a good thing about it. You can just go with Infura API key. You don't have to do next public, but as you can see, that is how you get your API key. So if you haven't done that already, now is the time to do it. And so there you go. All right, next up, we're going to be setting up the connectors for our wallet connection, and that's going to be using get default wallets from WagMe. Now we need to pass in app name, that is going to be Uniswap. You can pass in whatever, and then you're going to need to pass in chains. And then next up, we're going to have a WagMe client that will use create client, and we're going to need to pass in a couple things here. So we're going to need to pass in auto connect. You can either set it to true or false. I prefer it to be true, but for this build, we just used false for whatever reason. And then you want to pass in connectors and provider. And with that, all the setup is ready. And then one last thing to set up is going to be, we're going to make sure we're going to create a my theme, which will merge midnight theme. and we're going to override a couple of colors. So we're going to say we're going to have an accent color of that. And this is like completely optional. This is just elements. So there you have it, accented color foreground and accent color. And now we're going to wrap our app in between wagme config and where we're going to need to pass in wagme client. It's like context. These are like contexts for our app to be able to access this. And then we're going to import we're going to wrap the rainbow kit provider with the chains and the theme, and then just pass in the app. And that is basically it. Now we're going to go ahead and actually render the connect button to our screen. All right, let's actually go ahead and render out that connect button. And so this is going to be a quick one. What you want to do is go into your header file inside your components folder, and then go ahead and import connect button from Rainbow Kit, just like that. And then we already, as you can see, we have it commented out. That's the place where you want to put it in as a component. So that's literally all we do. Once that's there, it's going to show up on the top right corner. And now let's actually check it out. So there you go. Literally pre-set up by Rainbow Kit, so you can already use it. And once you hit MetaMask, it's going to work perfectly. So that's it. All right, let's go ahead and set up all the contract builders. So we're going to be importing a couple of things here. So first of all, we're going to need ethers. Then we're going to need Uniswap API from utils/Uniswap API. Yeah, uniswap.json. And then we're going to do the exact same for the custom token. These are coming with the build. All right. Now next up, we're gonna need two functions that we're immediately straight away going to export. So let's not waste any time on that. First, we're gonna have a token contract that we're gonna export, and that'll take in an address. And then we're going to generate a provider using ethers.providers.web3 provider, and using the window Ethereum. And what is window Ethereum? That's basically the code that is being injected by MetaMask. Now, next up, we're going to use that. We're just going to go ahead and destructure Ethereum from window. And if it actually exists, meaning the user has installed MetaMask, we're going to use that to generate first a signer. So we're going to say provider.getSigner. And all these are going to be like, this is a lot of like setup and prep and whatever, but this is ultimately going to be like completely needed in order to be able to interact with the contract. All right, so we're going to generate a contract reader, and it's going to be new ethers.contract and passing address, contract API, and the signer itself, and then just return that bad boy. And that's pretty much the first one. Now we're going to repeat this exact same process for the Uniswap contract itself. So the DEX. So the first two lines are copy paste immediately, if statement, copy paste, yada yada. And the only two things that are going to change are going to be the address, because there's only one address in this scenario, and that's going to be the DEX address. And then which API are we passing in? So in this case, it's going to be the Uniswap API.API, and then we're just passing the same signer that we created up above, and then return the contract reader. So that's pretty much it. Now we're going to set up a couple more helper functions and then actually put things into motion. All right, so these are going to be two functions that we're going to be setting up just so we can convert between Ether and Way. So we're going to import ethers from ethers, and then we're going to use that to set up two functions. So we're going to have one function that will be two-way, and that will take in an amount, and then that'll take in a decimals. But default value is going to be 18, and then we're just going to say const two-way ether.utils.parse units, and that's just something that like comes from ethers, and then passing the amount, and then passing decimals, and then we're just going to return that. Now, and then we're just going to return that as a string. That is the first one, and then the second one, I'll let you try figure it out by yourself, but it's going to be on the same analogy. The only difference, we're going to be passing in way here, and then we're going to need ETH. So I'm going to go ahead and continue now. So we're going to say it's going to be 2 ETH, And once again, we're going to pass in an amount. Decimals is going to be 18, usual euros.format units. And then we're going to say, we're going to go the same. We're going to type the exact same thing. All right, that being said, we are actually going to go ahead and start implementing the ETH to coin functionality. All right, so let's finally actually swap from ETH to your custom tokens that we have worked so hard for. All right, so you want to go into your queries.js file and then import a couple of things. So big number and ethers from ethers, first of all, and then you want to import contract and token contract from the contract file that we set up earlier. So that's the contract interaction interfaces functions. I don't remember them completely, but that's what's basically going to allow you to actually interface with your contract. And then next up, we're going to import 2ETH and 2WAY, so the other two helper functions that we just created. And so here we're going to have the swap to ETH function, which will require token name and amount. And as I always say, use try catch functions, console log the error out. And then we're going to convert the amount to WAY, because once again, Solidity only works with WAY. We're going to use the contract function that we set up earlier to generate a contract object for Uniswap for us. And then we're going to use that to actually handle the transaction itself. So we're going to say contract object that swap ETH to token and pass in token name and TX, which is the WAY amount of the ETH amount the user passed in. And then we're going to go ahead and generate a receipt by waiting for that data and then return it once it's done. So that's basically it for that file. Now you want to go ahead and go over to swap component and scroll down to wherever you see functions for contract functionality here. And then you want to put in, create a new function that'll heavily rely on our setup of the front end. So we're going to create a perform swap function that's going to be an async function. And we're going to, before we do anything, set transaction pending, true. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and generate a receipt. We're gonna go ahead and create a new variable that we're gonna call receipt, and then using everything that we set up earlier, just type in if source token equals ETH and destination token doesn't equal ETH, and you would just wanna invoke. And you wanna wait for the swap ETH to token function, and then put in destination token and input value. And like I said, this whole thing is heavily relying on the front end that we already set up for your convenience. Now, you definitely want to make sure that a function is actually getting called. So we're going to create a new function that we'll call handle swap. It's actually on my screen on line 73. There was a little bit of scrolling, so just wanted to help you out with that. Now, here it's a little repetitive, but we're just gonna double check that everything is good to go there, and then call the function once everything is ready. Now on my screen on line 140, we're gonna pass in that function, and what that basically does is that will fire up this function and whenever you hit the swap button, which you currently cannot see because the wallet is not connected to the app, but I'm going to show you just now. Let's go to this app, put in a value there, and then we're going to need to select a token. So that's going to be coin A, and you got to connect your wallet. So that's something you got to do. And then it didn't turn blue. So there's some sort of error going on here. Let's actually go ahead and figure that out. Now, as you can see on line 16, we have imported use account from WagMe, and that basically is just going to help us. That's just going to help us to check whether the wallet is connected or not. So just update it on line 61, and you're just going to destructure address from use account, and that itself is going to take care of this whole thing. The wallet is connected, and then there you go. Now there's your swap button, and then confirm that transaction, speed it up a little bit because that never hurt. And there you go. You can try it with another amount and it's going to work perfectly again. So there it is. That is your function. Now we're going to go ahead and fetch balances of each token and render them out on the screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and fetch those balances. So it's going to be a little bit of a longer thing, but yeah, that's where it's going to go. Now, you want to go into your header file because everything is going to happen in our header, and we're going to import a few things. So start with use account from WagMe, and then we're going to import token balance from token balance. And then we're going to create a new use state, which is going to be token balance. And it's going to start out as a complete nothingness. Now, you want to extract address from, or destructure address from use account. And then we're just going to go ahead and kick things off with a use effect, which we're going to fire off every single time once the address changes. That is important because if you connect a different wallet to the app, you want to see the updated balances inside that wallet and not the previous one. So this is super important. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to update the use state with a bunch of JSX code in there. So we're going to use the token balance component and pass in coin A and then the wallet address. So we're going to repeat this a couple of times. So like because we have 3 custom coins, we're going to do this 3 times. And by the way, those coin names are going to be strings. So you want to make sure you have coin A, B, C, and then 3 times the wallet address as in the address. All right, next up, you want to have an if statement and make sure that if the user haven't connected their wallets, then you want to punch out a little bit of a notification for them. So we're going to go ahead and set that up right now. So it's going to be a toast wallet, and it's just going to be like a toast error, and we're going to be like, yo, connect your wallet or something like that. It's going to be there for 2 seconds, and that's basically how it's going to look like. You can see it on the right. Okay, so we just connected our wallet, and now you're going to go ahead and we actually have to render those components out. So render out, just put the token balance component and render it out right there, but throw some sort of error. Okay, so let's actually go into that token balance component. Let's see what's going on in there. So we're going to need to create a couple things. We're going to need to have a balance use state, and we're going to need to have a copy icon use state. So there's a few things that we need to specify here, and that will just be a icon that we already imported for you. So that's going to be clipboard icon, and then we're gonna have multiple states. We're gonna have a transaction pending, and we're gonna have a not pending, and we're just gonna kick them off based on whatever is suitable for the situation. And then you also want to have a token address over there. And by the way, the balance is going to start out as like a dash string, basically. All right, now we're gonna have 2 notifiers set up. So that one is going to be an error, and it's just gonna be like a toast error, just like the one before, but this time it's gonna go for 6 seconds, and that's, by the way, in milliseconds, so that's why it's 6,000. And then we're gonna have a success message, or like a success toast, where we're going to say transaction complete. And I mean, you can go ahead and set up a duration for that too, honestly. So go ahead, create a new function, which is going to be fetch token balance. And that's going to be, and then we're just going to kick things off with invoking the get token balance function, which we imported earlier, or which we're going to set up in a little bit. And you're going to need to pass in a name and wallet address for that. And then we're going to also need to format the balance, and then set that balance, or set that formatted balance to the state itself out. So there's going to be, that's how it's going to look like in a little bit. That's the component that we're going to make we're going to have to fill up with the good data. All right, so go into your queries.js file, and we're going to go ahead and set up get token balance function. And so we're going to need to call the contract there. So we're going to need to set up the contract object, and just like before, use the get balance function from a method from that contract balance, and then create a new variable and then return it. And that should basically get it every single time. And then you're going to need another one which is going to be get token address. And once again, just go ahead, try it out by yourself. Like every single time we create a new function, I want you to go ahead from now on, because it's going to be a lot of repetition. So try it out by yourself and see if it works, and then just come back for the solution. So try catch, console log the error out, and then we're gonna create the usual contract object, and then the usual way, just call on the get token address func method. Now, everything that we just created, we're gonna go ahead and now import from that file. So get token address and get token balance. And then we're also going to set up a new function, which is going to be fetching, which is going to use the get token address function that we just set up. So it's going to be fetch token address. It's going to be an async function. Use that, and then whatever that thing returns, we're going to set it to the state. And then we're going to go ahead and set up a use effect that will run again and again whenever name and the wallet address changes. And if both of them exist, then we're gonna fetch the token balances, and then we're also gonna fetch the token addresses. And if not either of them don't exist, we're just gonna set everything back to their normal, regular, or like the initial value. And then it says ethers doesn't exist, so let's go ahead, fix that, import ethers from ethers, and that should be good pretty much. Now, if you scroll down on my screen, it's line 40, but on your screen, but on your page, it might be something different. So just check out where it's at. We have a hard-coded balance there, but we should go ahead and now fix that. So let's see what happens there. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, our previous two swaps were successful, because you can see the 30 coin A and the 20 coin B transactions that we did there. So that's basically it. Now we're going to go ahead and display a success toast whenever the transaction succeeds. All right, let's just go ahead and set it up. So go back to your swap component. And as you can see, we already set everything up for success. So now we're just going to invoke everything. So go to your perform swap function. We should have set the set transaction pending state to false once it's done. And then if the transaction results in a receipt, and that receipt doesn't have a transaction hash property, then you want to go ahead and notify error. So fire that off and then pass in receipt, so everybody knows what's happening. Else, just notify success, and that should basically be pretty successful. So let's go ahead and test it out. So let's do some transactions over there. Hit confirm. And let's see what do we got. Let's see if it works. Let's speed that bad boy up. And any moment now. And there you go. There is your toast message. And also, as you can see on the right hand side, once I connect my wallet, coin B now has 60. So the transaction definitely went through, and now we have proven that it did go through. All right, let's go ahead and now set up the swapping from token, or like from custom ERC20 token to ETH. So what we're going to be doing here is, first of all, close out everything. We don't need a bunch of things. Go into your queries.js file, and we're going to set up two functions, but let's start with the first one now. So that's going to be swap token to ETH. Now, it's going to be an async function that takes in token name and amount, and we're just going to do the usual try catch, console log error, yada yada. Create your contract object, and then what we're going to do is use that contract object to swap token to ETH, basically call that function of the contract. So we're going to pass in the usual stuff to the way converted amount of the amount you want to convert, and then the token name. Now, it's going to be the same thing whenever the receipt shows up. Wait for it and then return the receipt. Now, as you remember, we're going to need to pre-approve the amount to be transferred. So let's do that now. That's going to be the second function. So that's going to be increase allowance. And so once again, we're going to pass in the token name and the amount, and then we're going to do the usual try catch, console log the error. And there's going to be a little bit of a trick here now. So I want you to listen closely. So we're going to effect, what we're going to do is we're going to determine the address of the specific coin that we're going to need. And then we're going to use that address to generate a new contract object. And we're going to use that to increase the allowance. All right, so there's going to be two contract objects here, and we're going to be interacting with two contracts in the same function. So that's how. Let's continue. So we're going to use the Uniswap contract to get the address of the custom token. So we're going to pass in token name, and then we're going to go ahead and generate a token contract object using that address that we just generated so that we can increase the allowance. And so we're going to do that right now. So using that, we're going to go ahead and call approve. And so what's happening now is the approve function works in a way where you pass in who can interact with this wallet, or who can interact with this coin, and how much are you allowing them to interact with this coin. So we're going to need to pass in two things. One of them is going to be the Uniswap address, and the other one is going to be the way amount of the amount, or like the way converted amount of the amount you want to convert. And with that being said, we're pretty much good to go here. All right, now let's actually connect this with our front end. So we're going to go into our swap component, and in the perform swap function, there is that if statement. So you're going to add a else clause after it. So we're going to say else if the source token is not ETH, but the destination token is, this is what we're going to do. So now we're going to generate the receipt based on that, and we're going to call the swap token to ETH function. And now we're going to create the increase allowance function. So let's go ahead and do that. So transaction pending has to be true. And then we're going to use the function that we just built and then invoked it, and invoking and then pass in source token and input value. And after that, once it's good to go, might as well turn off the loading screen. And so inside of handle swap, I'm going to turn on the loading screen again. And then you want to check whether the wallet has some sort of allowance on the source token for the amount that you are trying to convert back to ETH. Oh, there's an error. I'm going to make it async. Okay, that's fine. And after that, we're good with loading. So let's actually remove that. And then if the result is valid, and actually call the perform swap function. And if not, if the user doesn't have allowance, now we gotta call the handle insufficient allowance function. And to do that, what we're gonna do, like we already set that up ahead of time. Now we're going to just switch out the swap button to a different button. And so let's go ahead and do that. That's on my screen. That's line 162. And there is a swap button text, whether if it's an increase allowance or not. And if it is, then we're going to call the handle increase allowance function. Now, let's go ahead and try it out. Let's see how this actually works. So we're going to we're going to use 20 coin A's and then just swap back into ETH. And let's see what happens. There's some interesting things going on around in the background, so that's something. So we apparently don't really have the has wallet allowance function, but that's completely fine because we're going to go ahead and build it now. Let's see what can we do here. So we're going to pass in owner. We're going to need the token name and the amount. And we're going to use the usual try catch, console log the error. That's fine. And then we're going to use the Uniswap contract to generate our contract object. And then we're going to have an address. Obviously, once again, we got to fetch the token address to get everything. And then using the token contract, we're going to double check the allowance. So we're literally just gonna fetch it. So we're gonna pass in owner, and we're gonna pass in the Uniswap address, and then we're going to convert it into a regular human number. So we're gonna say that's a bunch of things going on there. So basically, what's happening is we're gonna get the way amount and then generate a big number from it. And then we're going to use that to generate a string that we'll be able to work with later on. So just go ahead, copy that, and then feel free to spend some time understanding what is happening there. And then now we're going to go ahead and return the result and also export the function because we need to use it in our swap component. So let's go ahead and try it out again. So if we click swap, it says, oops, insufficient allowance. So we're going to need to increase it. So we're going to go ahead, click that. Okay, there's some interesting things happening here again. So it says ABI.map is not a function. We might have made a mistake earlier on. Yeah, there it is. So you want to double check that every single time when you're generating a contract reader, you import the JSON and then .abi, and that's what you're trying to interface with, because there's a bunch of stuff that you don't need. So let's go ahead, test this out again. So refresh real quick, connect your wallet, and then I'm going to say 30. Okay, insufficient allowance. We've seen that. And there you go. Give access. Let's wait for it to go through, speed it up if we need to. And then refresh real quick, connect your wallet again. And then now it says swap. And if you click it, you're gonna approve the transaction itself, not the allowance. So we should be pretty much good to go soon. So let's see how that goes. Perfect, it says transaction completed. So technically we should be good. Let's just refresh real quick. So connect that. And now you see that the values have been updated. So that's basically it. Now we're just gonna implement token to token and we're good to go. All right, so to make this work, we're gonna need to go into our queries.js file, and it's gonna be super simple. It's gonna be super fast. So just create a new function, swap token to token, pass in source token and destination token and amount, and the usual try catch console log the error, because that's usually helpful to see what went wrong. And now you're gonna generate the contract object as usual. You can, once again, try it by yourself. But if it doesn't, if you're not that experienced, that's fine too, which is going to be basically the response of the swap function. And then just pass in everything that we got. Obviously, make sure you convert the amount to weight. And next up, you want to go ahead and generate the receipt and return it. Now, if you don't export the function, it's not going to work elsewhere. So go back to your swap component after you've done that. End of perform swaps if statement, you want to have an else clause, which has no other conditions. Basically, it just in the first two, we made sure that everything is accounted for. So now this is the only option to do, or the only option to have. And now what you want to do is generate the local receipt for that, or update the receipt variable for that, and then call the swap token to token function from the file that we just, from the queries file, and then pass in everything. That function is going. Go ahead and see what do we need. So everything should be ready to go pretty much. So let's see what do we got. Let's turn 30 coin A's and just swap them over to coin B. Let's see if that works. So let's hit swap. And okay, we got to increase the allowance. That's perfect. That's fine. Okay, hit confirm. Let's see if it works, and we can just speed it up, see if it's good to go. And after that's done, we can actually go ahead. Now that we have the allowance, we can now actually go ahead and do the swap. And once you confirm the transaction, it should go through pretty fast. Transaction completed. And there you go, there you have it. Your coin A and coin B is updated. So ladies and gentlemen, that is it. It is a fully functional Uniswap DEX that is able to convert between random ERC20 tokens. Use it. You can literally, actually, factually use this, and you can transfer your ETH into custom coins and your custom coins back to ETH, and then custom coins between custom coins, and then all that kind of stuff. So you can have basically your own trading bot. I'm not saying you should be doing that, but with a little enhancement, you can automate that stuff. So there you go. That's pretty much it. And I hope you got some value out of this tutorial. And with that said, I'll see you in the next one.
In this video, you're gonna be building SushiSwap in Next.js. We're gonna be using Solidity. We're also gonna be using Infura to build this app on the Ethereum blockchain. We're also gonna be using RainbowKit to connect our MetaMask. This is gonna be an amazing build. Let's just get started. All right, now let's go ahead and get started building the SushiSwap clone. So as always, we're gonna be using the custom CLI tool that we built for you. So just pop in your email name and then just start typing in SushiSwap. It should show up, and hit return on it and then let it do its thing. Now it will also open up Infura for you. So go ahead, log in or make an account if you don't have one already, and then select Web3 API as network and then just name it SushiSwap or whatever you want to. And then in the meantime, likely the CLI tool will be done and we'll open VS Code for your convenience. So just full screen that and go back to Infura. You should be good to go there. No need to worry about it. So finish setting up your Infura project and copy your API key, and that should be pretty much your first step. All right, now as your first step, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating a custom token. So let's just get started. So inside your contract/custom dex SOL file, you can start typing it, and just like with any Solidity file, you will need an SPDX license identifier, which is going to be MIT. And we are going to be working on the 0.8.0 version of Solidity. So just use that. And right at the gate, we're going to go ahead and import some OpenZeppelin contracts and libraries. So the first one is going to be the ERC20. And we're also going to be importing the SafeMath library. Let's just do that. And now we're going to go ahead and actually create the contract, the token contract itself. So as usual, we're going to be building on top of the ERC20 library, and we're going to have obviously the name and the symbol of that token. So let's just build out the contractor with those and then create the minting function. So that will look like that. You're going to pass in the account and the amount. And that is pretty much it. We're just going to get started with the custom DEX in a little bit. All right, let's build the first step for the custom DEX. So we're going to be using SafeMath in here. So let's just import that. And now we're going to do a couple of pre-steps or whatever they are called. So we're going to go ahead and create an array of strings. And we're just going to put in the names of the coins. So you can rename those coins however you want to. I'm just going to call it coin ABC. And now I'm going to create a mapping. So later on, this is going to be useful. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be mapping the actual ERC instances to these coin names themselves. So mapping string to ERC20, and it's going to be public. And then we're just going to name it token instance map. These are going to be the conversion values. So one custom coin will cost you 0.0001 ETH, and then one coin will cost you 1 coin. So this is just for later for reference. And the DEX's constructor will be a for loop. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to loop through the array that contains the names, and it's just going to basically run the coin constructor itself. So basically just generate a new token for you. And then we're going to be minting a bunch of them into the contract address itself. So that's what address this means, meaning that all the coins that are going to be minted in this step are going to be minted onto the contract itself. So nobody's actual wallet, it will be minted onto the contract. So the contract will own all the tokens. And you just want to put in like a big number, like a huge number. That's because you don't want to run out while you're testing. Just put in as big of a number as you can think of. And then what we want to do is we want to save this token into the token instance map, just so we have access to it later and we can access it. So once you're done and your contract looks like this, you are pretty much good to go. Okay, now for the next step, we're going to be implementing the get balance function. So let's just get started with that. And that'll have 2 arguments. One of them is going to be token name, and the other one is going to be underscore address. So basically when you call this function, you should pass in coin A and then whatever your own wallet address is. So this function will return the balance in the given wallet of the given token. So this will be a function that will return a number. And so the only thing that we will have to implement is returns token instance map, pass in the token name, and then balance of, and then the address. So if you, let's say if you have 5 coin A tokens and you pass in coin A and your own wallet address, it should return 5. So that is pretty much the get balance function. All right, let's test all the functionality that we implemented so far. So first of all, what you want to do is start your Remix server on in your VS Code. This is just a free Ethereum Remix extension. And what you want to do is, if you don't have Ganache installed, go ahead, obviously install Ganache and spin it up. And then just make sure that the ports are matching so that it connects. And once you're done with that, you can go ahead, hit compile, and then hit deploy on your customdex.sol file. And there you go, you will have the instance right there. And there will be an issue, which I forgot, because when you import from OpenZeppelin, you should import from contracts, as in plural. So just go ahead, fix that, redeploy the contract, and then you should be good. Now, once you're in there, you will see all these functions that you can call. So let's just go ahead and start checking out if we have all the tokens. So the first item is going to be coin A, coin B, coin C. So that works. And then now if you want to test out get balance, like I said a minute ago, you can just pass in coin A and then the address, which is in case it's going to be the contract address itself. And you should just get back the initial number of coins that you minted onto the contract. So you see those bunch of zeros after a 1. So that means this functionality is working. So with that said, let's move on. All right, now let's make a function that actually returns the address of the coin. So function get token address, you will pass in a token name, and then it will return an address. So what we're going to say is return address, token instance map, and the token name. That's literally all it is. Now let's go ahead and test it. So I'm just going to go ahead, redeploy the contract, and let's try it out. So I'm going to pass in coin A in there, and there is your address. So that is pretty much this function. All right, now actually let's start swapping ETH to these custom tokens. So what you want to do is just create a brand new function, and we will be passing in token name, because now this is where you're going to pass in coin A, B, or C, or whatever. This is going to be a public payable function that will return a number. So first of all, let's create a variable, and let's just store however much ETH was sent to the contract. So input value equals message.value. And now what we're going to say is output value. So basically the amount of coins that we'll be sending back to the user. We'll be calculating that by saying input value.div, and this is coming from the safe math thing. So basically we'll divide the input value with the ETH value. Now, ETH value, you can just create another variable somewhere outside of this function and then just give it a value. Totally doesn't matter. Just make sure it's in way. And then we're going to be multiplying that by 10 to the power of the token instance map, like however decimals we have, with the token instance map token name dot decimals. So these are all things that are coming from the safe math. So just feel free to pause the video, check out what it is doing exactly, and then continue from there. And next up, we're going to need to require that we are able to actually send that money, so that we have the funds in the contract to send back the output value to the user. So that's going to be a requirement, and then we're just going to be returning the output value just so the user knows, okay, this is actually how much you can go ahead, check your wallet. Now, mind you, on line 54, I have a typo in the required, so just be mindful of that. This test will fail, but let's go ahead and compile. There you go, there's the error. So hit compile, deploy the contract, and let's go ahead and test it out. So swap ETH to token. I'm just going to say coin A, and then you have to pass in a value there. So I'm just going to say ether 0.0001, whatever. And I should technically, I think, be getting 1 coin A. So that should be somewhere there. So I'm just going to paste in my wallet address, and there it is. That's the amount in way. So that's literally one piece. All right, so with that said, now let's go ahead and swap tokens to ETH. All right, so now we're going to be swapping tokens back to ETH. So let's create that function. We're going to be passing in a token name and the amount, and we're going to be returning obviously the amount of ETH the user will get. We're going to need to do some conversions here first. So we're going to say UN256 exact amount, and we're going to be dividing the amount that we're sending to the user, or the user sends us. So basically the user sends us in Way, and we will have to convert it to ETH. So we're going to be doing that there. And now we're going to be saying ETH to be transferred exact amount multiplied by ETH value. So the user sends us their coin in the value of Way. We convert it up to ETH, and then we're going to be multiplying that with the conversion rate. So after this, once this is done, we're going to need to make sure that we are able to cover that transaction. So the contract has to have enough ETH balance. Otherwise, this transaction cannot go through. If that requirement is met, we will just go ahead and transfer the ETH that we need to transfer. So that will happen through this. We're going to say token instance map token name transfer from the message sender, basically the user. We're going to be sending the amount that they are sending to the contract, and we're going to be storing it. And after that, we're going to be sending the ETH back to the user. So with that said, we're just going to return the value, and that is pretty much this function. Now, mind you, this function will need to be confirmed by the user. We'll collect that on the front. So now with that said, there's only one thing left to do, and that is to create a token swap function. All right, so the last thing we need to implement here in the contract is actually the token to token swap. So let's create the function, and we're going to have to pass in the source token name and the destination token name. So basically, which token do you want to convert to which token? And then obviously the amount. Now, this will be a public function, and we will need to make sure that both the source token and the destination token has enough balance in the contract to cover this transaction. So once that is done, we're pretty much basically good to go, and inside the require function we can just get done the transfer immediately. And obviously this will need to be approved by the user, which again will be done on the front end. So with that said, now let's go ahead and deploy this contract. Okay, so go into your truffle config, and then whatever is inside your networks, just go ahead and get rid of it. It's not really necessary. And once you're done, just go into your truffle and connect to a network. Now, as I said earlier, we're going to be using Infura. Connect to Infura, and your sushi swap project that we created at the very beginning of this tutorial should already show up. So once that's there, you click it, you're good to go. It pretty much connects your VS Code to that sushi swap project. And now if you start deploying the project you can just say right click and then hit deploy. You just select the sushi swap girly network, and then you should be good to go. It will get started everything for you. Now it will take a little bit to deploy, but just wait for it, and you should be pretty much ready soon. And there you go. If you see your contract address at the end, you are good, and the project has been successfully deployed. And once you're done deploying, we're going to be doing a couple of things to get our front end ready for this project. So go into your build/contracts folder and just copy your custom dex.json file. We're going to be using it in a little bit. And now go inside your source folder and just create a new folder called utils, and then just paste it in there. And now we're going to go ahead and copy the custom token.json file and paste that there too. We're going to be using that in a little bit. This is the ABI. This is what will help our front end to interact with the contract. Now, once that is done, just go ahead, create a new file, contract.js. And we're going to be importing ethers, because in this project, we're actually using ethers. And now you're going to go ahead, import custom dex ABI, the file we just copied, and the custom token ABI, the other file we just copied. So we're just going to import both of those. And now we're going to create a couple of helper functions that we will be taking advantage of later on. So we will need to create two functions, one for the token and one for the DEX itself. So we're going to say export const token contract. It'll be an async function, and we'll create a provider, ethers provider, Web3 provider, and then we're just going to pass in window to Ethereum. Don't worry about that part, that stuff. If you have MetaMask installed, the Ethereum object will be immediately injected into every single website you visit. And now we're going to deconstruct Ethereum out of window, and we're going to be working with that. Now, you will need to create a signer, which is going to be provider.getSigner, and the provider, again, 2 lines above, that's where it comes from. We're going to also create a contract reader. Now, this is something that is only possible with ethers.js. So we're going to say new ethers.contract. We're going to pass in the address that will be created with the DEX. And then we're going to pass in custom token ABI, because inside your file, there is a bunch of things, but we need the ABI. So that specific part of the object. And we're also going to pass in the signer. That will help us later on with all the transactions. And we're going to go ahead and return the contract reader. Now, we're going to go ahead and repeat this exact same thing for the DEX contract as well. So the only difference we're gonna have is we're just gonna hard code the contract address. So that comes from your output. And now we're gonna pass in the custom DEX ABI and with the signer. So with that said, we are pretty much good with this part. Let's move on to the next. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and set up 2 conversion functions. So inside utils, just create a new file, ethers-utils.js, import ethers, and we're gonna be creating a 2-way and a 2ETH function. And these are literally just going to convert, as the name says. Export function 2-way, amount, decimals, and decimals by default is gonna be 18. So you're gonna pass in the amount you want to convert 2-way in ethers, and then just use the library. So ethers.utils.parse units, and then it will just do the conversion for you. So you don't even have to worry about that. And then just return the string version of that number. And then this is going to be the exact same thing, but in the other direction. And instead of parse units, we're going to use the format units method from the ethers library. So that's pretty much that function. Now let's actually set up the MetaMask wallet connection as well. So I'm just going to spin up the app and let's take a look at it. So right now this is how the app looks like, and there's your connect wallet button not working so far. Let's take a look at what's happening. So inside of app.js, that's all your imports and wagme config and everything. So as you can see, it requires Infura to connect to the blockchain. So copy your API key and go back. Now you want to obviously put it in your env file, and then that will make RainbowKit work perfectly. That's literally the only thing you have to do. And now let's just render out the connect wallet button. And as you can see inside of header.jsx down at the bottom, you can just, there's a static connect wallet there. So let's just go ahead and replace that with MetaMask. We already pre-built this component for you, so you can just use it, and that will go ahead and take care of your wallet connection. If your wallet address shows up at the top where the button was, you are good to go, and you can disconnect, connect whatever wallets you want to. So with that said, let's go ahead and implement the conversion functions, and we're done. Let's go ahead and create a new file in the utils folder, and this is going to be a queries.js. We're going to be importing big number and ethers from ethers, and contract and token contract from contracts. So this is what we're going to be using, by the way, to just get the ETH balance. Also, let's import 2 ETH from the ethers utils file that we just created. So we're going to say export const get balance. This is going to be an async function. We're going to pass in the wallet address and the usual try catch. So if there's an error, let's just console log it and see what's up. And then in a try, we're going to have a transaction that's just going to convert the value or whatever amount. So we're going to make sure that our wallet is connected, meaning the ethers is not undefined. After that, we're going to go ahead, create the provider, how we already created multiple times. And now we're going to go ahead and get the user's balance. So we're going to grab the account. So all the accounts that are connected to the app. So await provider.list accounts, and the user's account is very likely the first one that is being connected, and that's usually the active one because MetaMask sorts it like that. Now, next up, the balance in way is going to be provider.get balance, and then we're just passing the user address. And now we have to convert that into ETH. So we can use either the toETH function that we created, or we can just type it out again, and then we're going to be going to returning it. However, if you remember, this is going to be a big number, so later on we'll have to deal with this. So let's go back to our index.js, and in there we're going to be handling the balance. So this is going to be an async function, and this is going to be useful later on, but basically when you try to swap, you will have to select the source and the destination token, and so that's what's going to get passed in here. So if one of the tokens that the user wants to interact with is ETH, we'll have to get the ETH balance of the user and then display it. I'll show it to you in a little bit. So if the first drop down is going to be ETH, we're going to need to go ahead and get the balance of that. And actually to do that, let's grab the connected wallet. So use account from WagMe, and then let's just save it. So we're just going to pass it in there. And then we're going to be setting the first balance to that balance, and we're going to convert it to a number and then cut down, or attach 2 decimals. If it's the second drop down that is selected as ETH, we're going to literally just repeat the same exact function, but we're going to be saving it in obviously the second balance use state. So now what we need to do is pass it into these coin drop downs. As you can see, we already have it highlighted for you. So just find those 2 and then replace the string with the function name itself. So just you can remove the apostrophes and then you should be good to go. Now, if you run this app, it looks like there's some sort of an error in our contract.js. So let's check it out. And it looks like that we imported the wrong file. So we need to import custom dex.json, not custom dex ABI. All right, let's see if it works. So I just selected ETH and it doesn't seem like it's working. If you see, the balance is still 0, which is not ideal. So let's take a look at what's happening. And apparently apparently when we are selecting anything, we are not running the function itself. As you can see, it's not even like completely white. It's like this grayish color, which means that VS Code is recognizing that we're not calling that function. So let's just pass it in there, both in the first drop down and then the second drop down as well. So with that said, now this should work. So if I'm selecting it, and there you go, it updates. So as you can see, now it shows up as 4.54 ETH over there. So that looks good. Let's move on to the next step. Okay, now let's repeat that same process, but for the custom token. So inside of queries, we're going to have another function that will get the custom token balances because we have to handle those differently. So we're going to say get token balance, and then we're going to pass in the token name and the wallet address where we're interested in the balance. So we'll have the contract object, which will be coming from the contract file. And then we're going to use the get balance function that we actually wrote in the contract, and then passing token name and the wallet address. After that, we're going to go ahead and return the balance. And again, this is going to be a big number. So let's go back to index.js, import get token balance from this function or from this, and write down at handle balance. Let's just add an if else statement in there. Let's go into the else statement and another if statement in there. And so if it's the first drop down, then we're going to get it for the first drop down. If it's going to be and set it as the first balance, we're going to be using we're going to get the balance using the freshly created function. And then because it's coming back in way, we'll have to turn it into ethers. And then we're going to be set it as the first balance. And then we're going to repeat the same process, but for second drop down with second balance. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut this out. So it's going to disappear in a little bit. And then we're going to add a try catch function. That's just good practice to do with blockchain apps. So let's test out if it works. And it looks like there are some errors. That's because the address seems like it's off So that's probably because the use account dot address is how we're going to get back the address. Add that there when we're trying to get it from WAGME. And now it seems like the ethers package has not been imported. So let's do that because that looks like it's going to be useful. And as you can see, now it works. So ETH is getting fetched and then we don't have any Bitcoin. So it returns 0. We don't have any Solana. So that returns 0 as well. That looks like it's working. Now let's work on the swap functionality and we should be good. Okay, so let's actually swap from ETH to custom token. So let's create the function, pass in the destination token name and the amount of ETH you will want to convert, usual try catch. And then we're going to create the transaction value, which is, we're going to figure it out by converting the amount from Ether to Wei and then saving it in a object. And we're going to create the contract object using the contract function we've already created. Then we'll create the data, which is going to be await contract object, swap ETH to token, and then pass in token name and the transaction value. Then that will generate a receipt once we wait for it. So let's return that. And then this function is essentially done. Go back to your index file, import this function. And now we're going to handle it. So handle a whole swap. So try catch. And if either of the inputs are empty, or if the first input is empty, we're just going to return because there's nothing to do then. And if the transfer coins from value is ETH, meaning the first value is ETH and the second value is not ETH, we're going to be running this function. So we're going to get the receipt from the freshly created function. And then we're going to say transfer coin to backend value and first input. These are the arguments we're going to be passing into the function. So the first one is going to send the name, the second one is going to send the value. And there is the function being called in that when you hit that button. All right, so that should in theory work. So I'm just adding numbers, but it doesn't work yet. Now we're going to implement that it automatically calculates how much you will be getting by sending the X amount of ETH. All right, so we're going to say handle output. That will return that value. So usual try catch. And we're going to make sure that the first input is not empty. And then we're going to be, if the first one, the transfer, the destination coin is not ETH, and like we're going to make sure that it is an ETH to coin transaction. And if so, we're going to calculate the output value. And that will be we're going to get the first input, convert it to Wei, and make sure that we pass in 14 decimal digits and then convert it to ETH. And then we're going to convert it to number and add 2 and no decimals and set it as the second input. And that should, in theory, get it all done. Now, we're going to run this same functionality if the values are changed up. So if we want to transfer from custom token to ETH, otherwise it's literally just the same value. So if it's ETH to ETH, obviously it's going to be the same value. If it's token to token, because their value are equal, it's going to be again the same. That is good. And up there in index, we're going to be adding a new use effect that will basically just update the output value every time either we change one of the drop downs or the input boxes. So let's test it out. And it looks like that two-way is not defined in index.js. So let's go ahead and import it. Apparently we forgot it. And now let's just put in random values. Let's see if it works. And it looks like it's looking. So if we try to trade, it looks like two ways again not being defined. So apparently we have to import it into queries.js as well. And now it looks like the conversion from ETH to custom token is working perfectly. So with that said, let's move on to converting back. Okay, so before we are able to swap back to ETH or between tokens, we'll need to add something called an allowance, and that basically just allows the app to do these sort of transactions. So in our queries, we're going to need to check for this allowance. So we're going to create a function for that, and we're going to pass in owner, token name, and amount, usual try catch, and then usual contract object, get the address of the contract or the token. So contract object, get token address, pass in token name, and we're going to create a token contract object. It's just the usual drill. And for the transaction data, we're going to be saying that token contract object allowance, pass in owner, and the contract address. And then we're going to save the allowance, and we're going to generate a big number from the data that's being returned. We're going to convert that to way, and then we're going to check if it's 0 or below the required amount. If yes, then we're going to return false. Otherwise, we're going to return true. And now we're going to import that has valid allowance function into our index. And in our handle swap, we're going to create an else statement, and we're going to check if we have allowance for the transaction to go through. And by passing in the current account and as the owner, transfer coin from as in the token name and then the value. If it returns true, then we're good and we can go ahead execute the transaction. Otherwise, we're gonna have to just console log no user allowance for now, and then in a little bit we're gonna increase the allowance. So let's see what do we got. Apparently we wrote that decimal value to the wrong place, so let's fix that real quick. All right, let's see what we got, and now it shows that there is no user allowance, so that's good because we never increased the allowance. So that's how it's supposed to. All right, now go back to your queries, and now we're going to actually increase the allowance. So let's create a function for that, and usual try catch, pass in token name and the amount, and we're going to say contract object, in the usual drill, import everything, create all the objects and instances. So we're going to have the contract object address and then token contract object, and then with data we're going to generate the usual stuff. So now the transaction data will be generated by calling token contract object dot approve, pass in the contract address and then the amount in way. So now it looks like it's still not running. That's because we haven't called it. So we will have to import it in our index, and where we console log no user allowance, we're going to have to call that function that we just created. Const receipt equals await increase allowance, pass in the token name and the value, and now let's console log what happens. And there you go. Now we have to confirm that we want to increase the allowance, and we should be good to go moving forward with converting tokens. Okay, so the last two steps are swapping tokens to ETH and then token to token. They are going to be very similar, so we're just going to blast through these and we're going to be done in a matter of minutes. Okay, so in our queries.js, we're going to be creating two functions. The first one is going to be swap token to ETH. Async function, we're going to pass in which token do we want to and how much of it do we want to. Usual try catch, and then just create all your objects, generate the data. However, the transaction data is going to be using the swap token to ETH function from the contract, and then pass in the required arguments, a token name and the amount in way, generating the receipt, and we're going to return that receipt. We're going to import this function in our index.js. And if the user has sufficient allowance, where we already wrote the if statement, we're going to be calling this. So let's remove that console log, and we're going to be just saying const receipt, and we're going to save that in a variable or a constant, and then pass in the required arguments, the name and the amount. And we also want to run it again once we increase the allowance. So there are two scenarios. One, the allowance is already there. We just want to run the transaction. Otherwise, we want to increase the allowance and then run the transaction so the user doesn't have to keep clicking. So that looks good. Let's go ahead, test it out. There you go. I'm increasing the allowance now. And now the swap is going through. So that looks amazing. Now let's go ahead and actually implement the token swap. So for that, we're going to have a very similar function in the queries.js, usual stuff. Now, the slight difference is that we are going to have a source token and a destination token. So we need 3 arguments instead of 2. We're going to generate the usual contract object, and then this is going to be a swap token. The token method that we're going to be calling, we're going to need to pass in both the source destination token and the amount, obviously, and we will generate the transaction receipt based on that and return that. Now we're going to be importing that in our index file, and so far we only have 2 types of transactions. One is when ETH is being converted to not ETH and everything else, but that's not the reality. So let's add another if statement in after the. So the second type of transaction that we're handling is the not ETH to ETH type of transactions, and now we just implemented the token to token, so the custom ERC20 token to custom ERC20 token type of transactions. So we're going to be doing the exact same thing. So we're going to check for a valid allowance based on the required arguments, and then if we have enough allowance, then we're going to run the function. Otherwise, we're going to increase the allowance, and that is basically the application. So once again, let's just test it out. Let's just see if everything works. We're going to go from a custom token to another custom token. We're going to go through the whole transaction flow. So now the token spend is approved, and now we're going to just reject it because it showed up as a duplicate. So we're going to go ahead, confirm it, and now the transaction is going through. That conversion is working. So with that said, thank you so much guys for following along. This was an amazing build. And with that, I'll see you in the next one. Peace. In this video, we're going to be building the Uber Eats Web3 clone with Next.js. We're going to be using Infura to connect it to the Ethereum blockchain. Now we're going to be creating a bunch of NFTs that will give you discounts in this app, and we will be able to check whether the user has it or doesn't, and then calculate the subtotal. We're also going to have a bunch of goodies in this app. So with that said, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so as usual, we're going to be using the Clever Programmer custom CLI tool that we built for you. So just make sure you are on the latest version, and let's go ahead and just type in npx Clever Programmer, pop in your email, then your name, and then we're going to be selecting the Solidity Uber Eats option. And while that takes a while, it'll also open up Infura for you. So just make sure you have an account if you don't have one already, and create a new project. But in the meantime, the terminal is apparently done and it opened up VS Code. So that's nice. So let's just check out how the app looks like, or don't. And let's just go ahead, create a new API key on Infura. So we're going to be selecting the Web3 API. That is their combined all the chains that you will ever need type of API. So just name it whatever, Uber Eats, but just make sure you don't have space in between them, because later on when you try to connect it to your VS Code, it is better not to have space in the project. Now it'll take a little bit to load, and then this is what you're going to see. If you select endpoints, that's all your RPC URLs that you will need. All right, let's go back to our code, VS Code, and let's actually connect it to our VS Code. So if you don't have Truffle already installed into your VS Code, now is the time to go ahead and do it. It's a free extension. It's just where every other extension is. And just make sure you disconnect all the networks, and then you just reconnect, so you're starting this session with a fresh connection. So go ahead straight away, just connect to your Infura, and Uber Eats will pop up immediately. And there you go. That is everything you will need for this one. Now straight away, let's go into our Uber Eats discount NFT.sol file that is created by the CLI tool. So let's go ahead and get started with that too. Let's set up the NFT collection. So we're going to be using Solidity version 080. So just make sure you specify that version. And then we're going to be importing a couple of things from OpenZeppelin. So this is going to be an ERC1155 compliant token. So let's import that. And also you want to make sure that whenever you're importing, in previous builds, we already had these issues. When you're importing, you want to import from OpenZeppelin contracts, not just contracts. Okay, and we're going to be importing ownable, because these NFTs will have someone who owns them. And let's actually create the Uber Eats discount NFT that is an ownable ERC1155 token. So it's going to be a child to those. Now we're going to create a string that's going to be a public string, and that will be the token URI. And we're also going to go ahead, create a constructor. This is actually like standard NFT procedures. So you need a token URI, you're going to need the constructor, because that's how whenever you're minting, that's what's going to run. Constructor, string, memory, token URI, and then it's going to be ERC1155. And then we're going to have a mint function passing in the account, the amount, and this is going to be a payable minting function, meaning the user has to pay for these NFTs to be minted. So we're going to make sure that the user at least sends 0.01 Ether. Otherwise, we're going to have to reject this minting. And we're going to be minting the NFTs into his or her account. And we're also going to be passing in a couple of other attributes alongside with the amount. So with that said, that is your Uber Eats discount NFT. Let's go ahead and move on to the next step. All right, so let's actually set up a couple of things for this NFT. So first up, we're going to be go ahead and opening up our Chrome. And we're going to be creating a IPFS API key. The reason is when you have an NFT, you will have to store the image somewhere, and that's usually going on IPFS. Now, again, just don't leave any spaces in the project name. So there you have it. And now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be enabling dedicated gateways, because that's something Infura can do and it's super cool. So just pop in your name, Clever Programmer, whatever you really want to. But what this will enable you to do is that it will create a subdomain under Infura's IPFS, and that is going to be your own dedicated gateway. So once you save it, you can go back to your VS Code, and we're going to be opening a terminal, but you want to also make sure that you open it under the data folder. So by default, VS Code only opens it under Uber Eats Infura, so basically the project. And then you can either CD into, so just say CD data, or you just open it in the data folder directly. So there's this nice little Lamborghini image and the NFT JSON. So the NFT JSON is going to contain all your NFT metadata, and this is what we'll be using later. So let's just rename it. So it will be Uber Eats subscription, description, again, a subscription for Uber Eats, whatever you can, that doesn't really matter, but that's what's going to show up on OpenSea. And you can also pop in your subdomain. So basically what we're going to be doing is inside the terminal, we're going to say Infura auth. This is going to be creating a variable equals, and then just project ID : API secret. So that's exactly what's happening. I will just save it into your terminal session, and then you can invoke it later, so you don't have to always copy paste these. And then we're going to say curl_x post, so basically an API call to using the Infura auth authentication to this IPFS that Infura is providing. IPFS.infura.io : 501 API v0 add, and then we're going to be attaching the file. So we're going to say that Lambo NFT. And then the reason why, and this is where it becomes important that you are in the correct folder with your terminal. Otherwise, the Lambo NFT will obviously not be found. So what this is going to do is this will just upload the image to the IPFS. Now we're going to have to, because IPFS clears itself, and if you pin it, it won't clear that particular file. So now what we're going to say is going to be another post call, but to /API/v0/pin/add. And in the arguments, we're going to be popping in the IPFS. We're going to say /IPFS/ and whatever comes back as your hash as a response from the previous request. Just paste that there, and that should be good to go. Once again, this hash goes right here if it wasn't clear. And then you will see your pins that is supposed to be the same hash that just came back, or that you just pinned. So now you can go ahead and put that at the end of the link, and you will also want to make sure that you are copying your dedicated gateway, because that's the reason why we have it. Just paste it there, and that will be your URL for the image. So nice, that works perfectly. Now we're gonna repeat this exact same process, but instead of the image, we're gonna be uploading and then pinning the NFT JSON file. So I'm just gonna go through this fast. So we're gonna say, so instead of file Lembo and NFT, we're gonna say NFT to JSON. The reason is, for now, we only uploaded the image, but we haven't uploaded the metadata. So now we created the metadata file, but we have to upload and pin that. And that's what's gonna be used by the NFT. Okay, we uploaded it. Now let's go ahead and pin that guy. Okay, there seems to be some sort of error. Oh, and that is because there was a typo. So if you type iFura instead of Infura, that's obviously not gonna work. Okay, and now there you go. It is working perfectly. And now we're gonna create the pins txt file, and we're just gonna paste the metadata location, so that whenever we are creating the NFT, we'll be pasting this link in there. So that should be good to go. Let's move on to the next part. Okay. All right, so let's now start converting the US dollar values into WEI and Ether, the currency of the blockchain. So if you go into cart.jsx on line 44, there's a const USD to WEI function. It's going to be super simple, super quick. Basically, you're just going to say const ETH equals USD / USD to ETH. And on line 36, as you can see, it's already defined what that is. So you can just change that. It's not the scope of this project to include the live updating. So just move on. Now we're going to be converting it to WEI, and that's going to be using the ethers library. So we're going to say ethers.utils.parse ether, and then just pass in the eth.toString or the eth value as a string, because otherwise it's a number, and then just return WEI. Done. Now it's going to be even easier to convert USD to ETH because we've already done that. So just copy that one line and we should be good to go. All right, so let's actually deploy these NFTs, or deploy these contracts, not NFTs, obviously. So you already have your Infura set up. If not, you can scroll back and I'm showing you earlier how to set it up. But if you're at this part of the video, just smash the like button because you've already seen that. Now you can hit that deploy button there, and that will pop up, open the little window that you can see right now. And we're going to be using the Gurley network, so just select that and it will start going ahead and deploying and building our contract. Hold on a second, there's some interesting things happening there. So it looks like there's some sort of issues with the import. And the reason is we have contracts twice. So just remove the second one or first one, whichever basically opens Applin/contract, and that should be good in theory. All right, let's try to run it again. Looks like it's working. Wait a second. Okay, now Uber Eats discount NFT has some sort of issues. And that looks like that's a typo. So instead of discount, you want to go with discount with a T. All right, let's try again. Looking good so far. Okay, so looks like we made that same mistake again. Let's fix that. Oh yeah, 2 more places, line 7 and 8. Hopefully you didn't make these mistakes and you're already deployed, but that's all right. If you did, now is the time for you to debug. Again? Interesting. Oh, okay, so there too. All right. I'll learn to type at some point. That's all right. That's all right. So looking good. This looks way more promising. And there it is, I think. Yes. Okay, yeah, execute command, finish running command. So that means deployment is completed and we are good to move on to the next step. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and check whether the user has a discount NFT or doesn't. So what we're going to do is inside of our cart.jsx, there is a use effect. which is the check, which has a check discount function in there. So you just want to pop in a try catch, and obviously if it fails, then just console log the error. And in a try clause, you just want to say provider, and it will be new ethers provider, and then pass in window.ethereum. That's the code snippet that MetaMask passes into the browser and injects it in there. Then we're going to go ahead, create the signer, which is going to be provider.getSigner. And we're going to be saving the discount NFT address. It's going to be Uber discount NFT.networks 5, which is the girly network, and then .address. So we're going to be looking there. And we're going to have the discount NFT contract passing in the discount NFT address, passing in the ABI and the signer. Now we're going to say const balance equals await discount NFT contract dot balance of, and then passing the signer dot get signer dot get address and 0. So we're going to console log it. And in a previously declared use state, we're gonna save the actual balance. So set discounted, and we're gonna be converting whatever we get back to a number, and we're gonna say balance.toString. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna get back the balance. We're gonna convert it to string because otherwise it's a big number, and convert that into an actual number that we can work with. And if that is greater than 0. And we're going to be saving a true or false clause, whether that is greater than or less than 0. So that's what's going to be in the set discounted state. So with that said, let's check it out. So we're going to go ahead, refresh the app. And so there's one item in the cart. And I'm going to go ahead, connect MetaMask with the lovely rainbow kit. And the balance is currently 0. Meaning that I do not have the NFT. So obviously there is 0 discount being applied. And now let's actually mint the NFT. All right, so let's mint the NFTs. So moving it into the mint NFT function in cart.jsx, we're going to go ahead, create a provider in the try clause. The usual drill, just fetch the ethers provider using the injected code from MetaMask. Then we're going to go ahead, create a signer, which is going to be provider.getSigner, and then create the destructure the address. So that basically the girly deployment address of the Uber Eats discount NFT. And we're going to be saying, we're going to go ahead, create a contract instance. So discount NFT contract equals new ethers.contract. Pass in the address, pass in the ABI, and then pass in the signer. Then we're going to go ahead and generate the transaction, which will be discount NFT contract. So we're going to be using the mint function of the NFT contract, passing the user address, which we get from Rainbow Kit, by the way. Then we're going to be passing in the value. So that's how much we're going to be paying for the NFT. So that's going to be 0.00 Ether. And then we're going to be passing it as the payload. And now we're just waiting. So await transaction.wait function. That's an async function. Takes some time. Blockchain isn't the fastest thing in the world. And we're gonna console log once the NFT is minted. So let's take a look at that. Connecting the wallet and minting, and it's actually, and there you go. There is the balance. Now, mind you, that is in Way, I believe. So there you have it. The NFT now is minted. All right, now let's actually handle the purchase. And once this is done, we are actually finished with this app. So there is a handle purchase function. Now inside there, usual try catch, because we're working with blockchain. So in the try clause, we're going to go ahead, create the usual provider. We've already done this. Now it comes the address, instance, or the contract instance, but this is going to be the Uber Eats instance, not the other one. So pass in the address, ABI signer, yada, yada. And now we're going to go ahead and calculate the total cart value. So this is something new that we haven't done before. Now, this is going to be This is going to reduce a function called reduce from JavaScript. I'm sure you're familiar with it, but basically all it does is it loops through an array and then just adds everything up, or does a certain thing. And then we're going to have two variables that we pass in and basically add those two together. And we are going to have a starter value, which is going to be 0. So basically all that's happening is we have the current value and the previous value, and we're just going to add the current value to the previous value, and therefore it will be summed up, and we always start with 0. So that is going to be your total USD value. Now we're going to be converting into, so that's using the USD to WAY function that we've already built earlier. And we will now check whether the user has the NFT, the discount NFT. So we're going to set everything up for that. So we're going to create the discount NFT instance using the address, the ABI, and the signer. And we're going to check the balance. So we're going to pass in the signer's address and then 0, and that will return the balance of that specific NFT in the user's wallet. So if the user has more than 0, then we're going to be applying the discount on the total value, or like the total WAY value. That was hard to say. So we're going to say total WAY and then just get 70%, and we're going to be multiplying it with 70 and then divided by 100. So that will give us the 70% that we're looking for. So the 30% discount. And we're going to be setting the set discounted to true, and that will update the dollar amount. And now we're going to go ahead and create the transaction. So await Uber Eats contract dot buy cart, passing the total WAY value that either gets modified or it doesn't. So if it doesn't, it is going to be the full value. If it does, then it's going to be the 70% of that value. And the parameters are going to be value total WAY, gas limit 100,000. Let's just increase it from the usual 30,000, just so we have like extra room. It's free, so it's whatever. And we're going to be setting the gas price to null. Now we're going to create the receipt, and we're going to be waiting for it. And if everything goes successfully, we'll just route back to the initial page of this app. So this page technically. All right, now let's add all these things to our cart. And now what we're going to do is, as you can see, because we already minted this NFT, the discount is already applied. You don't even have to worry about it. And so now we can just say place order, and that's the ETH equivalent of the $4.90. So let's go ahead, place that order. And as you can see, the loading screen works, and it just threw you back straight to the home page. So with that said, that pretty much wraps up this build. Thank you so much for watching. As always, if you have any questions, let us know in the comment section down below. With that said, I'm signing out. Peace. In this video, we're going to be building the Solidity stock prediction app with Next.js. We're going to be using Infura to build this app on the Ethereum blockchain. You're going to be able to make bets on whether a stock price will be going up or down. With that said, let's go ahead and get started. All right, let's get started as usual with the CLI tool. So let's just run it, email name, and this is the Solidity prediction app. So while it gets started, usually Infura, sign up. If you haven't done it already, do that already. Create an account, they are amazing. And go ahead, create a Web3 API, just name it whatever you want to. In this tutorial, I'm gonna name it prediction app. And so there's your API key. We're gonna be using that later. And then our CLI tool is about to finish. So once it does, it will open your VS Code automatically for you. So this is pretty much it. This is your context file, and let's move on to the next step. Okay, so let's go ahead, create our contract, which is going to be stockprediction.sol. And as usual, we need our SPDX license, which is going to be MIT, and the Solidity version will be 0.8.0. And then let's go ahead, start creating our contract. So initially, we're just going to create all the states, variables, and structs that we're going to be using in this project. So we're going to have an owner, which is going to be address. We're going to have a uint, which will be the prediction start timer, and obviously an end timer. And we're going to have a current price. And we're going to be using int instead of uint. And that's because int can be negative and not just positive. Now we're going to create our mapping. We're going to be mapping addresses to ints. That's going to be the bets. Then we're gonna create an array of addresses, and those will be the bets. And then another mapping when we're going to be mapping addresses to uints, and that will be the bet amounts. So basically what we're doing here with these bettings is the people who are betting, we're going to be mapping the ID of the bet to these addresses, and then the amount, how much they betted, will be also mapped to these addresses. Now let's go ahead and create a last check time and a is betting active variables as well. The last one is going to be a bool. First one is going to be a uint. Then we're going to also save the last winner. And now we're going to get on to make the structs. So the first one is going to be the bet, where we're going to be saving the bettor's address and the amount. So it could be positive and negative as well. And then the bet info, again, the address, the amount, or the bettor address, the amount, bet amount, and we're also going to create a constructor. So the owner initial is obviously going to be the message sender, so whoever deploys the contract. And then the prediction end time will be block timestamp plus 5 minutes, meaning after the contract is deployed, people have 5 minutes to bet on the app. And then the is betting, and then the betting by default is going to be false. All right, so that's it for now. Let's move on to the next step. Check. Okay, so now we're going to fetch all the bets that have currently been made. So we're going to create a function, get all bets. It's going to be a public function that will return a bet info array from the memory. So we're going to create a all bet array that will have a bet info struct. And now we're going to go through and loop through all the bettors. So all we're going to do is we're just going to save all the attributes into all bets. So what we're doing is for bettor amount and bet amount, we're literally just grabbing all the data from every single bet. And because we're later going to be saving them, that's how we're going to be getting them. So that being said, let's go ahead and test it. And the usual drill, open up Remix in your VS Code. And now what we're going to be doing is we're going to go ahead and deploy this contract. Now, let's see, what do we have? For some reason, it didn't deploy. Oh, and that's because there is a typo on line number 10. So after fixing that, let's see what we got. And we should get a empty array. And that is perfect. If you get that, you are good to go. Okay, so now we're going to make sure that users will be able to get started betting, because if you remember, by default the is betting active is false. So let's go ahead and make a function and call it start prediction, and it will have an argument that will be an int, which will be current price. Let's close that, and it will be a public function. So it will need to be the owner who starts it, because obviously only the owner is supposed to start these bets. And we're going to set the current price to the current price that we pass in. After that, we're going to go ahead and set the prediction start time to the block's current timestamp, and the end time to whatever is 5 minutes after that. So let's set that. And after that, we're going to set the is betting active to true. Now, next up, we're going to create a function which will be enter bet that will allow the users to make a prediction. And so that's what we're going to be passing in. It will be a public payable function and will require that the current timestamp of the block is less than the prediction end time, meaning the prediction has to be active. Otherwise, we're going to send a error message. Now we also require that the user sends at least 0.0001 ETH. Otherwise, like, it's just such a low amount of money that we don't take those bets seriously. So that's the bet amount. And we're gonna save that to the message sender in the mapping. And we're gonna go ahead and push the bettor or bettor's address into the bettor's array. And we're also gonna map the value to the message sender's address, so the current bettor's address. And with that said, let's move on to the next step. All right, so now we're gonna make a couple of helper functions that we'll be using later on. So that's where we're gonna be finalizing the prediction. Don't worry about that part, we'll figure it out. So helper functions. We're gonna have one that resets the last winner, and that's all it's going to do. So it will be a public function, and obviously the owner has to call this function, and literally all it's going to do is it's going to say last winner equals address 0. Done. All right, next up we're going to have an is prediction over a function that literally just checks whether the current block timestamp is more than the prediction end time, meaning have we passed the end of the prediction, and will return true or false based on whether it's true or not. Now we're going to also have one that returns the pool amount, which is literally just the balance of this current address. And we're going to have one that helps us find the absolute difference between two numbers. So we're going to be passing in two ints, one of them x and y, and then we're going to see which one is bigger, or bigger than the other or larger than the other. And then if x is larger, then x minus y. If y is larger, then we're going to send back y minus x. So that's literally it. All right, so let's finalize the prediction. So we're going to have a finalized prediction function, which will take in the current price. Now, we'll need to make sure that the block timestamp has to have already when we finalize the prediction, the block timestamp has to have already passed the prediction end time. Otherwise, we will have to throw an error. And we also want to make sure that the betting is active at this point, because only active bettings can be deactivated, if you know what I'm saying. Now, we're just going to initialize a couple of values here. So just like in a regular sorting algorithm, we're going to create a closest prediction state, which is just going to be the first bet. Who cares? And then we're going to go to closest distance, and we're going to calculate it, and we're going to pass in the current price and the closest prediction in there, and we're also going to set the winner. Now, this is where the trick comes in, because this is where we're going to loop through all the bets, and we're going to update these closest prediction, closest distance, and winner based on whether the current distance or the current bet's distance is less than the current closest distance. So that's what we are doing here in this for loop, and then we're going to update the winner as well. You want to also make sure that the winner is always payable, because you cannot reset it later. You can, but there are like complications with that, which we don't want to go into right now. After that, we want to make sure that the pool is not empty, meaning at least there is one bet that has a valid value. Now after that, we'll also make sure that the winner is not just an address 0. And if those two are good to go, then we're going to transfer the pool's balance and everything in there to the winner. And then we're basically going to update the last winner and then just reset everything. So prediction start time, prediction end time, current price is betting active, and everything, we just go and reset it. And we're going to do the same thing with bettors as well, but we have to do it one by one. So we got to loop through that. And once that is done, we're just going to reset the bettor's array as well. And that is finalizing the prediction. Let's move on to the next step. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and deploy this contract. So let's take a look at what the first step will be. So let's go ahead and just connect to our Infura network, and the project should show up. If you don't have it, just sign into your Infura extension and you should be good to go. Now let's go ahead, deploy again with the extension, and then just select the girl network. That'll be the easiest, and I believe the only one that's still working. So let's see, what do we got? All right, so now it says that in line 91, there's a UIN instead of a UINT. So let's fix that. Should be good. Try again. Okay, now message value. Something's not okay there. Let's check it out. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, we got to put in ether. Let's try again. Now the current price is not okay on line 61. It would be a great idea if we defined it. So let's do that. Let's try again. Let's see if it finally works. And it looks like there's a weird error going on. So we actually took some time to figure it out. And basically on Infura, you shouldn't really put space in the project name because that could cause errors. So let's just remove the space, and then we should be good to go. Disconnect from it, reconnect, and you should be good. And now if you deploy again, it will go through and it will be perfect. So once you're done, there is your contract address. And if you see that, you're good to go. That's it. Let's move on. Okay, so if we're done deploying, we're going to go ahead and copy that address and then just paste it into our contract.js. So that way it is updated and we should be good to go. Now, one more thing what you want to do is go into your build contracts and then just copy the file over into your utils folder. That's your ABI. No need to worry about it. It just helps you interact with the contract itself. Okay, so let's start fetching those bets. So let's just go ahead and spin up our app. So this is how it looks like. Everything works. MetaMask wallet connects. Super nice. Changing wallets. Nice. Okay, let's go into our context. I have a couple of pre-made functions for you, so you can just go ahead and fill those out or fill out the blanks, and then you're good to go. So inside of fetch bets, there is a try catch function. It'll start working in there. So we're going to go ahead and pull in the contract using the create contract object function that we already imported for your convenience. So there it is. Super nice. It already uses the address that you just popped in there. So that's cool. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say bets equals await contract dot get bets. So we're already using the contract that we just freshly deployed. So that's nice. And we're going to say formatted bets, and we're going to loop through all the bets, and each bet, what we're going to return is we're just going to organize them into like objects. So we're going to get the address, the amount in a string, and we're going to get the bet amount. Because it's a big number, we'll have to format it into string so that we can convert it into ETH. Once we convert it into ETH, we'll need to convert it to a number so that we can fix it and make sure that it only has 2 decimals. So that's a little nasty. Just pause the video and then copy. And now we're going to update the use state. And we're just going to go ahead and console log it so that we can double check that it works. And inside our use effect that is getting fired every time is betting active is being changed, we're just going to fetch the bets, and that should be good. So let's take a look at how it looks like. So I'm going to open up my console, and there it is. There's the array that is empty. So that means the fetching works. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and fetch the owner and the pool. So let's go ahead and start filling that out. So usual, let's create the contract, and then the owner will be await contract.owner, and then we're going to go ahead and just update the use state. And then again, we're going to run that function every time the is betting active is being updated. We also want to go ahead and console log it. Let's go ahead, test it out. And there is the contract owner address, which is because it's my wallet because I just deployed it. All right, let's move on to the next step, which is fetch pool. It's going to be again, there's your function. Just import contract, and then pool will be contract that get pool amount. And then we're going to convert it to ETH and then update the price. So let's take a look at how that looks. Also, you want to fire it off in the use effect. And there should be your big number. There should be your amount. So with that said, we are pretty much good for this step. Okay, so now we're going to do a little bit of a complicated stuff. So there's this other use effect. So basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to run it every 3 seconds, and we're just going to check if the betting is over. So let's just do that real quick. So there's your function to check if the betting is over yet or not. And if it is, then we're going to go ahead and grab the is over from the is prediction over from the contract. And basically we're just going to go ahead and reset the timer, clear the timer, and we're going to go ahead and finalize the betting, stop everything where it's at, and grab the latest winner. That way we can start sending the money to the winner. So that should be pretty much good to go. However, if the betting is not over, that's the part that's being written right now, then we're going to go ahead and reload this same exact functionality again and come back to it again in 3 seconds. So that is pretty much all it is. Let's just add a couple of console logs just so we can make sure that everything is Gucci and we can see what's happening. So we're going to add checking status and all that stuff. And there it is. It shows up that we are checking the status. Now let's add one more thing. Which just let's just console log the is active. So we should see a bunch of falses every 3 seconds. And there it is. It shows up and it keeps updating. So with that said, let's move on. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and implement the start prediction. So usual, grab the contract from the usual place, and we're going to have another contract interaction. So we're going to call the start prediction function in there. So we're going to turn the coin price into weight. So we're going to attach basically 18 decimals and set the gas limit to 80,000. Now we're going to go for it and get the receipt. So the usual result.wait and console log that just to make sure the contract interaction went through. And every time we start the prediction, we want to go ahead and reset the last winner. So we're going to do that as well. So let's go ahead and test it out. And if you can see in a little bit, I just hit the start betting button and the contract interaction is going through and confirm. And now it's pending and it will finish in a little bit. So let's see, what do we got? And there you go. The betting right now is active. And basically, I'm not going to bore you with that, but I was sitting around there for 5 minutes. And as you can see, at the end, the betting is over. So that seems to be working as well. Let's go ahead and now enter the bet. Okay, so let's finalize the prediction right now. So what we're going to do is we're just going to call the contract function that we've already written. So we're going to say finalize betting or finalize prediction. And then we're going to have to pass in the current coin price so that the algorithm can decide who won and who didn't. And obviously in weight. So we're going to set the gas limit to 200,000. So that's good. And let's see, what do we got? So if everything is okay, the automation or the app should pop open our MetaMask. And as you can see, there it is. Now we're going to go ahead and hit confirm on it. And so now it's just going through and the funds will be transferred in a second. And we're going to see in the console how the betting is over. And there it is. Now it says false. So that means the betting is over. That only means one thing, that we have to now fetch the last winner. And so we're going to do that with the usual contract interaction. And we're going to say contract.lastWinner. That will fetch it for us. And then we're going to set it to the use state. So we're going to truncate it. So that way we don't see like the entire big address. We're just seeing like the important part, the beginning and the end. And we're going to run that function. And that should in theory go through. So let's go through the whole process again. So I'm going to go ahead and start a new betting, hit confirm on it, and it will get started in just a little bit. Now the betting is active, so that's good. Let's make some bets here. Now let's use a different account and make another bet, and let's see what happens. So you want to make sure that when you're testing it, your bet is different from two separate accounts. So that's something important to keep in mind. And now let's use the admin account again to finish the betting, and it will pop open automatically. We cut it out, but basically we set it out. And so there it is. The funds will be confirmed. If you can see, the funds are sent, and there it is in the middle. The last winner is being updated. So that is the app. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you make a lot of use. I hope you got a ton of value out of it. And with that said, I'll see you in the next one. Peace. In this video, you're going to be building Airbnb with Next.js. You're going to be using Solidity to build a contract, and we're going to be using Infura to build this app on the Ethereum blockchain. You will be able to list and rent out your property. You will also be using RainbowKit to connect your MetaMask wallet to the app itself. So without wasting any more time, let's go ahead and get started. As usual, we're going to be using our Clever Programmer CLI tool. And after you pass in your email, then your name, you're going to go ahead and just type in Solidity Airbnb or something along those lines, and it will show up. And then it will start installing everything, and we'll also open up Infura. So go ahead and just create a new key or sign up with them if you haven't done that already, and then just name your key Airbnb and then copy that key, because we're going to be needing that very soon. So at the very top you can see there's API key. Just go ahead, copy it, and then let's move on. In the meantime, our CLI tool will go ahead and open VS Code for your convenience, and you can just go ahead and get started. Now inside there you see there's a couple of files, and that's where we're going to be working. But before we go ahead and get started, just go ahead, open up the terminal. You can just hit Command J, and then check out if it runs or if everything is installed correctly. Just run yarn and then npm install just for safety, and then if everything is ready and good to go, you should be able to start this app up by typing in yarn dev, and this is what you will be able to see. So if you got to this point, good job. Let's move on to the next step. All right, so if you've seen that, just go back to your VS Code and now open up a new terminal, or you can just stop running the app and then just type in truffle in it. That will initiate your truffle project, which we'll be using throughout this project. So now go into your contracts folder and create an Airbnb.sol file. That's where we will be writing the contract itself. And under that, in migrations, a 01_deploy.js file will help you later in the build deploy the contract itself. So let's go ahead and create the instance of the Airbnb artifact, and then this deployer function will help you actually deploy this contract. So just type in module exports function deployer and then deployer.deploy Airbnb, and then you can just forget about this file for the rest of this build, because we're not going to be typing here anything else anymore, I believe. And one more setup thing that we need to do is just go into your truffle extension. If you haven't installed it already, it's available for free in the VS Code marketplace, and then just double check that under Infura service you actually do see Airbnb. If you do not, this is how you connect. Just hit connect, hit the three dots, hit connect to network, and then inside, and then just select Infura, and under that your projects will be listed, and then just select Airbnb. If your projects are not listed, you will need to sign in, but it's a piece of cake. And once you see Airbnb there, you are good to go, and we can go ahead and get started writing the contract. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the Solidity contract. So first things first, we're gonna have to specify the SPDX license identifier, which is going to be MIT in this case. It's an open source project. Then we're going to be specifying the Solidity version, which is 0.8.16. If you're on a different version, I recommend you switch to 0.8.16, otherwise there might be compatibility issues. Next up, we're going to start the contract, which is going to be an Airbnb, obviously, and we're going to have a couple of global variables in here. The first one is going to be owner, which is going to be a public address. Then we're going to have a counter, which is going to be a public number. And we're going to have rental IDs, which is going to be an array of numbers, again, public. Now we're going to set up the constructor here, and the counter is going to start at 0, and then the owner will always start at message sender. So with that, let's move on to property info struct. Now we're going to be setting that up right here. It's going to be a struct, as I said, and it's going to have a couple of things. So it will have an owner, it will have a guest, those are going to be addresses, and then it will have a name, obviously a string, a property address, which is again going to be a string, a description, again string, and an image URL, which we're going to be stored as a string here. And we're going to have a booking starts at, which is going to be a number. These are going to be dates, obviously, that are going to be a booking ends at. So this is what we're going to be checking later on. And we will have a price per day. And then of course we're going to have an ID and a boolean, which is going to be checking whether, or which is going to be storing whether the property is booked or not. Now next up, let's go ahead and set up an event, which is going to be called property listed. And it will have a couple of properties. So name, property address, description, and image URL. And then we're going to be also having the price per day, ID, and there's an error, which I'm not, okay, it's gone. So that's good. So that was probably a bug. And then we're going to have another event, which is going to be property booked event. And then we're going to be storing the ID, guest, number of days, price, and these properties in it. So these two are basically just console logging, but on the blockchain. So let's move on to mapping the properties. Now we're going to go ahead and create a mapping, and we're going to be mapping numbers to a property info. And this is going to be called public properties. All right, now let's go ahead and build the list property function. So first of all, we're going to have a couple of things that we're going to be passing in here: the name, property address, description, image URL, price per day. And so these will be the stuff that we will be using to run this function. This is going to be a public function, by the way. And we're going to go ahead and create a new property variable that is going to be local only. And we're going to be storing that in the properties array at the counter index. It will have a couple of, it will obviously have every single, and we're going to go ahead and assign values to each key. So we're going to say then the new property name equals name, and we go through the entire thing: description, image URL, price per day. The ID is going to be the counter. We're going to have the is booked. It starts with false, and then the booking starts at, and the ends at dates will be initially 0. The owner is going to be message sender, and then the guest is going to be address 0, which is just basically a plain 0x000 address that is just like an address 0. And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to be storing the counter. So that now that it exists, we're going to be storing it in the rental IDs array. So we're going to push it there. Now, this is an optional step, but since we created all the events, now let's go ahead and emit the property listed event and then pass in all the required arguments. So name, property address, description, image URL, price per day, and counter, and then increment the counter. Okay, it says the property listed event is an undeclared identifier. Oh, that's because I didn't call it, or I didn't name it properly initially. So let's just fix that. And that is pretty much this section. All right, now let's go ahead and test our newly written function. So what we're gonna do is, if you don't have it already, just install the Remix IDE extension and then set the compiler version to match the contract version, and then just hit run deploy, and then hit activate. Now that will pop this window open, and then try to connect to the blockchain, but there's a big chance that it cannot connect to it because we probably don't have Ganache running. So just open your Ganache, copy your RPC server port, and then you can obviously put in your Infura link as well. For development purposes, it's easier to just use Ganache for now, and then when you deploy it, you just deploy it using Infura. And so you just change the port And once you're good, just hit connect, and there are all your wallets and everything. So now just hit compile on the contract, and then you can go ahead and hit deploy as well. Now we'll flash a little bit, and then you will be good to go. You can call the counter, it should say 0, and then you just basically run through all the functions, try listing a property with whatever dummy data you want, and then see what's happening. Now, the one thing that I'll say though is if you try to put in the price in ETH or any kind of like non-whole number, like 0.001, that's not going to work. It can only work with integers. So what you want to do is go to this ethconverter.com website, and then whatever price you imagine in Ether, just convert it to weight and then put that number in there, and that should work. And now if you call the properties function, you should get back all the details, and that's pretty much it. All right, so let's go ahead and build now the book property function. So that will have a couple of arguments. So property ID, start date, end date, just pass those in. This will be a public payable function because there's going to be actual transaction that's going to be happening in this function. And so what we're going to do initially is we're going to calculate the number of days using this easy, nice little formula. And so what's going to happen is on the front end, we're going to be passing in end date and start date as milliseconds. So here we actually have to calculate that because that's how JavaScript works. And then here we just have to turn it into, actual days. So we're going to be let's see how much 1 day is in milliseconds, and that's the number right there, that 86.4 and a bunch of zeros. Pause it here, copy it over. I'm not going to say it out because I can't even count how much that is. All right, give me a break, I'm old. So just put it there, divided by whatever number comes out, and then after that, what we're going to do is, now that we have the number of days and we know based on the property ID how much this property costs per day, we're going to make sure that the user is sending enough ETH. So we're going to be using the properties map, or the properties mapping, to calculate that. So we're going to say number of days times the price per day for that specific property, and then that has to be less than the message value. So basically the amount of ETH that the user is sending. If not, we're going to have to reject it with a send more ETH or whatever error message. And then here we're going to say payable, properties, property ID owner. So basically all the ETH that is getting sent to the contract will be transferred over to the owner, and the entire thing. And then we're going to set the is booked element of the property, of the specific property, to true, so that others cannot book for the same period. And then we're going to save the start date and the end date, and then obviously the guest as well. And then we're going to go ahead and run the property booked event, and we're going to emit it. And that is basically the function. All right, so now that we've wrote this function, let's actually go ahead and test it. So the usual method, just open up the Remix ID extension, and then you're going to go ahead, rebuild and redeploy the same contract. And so you will see version 2 right there. So you can remove version 1, and there it is. And now what you want to do is, because it's a new, you will have to list the new properties. So just pop in whatever values you want to. Basically, you just want to have one property there. Just test that it still works. Nothing has broken. And now we're going to be testing the booking. So you will need 2 dates in like millisecond ISO format. And so here's the 8th. And so I'm just going to copy that. But you can just go to the same website and then use whatever dates you want to. Just put a start date and put an ending date there. And then if you just try to run this function right now, you should see an error. So that error is good, because we actually haven't sent any to this right now. So for now, just whatever value you want to pop in there, but you should technically be calculating how much it costs per day, and you just put in whatever value that you like, make sure that is more than the initial value or the price that you would need to pay, and then just hit call. And you should now see your wallet address at both the owner and the guest properties. And you should also see that the 10th argument, which is booked, that should be true. So with that said, if you see all those things, then you're good to go. Now let's go ahead and set up the wallet connection for our app. So we're going to be using WAGMI and RainbowKit and all these things with it. So let's or for it, let's go ahead and import rainbow-me slash RainbowKit slash style CSS, and then chains, configure chains, create client, and WAGMI config from WAGMI, and then get default wallets, RainbowKit provider, dark theme. Obviously you don't have to import dark theme, but it looks better, from rainbow-me slash RainbowKit, and then the Infura provider from WAGMI provider Infura. And later in the video I'll be fixing that typo, but that is actually providers with an S at the end, so plural. And then the same for JSON RPC provider, chains. And then okay, so let's go ahead and set up chains and the provider. So we're going to be using configure chains, and then just pop in a array of chain.girly and chain.localhost. So what we're going to be doing here is just all the different chains that this application will be able to connect to. And for each of them, there's going to be 2 providers that we're going to be setting up. So we're going to be using Infura to connect to Girly, and then we're going to be using Ganache to connect to the local chain. So for Infura, we need to pass in the Infura API key. I hope you still have it copied on your clipboard. And then the Infura provider will be treated with higher priority. So let's grab the API key again if you don't have it. So just copy that and then create an .env file, put it in there. And then just make sure that the names match up. So Infura underscore API key or whatever you want to, but you gotta make sure they line up between the app.js file and the env file. Otherwise there will be an error. And then for JSON RPC provider, you need to put in obviously priority number 2, but you can just skip that. And then you have to configure the RPC itself, because Infura comes with the RPC, but not with the API key. The JSON RPC provider is completely custom. So for RPC, just say chain and then HTTP 127.0.0.175.45. Basically, it's your localhost. And then just copy the link over from Ganache. And then we're going to create a connectors from get default wallets, and then you just configure it with whatever app name you want to, pass in chains, and then create a WAGMI client. And then just make sure the auto connect is true. That way the wallet will be connected automatically, and then pass in the connectors and the provider. Now you want to go down and wrap the component between the WAGMI config, passing client, and the WAGMI client, and then wrap RainbowKit provider around the component as well. And then that should be pretty much it. Now here's the fix that I was talking about. So just that's the error that's going to cause. So just make sure the Infura provider and the JSON RPC provider, you fix that, and then put in the plural, and that should be now good. And now if you go over into header, you will want to import connect button from RainbowKit, and then all the way at the bottom just render out connect button, and that should show up right now, and it should be working. So if you disconnect or whatever your wallet, now you will be able to connect and use the Rainbow library to connect your wallet to your app. So with that said, let's go ahead and move on. All right, so now let's go ahead and using the WAGMI library, we're gonna be saving the address of the user who connected their wallet. So we're going to import use account from WAGMI and then just extract address out of it, and that will take care of literally everything for us. And every time that address changes, we're going to want to run a use effect that makes sure that the address actually exists, meaning there's a wallet connected to the app, and then we're going to be saving that address in our set user address use state on the user address use state. Just to make sure it works, you can go ahead, console log it, and then you can run a couple of tests. There it is, there's my address connected, and then if you change it to a different wallet, it should update and show you a different address. Now next up, what you want to do is go ahead, create a new folder called utils, and inside there we will create a constants.js file. So in here we're going to be importing the contract data from airbnb.json, and don't worry about it, we haven't put it in here yet, so we're going to put it in just a second. And then we're going to import Web3 from the Web3 package. And now we're going to go ahead and save the address of the deployed instance of this application. However, we haven't deployed it yet, so let's go ahead and do that right now. Just go ahead and right click on your Airbnb.sol and click deploy. And then now you want to go ahead, select Gurley, because we're on the Gurley network, and use Infura. There's your link, so just double check that it's there. And using Infura, just go ahead and deploy this contract. And in a little bit, it should show up your freshly deployed, nice little warm and toasty contract address. So just pop that over there. And now you want to go ahead and export a create contract function. So all that's going to do is it will extract the Ethereum object from window. And then using that, it will create a new contract. So we'll say new web3.eth.contract and then pass in the API and then the address. So now let's actually put in the API in the same folder. So inside of build/contracts, there's the Airbnb.json file. That's the API. So we just want to go ahead, copy that and then paste it into utils. And there it is. Now you will be able to import it. Now there's one thing that was supposed to be there, but for some reason got deleted, as a modal styles will be, it's not really a blockchain related stuff, but it's just some styles that got deleted. So just copy whatever I'm typing there. So it'll be modal styles and then content, 300 pixels height and then 400 pixels wide, margin auto, margin top 150 pixels, and then display flex. And then for overlay, it'll be a 000 and then 0.7 RGBA. That's whatever. That's fine. Just copy that and then you should be. And now what you're going to do is go back into your use Airbnb.js file and then import the create contract function that we just created in constants.js. And right here in the use effect, you want to set the contract and then put the create contract function in there. Just make sure you put the open and closing brackets there so that it actually runs. And so with that said, that should be good. All right, let's go ahead and fetch all the properties. None of them are going to show up because we don't have any, but let's still do it. So we're going to have a function, get properties is going to be an async function because we are handling blockchain stuff. And in there, we're going to have a try catch. If it goes on error, we're just going to console log it, and I'm going to have to worry about error handling for now. And in the try, we're going to have a number of properties, which is basically just going to fetch the counter from the contract. So you can go back and check what that does, but basically it's just a number that counts how many properties we have. And so once that's done, we're going to go ahead and set the properties use state to an empty array. You will see in a little bit why. And so what we're going to do is now we're going to loop through all of the properties, but the way we're going to be doing it is we're going to have to fetch individually each and every single apartment. So what we're going to do is go from index 0 all the way to a number of props, and we're going to call the contract that methods properties. We're going to basically fetch from the mapping every single property, and whatever we get back, we're going to need to format it because the blockchain sends back a bunch of random stuff with the useful information. So we're going to have ID, name, we're going to have description, we're going to have price per day, we're going to have is booked, and we're going to have address, I believe. And you will later see it, but I forgot to import IMG URL. So go back, copy that from the contract, and then just paste it here. It will save you a little bit of a headache later, but I'll show you that anyways. And now what you want to do is append the formatted property to the current state of the property's use state. Now what you want to do is create a use effect that runs every time the contract changes, and then that use effect will run the get properties function. So every time a new contract is loaded up, we will be fetching all the properties that are, and then go ahead, console log it, and if you get a empty array, good job. Now let's go ahead and implement the add listing function so we don't just get an empty array. So we're going to say const add listing equals, it will be an async function, and we'll need to pass in name, property address, description, image URL, price per day to it. And what we're going to do is, obviously, if the contract exists, we're going to have a try catch, and we will be calling the contracts methods list property function, and then passing everything that so name, property address, description, image URL, and price per day. And then we're going to be sending that from the address that is logged in to the app. For gas, we can just pass in like 3 million and then gas limit null, and then just go from there. Once we added a new property, you want to refresh the properties. So just run get properties function. And to be able to use this function outside of this hook, you will want to go ahead and export that or return it. So let's see if it works. So I'm just gonna click it, and something seems off. So let's see what's up with onCreate. It seems like it's not defined. Let's define it. So inside of new listing form.js, let's create that function. And you want to prevent default so that the page doesn't reload itself. And then what we're going to do is we're going to calculate how much the price per day is in weight, because if you remember, the contract only works with weight. So we can use the Web3 library to do that. So Web3.toWeigh, and then pass in price per day, and then the original type is ether. And so after that, you can just run add listing, pass in everything that it requires, and now with the newly calculated price in weight. And now that should be good to go. So now it should work. So let's just test it. Just some dummy data, upload an image. Perfect. And let's go pay for it. And as you can see, now it was successful. I'm gonna refresh, and it looks like the address is not defined. So let's see what's happening with that. Listing item, we need an address. Oh yeah, we gotta import it. So let's just do that real quick, and then destructure from user BMB. Okay, that looks good. And now it looks like the image is not loading for whatever reason, and it says the source is missing. However, the source is clearly there, so that can only mean one thing, and that means that when we are pulling in from the contract, we're not actually destructuring it. So we just confirm that with a console log. So let's actually do that. This is what I was talking about. So just put it there, fetch the image URL, and that should solve the issue. Now it shows up twice, but if you refresh it, it will only show up once, and the app is good to go. Now we only have to book the property, and we are ready with this app. Okay, so the very last thing now that we need to do is being able to book the property. So let's go ahead and go through that, and we're done with this build. So in the user BNB, we're going to create a new function that we'll call book property, and it will be an async function with the arguments ID, start at, and end at. So first we're going to check if we have a contract and everything's ready to go on the blockchain side, and then we're going to be running a try catch just to keep things safe. Now we're going to have to check what the due price is, and we're going to be using the contract for it. However, we haven't made that function on the contract end. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So let's go in there, and in Airbnb SOL, we're going to create a new function, get due price, and we're going to pass in 3 arguments: ID, start date, and end date. It will be a public view function that will return a number. So first what we're going to do is we'll get the property from the properties mapping using the ID. Then we're going to calculate how many days the guest would like to stay using the same exact function formula that we already used. And we're going to be returning the number of days time the price per day. So basically the total due price. That's all the function will do. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and redeploy this function. The reason is every time you change something on the blockchain, you will have to redeploy it. So that comes with having to update the contract address and the ABI as well. So go back into your instance.js in the utils, and then just update the address const. And now we're going to go ahead, remove the original Airbnb JSON, and then replace it with the new ABI. So once all that is done, we will have the due price. And now what we're going to do is using the book property function in the user BNB hook, we're going to go ahead and book it. We pass in all the required data. So from user address and then value due price, because now we have it. So that way there will be no overpayment, underpayment, no errors there. And pass in the required gas limits. And then once you book the property, you want to refresh the page. So just run get properties and you should be good to go. And here are the start date, end date, use states, and everything that is being run in the booking model is just to show that this is how the other side of the app works. All right, let's go ahead and now test it. So we're going to add a new listing just like we did last time. So all right, let's get all of it done. And as you can see, it shows up perfectly. And now let's go ahead and book it. And let's see what happens. So this is a perfect nice little modal. So let's just book 3 days and hit confirm. And it looks like book property is not a function and it doesn't exist. And that is likely because we haven't exported it from the hook. Let's go try it again. And now it seems like it's going through and contract interaction is pending. As you can see, the moment it's done pending, and you refresh the page, the property will be unavailable. So that is it. That is the app. Now go ahead and feel free to build on top of it, add new features to it. And with that said, thank you so much for watching. See you in the next one.
In this video, you're going to be building Instagram Web 3.0 dApp using Infura on the Ethereum blockchain. You're going to be able to upload images, create posts on the blockchain, and verify them using Etherscan. And other users will be able to come over, retrieve, and view those images, and kind of OnlyFans style, they will be able to tip you. So with that said, let's go ahead and jump straight into the build.
All right, let's go ahead and get started building the Instagram clone. So as usual, step number 1 is always going to be using our custom-made Clever Programmer CLI tool. Well, obviously without the quote, that would be helpful. So pop in your name and email, obviously in the other order. And then you can just start typing Instagram and it will show up right there. And as you can see, it literally just opened up Infura. Go ahead, accept that. And if you don't have an account yet, you can go ahead and sign up right here. I'm already logged in, so I'm just gonna go ahead and click dashboard. But once you sign in, this is basically the screen that's going to greet you. And here you can see I have a couple of projects from before, but we're not going to be using that now. So you can go ahead and in the top right corner, go ahead and generate new key. You want to select Web3 API, which says formerly Ethereum, because Infura now is supporting a bunch of random chains. So I don't even know how many chains they do support, but you'll see inside. So I'm just going to type in Instagram and then hit create. And then, yeah, these are all the chains they support. Infura is jacked. This is the key that you're going to be needing. So go ahead and copy that. You can just press that and then we'll say copy them point. And we'll actually wait a little bit until the CLI tool finishes setting up our project. And once we're there, we're going to continue. Now, once you see opening VS Code and ready, and actually it opened up on my other screen, but here it is, the Instagram clone starter files and everything. And you can go ahead and double check that all the node modules are installed. So like you should see it here and then you should see it there. And that should be basically pretty much enough to go with. Let's go ahead and spin this application up. So what I'm going to do is use the built-in terminal in here. And I'm going to use that to CD into, without the caps lock, CD into my next app. And then once I'm in there, I can just go ahead and type in yarn dev. And as usual, our next application is up and running. I'm going to need a Chrome for that. Let's go ahead and grab that Chrome. And I'm going to put it right here. Little window management there. And let's go ahead and just type in localhost. Anyways, here's the Instagram clone, and this is what we're going to be using to build on top of. And with that said, let's go ahead and get started building the contract. All right, now let's go ahead and get started setting up all the Ethereum related stuff. Wait, let's just put a contract on the Ethereum blockchain. And to do that, we're going to use truffle. So I'm just gonna type in truffle in it. Oh, actually I shouldn't have done that. All right, cut all of it. Like the video is starting now. Actually, it's starting now. All right, let's go ahead and just build this contract and get everything onto the Ethereum blockchain. So what I'm gonna do is just create a brand new folder in here. I'm just gonna type in truffle app. And then using my terminal, I'm gonna go into truffle app and then just type in truffle init. No need to force. No need to force it. So that should be taking care of it pretty soon. All right, back to folder creation. So now that I have my new folder, wait, Jesus. All right, so let's go ahead and add a new folder, which I'm just gonna call truffle app. And using my terminal, I'm just gonna go in there and you can go ahead and set up a brand new truffle project that will be very easy to deploy onto the blockchain using truffle. So we're gonna type in truffle in its space period, and that should be a pretty fast thing to do. Now, there's a few things that we're going to be doing. So step number one, go into your migrations folder. So don't worry about that file, you won't have it. And in your migrations folder, you want to add a new file that we'll call 01_deploy.js. And actually, before we set that up, one more thing I like to do is just get started with the contract. So what you can type in is truffle create and then just say Instagram like that. And that'll like basically just create a new Solidity file with all the basic stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in for you, making it nice and big. That's what she said. So now that that's out of the way, we can go into our deploy file and we'll need to import that same contract that we just created. So const Instagram equals, and instead of like regular require, we're gonna use artifacts require, and we're gonna go ahead and say module exports and export the deployer itself. We're not gonna be using this for a little bit. This is just to set the contract up to be able to deploy, and it's such a quick thing that I figured like I'll do it now. And usually I forget it if I do it after I finish the contract. So I just wanted to get it out of the way. And now let's go. We're actually going to start typing Solidity code. So before we do anything, what we're really going to do is update the version of the Solidity, or update the Solidity version we're going to be using. And that's going to be 0.8.17. That is currently the latest one at the time of shooting, which you can see September 29, 9 a.m. or like almost 10 at this point. And we're actually not going to use the constructor at all. However, what we're going to have is we're going to have a struct, which you should just think about it as like an object. So we're going to have image objects that we'll have to predefine, and they will have an ID. They will have an image URL, which we're just going to call URL. Then obviously they will have a caption, and they will have, and because this Instagram will actually allow users to tip each other, we'll actually store the total tipped amount basically there. And then you also, which obviously shouldn't really be a string, it should be a UN256, so I don't know what I did there. But then you want to have an author that's going to be payable, because the contract will actually figure out all the tip transferring things. So like, it will act as like a Stripe sort of thing. It's going to be a payment processor as well. And so we're just going to call it author. And then I like to create an array of addresses of all the tippers. So tipper addresses like that. And so that will be our image. Okay, that error just went away, so that's cool. And there's gonna be a few more things that we're gonna be setting up. So we're gonna have a UN, which will be a public number, and that's gonna literally take care of the amount. It's just going to count how many images we have. So it's just gonna be an index, and that's what we're going to implement and use it as ID later on. Turn compiler, dude. And so one more thing we're going to be adding is a mapping. And that mapping is, all it's going to do is we'll be able to fetch individual images using this mapping. So we're going to have the ID that we're going to map to an image, which will be a public variable. And you should just think about it as like a tuple or some sort. So this mapping will look like that. And we're gonna have two more events that we're gonna get started with. And so event number one is gonna be image created, that we obviously going to fire off when we create an image. So you wanna have an ID for that. You wanna have the URL in there. You wanna have the caption, string caption like that. And you wanna have the address payable, and it's going to be the author. So that's basically all it is to it. Actually, you should break the lines, unlike me. I'm not entirely sure why is that thinking that there is some sort of trailing comma there, but clearly not a trailing comma. Now that's a trailing comma. Now that's it. All right, whatever. We're gonna leave it. It's gonna figure itself out. I don't care. We're gonna figure it out. And then we're gonna have an image tipped variable, which will have another uint ID, which image was specifically tipped. You wanna put the URL there, so whoever is looking at Etherscan is going to see that, okay, this is the actual image. You wanna have the caption, you wanna have the current tip that was actually awarded to, you wanna have the current tip stored, which like you can literally see the current person, how much the current person have actually donated to that author. And then I'm gonna have the total tipped, and then we can just put the address payable once again. So like that. And so break those lines again. All right, let it figure itself out. I don't really know what is happening. Oh, it says, okay, expected. That guy, semicolon, and yeah, that's actually something that I keep messing. I keep forgetting to put semicolons, but in Solidity, you cannot get away with it. You have to be organized. You gotta do all this. And by the way, usually this is the point where I go ahead and get started with the remix ID, but we're just gonna go through this whole thing fast today. This is a little more advanced compared to all the other builds, so we're just gonna have them. You can just check out our channel, and there's a couple other videos right before this one that was again taught by me, and that will give you a full breakdown of every single line that we covered just here. But basically what you will do what you would be able to do if we were to test everything out is just get back completely empty values. We're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead, actually cut this whole thing out. Like after the semicolon thing, let's just cut this out. Like there's no reason to. All right, so before we test this contract out, what you want to do is we should just create an upload image function, which will be public, and we'll have to pass in two things for that. String memory. And by the way, this is just some random Solidity thing. Like sometimes you need memory for strings, but sometimes you don't. And there's no explanation for that, or at least I haven't found any. But yeah, so usually when we are declaring stuff, you don't need to use memory, but everywhere else you do, but you only need to use it with strings. So that's some interesting thing. And so we're gonna pass in two strings from the memory or something. One of them is going to be underscore image URL, and the other one is going to be underscore caption. And so this is going to be a public function, meaning anyone or any user can actually go ahead and invoke this function or use this function. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna need to make sure that the person who is trying to our Instagram app is actually in fact a real user and not just some random. Got that. Fuck. Why is my dude? Ever since Microsoft is doing anything, they just fuck shit up. Like, why can't I turn my Copilot off? All right, disable. Reload. Obviously. All right, so before we actually type up the functionality of this, before we actually finish up the function, we're gonna make sure that the person who's trying to upload an image is in fact a real person, because you could come in with a dummy or like a fake wallet, and that's not what we want to do. So we want to prevent that any kind of like random address would be able to. We want to prevent any kind of random address to interact with our contract. And if that would happen, we can just say invalid wallet address.
So we actually need the user to have a valid Ethereum wallet. So that's the only thing that this thing is doing here. Now, you want to go ahead and increment image count straight away. Because if you start with 0, that will have a bunch of baked in zeros and whatever like starter fee or like initialized values that we're not want to use, and we don't want to have that on our front end. So we're going to start with the index of number 1, which I know is a little weird because if you're a programmer, you start counting from 0. And so once we incremented it, we want to save that into the mapping that we just created. So we want to say images, image count, which in turn we have right here. So images, image count, we're going to pass in the ID itself, and you want to create an image struct in there. And so we're gonna start mapping all these values. So I'm just gonna go ahead, copy it down here just so we can see it and put them there. So we can map them one by one. So you're gonna make sure that all these values actually map to the values that you are storing inside of the mapping. So initially you wanna store or to start up with, so the first value is going to be the ID. So what's the ID? It's image count. The second value is going to be our URL. So that's something that we pass in. So we're just going to use that. And we're going to have the caption. And then we're going to total tip starting out, obviously, is going to be 0. And the address payable author. So basically the person who is going to be the owner or the author of this post is the message sender, the person who is uploading the. So we're just going to say payable, and because we want to make sure that later on we can transfer funds to this account. And so we just pass in message sender, and then you want to create a new address array that is empty. And that's how you do that in Solidity. Forgot the comma. There you go. And as you can see, you gotta correctly position all of your variables that you keep passing in to make sure they are good with the struct you defined earlier on. Now, I forgot the semicolon once again, not surprising. And then there's one more function that we're gonna go ahead and create right now, and that's going to be tip image owner. And so we're gonna pass in a UN256, which is just going to be the image ID. And it's going to be once again a public. However, this one is going to be payable, meaning that this actually will process payments. This will charge users and then transfer money. So that's all that literally does. So before you do any kind of like guard clauses or anything, we'll have to create a local instance of the image the user is trying to tip. So we're going to fetch that from the images mapping. And then we're going to pass an ID, and that way this will contain the local instance of that image that is being tipped at the moment. Now, guard clauses. There's a couple of them. So you want to make sure that the tip amount. So you want to make sure that the ID that is being passed in is greater than 0. You cannot tip on the 0th or like first image, because that only has dummy data in it that has a null address, so that's going to cause errors. So you want to make sure the ID is not 0, it's greater than 0. Now you also want to make sure that the ID, why did I do a line break? But the ID has to be smaller or equal to than the image count. Actually, I shouldn't allow equal sign there. And so this is how our first guard clause will look like. The second one is going to make sure that whoever is tipping is actually tipping more than 0. So it's going to be messaged that value has to be greater than 0. So maybe I should write that. And then you can just put in whatever error message here. So a tip must be greater than 0. And then let's add an error message here too. Invalid image ID. Like that. Put the semicolon out because otherwise the error is not going to go anywhere. And then you also want to make sure that the person who is tipping, I almost said the person who's tripping. So the person who's tripping is not the same as the author. And so that's why we created the local instance here before we even started with the guard clauses. So message sender cannot equal to underscore image author. All right, that I think is pretty self-explanatory. Like you would just burn gas for no apparent reason, but maybe someone wants to do that. So I don't know. Not in this app though. So you want to put in an error message, which is going to be owner cannot tip their own image. Put that semicolon out. Call it a day. There's your guard clauses. That's basically going to make sure that whatever kind of transaction is going to come through is going to be valid. Now, before you do anything, before you do any of the administrative stuff, you want to make sure that the owner actually does get the funds intended to be sent. So straight away, transfer the message.value. And right after that, we're gonna go ahead and start documenting this entire situation that was happening. So we're gonna need to increase the total tipped. So we're gonna say plus equals mess value. And that basically means it means the same as it does in JavaScript. It takes the current value, adds the new value to it, and then saves it back to the original. Now, you also want to make sure that we save everything to the mapping itself. So we'll have to save this newly, freshly updated total tip amount back to our mapping. So image ID is going to be the local. Is going to equal to the local image instance that we just modified. Now, you might be wondering like why we even created these events here. Let's go ahead and actually emit them right now, and we're going to be using that. I forgot them, to be honest, up here. So we're gonna do them both, but that you can completely skip on them. You can like literally remove these. It's just like a nice touch to use these events. And basically what it will do is later on like Etherscan and whatever, you'll be able to see a more humanly readable version of what actually happened, and you don't have to figure out by transaction ID and whatever kind of stuff, because that would literally make it impossible. This way, there are like some sort of data, like you think of it, actually, you know what? Think of it as console logging, but like for the blockchain. And that should pretty much explain itself, like why it's important. But once again, if you don't want to, you don't have to. It's just something that I think is pretty important. All right, so you're gonna save the ID, and once again, you want to map the values that you're passing into whatever you define up there. So you need ID, you need the URL. So I'm just gonna try to position the screen like that. So we're gonna say image.url, then you want to go and say image.caption. You want to say image total tipped message.value, which is going to equal to the current tip. So actually that should be like before the total tip. What just happened there? So put message.value there, and then say image.total tip, and then you want to say image author. Let's just double check. We got ID, we got URL, caption, current tip, total tip, and then the author. Nice. All right, cool. There you got indentation, whatever, line breaking, everything prettier clicked in. Perfect. All right, next up, let's go ahead. Let's actually emit the other event as well, which I forgot. Oops. So that's going to be image created, and yeah, that basically just went right through it. So we got ID, we got URL, we got caption, and author. Now that's interesting. So we're gonna need to update those. And I'm just gonna pass in everything that we passed in there. That was like an interesting, okay. And finally, let's go ahead and emit image created, which has all these 4 items, and my autocomplete is doing weird stuff. So I'm just gonna go, oh, it's just prompting me to jump through them. Thank you. So we got image URL, you gotta pass in the caption, which is gonna be underscore caption, and then you wanna pass in the payable message sender. That should technically take care of it. There's a comma missing there, semicolon, good. And that is basically it. That's your contract. We're gonna go ahead and test it out, test everything out, go ahead, deploy it, and then just finish out the app real fast. All right, now let's go ahead and test out this contract that we just built.
And let's go ahead and deploy it. As you probably have seen in a couple other videos, we are using Remix IDE, which is pretty cool because they have this extension for VS Code. So you want to go ahead, download it if you haven't done that already. And if you did, that's your icon. Go ahead, open it up. I'm going to set the compiler version to 0817 and then activate the tab. All right, let's see what it does. And once again, if you haven't seen any other tutorials, this might be new, but we are going to be using Ganache as our local blockchain. So basically to get it, you can just go to trufflesuite.com/Ganache, download it right here, and then you can go ahead, install, and then basically this is what we will get. If you're new to this, just hit quick start when it prompts you, and then you're going to be seeing a screen like this. I'm just going to go ahead, quick connect, and then moving on, let's just straight away compile this contract. Let's see if there are any errors in there. Seems like everything is good to go, as you can see it right here. And let's deploy it. Let's see what could happen. Oh, let me deploy it again, cut it. And let's deploy it. Let's see what could go wrong. So we got a few things over here. We got image count, which currently when you hit call, it says 0. Let's see images. Let's see what do we got there. Yeah, this is the base data that I was talking about, and this is what we're not going to render on the front end. But let's go ahead and now add a new image. I'm just going to use dummy data as usual because these are like literal actual strings. So wait, where it is? So here I'm not gonna put in like a real URL, but you can do it if you want to. So I'm just gonna say URL in here, and then caption here, or actually my image URL and my image caption. And let's go ahead and hit transact. Let's see what happens. All right, all kinds of gaslighting. That's perfect. And let's see, what do we got? We're gonna go ahead and grab the number 1 image. And as you can see it, we are returning everything perfectly. There is the URL, the caption, total tip, perfect. All right, let's go ahead and tip. And we're gonna add the value of, I don't know, let's just put in like some bold numbers, like 2 ETH, 20 ETH. Oh, and you wanna make sure it's set to Ether, otherwise it's gonna go in the way. You also have to change the wallet you're using. So what we're expecting is from this wallet to this wallet, 20 ETH goes or gets transferred basically. So I expect this to go down by 20 ETH, and I expect this to go up by 20 ETH. So I expect this to be at 86 ETH and this to be 68, basically a value change. Actually, that's a little weird. So I'm just gonna go with 15. All right, so a new one, I expect the upper one to go down to 53 and the lower, wait, no, go up, go up to 83, and the lower one, I expect it to go down to 73. All right, let's see if that goes through or not. And let's hit transact. And there you go. It just went through. So yeah, that apparently worked in terms of transaction. And if we call on it again, then you can see the total tip. There's this big old number that starts with a 15. The reason for that is in Ethereum land and in Solidity, as I've said it a couple of times, you always have to operate within Way, or like in Way. It's like instead of paying dollars, you would have to pay it in pennies. Let's convert that Way to Ether converter. Oh, there it is. And I'll just paste it in, and there you go. Now you can see it's 15 Ether. That seems pretty promising. There's nothing really much to talk about here, so I'm just going to go ahead and close it. That was the testing, and now let's go ahead and deploy. All right, now with all that done, the only thing really left is to deploy. So once again, we're going to be using Truffle for that this time. And here it is. This is your extension you want to go ahead and download, and then there's your icon that it's going to produce once it's downloaded. Yeah, let it just set itself up, and this is not going to be here for you if it's your first time, but you can just go ahead, hit connect network, and then hit Ganache, paste in basically this RPC server link. So there's that. And then for Infura, I have the wrong project connected. So I'm going to go ahead and select Infura there. And because I already authenticated myself with Infura, it already fetched all the projects that I have. So I'm just going to go ahead and select Instagram. However, if it's your first time, there's probably, there's probably a little pop-up window right here. Hit sign up right there. That'll open up Infura, and then you're good to go. Now, Truffle. So now what we're going to do next up is we're going to go ahead and right-click on Instagram Solidity. And let's see what the terminal says back to us. I'm just going to make it big. That's what she said. So it says everything is up to date. I don't really like that because that usually means that in the build folder, there's no ABI, which we definitely do need. While it's still here in artifacts, it's formatted a little differently. So I'm just going to go ahead and cd Truffle app and then Truffle build. So that's basically going to get it done anyways. Whoops. Okay, so it says Pragma Solidity is no bueno. That's probably because my compiler version is not correct. So that's something you want to make sure that is correct. Let's go ahead, hit 17. Actually, let me just search for it in here. So you want to search for compiler and then using remote version. Yeah, so that basically should take care of it. Now, one more place where it could go wrong is the truffle config file. Where, oh yeah, there you go. Where the version is 0.8.16. So let's fix that. And probably the reason for that is it is best to go live with one version just below the latest one. It's because everything is so new and so early. But we're gonna go with the latest. It's just like living carelessly. So let's go ahead and say truffle. Was it compile? I think so. There you go. Okay. What is truffle build? Okay, so as you can see, there are two ways to compile as of right now. However, when you use truffle build, this is just a PA, so feel free to skip it. Oh, this is just a PSA, so feel free to skip it. But in the sixth, basically version 6 of truffle build will be deprecated. The more you know. All right, so we got the API. Now we're gonna go ahead and copy it into utils. Right there, so it's nice. So there's your new Instagram.json file. And right before we actually move anywhere further, I just want to go ahead and set up our front end to be able to interact with this. Oh, jeez, skip that, cut that. And so with that done, it is time to go ahead and finally actually deploy it. So if you don't have anything connected, if it's your first time and you haven't worked with Infura before, I cut that too. So I'm just gonna go ahead, right click on it, and then just go ahead and deploy it to my ganache. So that's this guy over here. Let's see what happens there. Looking good. All right, finish running. And whenever it says the config file has incorrect format, just skip it. It's being too sensitive. I don't know why that's happening, but there's no problem there. Finish running, deploy succeeded. This is your contract address you want to go ahead and copy. So save that. And not even in your truffle config, you want to go into a constants file and paste it right into address. The reason we are using this instead of the one we're going to be deploying to the testnet is local is always faster, especially in blockchain world, 10 times more true. But we're not going to stop right there. We are definitely deploying it to a testnet as well. So right click on Instagram again, and just type in girly and truffle configuration file not found. That's not true. So sometimes if your truffle app is in a separate folder, sometimes this extension sees that as an error or something. So in those cases, you can just go back into your terminal and then cd into that folder, cd into your truffle app, type in code space period, and that'll open up a new VS Code inside of that folder. So in this case, let's just do that. No hard feelings. Deploy the contract. Let's see what's going to happen. Yup, there you go. There's your value. And If it's your first time, you're going to want to use the paste mnemonic and then go into your Chrome, click MetaMask where you already have an account that is connected that has Gurley ETH in it. So you can find faucets for that on the internet anywhere basically. Hit settings, go into security and privacy, and then under your reveal secret recovery phrase, you will have those 12 words that you shouldn't share with anyone. After you got that, oh, I didn't mean to do that. After you say that, that window that I just popped up will pop up as well once you pasted it there. And then you can just save this file somewhere so you will have it just like I do. So let's do it once again. And once you saved it, it's going to be showing up right there. And then once you hit that, it's going to go through the whole deployment process again. Now, it'll be loading for a little bit and you will need to install from this notification thing. So you just want to click that and then install that dependency, and then you should be good to go. All right, after a quick coffee break, we just got our contract address. So copy that, and then you can literally close this window. It's just something unique, and then you can paste it right up above here. And what I like to do is type in the exact same, and then just paste it right there. And after that, you can type in Gurley so that you know later on that's your Gurley deployment. And then after this, you can just say either local or ganache or whatever you want. But basically, this will allow you to switch between the two really easily. Or if you were to deploy it, your front end to somewhere, you can somewhere that has a local and a online environment handling. You can put these in as environment variables for these separate. For now, it's good for us. We can get 99% of everything done just like this. And so with that, our contract is deployed and it's time to connect our wallets to the application. Okay, let's go ahead and connect that wallet right here. Now, there's a few things that we're going to be importing for that. So as follows, we need chain, configure, chains, create, client, and from which you already have installed, so don't worry about that. Then we're gonna need the styles for Rainbow. So import, and styles.css, and then a bunch of things from Rainbow. So we're gonna get default wallets, like there. We need Rainbow Kit provider and dark theme. And all this is coming from that thing right there. Now, two more stuff is Infura provider, not that, not from there. Wagme / provider / and then I'm just gonna duplicate this line and change this to JSON RPC. And this is gonna be JSON RPC provider, like that. Now, few things that we're going to need to configure. We're going to need chains, and we're going to need provider, and all this is going to come from after we destructured them from configure chains, and these are going to be two arrays. All right, so first one, chain. These are going to be the chains, and these are going to be chain.Gurley and chain.localhost, just like that. And then we're going to need the provider. Now, there's going to be two providers that we already set up. So first of all, we're going to need to set the priority to 1, meaning Infura will be used as our main provider. And we're going to need to provide an API key for it, which I believe I said we we're going to set it up, but then we never set it up actually. So it's going to be coming from process environment .infura _API key. And so the way you do it is by going here, and then I think I said you should copy this link and we're going to need it. So yeah, now this is the time where we're going to need it. So in your next step, just create a new file and name it .env.local. And then in there, Infura _API key. And that's where the value of it is going to go. Now you will have to restart your server. So let's just do that real quick. And now that way it's all loaded in and all ready to go. Now option 2 because local isn't really provided by Infura. It's on Ganache. We're gonna have to custom add the new RPC server. So before we do that, priority 2, and then we're gonna have RPC, and we're going to define the chain that uses the RPC. And there we go. Now, for this, we probably already went through it once, but here it is. You're gonna need that link. So copy that guy and paste it there. And that should be good to go. So why are we importing it twice? Wait. Oh, it needs to be lowercase, so like that. All right, so that should technically take care of a lot of things here. All right, and we're gonna see it in action in just a second. Just first create the connectors. This is like a bunch of boilerplate code that just makes it super easy to work with Rainbow, and later on you're gonna understand why we're doing all this. So app name, and it's gonna say, and we're just gonna pass in all the chains. So this here we created the chains themselves, and then here we're gonna pass it in, and this is what makes the chain selector. This is going to config. This is going to create the chain selector. So that's what's happening there. And then we're gonna do one more thing. It's gonna be wag config, and you guessed it, it's not coming from wag config. It's gonna be create client, and you must enable auto connect so that any user coming in don't have to keep connecting their wallets all the time. And then you want to pass in your connectors, and you want to pass in the provider you created. Now, a few things that we're going to need to do now. We're going to have to wrap the entire app with this so that the entire MetaMask energy is just flowing through our app. So, wagme config, and then you're going to say client, and that's going to be the wagme config that we just created, like that, without typos. Paste it, and then wrap it around the app. And then next up, you're gonna have a Rainbow kit provider, which will need the chains. So pass that in. And then a theme, which will be dark theme, make that a function. And then you can enable cool mode. It's just a nice little animation that I really like, so I usually enable it. So that's basically it in terms of, let's see, what do we got? Chains.map is not a function. Oh, because you have to pass in all of them. So like I was passing in this guy, but in reality, you gotta pass in this guy with a plural. And that should have solved it. So let's just double check, refresh. Okay, we're good to go there. And now if you go into your header and like somewhere here, you import connect button, and then place that button connection button, and then place that button connection right after this A outline thingy, like that. That should give you that exact account, that exact button. And because my MetaMask is already connected and auto connect is enabled, that's what's showing up. But there you go. That's what you will see probably if you haven't connected it to this application yet. There you go. There's MetaMask. And then I'm gonna hit connect once again, and that's it. That's basically it. And then here are all the chains, and these are the wrong chains, so that's weird. That honestly is probably because this Infura API key doesn't resolve itself. So let's try again one more time. And if I refresh, okay, that's still not working. Oh, once again, I passed in the wrong chain here. Yeah, it's pretty easy to mess up. So just want to make sure like you use chain in the singular when you import it, and then when you create the array of chains. But then from that point on, you will want to use it as a plural. So from that, you will need those. And so you will have to pass in with the plural. And there you go. Now it's fixed and it's dark mode, and you saw the cool mode, how it like the little sprinkle animation. So that's it for connecting the wallet. And now it's time for the functionality. All right, now with that all done, it is time we go ahead and set up our context that will literally take care of all kinds of blockchain connection. I'm gonna close all these random folders and I'm just gonna go ahead and create a context folder in which we're gonna have a context.js file. Now, this is where all the magic is gonna happen. And so let's go ahead and import create context, use context, try to make no typos in there, use state, and use effect. Weird auto completion. All right, all this is coming from React. And then we're gonna need to import create contract, which is not directly tied to the context itself, but we're gonna be using this later and I'll just forget to import it. So we're just gonna do it now. It's just easier for everybody, trust me. And then we're on the same note, we're gonna import use account from WAGMI. And then we're gonna import truncate if address from truncate that dash address. Now you also wanna import toast because it's a toasty app. Yeah, from React Toastify, just like that. And then you also want to import Web3 from Web3. All right, all this is nice and cool, but let's actually create the context once finally. So we're going to create app context using the create context thing that we just imported. And then we're going to need to create an app provider, which will take in children. And no, there's going to be no children sex trafficking or any of that stuff. Chill. Now we're going to have a return clause in there. Return clause in there, just like that. Open close brands app and app context dot provider value. Put two objects there because one of them is going to indicate that this is JavaScript and the other one is going to indicate that this is actually factually, in fact, a object. And then in between, there goes the children with an N at the end. All right. And then we're going to make a hook out of it because that's useful. So we're going to say use app context, contact like that, open close, create that function, and we're going to return use context and pass in app context. What? So you might be asking, what is all this stuff that's going on here? Just chill. Basically what's happening is this is a bunch of boilerplate code that you will need to run your context and to have like globally available functions and variables and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, that comes with all this stuff. So once again, you're gonna need this bad boy hook to make it easier later on to interact with it. Now, what I also like to do is just create a test variable that literally all it does is says test and then export it right away here. Now, the reason we're going to do that is we're going to test this guy out. So let's import that app provider right there. And then we're going to wrap it around the app itself. So like right there, it's perfect. And then go into your index file, and here you can go ahead and import use app context, so the hook that we created. And then you want to go ahead and destructure test from use app context, just to double check that the context setup and all that is working perfectly. So go into your inspector and then onto your console, and you should see test pretty soon. Oh wait, it would be helpful if I actually console logged it out. Without that, you're not going to see it. All right, there you go. Now you can see it's working perfectly. And that is basically all the context that you will need to set up for this build. And I'm just going to go ahead and remove all the testing stuff. And with that said, let's upload some images. All right, so for the rest of the app, we are mainly going to stay in the context file. So let's actually just jump straight into it, get started with a couple of use states, and then we're just going to go out eventually to other files to import everything that we create here. So we're going to have a use state that is going to start out as an empty array. Oops. And then another one that is going to be our user address. And that's going to be helpful to just, so we're going to have one central place where we're going to store our user wallet address of the person that actually signed up or like signed in to our app. And you want to fix all the typos because that's not helpful if you have them. So before we go any further, let's actually literally store the user address. So for that, we're going to use a useEffect hook. So it gets updated every single time the user is changing, in fact, their wallet that is being connected. So you want to destructure address from use account like that, and then set up a useEffect hook that is clinged onto that specific variable. And then whenever that changes, you want to set the user address to truncate ether and pass an address. So what that's going to look like, this truncating thingy is just make it shorter. Because if you remember, and you go into your constants file, this is how one ETH address looks like. Now, it's fine, but in our app, it's going to look something like, something like this. So it's like more humanly readable, and you're like, let's be real, you're never ever going to read this whole thing. I haven't had it. So let's just actually get rid of that useless stuff. So now that we stored the wallet address, let's go ahead and import it, and then let's export post as well. And you export user address. I just said import because I don't know. And right in here, right back in your index.js file, you want to destructure posts instead of, and straight away, let's go into our index.js file where I already set up this empty array, but that's only for the template that you're working on. So let's actually just change that out. And so what we're gonna change that out for is just destructuring posts from the use context like that. And so that way it is hooked up to it, and now now this application is going to be working perfectly. However, apparently we got this error. So let's take a look at what's going on. That is, because I should have made it plural. So posts and like that. See, there you go. That fixed it. So that seems good. And then as soon as we start uploading posts, it's going to start fetching them, or whenever we implement that function. But it's going to be taken care of pretty fast. So the app is by design dynamic. And so before we actually start uploading images, there's going to be one more thing that I want to set up, and that is all the functions. So we're going to have a get all images, and this is going to be useful just so we map out what we're going to be working with. And so we're going to have an upload image equals async open close function const like that. And then we're going to have one more, which is going to be tipping the owner. So tip owner equals async open close, and then there's your function. All right. So each of these are going to be separate sections in this video, and we're going to go ahead and finally focus on this guy. Now, to make the application completely dynamic, right after everything is done in the uploading, right after the app itself is done uploading, what you want to do is call immediately the get all images function. So that's what we're going to get started. We're going bottom to top. Now, the one thing you want to make sure is having guard clauses and try catch clauses in your application whenever you're working with blockchain. I can't emphasize it enough. That is super crucial, and it will make or break your entire application. If a transaction fails, the ETH involved is going to be completely lost. And if you do all these guarding steps, that might save it that might save your customers from losing their money. So we got money on the line, we're going safe. So we're gonna say if there is no address is connected, obviously at that point, there is nothing, there's no money to lose, but then again, random error messages. So you wanna keep that stuff safe. So now what you wanna do is say const and contract, and we're going to create a contract instance right here for this specific function. And let's take a look at what that does. So that's actually happening in your constants file. So let's create contract thing. is destructuring the Ethereum object from your window, which is basically the code snippet that MetaMask injects into your application. And if that is present and if that is valid, then it's going to create a Web3 item or like a Web3 instance using that code. And Web3 is just it's an NPM package. It's called Web3.js, and that just enables you to interact with the blockchain. However, it needs a couple of things. One, obviously, wallet connection. And then it's going to create a whole contract interface for you based on the ABI that you passed in. So that's the Instagram JSON file that we put in here earlier, and that is the address that we put right here. That's pretty much it. It actually doesn't need, these addresses don't even have to be exported, but it's just nice, I think. Yeah, it seems to be working without exporting. Perfect, so there's no need to do. Now, back in your context. So that's, you're going to store that contract interface that function generates. And next up, we're going to create a data object where we're going to get started interacting with the contract itself. So we're going to invoke one of its methods, and that's going to be, let's see what it will create. I believe it is upload image. Yes. So if you go back there, oh, it's just close the line break. You can just paste it there, so there's no typo options, and then you will need to pass in image URL, and you will need to pass in caption. Now, these will be coming from the front end, so you're going to need to pass them right there. So we expect those to be passed into this function so they can be passed over there, and so it's going to be helpful there. And because it is a function that creates and pushes data onto the blockchain, you will actually have to pay gas fees for it. And the address that will need to pay the gas fees is going to be user address. This guy right there. I wanted to put like a comma. That's fine. And then we'll have to we're gonna need to specify some gas. So this is gonna be 3 million. But don't worry about it. It's in way. It's like a lot less. Like it looks like a big number, but it's not that big of a number. And because we want to make this application as safe as possible, I like to create a try catch function as I said earlier. So I'm just gonna do that and then catch error like that, and then console, put it out on the console just in case you want to. And then you want to put it out on the console so you can debug if there's any errors going on. So error.message like that, and then just wrap this entire thing around it. Nice. And then to make this application super interactive, we set up toast messages. And toast messages are basically just these little nice thingies that you're going to see in a little bit. That was well explained. Anyways, that's like a little loading animation that's going to watch the promise go through and all the backend stuff, and then it's just going to be like super interactive, so the users will be able to see exactly what is happening. All right, so let's set that up. It's called Toast, and I think the package is called React Toastify, which we actually imported. So let's just take a look at how it looks like. If you go to npmjs.com, it's going to be right there. Yeah, these are the toast messages, and you can come here, figure it out, and then do all kinds of modifications to it, make them yours, customize it, and this is exactly what we're gonna have. Wrong error, but anyways, going back here, we're gonna say toast.promise, and then passing data, which by the way is going to be a promise because the contract method and whatever is returning a promise. And then here, there's going to be 3 options. So there's one when the promise is pending. And then there's going to be another one when the promise has resolved. And then there's going to be one when there's an error. So these are the 3 cases. And then you can just pass in strings. And I have these created for me. So I'm just going to copy paste them. But you can customize your messages completely and as much as you want. You can literally just put in random stuff there for now, just for time-saving reasons. I want to put like a little X there. So there we go. That should technically be just perfectly enough to get started with uploading images. Now, one more thing I want to do before we do anything, because if you remember, we're gonna use the local host because that's a little bit faster than any kind of testnet. And so we're gonna need to connect this function to that button right there. So for that, export this guy, and then in your header, you're gonna need to import it. So text. So we got the context import, and then we're gonna have to destructure. So upload image equals use up context, just like that. It's actually the wrong one. Oh, this is actually the wrong file. Uh-oh. Whenever I import or open header, cut before that. Header doesn't even need to be opened. So once you exported upload images or upload image, you're gonna open the file upload_modal.js and import use up context. And then from that, you want to destructure this specific function. So you can remove that const and then just paste upload image equals use up context, just like that. That should pretty much take care of this whole thing. It says the function takes in 0 parameter. It's gonna go away in a little bit. This is just like my code quality checker. Okay, let's see if that helps. Okay, perfect, now it's gone. It just has to realize it takes a little bit of time. That's fine, anyways. So now it should be hooked up to that button. Actually, this was already hooked to that. So what we're gonna do is, I have this nice rug right here. That's gonna be my first. It's gonna be my first image that I upload. So wait for that little uploader thingy to finish. Hit done because there's no need to crop there. And then this is my first post or whatever. Hit submit. Okay, provided address is invalid. All right, whoever's editing, I'm debugging, cut this. Okay, so I figured out the error. It's dumb. It's really dumb. So you see here, when we set the user address, that's actually going to be a truncated address, and that's not going to work here. You need the full address here, so you want to put that in there instead of the truncated one. Yeah, if you caught it by yourself, like, good. It was a pretty weird error. All right, so let's try again. Uploading the same image once again. And there we go. Hit done. All right, my first post. Ooh, looks better. Confirm. Image uploaded successfully. Okay. So I mean, I guess it's time to fetch that. All right, so we got our image uploaded, allegedly. Let's figure out if we can fetch it and actually show it out on the screen. So we got the get all images. Actually, should be firing immediately. And there's one more thing, or one more place where I want to, and there's one more thing where I want to fire this function off, and that's basically every single time whenever someone opens this app. So it's gonna be another use effect, and in here, we're just going to go ahead and paste this and call it once. So that should technically call this function every single time somebody turns this app on. We'll just confirm that. Whatever, yeah, console logging object, perfect. So that is working as designed. However, now what you want to do is make sure that that there is somebody logged in. Actually, we don't have to make sure that's not necessary at all. However, we're gonna need to create a new instance because the other one is unique to that function and it's getting scrapped right after that function has run. And then we're gonna be doing some interesting things. So what we want to do is, let me just show you in the Solidity file. So if you remember, we are tracking how many images do we got. And then we are also tracking it in a mapping. So every single ID has an image linked to it. So what we're going to do is fetch this number, and then we're going to loop through this mapping. And that's how we're going to get each image one by one. All right, so to do that, we're going to say const image count. And we're going to say await contract methods, and then we're going to say image count, and we're going to say call. Because we are just reading from the blockchain, that completely will work. Now let's go ahead and console log out how many images do we got. So image count, like that. We should see a 1 right there. So that's perfect. That's working as we wanted it to work. Now we're going to Now what we're going to do is whenever we fetch one image by one image, we're going to store them and we're going to push them into a temporary array that we're just going to have while we're here, and then we're going to save that temporary array into our use state. So how that's going to go is we already have the image count, and so now we already have the temporary array. So now it's time to actually get started looping. So for index equals 1 semicolon, and then I less than or equal to, or actually index is less than or equal to image count, like that, semicolon, and then index. It's pretty basic, it's super beginner friendly, there should be no issues here. We're just gonna call the mapping function, and so it's gonna be const image weight contract methods dot images, and then we're going to pass in index right there, and we're just gonna call it. So once again, we're just reading from the blockchain, no transaction needed. And then what you're gonna say is new posts dot push, and we're gonna say, because if you remember, actually let me just show you. But if you remember, this whole image object is a little bit weird. Let's see what is happening here. Oh, I forgot a let keyword right there. So let's try again. All right, there you go. So I'm gonna make this big. That's what she said. And if I zoom in, as you can see, every single prop and detail is being returned twice. You get this like weird object type of thing with actual named props. So what you want to do is go for these, because these are like way easier to read as a human. And so we're just going to save those. Everything else can go out the window. So we're going to have an ID, which is going to be image.id, like that. URL, image URL, caption, image.caption, and then you're going to have total tipped, which is image.total tipped, and then you're going to have an author, which is going to be the image.author. So that's pretty easy. That's self-explanatory, I think. There's not too much to understand about it. There's going to be a weird move that I'm going to be doing here. And by the way, we're going to wrap all this into a try-catch in a little bit. But after, like outside of this for loop, what you want to do is you want to say set posts. And now this is when we are going to update the state itself. So what you want to do is say new posts dot reverse. Or actually, let's not do that right now. So let's just be happy a little bit, because we have our new post. We have the post that we just uploaded there. Now, what you expect from Instagram is that newer posts, and I know the algorithm and everything, it doesn't do it that way. We're not gonna mess with it. This is like a true, real Instagram that we're gonna have here. So so what we expect is the newer posts are going to be showing up on top of older posts. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go ahead and I'm gonna get another rug image. And it's funny because in crypto land, if they steal your money, it's basically a rug pull. Am I making fun of other people's losses? Yes, I am. All right, so here, what I'm gonna do is just paste that image there and then zoom out, because why was I zoomed in so hard? And let's go ahead and upload another image. So done. And this is my second post on the top. So I expect it to show up on the top, right? So confirm that, full screen MetaMask. And then if you scroll down, it's below, it's at the bottom. That's not how we wanted to do. I already spoilered it, but basically what you need to do is just reverse that array. And so that way the newer posts are going to show up at the top. All right, so we are like pretty much right there. The only thing now that we have to implement is literally just tipping. And once we're done with that, this application is complete. All right, now we are at the very last step. We are at the tipping functionality of this very application. And this is your time to grab another coffee, because we're gonna need to be alive and we're gonna need to be awake to test out all the functionality that we'll have. So with that, all that random jargon that I just said, and even I don't know what I just said. So with all that done, one more thing. This all has to go into a try catch. So before we go any further, try catch. I can't even type it. Catch like that. Error and error dot message. So, like I said, everything on the blockchain goes into a type try catch. There you go. There it is. Now it's cool. All right, let's go ahead and implement the tip owner functionality. Cut this. All right, so this is our very last function, and what we're gonna get started with is, once again, creating a new contract. And in this case, we will need the address, so we'll have to actually guard for that too. So if there's no address, we're just gonna return and skip it. And before I forget it, let's just export this tip owner function. All right, so we got our contract instance, we got everything we need. We can get started. So good old try catch, because you don't want to mess with errors here. Event message. So that's all cool. And then what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna have a hard-coded amount of tip that one user can do, or like one user can send to another one. You can make this, actually, it could be your homework to make this as a dynamic thing, but for now we're just gonna go with a hard-coded one. You will see how easy it is to make it dynamic. So what you want to do is you want to convert any kind of, and like I said before, so what you want to do, because I said it earlier, Solidity only works with weight, which is like a super small ether amount. So you will have to convert it. Now, how you do it is you gotta pass in a string of the ether value, and then actually specify that you are passing an ether. All right, and so that way, this ether amount is going to be converted to way, as it says there. All right, so there's your amount, and so that is what we are going to be sending as a tip in this application. But like I said, you can specify it. You can have like a little model which like pops up, and then the user can choose how much they can tip, 55%, like at all the restaurants. And so what you want to do is going to be like relatively close to what we have here. All right. So actually, from just for pattern recognition's sake, you want to go ahead and try it using this thing. Now, there's going to be one more thing that you will have to add here, which is value. And so once you add that and you figure out what's going to be the value of the key, which we call value, there's a lot of values in here. So you want to have a value here, which will have a number in there, but you want to pass in a variable. So you go ahead, try it out, and then pause this video, because I'm going to go into the solution right now. All right. So if you tried it out and you failed, no worries. I used to fail with Ethereum all the time. In fact, I still do. In fact, I still pause it whenever I get an error, and then I spend 2 hours to debug it. So that's fine. You just don't see it because it's off camera. Anyways, what we're going to do here is we're going to create a transaction, which will be interacting with a contract, methods, yada yada. We all know that. Let's go copy function name, which is tip image owner. Where is that? There it is. And then we'll just go call that. And then we'll have to pass in the image ID. All right. So that's something we're gonna have to do. So we're gonna need the front end to pass it in here into the context, so that we can pass it over. And because we are actually creating data onto the blockchain and we're like sending them, we're gonna need to use we're gonna need to use the method send down there. And so the origin is going to be, or the sender is going to be the address. And then once again, not this address, that truncated thing, because that's going to error out again, like last time. I'm going to go with the usual gas value, 3 million, like that. And then this is the key one, the amount. So basically, this will specify that there's going to be a value that the user will have to pay. That's the big number that kept showing up as 0. So we're going to need to pass this in here. And that way you're going to actually transfer funds towards the owner of the image you want to tip. You will actually transfer funds to the owner of the image you want to tip. Now, we can set a gas limit of null and then just call it a day. And now to make it toasty, we're gonna use the toast.promise method, and we're gonna pass in tx as in transaction, and then create the usual object. And like last time, I have the 3 case scenarios typed up there. So I'm just gonna paste it here. But basically, you wanna have a pending text, you wanna have a success text, and you wanna have an error text. And basically, that is pretty much the application. So let's go ahead and test this out. And actually, I'll have to test out the error itself. If you remember, whoa, it says please connect your wallet. That's interesting. So there's a little bit of a bug there. We're gonna fix that in just a second. And it's also here, so that's also interesting. So there's like a few dynamic stuff that we're gonna have to fix. All right, so let's do that before we mess with any kind of tipping. All right, so one of them is gonna be in the right suggestion bar. Nope. So one of them is gonna be in the home right bar. Now, in here, we will need to import the use app context. So basically the app context hook like that. And then we're going to destructure user address from the context like that. And that should update this guy. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then there's this one more thing that we need to update. And that's going to be inside of feed and inside action buttons. No, it's going to be inside of caption. Now in caption, we expect to have a username. I don't think that's what we send it. That's how we set it there. So let's take a look at how we have it in context. Actually cut everything. Cut everything where I open the caption. So that's not an implementation error. Okay, so for whoever is editing it, cut this part out from the point where I first opened item and caption and all this stuff. So the only thing that I want to fix here with them is this use up context stuff. Everything else will be coming, and even this stuff is going to be coming from the CLI. So they don't have to fix. And then back to the video right now. All right, so with that fix, we should be pretty much good to go. So grab this tip owner and we're gonna go to the item file. Now in here, and we're gonna be going to the action buttons file right there. So there's this error that's going on here. That's because once again, I set up this dummy function there just so it doesn't like completely go nuts. So instead I have an error. Now we're gonna have to import use up context here. And I think you see the parent here. So once again, destructure it and then use app context. Oops, and that should be good to go. Now, let's remove that. Let's paste it back. No errors there. So that should, in theory, make everything work. So that's pretty much all the application. Now I'm just gonna try to tip to my own image. And if everything is set up correctly, this should throw an error. So let's try that. I'm gonna hit confirm. And there you go, there's the error. And it says owner cannot tip their own image. So it worked, it is working perfectly. Yeah, there's the error, that's cool. And so what I'm gonna do instead is go ahead and switch my wallets, and there's my new balance, 80 ETH. So that's nice. And also you can see how the profile image is like changing. So that's actually tied to the wallet address. All right, let's try tipping. Hit confirm, and there you go, tip sent. So that technically means that there was a tip amount sent here, 0.01 ETH. So let's actually do this again. Let's just double check how much we're sending because I completely forgot it. So and yeah, 0.1. So what I'm expecting from this next test, because we haven't tested it, is it goes down, or we didn't set expectations. So this is supposed to go down to 83.62, and this should go up to 0.98. So let's tip again, but this time that image, hit confirm, and let's do it. There you go. There it is. It is working perfectly. It is beautifully built. So there you have it. That is your Instagram clone with tipping functionality built in. And that's pretty much it about your app. And once again, as I mentioned it earlier, you can go into your constants and then just switch out the deployment. Now, Keep in mind that if you're switching out the deployments to the girly one, you will have to re-upload images, and your friends and whoever you're sharing this with are going to have to upload images as well. And you also will have to host this website somewhere on the internet. But basically that's it. That's it for the tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know down below in the comments whether you liked it or not. And don't you dare tell me anything negative, because I'll find you. Anyways, that said, go ahead, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
In this video, you're going to be building eBay Web 3.0 dApp using Infura on the Ethereum blockchain. We're going to use RainbowKit to connect our MetaMask to the entire application, and we're going to be using Web3.js to interact with our custom Solidity contract deployed using Infura. And you're going to be able to list and sell your items, and others will be able to come over and buy those items from you using Ethereum with this app. So with that said, let's just jump straight into it.
All right, let's get straight into the eBay clone. And let's build this thing. So what I got in front of me is basically a terminal ready to execute some stuff. All right, so I'm going to type in npx programmer, which is our custom built CLI tool just for you. Now I'm going to type in my email address here, and let's see, what else do we got? After I'll put in my name and then just hit eBay. Now, what's going to happen is, you don't see it because it's on my other screen, but it basically opened up an Infura link, and you want to definitely use this specific Infura link that this opened up, because this will give you a bunch of perks. Now, I personally already have an account with Infura, so I'm just going to sign in. But if you don't have an account yet, you want to definitely create a new one with right here, because it's going to give you a couple of perks. And as you can see, I created this eBay clone project. Now the way I did it is up here, there's this create new key thingy, which I just zoomed into for no apparent reason. Actually, it's pretty cool. So you want to select Web3 API, formerly Ethereum, and then just give it whatever name, my eBay project. And it's gonna be like, yo, you have too many projects. So I'm just going to hit cancel, but this is literally what I'm gonna get. Now, in here, once you open it, you want to hit manage key right there, or it will show you this screen immediately. And you want to go ahead and copy this API key. This will be one of the most important things throughout this build. So if you don't do anything, just go ahead and copy this key and then you should be good. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, regardless, copy that guy. Yup, see, copied it. And very conveniently, our CLI tool has just finished downloading this project. So that's cool. What you can do now is definitely you want to check for node modules in here in the root folder, and then down in the, next app folder. So if you have those two node module folders, you're probably very likely ready to go. Now what you want to do is inside of next app, create a new file and call it .env.local. That is .env.local. Now what you want to do is type in Infura. And let me actually make this a little bigger. That's what she said. Yeah, it should be good. So what you want to type in is Infura _ API _ key, not key or whatever. And then just paste whatever key you got there. Now, you want to also definitely keep this as a secret, because it's a secret. And this is not going to work by the time you're watching this. You can try though. And if anybody gets access to your API key, so this is your warning by the way, so if anybody gets access to your API key, they will be able to use your Infura account, which in turn might charge you if you are subscribed to paid services, or just run all your free stuff out. So there's that. Now once we've done this, so once you open up the terminal, and you should probably see it, keystrokes that I'm recording. So what you can do here is go ahead and type in cd next-app, and that will basically just navigate you in here. So your terminal is going to be inside that folder. And now here you want to type in yarn dev, meaning yarn dev. And that should have technically opened or started this tunnel for you. And what I'm going to do is just make things a little more convenient. And if you pop it into your Chrome, congratulations, you have the front end ready to go. And this is what we're going to be using to build on top of after our coffee break. Okay, this is the time to take another coffee break. and go ahead and get started working on our contract. So with that said, go ahead and go into your contracts folder, and inside there's this ebay.sol file. Then you want to come in here, and this is basically pre-made contract that is ready for you. All right, so what can we do here? So basically, let's just go ahead, hide this terminal because we're not going to need it for a little bit. And what we're going to be doing is, let's just actually go ahead and start creating our objects, structs, whatever, mappings and stuff like that. That's interesting. I have the solution on my other screen and it doesn't look any of like that, but I can imagine a scenario when GitHub Copilot just puts all the developers out of their job. You carry. All right. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and create a struct that will be called product. Now, that will have a couple of props in there. So what are they? We will have a address, which is going to be the buyer's address. So the person who buys the product, that'll be the buyer. And then there's gonna be another address, which is, it's gonna be the seller. Now, we're gonna have a uint, which is gonna be the ID of the product itself. And we're gonna have a price, correct? And we're going to have another uint, which will be rating these products. Okay, I put a comma because my error linter was messing. It wasn't happy about the semicolon, but okay. All right, let's do it that way then. So then we're going to have a couple of strings here. We're going to have a name. We're going to have a description. We're going to have a category like that, and we're going to have an image URL. Nice. So it's nicely formatted now. And next up, what we're going to be doing is also, we're just like out in the wild, out in the nothingness, the wilderness. We're going to have a other uint, which will be product counter. Yeah, uint 256 uint. It's basically the same thing. I'm just a lazy person, so I sometimes write uint, but yeah. Anyways, moving on. You want to definitely map all the products, and you want to map these product counter thingies. So once again, uint to a product, and we'll be calling it, this will be a public thing. This mapping will be called products. All right, next up. Let's go actually just straight up jump into it, and let's go ahead and create a new product. List that guy, all right? So it's going to be list new product, right? And we will have to pass in a couple of things here. So first of all, we're going to need a name. And this is the time when we're going to start introducing all these like underscores and stuff like that and memory. Next up, we're going to have a description that we pass in. Then we're gonna have a category that we pass in, and an image URL. That's smart. That's actually pretty intelligent. I don't know where my formatting went, but there it is. You also want to definitely pass in the price of the item, price, like that. And you also want to pass in the rating of the item. And don't leave any trailing commas. What's up with my prettier, dude? All right, there we go. Okay. So apparently, so my prettier apparently doesn't work as long as the function itself is like, has syntax errors, which is actually smart. All right, now you also want to make this a public function because you want to definitely make sure that whoever is interacting with the app is going to be able to call this function. So now with that, we're pretty good. Now, next up, what we're gonna do is, we'll do that eventually at some, So next up, what you're going to do is we'll be creating a new instance of the product struct that we just did up here. All right, so this is just a definition of the product struct, and like just defines what are each and every single what kind of traits will each and every single product have. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say product memory, because from the memory we're doing things, and it will be a new product. And this is a declaration, and this will be a type product. And so in here, we're going to pass in an object. Now, we will be having a buyer who's going to be address 0. All right, so let's take a look at that, what this actually is, because this is some sort of like basic default address that's just a placeholder. So let's take a look at what Father Google says, especially if I was able to type it correctly, meaning in Solidity. And so there you go. The 0 count is just a special use case to indicate that the new contract is being deployed. So basically what we're going to be using that in this case is just like a placeholder. That's literally what it means, what it is going to default back to. So this is like not like nobody owns this one, is what I'm trying to say. So like when you put an item out for sale, there's no actual factual product. It's like kind of like if it's at 0, but because that's not an address, like you got to do it this way. All right, there we go. So like seller, that's going to be the message sender, meaning the person who pops open their MetaMask and puts out a new item for listing. And we're going to have a ID, which is going to be the product counter. And then we're going to have a price. And from now on, we basically match all these to these guys, but like down here. So if that was weird, just watch me and you'll understand a little bit what I meant. So like rating, it's gonna be rating, and then you're going to have name, it's gonna be name, and then you're gonna have description, it's gonna be description, category, yada yada. And now we just close that guy, remove the excess stuff, and let's see what the issue is. So it says product identifier not found. Oh, well, it would be helpful if I would type without typos. So product. All right, cool. Function state mutability restricted to view. That's completely fine as of right now, because right now we're not like, I don't get it why it says that, but it will go away in a little bit. Don't even worry about these warnings. Warnings are not even legit. So next up, what you're going to do is you're going to say products. The product counter is going to be new product. So what did I just do? So this will be the mapping. All right. So product counter is going to be, we literally have a product counter that starts from 0, and that will be the index. So that will be the ID, and we'll be indexing through all these products. So what we do now is we're going to have a tuple, or like an array of tuples or whatever, a mapping. All right, I'm just trying to like be fancy with all these words. Basically, so we're going to be creating a mapping that will be map all these new products, these guys, to each product counter. Does it make sense? So like we're gonna have 1 first product, 2 second product, yada yada. Once we build out the entire thing, it'll like all come together and you will understand what I'm talking about. And then obviously you wanna increase the product counter, because initially it starts out at 0, and then the next, if you didn't do that, then, and you added like a second product, that's supposed to depict that you repeat the same step. Drawing skills on point. So if you leave product counter at 0, but you don't step it up, the next product is going to be still stored at 0, which is obviously not ideal. So you want to like step it. That should be able to pretty much be enough for now. Let's actually do one more thing, which is going to be a really quick one. So I just want to like create a new function we call get number of products, which is just going to be like a nicer naming of something we could already do. Because like whenever you define a variable under the hood, there's going to be a caller view function created for it like immediately. Anyways, we're just gonna make it nice anyways, and we're just going to create a call function so that will return a uint, and where's the t? There's the t. And then we're just going to literally return this guy back, and that'll be basically what we will get started with. Now, in a previous video, and probably we suggested a couple times, but let's go ahead and go into our extensions, and you want to download Ethereum Remix. So this is the guy that we are going to be using. This is basically Remix IDE baked into your VS Code. If you know what Remix IDE is, this made a lot of sense to you. If you don't know what Remix IDE is, I just saved you a ton of headache and copying code, so don't even worry about it. Just get it. This is Remix IDE for you. All right. Let's go ahead and click that bad boy. So that will be Remix IDE's icon once you install it. And before you do anything, you just want to make sure that the compiler version, which you can set right here, it currently doesn't have any kind of value. So what you want to make sure is that there's 0, 8, 16. So you want to go ahead and select that guy. And now you see it says 0, 8, 16. How cool is that? All right, let's make this small again. Okay, and so now you want to click run and deploy and then just hit activate. And that will basically spin up this thing. Now it also spins up your output, but we're just gonna put that out of the way. So what's happening here? There's a couple of things that are going on. So if you go back to Infura and head back right into your project, and then you hit manage key over there, and then here you select, you can go with mainnet, but that's gonna cost you a ton of money. So I would just recommend going with Girly and then copying this guy, and then you can paste this RPC URL here. Now, that'll help you when you're deploying and when you're like finished with the app. Now, when it comes to deploying to testnet, it takes a little longer time. So instead, what we're going to be using is not this, but what we're going to be using is if you go to trufflesuite.com/ganache, and then you go ahead and download this guy right here, that will download an application to get in a Ganache installed, all right? And then once you install it, this will come up. Obviously, we'll have no workspaces. So what that means is you can just hit quick start, or if you've been already using it, you just click whatever workspace you got. And you want to copy this RPC server. All right, so that's what you want to copy, and then go back to your VS Code and place it right here, and then hit connect. And so when you first connect your Ganache to this whole thing, this is what it will look like. And so down here, it's going to say network is local or custom, just like it does it here. It's like cool stuff. All right. You can also, if you press Command Shift P and then you start typing in secondary, you can open up this secondary sidebar thing. You can just pop that output window right there, and that way you can close the things down there, and then just pull it out wide so you are going to be seeing everything. Now, what you want to do is you want to have your ebay.sol file open on the left-hand side or like somewhere, and then just make sure you selected that. Actually, don't really have other options, but just in case you do, you want to select the correct one, and then just hit compile. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it says. Let's see if our contract is good to go and ready to be deployed, and compilation finished. So that's cool. And now what you can do is hit deploy, and it is already deployed to your local blockchain Ganache thingy. So that's actually pretty good. All right, and so here are all the functions that you can do. So as I said before, so there we go. Now when you call this get number of products, it's going to say 0. Oh, interesting. So I'm just going to go ahead and clear this output so it's going to be nice and clean. And so whenever you call this get number of products that we just defined somewhere in this contract, it'll return 0, meaning we don't have a single piece of product. That's fine. Let's go ahead and create one. So we're going to give it a name, my first product. One thing, you don't ever press Command A in here. If you do, the whole screen is going to turn into this grayish thing and you have to restart. Remix, that's a bug, I would guess. Probably that's what it is. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. Next up, you want to put a description in. So product description. You know what? I'm just going to go with some dummy stuff. So I'm just going to type in description, category. It doesn't really matter for now because we're just testing. Image URL. Now, you would think that, oh my God, where am I going to get an image URL from? Don't worry about it. It's just a simple string. So you can just type in img URL, cool. And then ask for price. Now, for now, you're going to get away with typing in 1 or something like that, but later on, you don't really want to do it because then it will cost an entire Ethereum. So just keep that in mind. And for rating, obviously, it's a 5 out of 5. So that's pretty cool. All right. So once you hit transact, which basically means like post it or like put it onto the blockchain, what you will see is a bunch of like addresses, gas used, and if it like doesn't look super weird, like naturally feels good, your developer instincts tell you that there's no error in here, there's probably no error in here. And another way to check that you were correct, and probably this is the better way to do it without having to listen to your instinct, is I'm just trying to find the optimal window stuff. So I'm just gonna delete it again or clear the output again. And if you hit get number of products, it should say 1. Did I just write a perfect contract in here? And if I was to put in 0, that should... Hey, there you go. Oh my God, look at that. So that's the mapping. That's the mapping. So remember when I said, maybe I haven't said it, but remember when I said it or didn't say it, that mappings create their own call functions? So that's why we only created a get number of products thing, right? So when you create a simple variable, that doesn't create a call function under the hood, but mappings do. And so here what we did is we know that the first product that we put in there is because we're developers, we start counting from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3. This is how we count. Now, first product that we put in there, it has an ID of 0. So this will be waiting for a 0. Just the product counter again. Just put that guy in there, call it, and then you get back everything that is that you've just saved into your product. Now, here's everything. Let's all right. So with that said, it is time we go ahead and create a function that will allow our users to purchase these items that are listed. So purchase, I think that's how you write it. Item, nice. And that will actually be waiting for a uint ID. So we'll have to pass in the ID. Now, this is going to be a public payable, and payable just means that, oh, you gotta, like, there's going to be actual factual transactions going on in there. So you gotta basically enable all these functions for the function. I realized that sounded a little weird, but that's what it is. Now, right in here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to require a couple things. So what I mean by requiring a couple things is we need a couple of guard functions, or guard clauses is what I meant. And that happens with the require keyword. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So what we're going to need is message.sender. We want to double check the price, obviously, that it's the correct price that's being sent. So if the message sender, no, not the message value, is less than, no, equals or more. Actually, we should go with equals. Products.id. So here's the tricky thing. Let's actually just generate the product instance in it. So we're going into the product, and then we're going to say storage. And then we're going to say product again, because this is just going to be a local instance of the product itself, all right? And then we're just going to say products ID. What did I just do? There's a lot of products. I'm going to go again to the mapping, that's products, and then check for the ID that's being passed in, and then I'm just storing that in here. And this is literally just the type of that variable, and storage is that, oh, we're going to be reading from the storage. So let's uncomment this guy. So we literally need that the message value is the same as product.price. Yeah. And if that doesn't happen, we will just say invalid amount sent for product or something. And that won't tell the user whether they sent too little or too much, but this is a security feature, so we're not gonna bother that. Now, we also wanna make sure that the person who's buying the product is not the person who is trying to sell it, because that's like a churning type of thing. All right, so next up, what you wanna make sure is that the item hasn't been purchased before. How do we do that, you ask? So remember, when we get started, the buyer is going to be the 0 guy. So we also need that the product, the buyer, equals that address 0. Because if it doesn't, it means that somebody else has already purchased the item. Does that make sense? So if product, the buyer, has to be that 0 guy. Because if it isn't, that means somebody purchased this item. So item has been bought, or something like that. I don't know. I'm just gonna say that, whatever that was. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're gonna go with for now. And so next up, you also don't want to buy your own stuff. So message.sender cannot be equal to product.seller. And so yeah, seller cannot buy their own product. And we could just eliminate all these typos. All right, so these are basically the guard clauses that we're gonna be rolling with for now. This should be pretty much enough for us to go for. Now, at that point, you wanna transfer over that item. But before you do that, you want to make sure that the product is paid for. So here's where the payable comes in. Product.seller is going to be the person that receives the amount of money, and you want to transfer that amount, which is the message to the value. So basically what this does is this person will get this much, in short. All right, so that being said, we should technically be pretty good to go and move on to redeploy this contract onto our test server and then test it out once again. So let's do that. Let's go into our Ethereum. Let's go into our remix guy, hit activate, and let's see what do we got. Oh yeah, nice. The output thing came up. So there's like all this like history and stuff. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete that because we don't need any of that. Same for that. Same for the output cleaning. Let's just go ahead and hit compile and wait for it to pass. Oh, compilation finished. Nice. So that's pretty good. And I'm just gonna go ahead and hit deploy. Yada yada. So there it is. Okay, there's a couple of things that are going on in here. The Remix IDE is now recognizing our new contract. So get number of products 0, that makes sense. So we're gonna say first product to sell or for sale. Description, we're gonna have a category. It don't really matter, it really doesn't actually. Image URL, and we're going to set, I'm just gonna say 10 because that's going to be like very visual in our ganache. So what we're going to be expecting to do is that this account sells the item for 10 Ethereum to this account. So I'm expecting that this balance will go down to 89 Ethereum and this will go up to 69 Ethereum. All right, let's do that. And then rating is 5, obviously. We only sell the best stuff. Nice. So there's that. And so now what I'm gonna be doing is just double check that we have the 0th item. There you go, price 10, noise. So how do we purchase with this guy? So first of all, you wanna change the account that's going to be interacting with the contract. So we are in purchase mode now. And what we wanna do now is we're gonna say purchase item 0. You wanna put the 0 in there, but don't hit it yet. And here, oh, I think we put the price in way. I believe so. Maybe not. Let's see. That's probably in 10 bay. We'll see in a little bit. So if I just put in 10, there you go. Oh, I just deployed it again. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and transact, and it apparently went through. Now, nothing really happened here. Wait, what? We should technically have purchased this item. I'm just going to clean my input and let's go ahead and check on the new product again. So we see that the seller is still that person, but the buyer is this guy. And so even though we expected this to change, this actually didn't. Because when you put in 10 here into this price thingy, the contract is always talking in, or like always expects these numbers, or like whenever we are talking about values in way. So what is way is like a super small amount basically. So we're gonna say ETH converter, Ethereum unit converter, eth-converter.com. So basically what you wanna do is put in 10 here, and if you want something to cost 10 Ether, you will want to list it at this price. It's just like dollars and pennies and cents and whatever. So that's basically what it is. So you want to copy that guy, add back right here. And so to be able to double check what is happening, I'm just going to delete everything once again, go back to my original account and compile it again because that never hurts. Deploy this guy again because that doesn't hurt either. And then go back into my eBay, and then I'm just gonna say product because I'm gonna make it fast. Description, category, price, IMG URL, and then price. I'll just paste that guy there, and I hit 5 on rating. transact. Nice, it went through. Clear this, call number of items. We have 1 item in there, 0, call that guy. And we can see that's the price. So we can either copy that and paste it here in the value, or we can just go ahead and type in 10, but then select Ether. And then you just want to hit 0 there and change the account to the buyer account, and now hit transact. Boom. So that apparently went. Let's see what do we got on here. So as you can, as I explained earlier, and then put in the wrong price, but now with the new price, this went down by 10 Ethereum and this went up by 10 Ethereum. So like rewind back if you don't believe me, because I literally have video proof of this. So that's basically how our thing works. And by the way, if I want to buy it again, it is, first of all, I didn't specify the amount, so I'm just gonna put in 10 Ether again, so it cannot send that back, but then it says item has been bought. And then if I wanna check the other error, and then I put in 10, transact again, item has been bought. So like there's a bunch of checks that are going through here, and because the item has been bought, actually we will not see the seller cannot buy their own item, but like you can just create a new item, try to buy it with the seller, and then that will pop up. So that is basically creating the contract and then testing it out. That should technically have given you a pretty good understanding of how this whole thing works and what we're going to be interacting with throughout this build. So with that said, I'm just gonna go ahead now and let's deploy this guy. All right, now that brings us to our contract deployment. So let's go ahead, and at this point, there's another extension that we're gonna install. So it's called Truffle. Where am I even typing? So there it is, Truffle. Now this is the exact one you want to install. So Truffle for VS Code. This will add this guy right here. And so this is this is going to be your Truffle. Now here, what you will need to do is, if you have any kind of other projects, a link to it, or maybe not, what you can do is you can just say connect to network and then just hit Infura service. And then if it's your first time using this extension, it will pop open your browser and that will let you connect to Infura. But however, if you don't have that, or however, if you've used it already, it will just fetch all the projects that you've worked on before. So in my case, I just connected the wrong project again. So let's just repeat that one more time. So we're gonna go with Infura and then hit eBay clone. So now that we have eBay there, that will basically enable us to go ahead and deploy everything through Infura's RPC URL to the Girly network. Now, what that will enable us to do is if I go back right here and then I right click the eBay clone and then I go ahead and hit build contract, that will pop open and it literally just said everything is up to date, yada yada, finished. Okay, that's pretty good. It's because we already compiled it with the remix. So I'm just gonna go ahead and remove the artifacts folder. And now, because it already recognized that, oh, we built it one more time, there's another option that we can generate the API, which we'll need. It's just by typing in truffle compile. So there's that. And with that, it just created a new builds contracts folder, and this is your API that we're going to be using later on in the build. You know what, while we're at it, let's just go ahead, copy this file and then go back to utils under next app and then just paste it there. It's going to be helpful. Let's just do that. It doesn't take much time. Now what you want to do next up is go ahead and hit deploy contract. Okay. So once you hit that, that will basically just give you a bunch of options on like where you can go ahead and deploy it. So step one, we're gonna go ahead and deploy it on Girly. Hey, what did I just do? Deploy, oh, Girly, there you go. Now we wanna leave the gas price completely alone and empty, that's fine. And at this point, you can go ahead and paste your mnemonic or generate a new mnemonic. Now, if you generate a new mnemonic, that will not have any kind of Girly ETH on it. However, if you already have a MetaMask that is connected to the Girly network and you unlock it, see, I have 7.3 Girly ETH, so that's pretty good. I can get that mnemonic from going here, settings, advanced, not advanced, maybe security. Yeah, and reveal secret, recover a phrase. So if I hit that, I'm not gonna, but if I hit, that'll show me my mnemonic, and then you can just paste it there, and then it will generate you this env thingy. Now, I've already done that, so I'm not gonna do it again. But if I was to do it, it would generate me a new one like this. So I'm just gonna use the one that I already saved. And when you click that, it'll take a little bit of a time to get started with this thing. Now you want to definitely check your notifications, because that's where this HD wallet provider thingy is going to pop up. So you want to install that the first time when you're deploying something. So that'll take a little bit of time, and then after that you are going to go ahead, it's going to go ahead and deploy everything for you. It still looks a little interesting to me, so we're just gonna go ahead and try this one more time. Now, so the reason why it doesn't give you anything besides, oh yeah, it's deployed, is because we don't have the migration set up. So let's actually go ahead and do that. Now the way it works is you want to go into your migrations folder and create a new file that you will call one_deploy.js or whatever. And in here, you want to import eBay from the artifacts, art.acquire, and then you put in eBay. Now, this has to match with the name of the contract, so you want to double check that. If you were to be a rebel that uses different naming. I know I used to be one. And then you go ahead and say module exports, async function deployer, and then wait deployer.deploy eBay. A lot of deploys, deploy. All right, now you're gonna go ahead. I like to clean my output a lot of the times because it just clogs up and then don't know what ends where. And now we can go ahead and hit deploy once again. And when this guy runs through and finishes off, oh, it's still deploying. Okay, so because it's a testnet, it actually takes quite a lot of time to deploy, so that's completely fine. It's running through a bunch of blocks, so there's that. Whenever it's done, it's gonna say deploy succeeded. Now you wanna scroll up to contract address, and this is your contract address. So just to double check, let's go on to my Safari. I'm gonna say girly.etherscan.io. And that's the official Etherscan. And there you go. Now, as you can see, done. I just deployed this contract. And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be my wallet address. Let's see. Yup, that's it. That's that. There you go. Now you just deploy it to Girly. Now, the next step, we're going to deploy it to our Ganache as well. Why? It's a pretty valid question. Reason why we deploy it to Ganache and Girly as well is because we're not going to be changing anything on the contract. So like right now, we're just going to deploy it to Girly, and then we're going to deploy it to Ganache, but we're going to use Ganache throughout the build and while we build it, because Girly is a slow network compared to Ganache. When it runs on your local network, it's always going to be faster. It's always going to be a better developer experience, and I want to speed through this build. At the end or after the tutorial, feel free to go save this somewhere. Like you want to definitely go ahead and save it in your constants, and then be like, oh, I don't know, you want to be export contract address or something like that. So export const address, and then you just want to put it there. But I'm just going to comment it out for now, because we're going to, once again, as I said, deploy it to Ganache. And then after the build is done, and then you take down Ganache, you can just swap out the address, and then just make sure you connect to Girly, and you should be good to go switching networks. So once again, I'm going to go ahead, delete or empty out my output, and then go ahead and deploy this guy. Now I'm going to type in local, and that should be good. And as you can see, it is like way faster. Like it's already done. This is why we're going to use Ganache. So now I'm just going to type in export const address once again, bam, and then you can put Girly after this, and oops, Ganache after this. And so that way you're like not gonna mess up what's what. Now, the next thing that we will be doing is you should have already installed with the CLI. You didn't have to do anything, but you already have access to Web3 from Web3. You want to go ahead and import the ABI from this JSON. Let's do that too. So what you will say is contract ABI from eBay.json. Nice. So next up, what we will be doing is going to say const Ethereum from window. So basically this is just structures Ethereum from window. Window is literally all the code that's running in your browser, and then Ethereum is just a part of it. So when you destructure it, you will have a variable called Ethereum. All right, next you're gonna say if Ethereum, but not with an exclamation point. So if you have Ethereum, you want to go ahead and say const web3 equals new web3, and then put in Ethereum right there. And then you want to return new web3.eth, that, exactly this. New web3.eth.contract, and then pass in the ABI and the address. Now, the one thing sometimes people forget is the ABI file itself has a bunch of things that are going on in there. There's like contract name, there's the ABI, that's exactly what, and then like there's all this metadata and the random stuff that's going on. Yeah, like all this stuff that like your app doesn't even need to worry about. Now option A, what you can do is delete all this stuff, but I prefer not to do that, and instead it's just an easier solution to just contract ABI.ABI, and that literally takes care of the entire thing, and that's it. You're good to go. So with that said, that is basically the deployment. And now let's go ahead and create a nice little connect MetaMask button. All right, so I was told that this is the time that we go ahead and connect our MetaMask to this application. So to do that, you want to go into your app.js file. Now, this is a bunch of things already imported. So now we're just going to import a few more things. So first of all, we're going to be importing is just a style file, styling. So from Rainbow Kit, you want to go ahead and import styles.css. It's their own specific styling. And then you want to go ahead and import chain. You want to import configure chains. You also want to import create client. Yup. And then wagme config here from wagme. You thought it was gonna be rainbow, and then that's pretty much it. Oh wait, no, there's one more thing. So we're gonna be importing get default wallets and Rainbow Kit provider and dark theme from that Rainbow Me / Rainbow Kit. And then you want to import two more things. One of them is going to be the Infura provider from wagme / provider / Infura. And you also want to import the JSON RPC provider from the same place, or like almost. Now that suggestion was not good. It's actually JSON RPC like that. So not -RPC. Okay. So once you have these, now we're going to go ahead and set up a bunch of stuff. Now with that done, let's go ahead and configure all the stuff that's going to be allowed as a user. So like basically all the chains that the user will be able to connect to and all the providers for those chains. We're going to have chains and we're going to have provide, and this is like not from anymore. So we're going to have configure chains, and we are actually going to have two arrays in here. So in the first array, we're just going to say chain.girly and chain.localhost. That's what we're going to be coding. And then next up, we're going to have the Infura provider, which is going to have an API key. And for a little bit, I'm just going to leave it empty, but yeah. And then we also want to make sure that the priority on this one is the highest. So basically, there's going to be two providers in here because we imported two. There's going to be Infura provider and there's going to be RPC provider, the JSON RPC. What we're going to do is whichever chains the user selects, You want to make sure we use Infura primarily. However, if they don't support that specific chain, then we're going to have this JSON RPC, which is just literally the most custom RPC writer out there. So next up, let's configure that secondary provider, and that's going to be the JSON RPC provider. And we're going to have to put in a few things. So first of all, priority 2. That's a secondary provider in this case. And then RPC is going to be, we're going to pass in chain. And we're going to go ahead and type in HTTP. And then once again, you want to put in this specific RPC address. I'm not even going to say it out because I didn't even want to say it out. And that should basically wrap up all the providers that we got out here. So these will be used in a little bit. Now, I just want to like jump back right here to the Infura one. And if you remember, right at the very beginning of this app, we actually saved our Infura API key here in the .env. So you want to go ahead, copy that name, and then come back right here, and then you want to say process.env and then just paste whatever name you gave it, and it should be good to go. Now, one more thing, you want to always restart the server, so you just want to run yarn dev again, and that would allow the application to read the env file. It probably already has, but just in case it doesn't, sometimes it helps, and it's just like a safety measure. Okay. So next up, what you will want to do is you're going to create a new const, which is where we will destructure connectors from. Connectors, and it equals get default wallets, like that. And then we're going to say app name. It's not even Instagram, it's eBay. And we're going to say app name eBay. And then we're gonna literally pass in all the chains. We're just gonna pass in all the chains that we provided here. So basically, these are gonna be the only chains the user will be able to choose from when they are interacting with our app. And then next up, we're gonna have a wagme config, and that'll be a create, and then we're just gonna go ahead and create the client with this specific function. And then we wanna pass in auto connect, make it true. You wanna pass in right after that connectors, and then you want to pass in provider, and that should pretty much wrap up our setup for this MetaMask connection. Now there's a couple more things. It's not that easy. So come here, like I'll just command X on it so I can just paste it back and whatever. So once again, copy that, yep, and then I'm gonna say wagme config and just say client, and then pass in wagme config. Hey, config, like that. So that closed, nice. And then I want to say rainbow kit provider, and then theme, dark theme. That's pretty cool. And you can also enable cool mode. Now in that case, you will probably have to import it. Yeah, so let's import cool mode. Maybe you don't have to. Interesting. Okay, so you can, we'll see if we have to import cool mode. Anyways, it's just like a nice animation. That's all it is. Like, it's not that important. But before everything, you want to make sure you pass in like into the chain selector, like all the chains. That's pretty much how it's supposed to look like. And now in between all this, you just paste that component thingy right back. And now we should technically have access to all the connection. Now, there's one more thing that we will need to do, and that's going to be in our index.js file. Now in here, you want to go ahead and import connect button from Rainbow Me. All right, so we got that, copy that guy, and then right under here on line 2030, you want to put in connect button, and that should enable, yup, there you go. There is your connect button. So that's pretty much the connection. I'll show you guys what cool mode is, if it enabled itself or if it didn't. We'll see. Hit that. There, that was cool mode. That little animation, that was cool mode. I'll show you once again, because see? And now won't do it because I canceled it once, but there you go, that's cool mode. Hit retry and hit connect, and there you go. That is your MetaMask connection. You just built it, it is done. It is so done, it couldn't be any more done. It is the most done MetaMask connection in the done MetaMask connections history, whatever, leave it. So with that said, we're pretty much good to go to get started connecting the actual contract to the front end. With that said, I'll see you right there. Okay, so it is time to go ahead and start connecting our stuff. So we're gonna be doing mainly all kinds of connections in the context. So let's go ahead, create a context folder. And then inside there, you wanna create a context.js file. And let's go ahead and start importing stuff. So we want to definitely import create context. We want to import use state, use effect, and use contact like that from React, all of it. And then while you're at it, go ahead and import use account from WagMe, which is just a super nice and easy way to get all the account details. So yeah, there's that. And then you want to import web3 with a capital W from web3 with a not capital W. And then you also want to go ahead and import create tract from utils and constants, which is, by the way, constants. Yeah, this exact function that we created earlier. So we already built that. All right. So you want to type it, you want to go ahead and actually start creating the contract over here. No, context. So you want to say app context and go ahead, say create context. And then next up, export const, and it's going to be app provider. And that will have this children thing in between. Children, that's pretty good. And then create the function itself. Now, what's happening here? I think, okay, there you go. And then that will basically return stuff. So let's go ahead and return. Actually, before we return anything, let's do the test file or the test variable equals test, whatever. And now we're gonna return stuff. Return. And you wanna say app context dot, not contest, jeez, dot provider. Yeah, and then value. As like Gary Vee would say it. I'm gonna say test and close that bad boy, and then just pop in chilled right there. So that technically should be pretty much good to go in terms of a context thing. Now what you want to do is just make it like we're gonna set up one more thing that's gonna make it just as much more easier. So you want to say export const use app context, just like it suggests right there. And you just want to return use context and then pass in app context. And basically what that will allow you to do is you will have to import, I believe, less, and it would just made a hook out of it. That's literally what happened. Okay, let's go back to our app.js file. And in our app.js file, what we will do next up is go ahead and import the app provider. So I'm just gonna go up here and make it like separate. So there you go, app provider. And this bad boy, I just put it like right here, like right around the component. Actually, we should be putting it outside of Rainbow Kit. Reason is, Rainbow Kit might use stuff that is available in the provider, so you wanna allow that connection to happen. And that's basically, what did I do? App contest? For real? Okay, that should have fixed it. Nice. And just to test out this context thingy, you want to open up your console. And then inside of index.js, you can go ahead and import use app context from context like that. And then down here, just go ahead and destructure test from the use app context thingy. And then you just want to go ahead and console.log test. And if it says test in here, our console, as it does, And my friends, you literally just created a perfect context and you graduated to move to the next step of this tutorial. So congratulations on that. If not, just double check that everything that we set up here in the context and in the app.js file is correct. And then let's move on. Before we actually move on, I'll just remove all this test related stuff because we don't need any of that. You can close the app.js file, remove that guy. And then for a little bit, we're going to be working inside our app provider or inside our context. We'll build a couple of functions and it will be done in a matter of no time. I'll see you soon. Time to sell some products. And what we're going to be using for that is our context. So let's go ahead and get started setting a few things up here. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a couple of use states. So there's going to be a contract, set contract, yeah, like that. And then use state's null. And then we're going to say we're going to have a user address, set user address, just like that. Might as well save it from typos. And then one more, which is going to be doc and set products. These are all going to be used later on in the app. First of all, this is going to be used. This is where we're going to be storing our contract instance that we are generating with this guy. Next up, we're going to have a user address, which is we are going to be like saving like straight away. So let's actually do that like right now. So const address and equals use account. Let's destructure that bad boy. And while we are at it, let's go ahead and set up a use effect that'll actually save it. So whenever address changes, what we're going to do is say set user address to address. And we just addressed this situation. All right. Now what we're going to do is before we move any further, we should just go ahead and set up the contract situation as well. So set contract, open this guy, and then create we don't have to pass in that address because that's not that address, that's a different address. We have access to that address. So once this guy returns its thing, it will be set into this contract thingy. So basically every time you open up the app, you will have access to all the contract connections immediately. So that's good. That's pretty good. We are good there. Now, you want to go ahead and create a function which we'll call sell item. Now, actually, let's just go ahead and let's figure out what are we going to need for this. So there, create this. So we will be calling this new product function, and we will have to pass in name, description, category, email, price, email, image URL, and rating. All these we'll have to pass them in. So we'll have to account for all that. I'm just going to leave this on the side, just like a little peek. So it like reminds us for that. Okay, let's do this with an async function because this is going to be an asynchronous situation. And from the front end, we're going to pass in name, we're going to pass in description, we're going to pass in category, we're going to pass in image, URL, we're going to pass in price and rating. So basically everything. Close that bad boy. Little arrow thing and open the paren. Now, thank you Prettier for making my code look nice. Now I want to make sure that before any kind of interaction happens with the contract, the contract actually exists. So return, it's like guard clause. And then if that checks out, you want to have a try catch functionality, which will catch any kind of error that happens, and then just console logs it out. Console error, actually. Let's just put that there, and then we can forget about that. So error handling, nice. Next up, try. So what we're going to be doing is immediately, because remember what we did with the contract? We expected that it was going to be in Ethereum or in Ether, but that's not the reality. Contract works with way, and nobody's going to type up that many zeros. So we're going to say price in way, and we're just going to convert it. And we're going to be like, okay, and luckily Web3.js has this built in, so we can call that web3.utils.toWay thing function. We just pass in price and then pass in the currency that we wanted back in. So in this case, it's Ether. Sorry, the other way around. We pass in the price in Ether, and because it's Ether, we tell them like what's the initial values currency, and because it's Ether, it's gonna be stored in Way right here. And then we're gonna go ahead and wait contract methods, and this is where we actually go ahead and call the list new product function. And so that requires, once again, name, requires description. What was that? Description requires category, probably everything that we have here. Description, like I could type it out once, but I couldn't type it out for the second time. That's fine. Name, description, category, image URL, price, rating. Let's just double check it here as well. I think we should be pretty much good to go here. Now, oh my God. Copilot is so nice. It like added this part as well. So I'm just gonna explain it now. So far, this is how far we went. And so because we are creating and adding data onto the blockchain, like we want to store something on the blockchain, you gotta pay for it. All right, nothing is free in the Web3 world. So before we can actually wrap this function up, and as Copilot was already suggesting, we have to send in some Ether. And it's going to be coming from the user address, which we already have saved, it in here. And then there's a couple more things, like you want to set the gas fees to this number, which is 3, and then this is basically 3 million. All right. And then I'm gonna set gas price to null. These are like optimization stuff, so it like the transaction is gonna be more optimized. Nice. That's basically what we are cooking with right now, and that should technically list every new item that we throw at it. Let's go ahead and connect this to our create button right here. So far, actually not even the create button, I was wrong. This list item thing. So if you check, this should technically already work, because that's how our project comes. So you want to go ahead and go into the model file. Modal. I'm going to go ahead and go into the modal file. So once you entered your modal file, you want to go ahead and import the user context thingy, and then destructure cell item out of it. Now, if you actually have one brain cell like I don't, if we don't export this from our context, we're not going to be able to import it anywhere else. So, all right, we are all here to learn and improve, myself included. So you got the cell item function. Oh, that's pretty cool. Here's our handle submit function, which is already connected to the button. Nice. And so what you want to do is, before we move any further, you want to go ahead and say event.prevent default. And what that will do is, like, it will prevent the website from refreshing whenever you hit that button. Sometimes you like need it, it's like a React thing. So we're gonna be using that. And so next up, if there is if any of these fields that are required basically for this transaction to go through, meaning name, description, category, price, and or rating, any of them, those are the pipes though. All of them say not name or not description, like that's how you like read it out. If any of them don't exist or return a falsy value, which is an empty string is a falsy value, then we're gonna display a toast error message, which we already set up for you. And we're just gonna return, and we don't even want to like continue the process. So see, how cool is that? That's pretty cool if you ask me. So there's that. Now, if however, we're good on that end, and that doesn't happen else, or you can just say else, we can say toast.promise. And the reason why we're doing toast.promise and not like a regular JavaScript promise is because the toast thing is going to keep loading as long as our promise is not successful. So we're gonna have the toast handle our async function, and then our async function, as soon as it checks out, our toast is going to turn into a little nice check mark. So let's do that. So toast.promise, and we're gonna say sell item and pass in all the stuff that we need to pass in. So name, description, category, image URL, yada yada yada. And then next up, we're gonna pass in a little bit of a function, and that'll basically just change the toast message all the time. So as long as it's loading, we're gonna be like listing in progress, please wait. And then maybe an hourglass emoji or something that like makes it nice. And then next up, we can just define the success, and then we can be like, okay, item listed successfully. And if there's some sort of error and error listing item, please try again, whatever. And with some nice little emoji play, we should be good to go. So let's go ahead and try that. It should, in theory, work. If it doesn't, then probably made a mistake somewhere along the way. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and search for a rug. And let's just grab an image, whatever. This looks pretty good. This is a puffy rug. Shout out Puffy Mattresses for providing us with the image. This is free marketing for them. Nice. So we're just gonna call it a puffy rug. And once again, shout out for Puffy Mattress. Puffy Mattress. All right, let's go ahead and upload this image right there. Shout out internet speed. Nice, you can crop it down, whatever. Don't even worry about that. Okay, so it immediately says set image URL is not defined. That's interesting. Okay, so that means that for whatever this use state is like not set up. Interesting. Okay. Meaning that some stuff was like, hello, now there it is. What do you mean it's not there? And you want to definitely put that guy in there. So if the img URL doesn't exist, that should make it fail too. However, we are passing it in here. Yeah, this is the like one of the biggest drawbacks of using stuff like Copilot, because you'll just look over a couple of mistakes that you're making along the way. I mean, I'm glad we like have this here. That's helpful. All right, let's start again. Puffy rug. And shout out Puffy Mattress. Oh, yeah, double T. Guess who failed their English classes? Not me though. So put that guy there. Shout out internet speed. And hit done. Okay, there's no issue there. And then let's go type in perfect for rug pulls. Pun intended. Category, rug, whatever, price. This is time when you like literally want to start becoming more and more careful with what you put in as price, and also want to like switch to the local host networks like Ganache. Nice, because otherwise it will try to put them to girly, but we're not. But this address is not on girly, so it would fail again. So once again, price. Okay, actually here you can put like bigger numbers. So I'm just gonna go with 0.1, and then rating obviously is a 5 out of 5. Go ahead, hit confirm on that guy, and items successful listed. Now the only problem is we don't see it, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and make that happen. All right, so we got the selling done. This is now time we go ahead and display all the items that are like listed for sale. So let's go back right here. As we can see, the product state is like still like empty. And if we go back to index, we also have this dummy products array, so like the app doesn't break. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to destructure products from use app context, and that way I technically change that dummy empty array to the array that we are going to be fetching from. And let's get rid of all those rugs and stuff like that. Okay, that's fine there. So now it says products map, it says undefined. Okay, that's because wait. Oh, of course, duh. Once again, if you don't export, you can't import. It's like a pretty good. All right, there you go. Now the error is away. Has gone away. All right, and so to get started fetching, we are going to be creating a new function that is going to go ahead and get all the items for us. So how's it gonna look like? Let's do it like right under here. So it's gonna be get all items. And it's going to be an async function. Nothing to input, and yeah. So So before we do anything, yeah, if there's no contract, that thus far it's correct. If there's no contract, then we should just like return, and then like you can add like custom toast messages, whatever, like error getting items, whatever. I'm not gonna do it because it would just take up time, and I already showed you how to. And then next up, what you wouldn't do is like before all that, like literally before anything, set products to empty. The reason for that is if there's no contract, then you want the products to be like a safe, empty array that like will not break the map. And if the contract changes, you want to wipe out all the old stuff from the old contract, and then the new stuff can come in. And whenever you refresh it, we're going to be using the .push method. Yeah, I believe that's an array method. So we're going to be using the .push method, and we don't want to mess our things up and don't want that same product to show up twice or 3 times or whatever. Okay, so with all that out of the way, we're going to have a nice little try catch function. Next up, what we're going to be doing is say const product count equals weight. So basically what we're going to be doing, just to walk you through at a high level, let's go to the sol file, is we're going to go ahead and fetch this. That way we are going to know how many products are there. And then what we're going to do then is we're going to have a loop that goes through this mapping and fetches each item one by one. So what we're going to do is say contract methods dot, and what was the function name again? It was get number of products. So that's what we want to call. We don't need all that random file. So let's just paste that there. Function thingy call and call it. And we should be good. So we have a number there. The await thing is going to hold back the line until that resolves itself. So we should be good there. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to say start with a plain and simple for loop. We're just going to say index equals 0 semicolon until index is smaller than product count semicolon and indexless, and then open close whatever curly braces are there, and then say const product equals await contract dot methods dot, and which one are we going for? I don't know which one are we going for. No, methods, and let's see which one are we getting, because we're going to be using the built-in function of this methods thing, as if you remember when we did the Ethereum remix stuff. Let me just show you. Yeah, I connect that guy. Whatever. So if you remember, we had this guy. This is what we're going to be using. All right. Based on that, we're going to say products and then pass in a bunch of things. So what we're going to be doing is say products and then pass in index and then just call it. That should be our product. And so now we're going to format this, because if you remember, we get back all the data like twice. So there's no need for that. So we're going to format it a little bit, so it just looks a little nicer. Actually, let me just go ahead and console log the product, just so you remember what I was talking about. Oh, if nobody calls this function, it's not going to run. Let's actually set up a other use effect like that. Paste that bad boy there, call it, and whenever contract changes, we're going to call that. Now, if contract doesn't exist, this whole thing is going to kick it off and we won't have any kind of errors. So let's see what we got. Let's refresh this guy. And there you go. There is our item. So this is what we are going to make a ton nicer. Like it just looks nasty how there's like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Nah, this is not good. So we just want to strip out this piece of the object and then just like make a nice looking array out of that. So let's do that now. And that's why we are creating this formatted product thingy. So we're going to create a new object, which will have an ID, which is going to be product ID. We're going to have a buyer. I said buyer, which is going to be product.buyer, buyer, like that. And then seller, product.seller, name, description. We're gonna have category, image URL, and price. Now, remember, in the Solidity contract, we are only working with way numbers. So there are like multiple ways you can convert between way and ether. I just prefer doing it on the front end, just because like the audience and Ethereum and Solidity is like super, like in the early days, the baby steps, it's the dawn of Web3. So let's just stay where we are like more comfortable with stuff. And so we're going to convert everything on the front end. And plus Web3 JS is like making it like way too easy. Like it should be like almost illegal at this point. Anyways, we're getting back the price in way and we want to convert it into ethers or ether. So that's what we're doing here. And so that's pretty good. And then we have one more thing, which is the rating. Now, let me actually console log the, because I'm lazy. I don't want to type all that. Formatted product. Nice. Let's see the difference between the two. So here's the ugly one. We don't like that. And then number 2, so much nicer. There you go. So you're welcome. That's why you're using random stuff, random like formatting things in the middle of our context. And then yeah, once that's good to go, what you want to do is say set product, and my assistant, Mr. Copilot, is helping me with this. Basically what you want to do is get the set products function from this use state. That keeps track of the previous, actually it shouldn't be previous product. I don't like when it like calls it like that. So we should just call it previous state, all right? It should be previous state. There you go. That should in theory show us all the stuff we got. Now, one interesting thing though, why does it say item bought? I haven't even bought it. What do you mean I bought it? That's probably just hooked up to a template function, so don't even worry about it. Okay, so you might be wondering, David, what is going on here in the first place? Why am I not seeing all my images? Like I literally uploaded them. And if you still have the console log turned on, yeah, this is undefined, but actually, I just spent a little bit of a time and traced it back, and we are doing everything correctly except for one thing. Now, if you look at it, like how are we even saving this stuff? Or how is it even being saved? It is img URL, and we are trying to destructure image URL. Once again, we looked it over, or like I personally looked it over because I'm using Copilot. So again, there's a lot of negatives to it. It's not gonna put us out of our job. I'm pretty sure. After these two, I'm feeling pretty safe. Let's refresh. Let's see what do we got. Now we have the image URL. Now the only question is, why do we not see it? It's probably because we should be saving it like that. All right, there you go. So with that literal two changes that we just did from image to img, which is just a sort for image. Once you change that, it apparently starts working. So that's how we set up the template. I completely forgot about it, and we also are using Copilot to help me out with typing. So there's that. Now with that all said and done, it is time we go ahead and purchase these items, and we're technically done with the build. I'll see you there. All right, we actually got through the very final part of this build, which is purchasing these items. So before we actually get into that, I just want to clear out all the console logs. If you've watched any of my other videos, you know that I don't like them. Like it's good as long as we're building stuff, but then it like gets annoying and clogs up my console. So I like to keep that clean. I'm a clean dude. We are going to be creating a new function down below here, which we're gonna call by product, which is the byproduct of me being funny. Hey! Anyways, we're gonna pass in this ID, which is going to be the product ID that is going to be coming from the front end. So let's do that. Oh, why is it? Oh, there's the error. Okay. So with that said, now we also want to get the usual guard clause. So if there's no contract, then we just want to return with all the toasting stuff. So again, a usual try catch, and then let's catch the error, and then console.error that error. I hope that made sense. That was like a pretty good sentence. Moving on. If we have the contract, we are going to go ahead and try to get the price. So what we're going to be doing is here, get what the price is. We need to know how much the product costs, all right? And we don't really trust the front end to tell us what it costs because that could be manipulated pretty easily. So instead what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and fetch the contract again for it. So we're going to say contract.methods.product ID, and then we're just going to call it. And then once we called it, we will, it's technically isn't the price, but we're just gonna, you know what, let's just actually name it. So product, so that will be the product. And then we will use that to get the price, all right? So what is going to happen now is we're gonna say wait. And then we're just like straight into calling the purchase method. And so let's see how we actually named it here. So it is called purchase item. Now, purchase item, and then we will have to just pass in the ID. That's all we need to pass in. However, when we send it in, this is where we need to specify the actual purchase price of the product that we are sending in. So this is where we're going to be using this line of code. Now, open close paren, open this new object, and we're gonna say from and a user address, which we already have access to. You know what? While we're at it, even though it's like unlikely that it will ever happen, that this doesn't exist and the contract doesn't exist, because somewhere I believe, oh wait, hold on. Whenever here, actually never mind. You know what? Let's just put it in the guard clause. It's not gonna hurt there. It's fine. So we're gonna be like, okay, contract address or user address. So whoever is logged in, that's the person that will have to pay for the product. We're gonna give it like the general 3 million gas, which is like 3 million whey, I believe. And then we're gonna say gas price null. And then we're gonna say value, because in this case we have to specify the value. And out here, we actually got the price of that product. Like we got the product. So, and we just want to get the price of that specific product, and that will be the value. So it's like way harder for any kind of like malicious intent, like any kind of person with malicious intent to like tamper with this specific transaction. And that should be pretty much it. Now, we're gonna export it because I messed it up and forgot to export it twice. And what we're gonna be doing is, I believe so, it's in product.js where we will be calling it. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to go ahead and import use app context. And then, yeah, I have all this template function there, but we don't need this anymore. Instead, we are just going to destructure this. And right here, the toast is ready to handle everything, and it should be good to go. Let's see, what do we got? So on click, whenever we click one of these products, and I don't know why it does that. I think it's like, I save it, it like doubles it. Anyways, when you refresh it, it only shows up once, so that's pretty good. And then it says item bought, so that's interesting. It says reading length. Okay, that's weird. What are we dealing with? All right, oh, hold on. And once you actually do that, technically this should be working. So let's go ahead and test this out. So if I refresh, I'm gonna say, all right, my MetaMask is popping up. It's $0. Well, that detail looks a little fishy to me. Okay, so there's this error. And it says the value doesn't seem to be checking out, I believe. Invalid amount sent for product. Huh, interesting. And so the reason why the price like wasn't really working is, if you think about it, like these are all async functions. If we are waiting here for we literally awaited everywhere. I think I just forgot to put the await there. Let's see if that helped. And let's see if that worked. Wait, there's like a lot of transactions clogged up here. All right, let's go ahead and refresh. Click that. And there you go. there you go. Now you can see that the price is right there, 0.1 ETH, and then I'm gonna confirm it. However, it literally just says seller cannot buy their own product. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to refresh here and then swap over to my other account like that, connect. And that has like 69, nice. ETH in there. And let's hit the second one, confirm, there's the price and item bought. Now this one is successful. So that pretty much wraps up this entire build. You are able to now list and sell items using the blockchain, using the Ethereum blockchain. And then once again, if you want to send this to your friends, deploy it to anywhere, you can just comment that line out and comment this line like back out. So that's going to be the valid line. And now this application is living on the Girly network. So with that being said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
In this video, you're going to be building the TikTok Web 3.0 dApp with Next.js and Infura. You're going to be able to upload your videos to the blockchain so that they are available forever. And other users will be able to come over and review those videos and even give a thumbs up to them, like you should to this video. So with that said, smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Let's just jump straight into it.
All right, so before we actually get started, let's just go ahead and spin up this app because we haven't seen how it looks like. So what I'm gonna do is just type in yarn dev in the terminal, and that should pretty much get started with that should pretty much like get our server up and running. I'm just gonna go ahead and get started with the Chrome, and that's only because for whatever reason Safari isn't supporting any kind of wallets. That's weird. All right, so let's see what we got. We have this nice, beautiful design that we got here. So we got this nice, beautiful design, and this is what we're gonna be working with. So there's a bunch of like pre-added data, and then there's gonna be this guy with the upload. What's that? With the upload thing, upload modal, and then we will have a like button, which yeah, it's not defined, so it doesn't work yet, so that's fine. But this record is spinning, so we're good to go. Camera rolling. All right. Wow, there's a bunch of console log going on for no apparent reason. Let's actually get rid of those because you know how we roll. We don't do unreasonable console logging. There you go. All right. Now with that said, I think what we're going to be getting started with is just the contract. So what I like to do initially is use Truffle to create a contract. So that's literally what we're gonna type in. Truffle, create a contract. And it's gonna be called magically TikTok. And before we actually forget about it, because that's a tendency I, like for whatever reason I do, is go into your migrations folder and create a new file with the title of 01 deploy.js and not KS, because that doesn't exist. There you go. Oops. And what we're going to be doing in here is, actually I'll just make this nice. I'll make the text bigger. I'll make things bigger. That's what she said. All right, you should see it now, right? I'll just get a magnifying glass if you want. All right, so cons TikTok equals artifacts dot require TikTok. What that basically will do is when you go into your TikTok.sol file, it will look for this thing. So. And then just import it. And the next up, module, whoa. I don't know what that is. Module.exports. And we're gonna export a function. It's gonna have an input of deployer, and then deployer.deploy TikTok. That's literally what we're gonna like. That's all we need, and then it's gonna be only used when we try to like deploy the contract. So it's not necessary now, but I keep forgetting. So let's just get a word with it and let's go into the contract. All right, so the version that we're going to be using is the 0.8.16. Kind of forgot the numbers here. And let's just get started. So there's no need to have a constructor in this case, but there's a couple things that we're going to do. So I just want to like set up all the structs, mappings, all that kind of stuff ahead of time. So let's just get started with a struct, and that's going to be it's going to be a video. So like a video object, this is how it's going to look like. These are the props that each video object will have. So we're going to have a caption, and then you want to put the semicolons at the end, because if you don't, it's going to be issues. Then we're going to have likes, we're going to have dislikes, we're going to have likes, we're going to have dislikes, and we're going to have an address, which is basically going to be the owner or the person who like uploaded the video itself. And we're going to have an array of addresses that will contain basically the likers. Actually, I can just put that like right there. So there's that. All right, so now we're going to do some relatively advanced stuff. We're going to have a mapping, and this mapping will map addresses to another mapping, which will map a uint, to a bool. It's gonna be interesting. And it's gonna be a public, and it's going to be liked users. So we're going to be mapping each user's address who's using this app to whether they like this specific post or not. So what this will mean is we'll have my address, my wallet address, and I'm gonna go in and see it and like start watching video number 0 and then decide to like it. It's gonna be my address mapped to another mapping, which is like 0 true. And so that basically all that means is I like the first video, or like the 0th video, but I'm talking like human language now. So basically that's what it will mean. We'll get to it in a second, kind of try to understand what it means, but you'll understand it later on. We're gonna have another mapping in the meantime, which will be a number mapped to a video, right? And that will be another public one, and that will be the videos themselves. So this is where we are going to map the IDs to the videos themselves. We could have just created an ID here, but we are trying to show like different ways of building contracts. So we're gonna go this way now. What happened there? And we're gonna create yet another mapping, and it's gonna be another number, and this is gonna be another number in here, and this is going to be public again, and this we'll call likes. So we are going to keep track of each like for each video ID. So you'll have a video ID, and then you will be able to map, like we're going to use a bunch of mappings here. All right, so video number 0, this is how much likes it has. These are the users that actually liked it, and then like when you pass in an address, you're going to be able to figure out whether like which videos did that specific person like. So there's a lot of like weird connections, but this is an advanced tutorial, bro. All right, and we're gonna have one more variable, which is gonna be a uint. It's gonna be public, and we're just gonna call it video count. Oops. And let's just do it that way. That's going to be initialized at 0, obviously, and then we're just gonna keep incrementing it. Now, whenever you create a new video, you wanna have an event that you're going to like emit. And this is some blockchain stuff. We haven't really done this before, but basically what this will do is it's like kind of like console logging, but onto the blockchain. It's like better. So you don't have to like worry about it much. You can completely leave it out, but it's just like adds that one level of extra to the video. So keep it, I think. Anyways, video created. And we'll have a normal, regular stuff like that, like a regular circular, what is it? Like a paren. So we're gonna have an ID, we're gonna have a string that will be basically the caption. We're gonna have a URL, number of likes, dislikes, and the owner. That's pretty good. Oh, and that crazy thing is going on because I have to like close it like that, and that should have solved all the issues. So that's good. We're gonna have 2 more events. One of them is video liked, and we're gonna have a number, a uint. It's gonna be an ID, and we're going to have the likes, basically a number of likes passed in here, and another event which is video dislike. So like I said, you just want to like console log everything. It's going to be the same input. So there's your like basic setup, and now it's actually time to go ahead and create a new video. So we're gonna have to have a new function in here with all that like random stuff. So function, and we'll call it create video. All right. Now we're gonna have a couple of things that we'll have to pass in here. So we're gonna pass in the caption whenever we call this function and a URL. So the URL basically is just like a TikTok link or some sort of like video link that we're going to store on the blockchain. And before we even do anything, just like video count plus plus. So you want to increment that immediately. And videos.video count, or I mean like video count. Yep. So what is videos before we go any further? There's your videos. All right. So the ID that we just incremented, we're going to use that immediately to store our first video and map the first video to that specific counter. All right. And we're going to create a new video using the structure that we created up here. So there's that. Let's go ahead and start passing in caption URL. And we're going to have 0 likes, 0 dislikes, and message sender is going to be the owner. And we're going to create a new array of addresses that like doesn't have anything in there. Oh, I forgot a comma there. So there's that. Well, that's interesting. Oh, that's because I changed up the order. So let's go ahead and swap them around, and we should be good to go. Okay, so yeah, basically you want to match these items to each of these elements. So you want to take these and match these items to these elements that you are passing in. So first, obviously, caption, URL, likes, dislikes, yada yada yada. So you want to make sure that the order is specific. Now, once you're done with that and your team no events, I think that's how I'm gonna call all of you slackers. You can basically skip anything that's happening after I type emit. But for those that are like elite and actually doing events, we're going to emit a new event, which we're gonna call, which is like something we already prepped here. So we're gonna pass in the ID, which is video count. We're going to pass in the caption. We're going to pass in URL 00 and message.sender. So once again, you want to map everything to these. And I'm like, when I say map, it's kind of like that mapping, but it's like your brain does the mapping. So get it right. All right. Now, if you haven't heard of it before, or if you haven't watched any of my previous videos, I like to use something called the Remix ID extension inside of VS Code. So this is that guy. Now go ahead, install it. There's no setup needed at all. Once you're done, that's the icon that you want to click. Takes a little bit of a time to load up, but once it's done, you want to select the corresponding version. So if it's 0816, you want to go with that specific version. And now just hit run and deploy and hit activate on the pop-up window. And once you're there, Notice that you're gonna have the output coming up and could not detect network, whatever, or you might have something else there. Now, there are two options that you can do right now. One is go to your Infura account and select Girly, which is gonna be the network we're going to be using throughout this tutorial when we deploy the contract. Now you can pick this and get this RPC URL is what it's called. Paste it here. However, I don't recommend it because test networks are a little slower than your local. So what you can do instead is go to trufflesuite.com/ganache and then select that bad boy. Download it, install it, and this is how it's going to look like. There you go. There's our ganache. Now, what you will not see is this. It's obviously not my ganache that's on your machine, so completely forget about that. But if you hit quick start, bringing in the exact same thing. Now, if you come in here, you want to go ahead and copy this RPC server type of thing. Copy that guy. Go over and then paste it here. If you can see that, that's literally the exact same link. And once you hit connect, it's going to connect. So that's cool. Now I'm going to open up a secondary sidebar and then just pull output there. It's because I prefer it showing up there so I can hide that bottom thingy because it's better use of space in my opinion. And notice there's a couple of things that you will be able to do. Obviously, disconnect your account. And then there's going to be all these, and then there you will have access to a bunch of these wallets. Now, these wallets are exactly these wallets. So what Ganache does is it gives you 100 ETH and it's like a locally running blockchain server type of thing on your machine, so you don't have to use testnets, which are like kind of slow sometimes, but there you go. And what you can do is if you have a contract opened, it's going to give you the option to compile that. So let's do that. Let's see what that does. Like you can see, it says please wait and compilation finished, and there you go. Now you can now go ahead and deploy this contract. Let's see what that does. And there you go. That's what happened there. So if you open this, it's literally the exact same thing that we just created, right? So there's like all kinds of stuff. Like you can call the video count, which will literally, like all this will do when you create a variable is under the hood, it creates like a call function to it. Like what is a call function? It's basically, if you're familiar with APIs, it's like a get method function, but for the blockchain. So there's that. You can read data from the blockchain for my beginners out there. All right. And then there's like this transact thingy. That's like post calls. And if you're like super beginner, that's like adding data to the blockchain, but get familiar with transactions and calls and also get familiar with get and post. Because if you're not, you're gonna get left behind. All right. So when you call that video count, it's gonna return 0, which is pretty cool because we don't have to give it any kind of value, and the initial value that Solidity gives it is 0 by itself. So that's pretty cool. Some languages don't know that. That's why we use Solidity. And then there's like a bunch of things, so like we don't even have to worry about these. But there is this, let's just go through like what these mappings are. So you see the first mapping, it's like the pretty crazy one, but initially, let's just go through the second one. So videos. What you can do is pass in a uint, which is just a number, like an integer. And what I'm gonna do is just pass in 0 and see what happens. And literally nothing happens. So it like sends me back all the basic default stuff. It's not valid. Basically what that means is there's no videos created or no videos added to that specific ID. There's no video with the ID of 0, is what I'm trying to say. And then you can do the exact same thing for like likes. There you go. It like gave you back a 0. So it's like not even valid at all. Oh yeah, it's like, it gave you back a 0 because once again, that's the initial value. Whoa, what happened there? And then here you can put in an address. So I'm just gonna go ahead, copy one of my addresses, paste that guy there, and then video ID is gonna be 0 in this case. Call that, and like see like there's no data that would exist there. So like how would it know if it's a true or a false? You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? It's like a lot of undefined stuff. Now with that fiddling. But that's basically how it works, and it will eventually, we're gonna use all this stuff. So don't worry about it. We're just gonna like populate it with data. All right, create video, what do we have to do? We gotta put in a caption and we gotta put in a URL. Now, because those are strings, I'm just gonna go with like dummy data. So I'll put in a caption and I'll put in a totally URL, because that's totally URL. Hit transact, and there's some things happening here. Gas is being used, some kind of gaslighting. So there's like all kinds of stuff happening here, and then random gaslighting and things of that nature, but we don't really know what is really happening in the background unless we are able to call it. So let's try to call video count, and now as you can see it says 1, so that's helpful. Let's see if we get back the data that we just added, and there you go, it sent back all the data we wanted. All right, so it's a weird data structure that we're gonna have to get used to it, but basically, let me just copy it and we'll run through it. So I just created a temp.json file. You don't have to follow, but I just wanted to show you what's happening here. To basically get the exact same data twice. Now, this is just the basic, this is how Solidity does it by itself. And then this is the data structure that you gave it to it. So just something to get used to, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. It's going to be easier to just refer to these things, and then later in the video, you'll realize that we're going to be using this stuff. All right. Now you're literally getting back every single data piece that you just passed in. So that's pretty cool. Let's move on. Now, a few things that we're going to be needing in this contract, and I'm not going to go through all the testing. I'm going to do an overall testing session at the very end. Am I even recording? Oh, okay, there. Oh my god. All right, so a few other functions that we're going to be needing is, first one is going to be just function get number of videos, and it's just going to be like a regular public function that returns a number. Oops, like that. And all it will do is just say return video count. That's it, done. We're gonna be needing it on the front end. Don't worry about it for now. Let's just move on. There's gonna be 2 more functions. One of them is going to be like video, and I'm just gonna like make it as simple as possible, and let's just initialize another one, which is going to be, you guessed it, dislike video. All right, we're gonna get started with like video, but it's gonna be almost the exact same thing in a dislike one, so you'll have an opportunity to like test out your Solidity skills after this one. All right, like video, what are we gonna do? We're gonna create an instance of the specific video that we're trying to like. So we're gonna need to pass in a uint, which is going to be the ID. And if you see all these like underscores in here and up here, basically all that means is that we're only using those variables within these functions, and there's no, like they have no business outside of those functions. It's like internal use only. Easy, that's it. All right, so let's go ahead and create a storage. Let's go ahead and create a instance of the video that we're trying to like here. So we're gonna have a video, and then we're gonna grab the specific video from using the ID that we just passed in. All right, now once we got that, we also have to make sure that the liked users for that specific video, all right, select users. It's like users who like the post, but that would be a way too long variable names. Comment down below like what would be a better name there. But anyways, you gotta pass in. There's a couple things that we need to pass in. Remember, we gotta pass in an address. We're gonna pass in the ID, and that will return a Boolean. All right. And we're gonna pass in message sender, the person who is trying to like that specific video. Oops. And we're gonna need to pass in the ID. All right. So we need to make sure. All right. So we need to make sure that the person who's trying to like the video haven't liked this video before. All right. And if they have, let's just like gently remind them that you have already liked this video. All right. That's it. And I keep forgetting the semicolon, but you shouldn't. All right, moving on. Likes. We're gonna update all these mappings, all right? So we're gonna update all these mappings, all right? So we're going to have likes, and we're gonna go ahead and update the value of it. So you can just go plus, or if you're not that familiar with that, you just go likes underscore ID +1. Basically, take the value of this, add 1 to it, and then just like give that value to this specific mapping item thing. And then same thing is gonna have underscore video, and then we just like basically do all the admin work around the like. So we're gonna have to grab the video instance that we just created and push the message sender to the like users array, and I'm actually gonna say push and push in message that sender. So that's just going to like, again, all right, and like literally let's just finish all the administrative work around this like functionality. So underscore video, which is the video instance you just created, and let's just update the likers array by pushing, by pushing message sender in there. What does this do again? Grab the video that we just created up here. So like the video that we're trying to like, right? And then there's this array called the likers, not Lakers, haha. And then pushing the message sender, meaning the person who actually liked that video, push them in there so we can keep track of them. And now we gotta update all the mappings. So this here that we require to be false, we're gonna make sure that now this is gonna be true. So we do it with 1 equal sign, and then we just update it to true. And instead of colon, we're gonna have a semicolon. And now we're going to update the actual array of videos that we created somewhere here. And now we're actually gonna go ahead and update this mapping by saying that videos ID equals video. So there's a couple of things happening here. Once again, let's just run through it. So we create a local instance like just for this specific function. Outside of this guy is not even gonna exist. So we create an instance using the mapping that we originally have. What you wanna do is work on only one object and then just like update that and then push it right back to its place and then get rid of the old value. So that's what we're doing. We're gonna pick that out and then we're gonna do stuff with it. All right, now, we're gonna need this to determine whether the person who is trying to like this video has already liked it or not. If they did, if they haven't, let's just get them through, which is this stuff. And if they have, then we're gonna like send this error message back and don't let the process go through. Now, we're going to increase the amount of likes this video has on it. So up that a number. So up that by 1 basically. And we're going to also store the person who liked the video in an array, and then also update the mapping for the specific user, whether they liked the video or not. And finally, whatever modifications we did on that local instance of that video, just put it back, get rid of the old value, and that's pretty much it. Now, for my rich people who emit events, we're going to emit the video liked event, pass in the ID and then the amount of likes. And that's basically pretty much the like functionality. Now I want you to go ahead, pause this video and try to figure out the dislike functionality by yourself. And if you're for whatever reason you couldn't figure it out, it's okay completely, because we're here to learn. Let's go ahead and do that now. So just like last time, we're gonna have to pass in an ID, and we're gonna go ahead, create, just like last time. Actually, I'm not even going to type all that. You can literally copy this guy and then put this right there, put that capital V right there, new requirement. And now in this case, we wanna check that the person, like in this case, we wanna make sure that the person has actually liked the video. So instead of false, we're going to require that this is true. We're gonna update the message and we can be like, hey, you have to like the video first. And now what you want to go ahead and do is decrease the number of likes, just like that. And then update the mapping to be false, and so the person can like it again. And then update the modified value. And then again, for my rich people video dislike, pass in the ID and pass in the number of likes. And that is pretty much our contract. Actually, there's one more function that we're gonna make, which is going to be get videos like that. And it's going to be a public function which will return a video view returns which will basically return all the videos that we have stored on the contract. So we're going to create a new array which will just populate with all the stored videos from the chain. So you're just gonna like define the structure of it and all that kind of stuff, and you're gonna make sure that this is not going to be longer. Like there cannot be more items in that specific array than the number of videos we already stored on the blockchain. And so once you're done with that, you want to literally loop through all the videos that we have uploaded. With a regular, boring, old for loop. And then one by one, push them into the array that we just created. Now you might notice that I'm doing some wizardry here, and actually that's some weird stuff going on there. But basically what's happening is that the number of videos, the video IDs are starting with 1, and that's because we are incrementing the video count over here. Now this guy is starting from 0, so like there's a couple of things that we can do here. We can make this start at 1 and then add the equal sign there, but it's not like, no one really does less than equal to unless I'm just not aware of it. So we just opted for going this way, and then obviously the video IDs have to match. The video IDs have to keep up with this, so you gotta add 1 to it, and that way you're gonna be fine. Now, once you're done with that, just return that array, and you're good to go. All right, now let's go ahead and actually test this out as it is. I'm just gonna add a couple of stuff in here, and before we test out, you want to make sure that everything you had here, just get rid of it all. No need for that. I'm gonna recompile everything that you have, and should be good to go now. Empty out the output clear that, because there's no reason for you to see all that stuff. Deploy that bad boy, and you're good to go. All right, new video, caption, caption, and then put in a URL, totally URL number 2. Transact that. All right, gas burning is there. All right, let's get the number of videos. There's 1 video, get videos, get all of the videos. All right, there you go. There's literally every information that you need to do. You need to know. There's your caption, there's your URL, number of likes, dislikes, the array of likers, which is currently an empty array because nobody likes this video, and then the owner, which is me, myself, and I. All right, let's see number of likes. 1. You're gonna pass in the ID. All right, 0. Perfect video count. I think we tested that already. And then videos. Let's get back to data. ID is going to be 1. Pass it in. You get back all the data. That's pretty good by my standards. All right, let's go ahead and like that video. There you go. All right, well, there's all the gaslighting going on. And let's check the number of likes once again. So call that, and it says 1. So we're pretty much good to go for this. That is your contract. Let's go ahead and deploy it now. All right, let's go ahead and deploy this contract that we have right over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up that thing down there, pull my output back there, because that's something we're gonna be using in a little bit. And what you wanna do is go into your extensions and now install Truffle. And the good thing about Truffle is it's pretty well integrated with Ganache and Infura, so it's going to be helpful. By the way, this is the one that you want to download Truffle or VS Code by Consensus Software, and they have the check mark, so that's cool. All right. All right, this is the thing that you will see, this little like Truffle looking thingy. And you will have two networks over here, Ganache and Infura. And if you don't have them, you can literally just click connect network and then connect it. So what you can do once you're done is go into like right click on the tiktok.sol file and hit build. Now you can also hide the secondary window or the secondary sidebar. And let's just like compile it. So build it, and there you go. Everything is up to date, nothing to compile. That's pretty cool. And let's go ahead and deploy now. Wait, I'm clicking the wrong one. And if you don't have the deploy file, it's not going to work. So make sure you have it. All right. Now, if you right click on tiktok.sol and then hit deploy, and you have Ganache connected, which once again, super easy. Let me just show you real quick. So I'm just gonna say connect, select Ganache, and then you're gonna put in a port. Now, how you get the port? That's your port right there, 7545. Paste that in there, and you're good to go. And that will connect automatically. So I'm gonna clear the output and go back here and deploy it to Ganache first. So that's gonna be my local, and hit that. Let's see what happens. And if you get the contract address and successful deployment, and you're basically good to go. Now what you want to do is go ahead, copy this guy, close that, and then go into your utils file and contract.js. Now here, it was a little fast. Utils, contract.js. All right, that's where you want to go once you copy the contract address. Just create a new variable called, I don't know, contract address or something like that, and then just pop that in there. Or actually we can literally just call it address. No need to go too fancy on it, but what that does is we're just gonna save it for there for now. Don't worry about it. And then the one more thing you want to make sure is go into your artifacts, and then there's this tiktok.json file. All right, that's something called the ABI. Now this is in a different format, but here's the ABI that we're going to be using. So you can either copy that or just copy this entire file and paste it right into the utils folder. All right, and then what you can do is go ahead and import that as contract ABI or something like that. And we're just gonna tiktok.json, and there you have it. Now you have access to it. Now with these two things, we can create a brand new function, which will be create contract. Oops, what happened to my keyboard? Oh, create contract, and there's no input here. There's like literally nothing to input. Now what you want to do is store, like destructure the Ethereum object from your window. So what's that? Like, that doesn't make sense. Window, if you don't know it, that's the like all the code that is running in your browser. And then Ethereum is the specific code that MetaMask injects into your browser whenever it's running. So there you go. I'm just gonna go ahead and unlock it, and there's like all kinds of code going on in the background, and MetaMask injects some into it, and that'll make it easy to interact with the contract. Now, if this Ethereum object exists in my window, then what I want to do is create a new instance of Web3 by using the Web3 JS library. So let's go ahead and import that. Oops, like that. And that should be good to go for now. And then we're going to return a new Web3 ETH contract using the contract ABI and the address. Now, once again, as I said it earlier, you want to go for the ABI itself. All right, so there's a bunch of random code in here, which we're not really going to need. So just use that, and then you can just refer to that. And then that basically takes care of all the contract interaction type of our done with our Ganache deployment, what you want to do is once again hit deploy on that bad boy, but this time you want to select curly and leave the gas price empty. And then here, if you haven't worked with this extension before, you will only have paste mnemonic and generate mnemonic. Because I have worked with it, I already have this thing there, and that means that I already have a wallet set up with my truffle. So what you can do if you don't have it is go into your MetaMask and then click that click that guy. Click settings, I don't even know where to go. Hit privacy, security, whatever, and then secret recovery phrase, and then just pop in your password. Now, do not share this with anybody, and just like keep it separate from where your money is at. Like just think basically, all right? Like whenever someone has access to your secret recovery phrase, that basically means they have full control over your wallet. So, and then like if you think that, oh, your wallet might be at risk, just generate a new one, put your funds somewhere safe, just like use your brain, all right? But in this video, and I want to like emphasize this, we at Clever Programmer will never ask for your private key or any kind of private stuff. We don't even ask for your public keys, all right? We don't ask for anything. So if anybody in the comments pretends to be us, it's not us. Be smart. Save your money. All right. There you have it. Grab that, and once you paste it there, it's gonna be something. Oops. Yeah, paste. And then you paste something in there, and then this window will pop up. Now, you can save it somewhere, and then this extension will remember it just like it remembers for me. So I'm just gonna pop curly there again, and then you can just use it like that. So there you go. Now it's gonna take a little extra time because once again, it's a testnet, it takes longer. So I'm just gonna fast forward there and then show you what the result is. By the way, if your deployment is stuck, there's gonna be that little thing going down there. What you want to make sure is that you have your notifications on, but mine's are off because I like to focus. Just click that install button, and then you're gonna be basically good to go. And this is gonna take a little extra time, and there are like all kinds of random things going on here, so I'm just going to remove that. And then it failed for whatever reason. Let's check it out. Well, let's go ahead, try again. I don't really understand what's happening. Oh, I think it just timed out because it, oh wait. All right, so if that issue happens to you, you might want to go ahead and create a separate folder for your next app. So you can just create a folder, it's called next app, put your pages, and then like leave everything contract related out here. So you're gonna need your context, your components, not build the next folder, pages, public, styles, and your next config, package JSON, and I think those are the only ones. Oh, ESLint and the .env file. So once you have all these, go ahead, grab them, and then just throw them in there in the next up folder. So that should technically take care of a lot of things. So go into your terminal then. We're gonna reset that. And then you're gonna have to cd into your next app folder and then just run the yarn in there. Let's see if that figures itself out. And in the meantime, so the reason we're doing that is there's some peer dependency issues there. So that's fine, we'll figure it out. Now you also want to make sure you update your git ignore and remove all these folder things. Because otherwise it will only look in this very specific folder. However, I need it to look in all other folders. And now you can see your git thing is only recognizing 55 changes, not 200, 5,000, whatever. So we'll not need that. And let's try deploying this guy again. So put in Gurley. Open that bad boy, install it, npmi, and then that should technically generate a new package JSON file soon. I think it did it already, I just don't see where it's at. Oh, there you go. There it is, and that should be the only file that is out there. Or that should be the only dependency that the outer project has. This is once again, these are like things that will come with experience. Don't worry about it if you didn't figure it out by yourself. Like, there's nothing shameful about it. All right, so once you've done all of that, there's still gonna be a couple of errors if you're like me. However, it might have solved it. So there's a few things just to wrap it up again. What you need to do. So create a next-app folder, and you will need to pass in all these files and then just remove any everything. Like all of these stuff have to come in here in your git ignore. That's step number one. Step number two, in the git ignore file, all these files will have a slash in front of them, just like this one, and I forgot about it. Remove all the slashes. Literally, you can come in to Command F, click that thing, and then just put a slash in there, and then put nothing there, and then just like one by one remove all the slashes. That removes it from the comments, but it doesn't really matter there. So you don't want to see any kind of slashes in here, because that will make this file only look for those folders in here and not one or two levels deeper. Once that's done, remove all the node modules. So remove your node modules from there, remove your node modules from out here, and that should put you in a pretty good place. Now, these are the only files that you should be seeing. In fact, you shouldn't even be seeing this. This is just one of my extensions, so I'm just going to remove it. You're not going to have that file. See, these are the files that you should see here. Everything else that is basically has anything to do with your front-end application has to be put in here. All right, so this is something that, all right, now you're gonna learn. And actually, I'm pretty glad we made this mistake. This is a mistake on our end. However, if you happen to ever do this, now you're gonna be prepared for that. So everything bad has something good in it. Look at the positive end of stuff. All right, so now you just learned that skill. And then once you're done, then remove everything. Open up your terminal. I said terminal. Stop everything, and then you will have to run reset a couple times. Whatever. I'm just gonna restart both of my terminals here, and then in one folder, what you want to do is cd into your next app folder, and then just run yarn and let it do its thing. That will ensure that your next app is ready to go, and then we'll restart it in just a second. And this other one is only going to be used for like installing stuff. All right, just type in yarn dev once that's done, and then your next app should be pretty much good to go. All right, there are like stuff that are not working perfectly. So let's see. Oh, apparently, okay. So I forgot my utils folder. So put that there too. That's gonna need to be there. All right, there you go. Now it's working. There we go. We're good there. All right. So that should be good. And now what you want to do is now you will be able to deploy the contract. All right. It might still give an error, but there should be no other kind of error. The reason that other error was happening is because contract deployment needs a specific version of React, but or like a specific dependency. However, the next app requires a different version of that, and that conflicts, and then it just like throws all kinds of errors. So figured it out, good to go. All right, now it failed again. So that's because we just like didn't install anything there. So let's run yarn there. And when it comes to like blockchain, sometimes yarn doesn't seem to work. Sometimes npm doesn't work. So what I like to do is just run both of them, and then usually that saves me a lot of headache. So once my yarn finished running, I'm just gonna go ahead and run npm install as well, just for good measure. Totally no need to do that, but I'll just do it anyways. And then let's see what do we got now. So I'll reset that terminal. That one is running, so that's good. Hit my contracts, TikTok Sol, deploy that bad boy, and then just select girly. All right, now it's waiting, and now it's throwing me a different error. So it says user project is inactive. All right, that's fine. That error I'm pretty familiar with, and that's fine. So in your truffle, what you want to do is check if your Infura service is connected to the right project. All right, obviously, like if the project is not existing in my account out here on Infura, it's obviously not going to work. So you got your TikTok, right? But it says eBay there. That's fine. I can just right click on that guy. I said that guy, and then disconnect it. Cool. Now, you might be using the truffle extension for the very first time, and in that case, when you connect to the Infura service, it will pop open a little window here that will just force you to sign in. All right. Once you sign in, that guy will come up, and then you can pick it up where I'm at. So once you signed in, easy, just pops up in your browser, hit authorize, and you're good to go. Then you can just select the project you want to connect to. Okay. And we should be good to go pretty much now. All right, let's go back. And for the 5th time at this point, select girly, Infura TikTok clone. Girly, 0 US price, and create that guy. We'll use that guy. There's another. User project is inactive. Okay, well if that happens, let's go into our truffle config. So here, you can just clearly like take this entire networks thing and just get rid of the entire thing. Like you don't need any of that. It will be regenerated, so that's fine. All right, hit deploy. Again, girly, no guest price, paste that. Let's see if it like goes through this time. So far so good, because it takes longer times and it's like deploying and wow. All right, let's see. Like the other ones were like way faster at throwing the error, and there you go. I think this is already good to go. So like there's a bunch of steps and there's a bunch of places where it can go wrong. This was a good debugging session where you will be able to face a ton of errors that all of us face on a daily basis. And if you miss like one step, this is where you can come back to figure out all the errors that you might have made somewhere. So there it is. And then when you see all these blocks, like that's when actually it's like verifying that it is being deployed, and the transaction hash that you see here, that's being verified on these blocks. So let's wait for it. And whenever you see your contract address, that's when you know you're good. And it also says like deploy succeeded. And it also says deploy succeeded. So that's pretty much it. Now you want to go ahead, copy this number too, or like this address as well, and then go back to your utils. So now inside of next step, and then hit the contract file. And then after here, you can go ahead and put in the, I don't know, just like say something like, okay, this is ganache, and then export const address again, and then say girly, and then just like comment out this entire line. And whenever we are ready, you can literally just change it to this specific address, and then this will be available for anybody out there. You can share it with your friends, family, whatever, and they will be able to use your app. It's that sad. That was a pretty rough deployment, but we made it. And if you made it this far and you have that same error, I usually just get rid of that ESLint file, and it usually goes away in a little bit. But if you made it this far, you're a champ. Let's keep on going. All right, now with the deployment done, let's go ahead and start connecting our wallets to this bad boy. So there's a few things that we're gonna need to do. So go into your app.js file, and in here, we're gonna import a couple of things. We already have our contact set up, so don't have to worry about that. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Kevin, shout out. All right, so we're gonna import the CSS file of RainbowKit. All right, so RainbowKit /styles.css, and then we're gonna import a couple more things. So there's chain, singular, there's configure chains, and then there is create client, and then there is wagme config, and all this comes from wagme. Now I don't know what's good there. It got imported a couple of times. Well, there you go. All right. Now that should look way better. All right. Now we're gonna go ahead and import a couple more things because we're not done yet. So we gotta get default wallets and RainbowKit provider. And you also need dark theme because we want to make it look cool. And all this is coming from at RainbowKit or RainbowMe/RainbowKit, whatever you can read. And then two more things. You got we're gonna need the Infura provider. We're gonna need the providers. So we're gonna need Infura provider from wagme/providers/Infura, like that. And then I'm just gonna duplicate that line and change that to JSON RPC like that. And I'm gonna import JSON RPC provider from there. Pretty good. And just like in a couple previous videos that you might have seen or might haven't. If not, what are you doing? Just like put it on your watch later, watch after this one. All right, const. You want to destructure chains and provider from, configure chains like that. And then we're gonna have two arrays in here. All right, so the first one is gonna be the chain. So we're gonna have chain.girly, and then we're gonna have not JSON, chain.localhost. Perfect, our chains are ready to go. And then next up, we're gonna create the providers. So we're gonna have two. We're gonna have the Infura provider, which will need the API key. All right, so let's put that guy there. And then we're gonna say process.environment. Let's go to the env file. All right, so that's the key that we'll need. Put that there, and that will basically like import it. And then you also want to up the priority. So the priority is going to be 1, meaning any kind of chains that we're gonna connect to with this app. First, we're gonna look for it on Infura. If Infura happens to not support that specific chain, then we're gonna need to add the JSON RPC provider. So JSON RPC provider, like that. Open paren, open that squiggly, new line. Set the priority to number 2, meaning it's gonna be coming after the Infura one, and then just put in the RPC link chain, and then initiate a function which will return this HTTP object, which is gonna be once again 7545. This is coming from Ganache. So where's my Ganache? There it is. Once again, this is your link. Put that there, and you should be good to go. Actually, what I want to do is just copy this whole entire thing, just in case there's some weird stuff. That should be coming back to localhost, but like weird things happen sometimes. Let's just make sure that everything is identical. All right, let's go ahead and create some connectors here. Get default wallets, and then pass in a few things. You're gonna pass in app name is going to be, what is this? TikTok, just like that, perfect. And then you wanna pass in chains. Nice, you got the connectors there. And then last but not least, you want to create a wagme config. So wagme config equals create client and you want to enable auto connect. It's going to be true. Then you want to enable, you want to pass in connectors, and you want to pass in provider. And now it should be good to go. All right, now we want to wrap this around our application. So we're going to need the wagme config, and then you want to pass in the variable that you just created as your client. Hey, there you go. All right, close that bad boy. Wrap it around. Bam. Error is gone. Cool. All right, now you're gonna need rainbow kit provider, theme, dark theme, but make it a function. Enable cool mode, because that's pretty cool. And then we also want to pass in chains. And that should be that guy. So yeah, once you put that there, you're good. All right, close that. And after app provider, that should be ready to go too. All right, that should be pretty much enable you to do it. All right, there's some hydration error going on. Let's refresh. Let's see if it's still there. No, it's not. That's pretty good. All right, now we're gonna add the connect button and the conditional rendering. All right, so for that, you want to go into our index.js file, and then we're going to import a couple of things here. So first of all, we're going to need use account, all right, from wagme, because wagme is cool and they take care of all the account related stuff and all the wallet connection related stuff. All right, so you want to have a use effect. I don't know if we imported that or not. Yup, we haven't. So we're gonna need that soon. And then whenever address changes, and by the way, what is address? You wanna go ahead and destructure address from a use account first, like that. So whenever that changes, you wanna update a state, which we have to define here. So user account, and you will have set user account like that, which will be a use state. Bam, just like that. And I like to put that stuff up there. Nice. So whenever the connected wallet changes, you will basically update the use state. So just like that. And then when I grab this guy, this actually should be user account. Wow. Whenever that guy is actually true, meaning that there is a value, you want to render out this whole thing. Let's see what we got there. Okay, so that's interesting. That's probably because I still have it connected to my wallet is still connected. So let's see if I disconnect this and then this. All right, there you go. So now it seems like it's a completely empty thing. That's fine. That's fine. So now what we're gonna do is go ahead and import a connect button. So it's gonna be connect button from rainbow me/rainbow kit, and then grab that guy, and that guy will basically take care of our entire wallet pop-up and things like that. So thank you, Rainbow Kit. Let's see what we got. Bam, connect. Bam, cool mode. Let's go with the second one. Next, connect. Bam. Okay, it says wrong network. That's fine. No issues. Actually, it's not wrong network. It might be. Oh, so there's some sort of issues. There's some sort of issue with the chains right now. Let's figure out what's happening there. Okay, so I think I figured out what the issue is. If you go back into your app.js file, we gotta put in these chains, all right? And yeah, plural and singular sometimes gets messed up, so you wanna just make sure that these are the chains that you're passing in there. That should, yeah, there you go. They literally just fixed it in real time. You don't even have to worry about it. And now it gives you this nice little connect, disconnect, and then network switcher thing. So that's that. Wallet connection is ready. Let's go ahead and connect the functionality to this app, and we should be good to go. Let's go ahead and get started connecting all the features. So our boy Kevy Kevs has already set up our contacts, so that's pretty good. Now we don't have to worry about that. So go into your contacts file. That's where we're gonna be I literally just opened it and then closed it straight away. That was dumb. All right, let's go into context. And here's gonna be a few things that we're gonna be setting up straight away. So we're gonna have to import a couple of things, just like we did it on the index file. We're gonna need the use account from WAGME, and we're gonna need to import. We're gonna need to import create contract. Hey, create contract. It would help if I could like type without typos, apparently. All right, next up, we're gonna create a couple of use states in here. And so we're gonna need a user account and a set user account use state, which will start off as empty or like empty strings. Then you're gonna need a contract instance, basically. And that's what we're going to be using to interact with the smart contract itself. And then we're going to store the video data somewhere. So we're going to have videos and set videos, and that's going to start off as a empty array. And so with that said, let's go ahead and destructure address from our use account, and let's fix the typo again. And we're going to get started with. And we're just gonna like jump straight into it. So we're gonna need a use effect. All right, so we're just gonna initialize everything. So whenever the address changes, and if you don't know what use effect is, it's basically just a piece of code that runs once when you fire up the application. And if you pass in any kind of variables here, it's just gonna keep on running whenever that thing changes. And that's what we wanna do, because if you change the wallet that's connected to your app, you want everything to refresh. All right, because like imagine you log in with your wallet, and then the next user comes in, logs in with their wallet, but they start spending your money. All right, pretty easy to understand why it's important. All right, now you obviously want to go ahead and update the contract instance as well. And we don't need to pass in that. It actually doesn't really change, but just in case there is some sort of there's a network change or something like that, the wallet address might change, and that's the easiest way to like kick things off. All right, and there's going to be a couple of functions that we're going to implement here. So first of all, I'm just going to like lay out everything, and then we're going to go one by one. All right, we're going to start with create video, and it's going to be an async function with a caption and a URL input. Leave it right there. Next up, we're going to have a get all videos, which will again be an async function with no inputs, and then just close it right there. And then I mean, that's something we want to definitely run every single time when the application starts or the contract is being updated. So whenever the contract is updated, we want to run this get all videos function like that. And then there's going to be a couple more. So obviously you want to go ahead and like a video. So there's going to be another async function. And by the way, everything is going to be async in here. And if you like a video, you also want to dislike a video like that. And then you want to know whether a video is liked or not. And you also want to be able to get the number of likes on a specific video, just like that. And actually, I kind of want to put these at like right after all this get function. And so this will create a video. This will get all the videos. This will get for one specific video. Like this is a creator function. These are like this is get everything function. This is get one specific videos stuff, and then this is interacting with one specific, or these are interacting with one specific video. So I just like to kind of group these based on these parameters. You can switch them around, like have whatever order in there. It doesn't really matter. It's just for my personal taste, and I prefer them like that. Now, you want to export a couple of things. So you definitely want to export create video, because you will use it in other components. And then you want to export like video, because you want to use it in other components. That you want to export dislike video, because you want to use it in other components. And then you want to export videos, as in the state, because you want to use it in other components. And then disliked, once again, because you want to use it in other components. A. And then get number of likes, because you guessed it, you want to use it in other components. Nice. There is some sort of error going on there. Maybe that's because I should be exporting videos instead of video. Well, that would be helpful if I try to export something that actually does exist. All right, let's hook all of these up with all of their respective. Let's hook all these functions up to all the components somewhere else in the app, and then we're just gonna go through them, build them out, and we're done. So once again, what's happening is we are connecting all the functions before we even type them out, because it's just all kinds of random setup stuff. It doesn't it breaks the flow. So I just want to get them over with real fast, and then we just get to the meaty stuff fast. All right. So import your created video, destructure it, and then down here in your handle submit, instead of normal regular way of doing things, we're going to toast.promise. I'm going to say toast.promise, which what it will do, it will give us a nice little animation that will wait for the function to resolve itself. And if it resolves, you're going to get a check mark, and if it doesn't, then you're going to get an X. And so it's super visual, and it also it's also really good for the user experience. It's a little weird when it comes to the code itself, because it has this React Hot Toast library that we're going to need to use, but that's the trade-off for some nice little animations. All right, so you're going to pass the create video function in here, where you're going to pass in the caption and the video URL, which are, by the way, all these states that we already set up here. So that's completely ready and waiting for you. And then there's a few things that you can pop in here. These are basically all the messages that the toast message will give you. So if it's still it's loading, then it's gonna say uploading video. This can take a moment with the little nice animation. Once it's succeeded, that's what it's gonna say, and there's an error message just so we handle that too. So you're gonna know if something went wrong. There are these two lines commented out. So we're just going to comment them back in, and that function should technically be pretty good to go. Let's go back to our context and just console log those things out whenever this function runs. just like that. And that should be it. Let's see what do we got. Let's see if it's working, if we need to do anything. So press that, type in caption and then URL, and then just hit create new. There you go, it's ready to go. And you also saw there's the toast message, so that's pretty good. All right, let's move on with our next one. All right, so let's go into our sidebar.js file, and this is actually just this, but there's like a lot of things going on there. So there you go. Let's go ahead and figure out what is happening here. So there's a few things that we're going to be destructuring here. So like, hang on there. So we're gonna need like video. We're gonna need dislike video. We're gonna need get number of videos, right? And we're gonna need is liked, like that. Got this. So let's just double check. Yeah, that's our gets. Okay, so there's no typos there, so that's pretty good. Now we're gonna be updating a few things here. Whoa, my Copilot is going hard. So we're gonna need a use effect in here, and I believe we have that imported. And then if not, it's gonna be an epic fail. All right, we're gonna need to just create a function in here, because that's one thing that use effect doesn't really let us do. So if you want to do, check if liked. If you want to do any kind of async stuff in inside of the use effect, you will need an internal function for that. So that's exactly what we're making. And then like straight away, right after that, just call it, and then you should be good to go. Or you can also create something called a self-executing function or self-invoking function. I'm not entirely sure of the name. I love them a lot. I usually use them, not this time though, but it's whatever. All right. So here we're gonna create a const liked variable, which is literally just gonna invoke the isLiked function and pass an ID. Now, after that, we're gonna also create a likes variable, which is going to wait for the get number of likes function to return a value, and then we're just gonna update all the states that we have here. So set number of likes. That's pretty easy. And then right above that, set liked. So all of these, we will be writing them in just a second. These will return, I already have that. I don't know how did I have it. Anyways, these functions will return, like obviously set liked will return a Boolean, and get number of, or set, or isLiked is going to return a Boolean, and get number of likes is going to return a number, number itself. But we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that to update all the stuff that we have here. And there's a use effect issue that we have. That's completely fine because we can just copy that, and there was probably a typo. So there you go. That will update the value there. So let's see. If we go into context and we just say that it should return false, but I want it to return true, like that. And then get number of likes is going to return some weird number, like put something there, some very weird. There you go. Like it's working perfectly. Now we just like have to actually populate like real data to it, and there you go. Now it's liked, and then if you want to change it to false, it's gonna be false, and there you go. You can also update that number. 55. There you go. It's working perfectly. Now we're just gonna get all the functionality behind it that is actually going to make this app work. And then there's one more file where we're going to be needing functions from the context. It's going to be the main view.js. Now here, as you can see, there's this dummy TikTok. I'm just going to remove it. We don't need that. Now what we do need though is, we actually have the destructuring ready for us. We need the videos. And here we're just gonna have another use effect. Empty this out and empty that out. And we need to fire this up every single time whenever a video is changes. So we want to update the TikTok's use state. So we're just gonna come in here and then set TikToks and then videos. So what this does is from here we'll populate all the video data into this use state, and then inside of main view we're going to use that, and we're going to use that to populate this data. Right now, because there's like no videos in there, it's just gonna say no videos, but that's completely fine. We're gonna get to it in a minute, and then it's going to have our videos. All right, and with that said, let's we're good to go on hooking up all the functionality to all the other components. Now it's actually just time to write all these functions, and we're gonna be done with this project in no time. All right, now that we're able to get videos, or like with that error, but we're gonna fix that in a little bit. Let's go ahead and actually implement the create videos function. And by the way, this is gonna be like almost scary easy. Now, one more thing that you gotta make sure here is that, well, one more thing you want to make sure here is that you're checking for the address as well. So if there's no user logged in, this function doesn't run, and it's not supposed to run. All right. So this guy, what this is gonna do is we're just gonna wait, and we're gonna grab the contract, and then once again methods. So that's what I was saying. Look out for all the patterns that you can recognize and just like memorize them. All right. All right, let's see what do we got in the contract itself. We have create video. Okay, so let's put that guy there, and then we're gonna pass in a bunch of things. But this is what I was talking about in the previous section, that normally you would just hit the transact button, but in this case we're actually gonna be saying send. And what that will what that will do is pop open your MetaMask, and then do the kind of transactions that you saw on other websites. So you want to make sure the sender of the money is going to be the address, meaning the person that is actually logged in. All right, and that's what we're searching for. Now I just want to like put that there instead, and we can also put that guy there as well. So if the state is not updated, the app is not going to load. So that's perfect if we're checking for that. All right, so from user account, so the person who is logged in is going to be paying for this transaction. Basically all they gotta pay for is the gas fees, which is not that crazy high, especially now that there was this ETH merge. All right, I'm gonna specify the gas, and in this case we're just gonna go with 1 million. And remember, this is in Way, so this is like not ETH. All right, so like chill out. And then you want to set the gas price to be null. So basically what this is you're setting the max gas to be spent. It's going to be 1 million Way, which is like a fraction of an Ethereum. And then you also want to set the gas price as in like the minimum, or like whatever money to be like burnt, or like whatever ETH to be burned is going to be null. And that should technically be pretty much good to go. Now, one more thing you want to add is you want to pass in the caption, and you want to pass in the URL that you are getting from this function. All right, so let's see how that works. So now that we got this guy, let's open that, and then this is my first video. And I got this video URL on my clipboard, so I'm just gonna put that. And I'll hit create new. Let's see what that does. Hit confirm. It says video uploaded. All right, let's see what we got. So it still says the get videos is not a function. That's a little interesting to me. Let's double check the log here. So this block seems to be working, so that's pretty good. And the contract address that we interacted with is the B9, so that should be good too. And I think obviously. I was talking about how like pattern recognition, but I'm not recognizing the pattern itself either. So like when you got contract, there's a lot of things you can do with it. So when you want to call a method inside of a contract, you want to like specify that. It's like expecting someone to listen to you when you're not even calling them, right? Oh boy. And again, as usual, methods. All right, don't make these silly mistakes that I do. Like, I literally had a mistake in this zigzag exact same row twice. All right, don't mess it up. Like same line, two of the same errors. Jeez. All right, let's see what's happening here. All right, cannot read properties of undefined address. All right, let's see. Footer. That's there's gonna be a few different. Wait, what's happening there? All right, let's restart this guy. All right, refresh. Well, that guy never had an issue. That's pretty good. All right, there you go. That's your first TikTok. I don't know why it's not showing up though. So that's interesting. Let's figure that part out. So we got the URL. That should technically work. All right, so as you can see, there's my link. However, if you go ahead and copy that, that's just an image. That's not gonna work. All right, let's go ahead and create a new TikTok post. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab a new link. All right, so finally I got a correct link. Let's just put this guy in here. And this is my first video that actually works. Let's see how that goes. All right, create new. Yep, confirm that guy, and there you go, video uploaded. All right, let's refresh. And if I scroll down, there you go. There is your first TikTok that you just uploaded. This this will need to be redeployed. This is for a tutorial. Yeah, I put an image here. That's fine. Anyways, now it's time to go ahead and actually like this video. It's a pretty good one. You should watch it. The Clever Programmer on TikTok. All right. That being said, let's go ahead and let's move on to the other functions. So there's a few more. There's isLike and there's get number of likes. So let's actually get those done first, because those are gonna be the easiest ones. All right, so get number of likes. We got all the guard clauses and everything set up. So we're just gonna wait, and we're gonna say contract dot methods. Fine enough, didn't mess it up. Let's go to our Solidity file and then get number. Contract dot methods. Okay, so we're gonna say await contract dot methods, and we're gonna have a little bit of a twist here. So I think that, yeah, whatever Copilot thinks, that's fine. So let's go into our Solidity file. So if you think about it, we haven't really created any kind of get number of likes function in here. So instead, we are going to use this mapping. So let's see how we can call that. So activate that that guy there, and then just close the output. We're not going to need it. Just open this, and then here you see if you pass in the ID of the video. All right. If you pass in the ID of the video, that's where that's how you're gonna get that number of likes back. All right, so that's the one we're gonna call. So we're gonna say wherever we're at. Oh yeah, here, likes, and we're gonna pass in ID, which we get from the front end. We're gonna go ahead and call that, and let's just console log it before we do anything. And so for that, it is helpful if we put it in a variable. So it's gonna be likes, const likes equals that, and we just pass in likes there. And let's see, what do we got? There you go. There's 4 zeros. That means like, okay, it was console locked twice, but that's completely fine. Now we're just gonna like pass it back to the front end. Actually, it's kind of cool that I have this black thing here because it's like way easier to see it than here. That was actually a power move. Yes. All right. Well, what we're gonna do now is actually just go ahead and say return likes, remove the console lock because we don't need that. And let's see, there you go. It says 0. Now, I could like it, but I mean, it doesn't go through yet, and it's just like random stuff happening. Don't worry about it. All right. Obviously, we haven't even defined this. So next up, we're gonna look for is liked. And so once again, we're going to be using the Solidity file here, and we're going to go for the liked users. And we're going to go for this like complicated mapping. So let's just go ahead, grab liked users, and then wait, where is this liked? Here is this liked. All right, there you go. So let's go ahead and type in await contract.methods and then pass in that guy. And then if you remember, it needs 2 inputs. So one of them is going to be the user address, because we are interested in whether the user that is currently using the app has liked this video or not. And then we're going to pass in the ID, which we are getting from the front end, and then just call that. And then once again, you want to save it, user liked, in a separate variable, and then just return it. And let's see how that works out. Okay, so it says user address is not defined. That's interesting because I can't clearly remember defining it. Oh, it's a user account. That would be helpful if everything was the same. All right, let's see. And there you go. Now that part works. Okay, so there's literally the only thing that's left is liking and disliking a video. So let's go ahead and implement those right now. Now, both of them are going to be almost the exact same. So I'm just going to type it out once and then copy paste and we're good to go. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna call another function from the contract. So we got methods, and then how do we even call this? So come back here. Let's see, it was like video and it needed the ID. All right, so paste that. And then we're gonna pass in the ID that we got from the front end. Nice. And then we're gonna need to pass in a few things, but that's literally the same thing that we are passing in when we're creating it. So I'm just gonna, once again, for Lester, just copy it and then see how that works out. Now the same thing can be said about this like video. The only thing is we're gonna change the method that we're using, and that's going to be dislike video. Let's paste that there, and I'm just gonna refresh so everything is good to go and hit that. Okay, my MetaMask is popping up. There's nothing, no fees to pay. And if I refresh, my video is liked and there's one more like. There's one like. So that, my friends, is literally the entire build. Now you can go ahead, go customize this build, show it to your friends, family, whatever. But this is pretty much this build, and this is a wrap. I think this is a pretty good way. This was a pretty good video to understand a bunch of errors that you could be making while you are working on these projects. And I hope you get some value out of it. And if you did, let me know down below in the comments. That said, see you next time. Peace.
In this video, we're gonna be building the OpenSea clone, but with a little bit of a twist, because this time we will actually watch ChatGPT build it using Infura to connect to the Ethereum blockchain. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. All right, now AI is smart and all, but it's not as smart as everybody thinks it is. It still cannot set up the project for you. So while it can write the code for you, it can't set it up. So still, we're gonna need to run the CP CLI. So you just run it, that will get everything started. Put in your name, email, and then OpenSea ChatGPT is the project we're going to be running. Now it opens Infura for you. Again, you're still in control. So if you don't have a Infura account already, just go ahead, make one, and let's actually set it up. But before that, the terminal will finish running and it will open VS Code for you. That's where we're going to be putting everything ChatGPT spits at us. So you can go ahead, spin up the app. And in the meantime, just create a new API key. We're going to be using the Web3 API and then put in the name. However, you want to make sure that you are not putting any spaces in that project name. It could cause problems later, and it's also just good practice not to do it. All right, let's go create that. So that's nice over there. We're going to get back to that in a little bit. There's your API key. There are your endpoints. And this is your app currently. So it already has Connect MetaMask wallet and all that functionality included. So don't worry about that. We're just going to be specifically focusing on the contract part with ChatGPT. So let's move on to actually writing the contract. All right, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be a new one. So here's my ChatGPT. And however, it's still like, you gotta be like super specific. So let me just show you an example. I just want to give you an idea of what kind of commands you can give to ChatGPT. And as you can see, I'm using ChatGPT 4. That's like a little fast, little smarter. Actually, that's slower. However, it's a $20 upgrade, but ChatGPT 3, which is free and available for everybody at no charge, you can still do this exact same thing. Now, what you might experience is if you're using ChatGPT 3 is that you want to have like tiny bite size prompt rather than longer prompts, because that can only process so much text. However, this app can be completely and 100% built with that. I just wanted to show it with this one because this fits better on a screen and I can explain it better. So let me just show you. So here's what we're going to do. You want to type in something along the lines of create a Solidity smart that uses ERC729 for an OpenZeppelin. Name it NFT collection. Like, you got to be specific with it. Give it a name. What exactly do you want it to have? So the URI storage ownable. You still have to understand the fundamentals of Solidity and coding in order to be able to use it. Now, we want to be using the counters as well, and we want the library that keeps track of the token IDs. And let me just freeze it here. Here we have 12 very specific commands that we want from this app. So again, if you're using GPT-3, you can just break it down to 12 separate prompts. It will be way faster. You can just do it that way. So we want to have a price of this NFT. You have to specify, you have to call it a constant, otherwise it will not know what you want to do. You want to have a struct, so you still have to understand what's happening. Like, you have to know almost if you were writing it. So we need a struct that will contain all the data, that will have two UN256 labels, ID and price. You want to map that NFT data, or I'm sorry, you want to map a number to the NFT data, meaning the ID to the NFT data itself. We will need a constructor that will set the name and symbol, and you have to give it the values, the NFT collection and NFTC respectively. So basically the name will be NFT collection and then NFTC will be the symbol. But again, it understands if you say respectively. Then we will need a function, set price, that will receive the token ID and will receive the price as 2 arguments, and then we'll check whether that token exists or not, and then we'll set the price. And we're going to have an add NFT, which will increment the counter and then create the NFT data object and then mint the token. So it will basically generate it will basically do all the maintenance around mint. Then we're going to have a total supply that returns the number of minted tokens, purchase NFT, which will complete a purchase transaction, get all token URIs, return all the token URIs, and you name it. And then we will have the burn function from the inherited contract overridden and a token URI as well. So let's see what ChatGPT said. And it actually gave a pretty long contract. So I'm not going to just go through it right now. Let's just put it into our VS Code. So I'm going to go ahead, go into contract and create a NFT collection.sol file and then just paste it there. So what I recommend you do is whatever it gives you, just start pasting it back into your VS Code and then just keep compiling the code. That way you don't have to do any of the understanding, and obviously if there's a bug, you obviously have to understand what's happening, but you don't have to do all the thinking and everything that is involved with coding itself. So what you can do is you just paste it and then just type in your terminal truffle compile, and that will check it for you. It will obviously compile it for you, and it will spit any kind of errors or anything that you have, and that's when you start debugging. So there you go. This one was compiled perfectly. We don't even have to go through it. We just know it works. We know it has all the functionality. However, if you're a beginner in Solidity, I still recommend you go through the contract and try to understand what's what, pick it apart, because that will serve you well. All right, let's move on to the next step. All right, so now let's deploy the contract. If you don't know how, you can ask ChatGPT, or if you already know, you can just do it. So what we always do in the truffle extension, if you don't have it free from the VS Code extension library, just go in there. You can disconnect all previous projects or just connect to this new one. So this is an Infura service, and it's so good how they are integrated because it just pops up all your projects. So you can just connect to OpenZD, and now you can go ahead and just click deploy and it will do everything for you. So there are all your networks, use the mnemonic, and there you go. Now it's deploying, so everything should be fine. And it looks like we are getting some positive results. There you go, deploy succeeded. So that looks good. We can now copy the contract address, and actually let's paste it into our listings.js. It will be useful later. So let's move on. All right, so in this one, we're going to be setting up the contract instance so that the app can work and interface with the contract. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to be using the listings.js file, and we're actually going to be needing it. But let's just put it there in line 20. That's where we're going to set up the contract instance. This will help ChatGPT to just kind of like work its way through this file, because we're going to be giving it the entire thing. So here's what we're going to do. Put it there, set up contract instance, and then just highlight everything, copy it, and let's go over to Chrome. Now, what we want to do is we want to set up a contract instance for our contract state in the use effect, and then just paste it there. So basically just tell it that, hey, there's this use effect. I want to interface with the contract, and it will just figure out the rest. You can specify, oh, this is where I want it to be, or you can also just say that, hey, I want to interface with a Ethereum contract, give me the code for it. Something along those lines. I want you to try it multiple ways so you just have a muscle memory of like what to. All right, just paste the file there, good to go, and let's see what it says. All right, so that looks good. Now we also have to make sure that we're importing the ABI, and that obviously it doesn't know where it's at, so we'll have to figure that out. But just, you can paste that line there and then just update where the ABI is at. So now you obviously want to make sure that the location is correct. So for me, it's in the build/contracts of NFT collection JSON. And now it also made this address constant. So that's nice. We can just replace our comment with that. So that's actually helpful that it did that. And now this is the moment of truth. This is where we're going to be copying over the use effect that it actually built for us. So that first use effect is, ladies and gentlemen, that is where everything happens. That's what we came here. So just go ahead, copy that entire thing. And if you can see over there, we just had an empty use effect. So it figured it all out. It put it there. That is perfect. And that should, in theory, work. So let's check it out. Now I want to make sure that down there, everything is console logging all the errors. Otherwise, we're never going to figure out what the issue is. And it looks like there's already an error, and it looks like that it cannot find the map part in the ABI. So that looks interesting, and that's very likely because these ABI files usually have an ABI object in them. So I use that instead of the regular ABI file, and it looks like that just saved this whole thing. There you have it. All right, so now we're going to make ChatGPT build the add NFT function. So let's ask it to make it. So you can just say, okay, now let's do the add NFT function or something along those lines. Normally remembers if you gave it a bunch of things, and it should, in theory, remember the conversation you guys had before. Okay, that was weird to say. But in case it doesn't, you can also just, again, give it to the entire file again and be like, hey, there's the add NFT function. Make it so that it does this. And so sometimes you need to refresh its memory. All right, let's see what it says. So that looks good. Now let's go ahead and replace everything. So we have something to put to the add NFT function, and we also have to replace the handle submit. So it actually gave us two functions, so that's nice. Now let's copy over the add NFT to collection function. So that's already there. You can just replace it with whatever it gave you. Don't even worry about it. We'll check it in a little bit whether it works or not. And now let's check the handle submit function and just replace it there. Let's see what's happening. So open up the app. And now, if everything goes well, technically we should be able to mint the NFT. So just paste your NFT URI. We already gave you all these things. So just from the metadata, just copy that, paste it there, and then that, and then just the price. So remember, because we asked ChatGPT to set a price for the minting, which is 0.001 ETH, you will have to pass in that value there. So just make sure what the value is. You can go back to your contract file and double check. So there's the MetaMask pop-up. So that looks good, and it's actually pending, and there's the add NFT function going through, and it looks like it was actually successful. So let's fetch the NFTs. All right, so far it's been pretty smooth. Let's see if fetching these NFTs are going to confuse it. So let's just say, okay, now let's do the fetch NFT metadata function, and let's see what it says. So that looks interesting. It looks like it cut in half. So sometimes it happens. So you can just say something along the lines of, okay, continue, or whatever, carry on. And it will just continue or regenerate the response or whatever. It even apologizes. So that's nice. Okay, so that's looking good. Let's copy this code over to our VS Code and replace the fetch NFT metadata function. So let's see if it works. And it looks like the image is missing the source property. Okay, now we're in like some deep trouble. Let's see what's happening. And it also looks like that we are fetching the token URI, which is not necessarily the good thing to do. We should like extract the data out of it. That's the issue. It's not the token URI that we're looking for. So we should be fetching not the object. We should be fetching the image URI and all these things from that object. So let's take a look at that. And by the way, we can just give it that, hey, this is how you build up the URL that will work for the image. So let's see. Okay, so that looks much better. If you take a look at it, in the previous response, we only had this stuff. So basically we just had the token URI and then it just passed it back here. And that was pretty much it. Now in this one, what it does is it actually uses that same token URI right here as we gave it to it. And it actually fetches the metadata itself. And there you go. Now we have the metadata and we actually can do something with it. So like we can get pretty lazy with this stuff, and we can just make it do a lot of things. So we can just copy this over, and you want to make sure that you highlight the entire thing and then just paste the new stuff there. You can just paste in the metadata fetching itself. So there's the metadata. Well, that looks good. However, we're looking for the image URL, and you can see how it like starts to poop out. It's not that smart, but it's pretty impressive that this is the first time that we are actually coding something and we have to use our brains. So that's pretty nuts. Now we have to like make sure it knows everything. Instead of metadata, we're gonna have an image that we'll need to get the image property from the metadata, and same goes for the name, because right now it doesn't show up, but there you have it, the image is there. So that looks good so far, but as I said, the name is not there, so we're going to extract that too, and now it shows up, and that's as much as fetching goes. All right, so the last step is that we will enable the user to purchase these NFTs. So let's take a look at that. Let's make ChatGPT do the work for us. So you can just say, all right, now build the NFT or the purchase NFT function, and it will spit an answer back at you. That looks good. Let's copy that over, and then you can just paste it to the appropriate place. That looks promising. Let's see what's up. And by the way, this app is built so that when you click the image, it will run that purchase NFT function. So let's click it. And it looks like to be an error. And something along the lines of value must be string, and it got a big number. Let's just make the listing price a string. Usually that's the listing price because way is a big number, so you just want to convert it to a string. That might not have been added there, but that's fine. And we can also remove that line from there. That's not really useful. We are not doing, yeah, it literally parses the price to Ether, and we don't want to work with that. We want to work with way. That's how Solidity works. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, that looks way better. And now over there on line 53, just make sure the value is price, not price in way. Otherwise, you're going to have another error. So now that we cleared it up and fixed everything, and again, this is where it comes in that human power is still required and necessary more than ever. So let's check it out. Now I'm going to hit it, and then MetaMask popped up. So that looks good. And purchase is pending, and it looks like it just went through. And now you can just go ahead, mint new NFTs, purchase those NFTs. So that is pretty much the build. You can just repeat this as much as you want to. That's pretty much the build. Thank you so much for watching. And now you should go ahead and practice learning using ChatGPT. This is a tool. This is not there to replace you, but you have to be able to use it. You have to be able to increase your output using tools like ChatGPT, whether you use the Model 3 or the Model 4, it will just make you faster. So with that said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.